common themes of the show. We can't say any words that are any names.
Yeah.
Terrible at it.
Pronunciations.
Yes. Can't even say the word pronunciation. And we have no answers.
No.
We make it worse because we can more confuse. We made it worse.
There are so many options.
We just keep
confuse ourselves even further.
And we keep up perpetuating the theories.
Yeah.
By offering no clues on the answers.
That's good. Perpetuate. I like it. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Mysterious Pals. My name is Chris, and with me today,
What you got?
on our main event, you pay for the whole seat, but you only need the edge. Because the heavyweight champion of the world, Joey Joe Jonna,
look at that. Joey Joe Jonna
is here. His dad calls him the little slobber knocker, but you call him Jordan.
Schlobberknocker.
Thank you for being here, Jordan.
Thanks, man. Good to be here.
You ready for another mystery?
Let's do it.
I'm ready too. What have you been doing this week?
It's a mystery, man. No, what have I been doing? A lot of nothing. Well,
normal human stuff.
yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. I tell you.
Oh, you know, I watched what was it called? The Fall of the House of Usher.
I have no idea what that is.
Did you ever watch the Haunting of Hill House?
Yes, it was. It was rough.
As in
The Haunting of Hill House, the one on Netflix.
Yeah.
It was rough.
What do you mean?
Because to do with the death of a daughter and like there's a family that. That's just. I mean, that whole thing was rough. I mean, it was amazingly made, good story.
Yes.
I never watched The Bly Manor.
Okay, that one was fine. They did another one, Midnight Mass. I think
That was awesome.
That was really cool.
Yeah, I didn't like how they showed the thing, the monster. I hate when they do that stuff. But
this one's really good. I put it up there with the first one, Haunting Hill House.
Okay, so it's actually one of those.
Yeah, it's made by the same people. They use a lot of the same actors and actresses. It's about a family, a brother and sister who own like this drug corporation, and how they're trying to keep it afloat. Not keep it afloat, but like
It's real hard to do. A drug corporation.
Keep it going. But there's a lot of like supernatural stuff that go on, just like in all these other shows. Watched that and finished that like pretty quickly. It's really, really good.
Okay, Fall of House of Usher.
Fall of the House of Usher, yeah. So you use a lot of the same cast. There's some new people like Mark Hamill's in it. It's good, man.
It's a little spooky.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't know.
Like, you know, because the first one like deals with ghosts.
Yeah, and like the house and everything. Again,
yeah.
Tough.
I think Bly Manor did the ghost thing too. I really can't remember.
I didn't watch Bly Manor. I know there's kids in it.
Yeah, the third one did a vampire.
It did?
Wasn't it a vampire?
Oh yeah.
The Midnight Mass one.
Yeah, it was like yes.
Was that called Midnight Mass?
It was.
Okay.
Yeah, on the island.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, this one deals with a demon or death itself.
Okay.
And about this family falling from past mistakes. A deal they made. It's really good.
Okay.
It's good. Check it
out. Seems like I said, not Bly Manor. The Hill House was good.
This one's rough too. There's a lot of similar things like that, but
great.
It's good.
You know, these days, getting older.
Yeah, but now these days you gotta go big. Set yourself apart.
I just started watching Dark again, which is one of my favorite shows ever.
You need to finish the second season of that. I also need to watch the one that takes place on the ship in the sea.
1899, which they canceled. 1899. Gigantic cliffhanger at the end.
Of course.
And you're just like, that's awesome.
Did they end Dark appropriately?
The third season of Dark, right?
They only did 2, right?
3.
They did 3.
Yeah, the third season. Yeah, they kind of mash everything up together. The third season is a little confusing and not the greatest. I think it's one of the lower, but the way they end it is good. The way they wrap it all together, you're like, oh my God, that's perfect.
Okay.
They wrap it all together good because it's, if those ever watched it, Dark on Netflix.
Cyclical.
It's a time traveling thing done really well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really good. One of my favorite shows. I watch it like once a year. It's just a great show. It's in German. I know someone.
Did you watch it with the subtitles on, or did you watch it with the dub?
Dub, because I'm not I'm too lazy.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, but like the dubbing just took me out of it.
Yeah, I was fine with it.
So
I think the thing
which I don't
is,
mind.
yeah, I think someone actually was texting me about it once, and this person was like, "Hey, this show's amazing. You know, I'm so glad you told me to talk about it." She's like, "I just get so annoyed when I have to read everything." I'm like, "You know, it's dubbed." She's like, "What?" She's like, "What's that mean?" I'm like, "They put English voices in it." She had no clue. So she went back, and I was like, "Click on the little gear thing at the bottom," and she's like, "Oh my god!" She watched like half the series with it.
Oh,
so dumb.
Yeah.
I'm like, "Hey man, it's tough out there.
Yeah.
Tough. Netflix is tough.
Struggle is real.
Yeah. There's also a show on Netflix called OA, which I've been thinking a lot recently, which I watched a while. Like
I remember.
It's OA stands for the original Angel.
Yeah. I remember seeing that on
It's
there.
2 seasons. It's kind of corny, especially the ending. But like, for some reason, I've been thinking about it because the way they put it all together is really strange.
Okay.
I don't know. Again, watch Dark. Everybody who's listening to this, anyone who's listening to this, and watch 1899 and be so angry that they canceled it. They canceled because it cost too much money. It was too expensive.
But all right.
I mean, it was
Don't they have like billions of dollars?
Netflix.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Guess they don't really share.
They got to make this terrible movie with Will Smith. That's stupid as hell. They got to make another dumbass movie about something dumb too. They just throw money at people and they're like, "Oh, the good stuff we got to take off." Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, it's business.
Yeah.
But again, I'm hoping someone they do something with 1899. Those people, I haven't really checked in with those people what they were doing because I was waiting so long for 1899 to come along.
Right.
Because it was a couple years with the pandemic and everything.
Yeah.
But
also with the fall of House of Usher, there's a lot of Edgar Allan Poe references, like a lot of his own like.
With the Raven guy.
Yep.
That's all I really know about him.
Yep.
What's he do?
They do a whole thing with the Raven on that too. It's all like macabre, like like
I'll tell you
and stuff like that.
Well, I know in the last episode we talked about literary stuff that I have no idea what the hell's going on. I can tell you how an engine works. I can tell you how to build a house, whatever. I can tell you how to do plumbing. I can do all that stuff.
Right.
When you talking about the academic bull crap, I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
And you're a teacher.
I am a doctor. But
also those who are watching, this is a shout out. If you've watched or listened to this before, there's a song intro.
Yes,
This is the band.
I forgot to mention it in the last episode.
Yeah. So there you go. Shout out to Dethlehem.
Camera's not there, remember?
Right. I'm wearing a shirt, a Dethlehem shirt.
Yeah, for those who are listening at home.
Sorry.
Dethlehem shirt. What were they saying?
$18.99 budget.
I don't know. I wish I had money to just throw it to people and be like, make the end of the show. Because it's so good. It takes place on a ship in Victorian times and a ship into the 1800s. And it does the dark stuff.
What's the premise?
It's these guys on the ship going from England to America.
Okay.
And it's like kind of like you find out stories about like some are running from something they did and then it's more than what it is.
A lot of times.
It goes like layers deep, which is what's awesome.
Okay.
Really smartly written in the way that
does this involve time travel like Dark did?
Yes and no. Like it's more than just Dark's time. It's not just that again. But Dark is amazing. It's one of my favorite shows. I think it's really awesome.
All right.
You should finish Dark. It's really good.
I need to start it over.
Yeah,
for sure.
I just did that. You know, someone had mentioned to me before, like, you guys should just talk about shows you watch and not talk about all this history bullcrap.
At least we could pronounce
like, thanks, Mom.
Pronounce the names of these.
No, we can't.
Well, there's some of the shows, yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. All right, maybe.
Yeah. I was wanting to watch, like, I always wanted to go to a different country, and we are so far off topic. I always wanted to go to a different country and, like, watch TV in that country. You've done this.
Yeah, it's wild, man.
And, like, just see, like, what is popular in that country.
Yeah.
Like, what do they watch? What is, like, what is the Friends of India or China or, like, obviously in different parts of the world, there's different thoughts on.
I did see in a lot of places, like,
sitcoms
there's shows that, like, are made in the U.S., they're famous in the U.S., but they just do subtitles.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Like one of the most biggest shows at one point in time in, I guess, China or something. I could be totally wrong. Was like Big Bang Theory was super popular.
Okay,
there.
yeah. I did see a lot of Friends when I was over there.
Yeah, like Friends apparently was insanely popular.
Yep.
So we're gonna talk about a folk legend, and some people may know what this is, especially if they saw the Shrek movie. I think the fourth Shrek movie, Shrek Ever After. I want to say his name of it.
All right.
And if they saw that they probably don't. Some kids don't know what this folk hero, the enemy of that show, came from, or that movie.
Oh, wait, he was in the enemy in one of these Shrek movies.
The fourth one.
Maybe I didn't see all of them.
He was one of the antagonists.
All right.
Yeah. It has to do with time travel. He's the one that's doing time travel. I think it's time travel. I believe it's like different alternate history. It's Shrek. I don't.
Yeah.
Whatever. Donkey. Whatever. It's all.
It's
it's
a
all
donkey.
good.
There's an ogre.
Yeah.
Fairy tale stuff.
It originated. It's a folk. We probably have heard the folk here. You probably heard of this. It originated in the town of Hamlin, which is in Germany, Lower Saxony, Germany.
Okay.
This is where this area is, this town. And it's been retold and told for centuries.
Germany. Okay.
Again, taking place in, traced back. Now it's gotten bigger, and I know I'm keep on stalling on what this is actually going to be.
The build-up. It's all about the build-up.
The build-up, yes, that's what they call it. 1284, the town of Hamlin was plagued by a terrible infestation of rats. These rats were causing widespread destruction, devouring food supplies, and spreading disease, as you can remember.
Yeah.
The Black Plague was...
Black Death, bubonic plague.
Bubonic plague? Was it the Black Death?
Yeah. It's either Black Death or bubonic plague.
And that was caused by...
A lot of people say rats.
But it was the fleas feeding off, or fleas riding the rats over to that. And there's a thing on Disney Plus, a little short.
Is it like one of those Pixar shorts about the Black Death?
It's the rats from Ratatouille talking about the Black Death, actually.
Really?
And they say that actually it wasn't our fault. Yeah, they're like, it wasn't our fault,
Really?
dog. It was these fleas. Yeah.
Wow.
And it's like a 2-minute short.
Okay.
And they're like, swear, it wasn't us. The thing about the thing that makes me so angry about the stupid shorts is they're like 3 minutes long.
Yeah.
But the credits are like 8 minutes long.
Oh, it's with all the Disney stuff.
But a short that's 3 minutes long.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
I mean, it takes a lot of people. It's mostly the animators, right?
I think it's because in different languages.
Well, yeah, there's that too. Yeah.
So it really wasn't. It was the fleas. Anyway, these rats were destroying the city. Townspeople were tried various methods to rid themselves of the rats, including traps, poison, but nothing seemed to work. Apparently, they didn't have a baseball bat. Whatever. Yeah. Or like a sword.
They didn't find the Rat King.
Or like they just can't go just start slicing stuff. Like what are you like? Ew, there's a rat. Like just start murdering. Like just everybody was killing rats.
I'd imagine people at that time were fine with murdering rats.
Right. I mean, it's 1282, 84.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
It's like
if grab a pitchfork.
The Huns or like one of the Okay. So they were desperate for a solution. So they agreed to hire a mysterious piper who kind of wandered into town. Some would say a Pied Piper. Specifically, in this case, the Pied Piper of Hamlin.
Okay. That's
what the name of this is. But what we're going to be talking about is what happened to the children of Hamlin, Germany.
Okay. Is a Pied Piper considered like historically an actual person that came to this town?
I guess we're going to find out.
All right.
Supposedly, the Pied Piper was a person. It was something. It was an incident in this time. It could have been a person. There's a lot of theories. I think I have 9 different theories. Again, because it's from 1284, so a lot of literary stuff's gone on about this junk. Anyway.
This junk.
So the piper was dressed in a colorful multicolored or pied garb.
Is that what pied means?
That's what
I never knew that.
Pied. I just figured it was like he just had pie all over him. It's weird. They said the Pied Piper was coming, so I threw pie all over me, and it didn't work. I don't know. So,
that's interesting.
Right. I guess pied, multicolored clothing. Okay, and claimed to have the ability to rid the town of the rat problem. So this guy comes in. Sounds a little fishy right there. Me, I'd be like, "Oh, where'd this guy come from?" First off, who's this weirdo? Why is he wearing Matilda?
Yeah, why is he want our kids?
Well, he doesn't want our kids yet. Yeah. He wants to kill the rats. He wants to get rid of the rats. So everybody's like,
I would imagine like if this guy's like, hey, I can get rid of these rats, he's the one who might have caused the rats to be there.
Yeah, like where's that rat box of rats you have over the hill there?
Yeah. I'm giving you I gave you this problem, but I'm here to solve it.
Right. So
for the right price.
That's actually one of the things that comes up about this. So the townspeople promised to pay him a handsome fee. Like they agreed on a price, and he's like, okay, fine. Which again, red flag. We don't know this guy.
Yeah.
It's Germany, 1200s. I mean, if people are traveling, they're traveling by horse. They're not really traveling, just walking around. And especially in this part of Germany, it may have been. What was going on in 1200s? Was it really even Germany at that point?
Yes. Yes. It was.
And was it called Germany or was it called something else? Because it was the Holy Roman Empire at one point.
Yeah, right. It, like parts of Germany, parts of modern day Germany were part of the Holy Roman Empire, but also might have been, depending on the time, not part of the Holy Roman Empire.
What was the thing the Visigoths made? What was that called?
The Visigoths made?
Yeah.
Like a wall?
No. When we talked about in the
King Alaric,
what was that kingdom they went off and made? Was that France? Oh, it became France.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Well, they were Gothic, so yeah, part of that seeped into France and part of that seeped into Germany.
Okay.
There's like a lineage that goes back to like the Goths and some of those other considered barbarian tribes. Yeah.
Okay. So this part of Germany, which it seems to be Germany at this point, or Germany, a part of Germany.
Not to interrupt, but I'll like it seems, although to be fair, like it seems like these people had been doing what they could have done to get rid of these rats. So like maybe they were desperate to like trust this random character who just came along.
Right.
As silly as he may look.
If you're killing rats, also spreading disease, probably too.
Yeah.
And especially if the water, like if the rats get into our water.
Yeah. I'm assuming a lot of these people are farmers. That's like their sole. Yeah.
So this guy comes in, multicolored clothing or pied clothing. He accepted the offer, and he accepted an offer to do this deed for the town where he's going to get rid of the rats. And he plays a magical tune on his pipe, which had the power to mesmerize and enchant both rats and humans alike. This is the story. This is not the historical part.
Okay.
We're going to get to that. As he played, the rats followed him in procession. They were entranced by the music. With the rats gone, it was time to pay the piper.
Nice.
For those at home. Finger guns.
Call back to the finger guns.
Yeah. However, the town only offered him a small sum compared to what they originally promised. So they promised him a lot. They offered him a little after the deed was done because they're like, what are you going to do about it? Look at you. You're one guy, we're a whole town.
What was this, again, I know we keep doing callbacks, but didn't we kind of the same thing happened with King Alaric? Like he was promised several times.
So you're saying it's like a German thing?
No, not necessarily, but I'm saying there's a theme here. Like, wasn't he promised money multiple times? And
they kept on using him.
Yeah,
but this time they only promised him once, and he was like,
but still,
he didn't stand for it. Right. They don't ever say where he came from, but that goes into the theories.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if this is real, maybe he said, I'm from this town. What would have been the big cities? Do you have any idea geographically during that time? Was Berlin a thing?
I don't think Berlin was a thing yet, no.
Okay.
But I know this is in kind of northern Germany.
So there would have been probably just a lot of small towns.
Yeah.
Because Alaric was in the 900s, 800s.
800s, yeah.
So that would have been, the Roman Empire would have been still around generally, probably Eastern,
yeah. Eastern, out in Constantinople.
So, there still was...
Germany, I'm not really sure.
Yeah. And this might have been Visigoths.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Descendants of Visigoths.
I'm pretty sure that's probably the case, yeah.
Again, going back, it was time to pay the piper, but the townspeople refused to pay him what they originally offered him. And they said, some of the people have said that he was being blamed for bringing the rats and extorting the people.
Yeah. The con man.
He was a con man.
So it's possible he could have just done this going from town to town doing the same thing.
Is what the kind of story is. So kind of we're already starting to throw up red flags of allegory and stuff. So he's enraged by his betrayal. Again, this is a guy with a flute or a pipe. What was he going to do? Beat him with it? I don't know if he knew any type of fighting. I don't know.
Beat him with his pipe.
Yeah, I'm going to beat the whole town with my pipe. So what he did, he vowed revenge, and a few days later, he returned to Hamlin, but this time he played a different tune. The tune had the power to mesmerize the town's children. As he played, the children followed him out of town and into a cave in the nearby Koppelberg Hill, and Koppelberg Hill will come up again.
Okay.
The cave's entrance closed behind them, trapping the children inside. Now you're saying, like, why the parents let this happen? Why didn't they just say, stop? They were all at church. For some reason, they left their kids home. Don't know why. Why'd they all go to church and leave the kids home?
Yeah.
Strange.
Maybe to kill rats.
Oh, maybe that was like, Sunday smashing rats. Okay. So there's some in other versions of, like, people are saying, like, there's other endings of this story. You know, obviously in other versions, he made them walk into the Weser, which is a river.
Yeah.
So they said that's what he did with the rats.
Okay.
He made them walk into the river and die. This is the same thing. They made them all walk into the river, which would make most sense.
So he's punishing the town people.
Correct.
Yeah.
Some versions state the piper returned the children after extorting payment, or that the children were only returned after the villagers paid several times the original payment in gold. So basically a cautionary tale of extortion.
Yeah.
Obviously, everybody was the townspeople were devastated by the loss of their children, and they regretted cheating the piper. There is a researcher by D.L. Ashleman called the Pied. He did some research called the Pied Piper of Hamlin and related legends from other towns. So he kind of like went and looked at like other towns in Europe and kind of got the same like their angle on a story like this.
Okay.
And he suggests that theories that there were 3 children left behind, which is strange. One was lame and could not follow quickly enough.
Okay.
Again, quote, lame. I didn't use those words. The second was he was deaf and therefore I couldn't hear the music.
Oh.
The last was blind and therefore was unable to follow the group.
See no evil,
These 3 informed the villagers of what happened when they all came home from church.
Okay.
So that's how the story supposedly got out of what actually happened to the kids. Although I wouldn't, how are they communicating it? But anyway, so that's the basic folk story.
Okay.
Right? But there is some historical basis and references to this story.
And sorry, really quick, when you said there's a gentleman who found out about these, like he would look back.
Yeah, there's a lot of research done about this, but this guy looked back through research and looked for like through how this story since the 1200s. Yeah, the story kind of spread out and took on its own forms throughout history and through Europe.
I was going to ask if like there's other like common stories in other
That's
countries.
what he was doing.
Okay.
There's a lot of them actually. He has a website about it and I'll share it in the show notes that you can like go and he has like, here's all these different stories on where the parts of the country they came from and other countries they came from, like the towns and how and what he was looking at, I think, from what I understand, was he was looking at the commonality between them to kind of get like a common story.
Sure,
like maybe this is the true story of where it came from.
Narrow it
but
down.
In any case, in our history, literary history or whatever, this story of Hamlin is where it originated.
Okay.
They traced it back as far as they could. So some historians believe the story of the Pied Piper may have basis in actual historical events. It is possible there's actually an incident in Hamlin in which children disappeared or were all led away in one way or another. We're going to go over that. The problem with the story is that the details could have been exaggerated or mythologized over time. So we don't know over time what happened. Yeah. Like, again, the story, as with every story in our history, in human history, it changes.
Keeps getting passed down. Things start changing.
Yes. So it seems to be the earliest mention of this story was on a stained glass window placed in the Church of Hamlin in 1300s.
Okay.
That's the first recording of the story, which the original story supposedly took place in 1284. 1300s. That's whenever they got this stained glass installed or whatever made. Okay. That depicts the story. Okay. Now, back in this time wasn't until like the 1450s, the invention of the printing press, Johann Gutenberg, when obviously, even going further back, Chinese had printing presses, but there's a movable type printing press. People really couldn't read. So
stained glasses were used as like depictions of what's
in the Bible and stuff. So that's how they told stories. So that's why it's important.
Interesting that would be in the church.
In a church window, The window is described in several accounts between 14th and 17th centuries, indicating that the windows were destroyed in the 1660s, however. So that there's records of it from through the 14th to the 17th centuries being destroyed in the 1660s.
Okay.
Because whatever happened to the church.
All right.
So, but it was on the church. Pretty good records that this was a story on a church in stained glass windows.
Okay.
Why would they, if it's not a story from the Bible?
Right. Yeah. That's odd.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, the Hamlin town records apparently start with this event. The records of this event is the first thing in the town history. So the earliest written record is from the Town Chronicles and the entry from 1384.
So 100 years after.
Which states, "It is 100 years since our children left." That's in the records of this, the surviving records of this town. And you could still go there and see these records. There's a museum there for the children of Hamlin.
I never thought the Pied Piper would actually have like
Historical basis.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's just one of those like stories that get told to children as a cautionary tale,
like Ring the Round Rosies. And stuff.
Yes. But like having actual factual records of people saying like our children have disappeared.
Wait, it gets better.
There's a stained glass window like depicting the story in a church, which just seems really odd.
Like I said, you paid for the whole steeple. I'm going to use the edge. Here we go. There's also an inscribed plaque on the stone facade of the so-called Pied Piper House, a private residence dating from 1602.
Okay.
Similar to the even earlier one etched on the building's window, which bears the explicit witness to the mystery. The inscription reads, AD 1284. On the 26th of June, the day of St. John and St. Paul, 130 children born in Hamlin were led out of town by the piper wearing multicolored clothes. After passing the cavalry near the Koppenberg, they disappeared forever. That was an inscription twice on the same building. Like it was originally on the window.
Yeah. And when were they written? Those inscriptions written?
When was it written? That one specifically was from 1602.
1602. Okay.
So again, 300 some years after. Jeez. In any case, the rats were added to the story in a version from 1559. It's a record of when they started talking about rats being involved, and absent from earlier accounts. So the records of it, but again, the only records that we have are the window and the town records and this inscriptions. Or maybe they just didn't have enough time to put the rat story in or carve little rats in the window. I don't know. 14th century chorus book, Deacon Lude of Hamlin was reported in 1384 to have in his possession a chorus book containing a Latin verse giving an eyewitness account of the event. So it's 1384 was a book, chorus book. 15th century Lüneburg manuscript, which is 1440 to 1450 was whenever it was kind of made, gives an early German account of the event. This manuscript is then reprinted in the Christmas edition of the Saturday Evening Post in 1955. So in the Post, this newspaper, on the back of the last tattered page of the dusty chronicle called The Golden Chain, written in Latin in 1370 by a monk named Heinrich of Herford, is written the following account. This is what it says in this account. And this was printed in a 1955 Christmas edition of the Saturday Evening Post. Here follows a marvelous wonder, which transpired in the town of Hamlin in the Diocese of Minden. In the year of our Lord, 1284, on the feast of St. John's and St. Paul, a certain young man, 30 years of age, handsome and well-dressed, so that all who saw him admired him because of his appearance, crossed the bridges and entered the town by the west gate. He then began to play all through the town a silver pipe of the most magnificent sort. All the children who heard this pipe, and the number of 130, followed him to the east gate and out of town to the so-called execution place. There they proceeded to vanish, so that no trace of them could be found. The mothers of the children ran from town to town, but they found nothing. It is written, a voice was heard from on high, and a mother was bewailing her son. And as one accounts, the years according to the year of our Lord, or according to the first, second, or third year of the anniversary, so do the people in Hamlin reckon the years after the departure of the spirits of their children. The report I found in an old book, and the mother of Dean Johann von Ludi saw the children depart. So this is supposedly record of this person. Keeping record from someone who this had happened to. There's also something on the town gate. A portion of the town gate was dated from 1556. It's currently exhibited in the Hamlin Museum. And the stone is the oldest surviving sculpture evidence for the legend. So this is something that survived. It bears the following inscription. In the year 1556, 272 years after the magicians stole 130 children from the city, this gate was founded.
So 3 instances where it's mentioned that 130 kids disappeared.
Yeah, on public records. Yeah. In public records, on public records, or something that was supposed to survive time. Dedication, years, hundreds of years after the kids left.
Right. I could see that being a thing now where like some, a mayor in some cities like trying to improve the economy, gets tourists coming like, this is the place where, the kids disappeared, but like 130 kids disappeared. But like these records are showing that this happened with a span of 100 years. Like the records are saying 100 years later, like this is where kids disappeared. So like, I feel like they're clearly not, it's not like a bragging thing or like for tourism. They're like, hey, come here.
Yep.
They're just like
was tourism a thing that's 1200s?
No.
Like
so clearly they're just like this something like messed up here happened.
The beaches of Hamlin. No children are ever allowed here, so come on out. Yeah. You hate children, come on down.
Come down here. Yeah, because what would be the point to say that if not just for saying something bad happened here, or like just like this is like the site of something.
Even keeping record of it 100 years after, 100 years after, no one's alive that remembered that.
No.
Especially this time in human history.
Right, yeah.
So that's the story, and that's the historical basis. We have this folktale, historical. It's tied to historical things that are recorded. There's a lot of theories, obviously, just like with our past episodes.
Yeah,
there's a lot of theories,
and no one's still really mentioning the rats at all. They're just saying a man came in and kids.
Again, 1500s is when the story of the rats popped in.
Okay.
But that's the first recorded. We don't know why the guy showed up. Now, there's a lot of interesting theories on why he was there, like what he actually was. So most people here are probably thinking, most people, the few people listen to this, are probably thinking,
the guy's a pedophile.
Flags fly up. No, I think a lot of people are thinking, oh, this is probably like a plague, which is, we're going to go into that. It's one of a plague is one of the theories of 9 I have that are common theories.
Okay.
So first is theory 1 is the Children's Crusade.
All right.
And that was in the 13th century?
1212.
Okay.
I want to say.
Part of a wave of medieval crusades aims at winning back the Holy Land.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what the whole Children's Crusade was? Because I have no clue.
So this is after, somewhere between the 4th and 5th Crusades.
Okay.
The First Crusade was the only successful one for the Crusaders because they actually captured Jerusalem. Every one after that was a complete failure because they got taken back by the Muslims. Every one since then was a failure. But I do know it's kind of debated if there actually was children who were involved with this, how it went about. But I do know for a fact that like the Pope, someone did go see the Pope about doing this crusade. The Pope, as Pope Innocent third, I want to say, was like, no, you can't do this crusade. A crusade has to have the papal authority or the papal blessing.
Right. Pope third. Yep.
The papal blessing, a blessing by the Pope saying you can do this crusade. Otherwise, it's not considered a crusade in quotation marks. But I do know that whoever did do this crusade, there's either one group or two different groups. The idea wasn't, they weren't going to actually go and try and like physically fight people in Jerusalem. They wanted to convert the Muslims.
So it was a guy from France and a guy from Germany, but actually, yeah. So you're right. The one thing that I'll add is, it seems that the narrative about this, why they call it the Children's Crusade, and I forgot about this when we talked about it earlier, was that it was visions by a French boy and a German boy to intentionally, or for an intention to peacefully convert the Muslims.
Yeah.
So it was like these guys had a vision. They went and told some people, and that's how it got started.
I think another thing I remember reading, like it's called a Children's Crusade. They might not have to be children. I mean, they're young. There's definitely young people, I would imagine, but like they were probably thinking 14 maybe, but like Children's Crusade because they didn't have weapons maybe. Like it's like, oh, it's not really like You know,
and it's because these two kids came.
Yeah, right. And then another thing I saw was like a term was used in Latin, used to describe the crusade. Didn't actually mean children, but actually meant like a lower class or like poorer people.
Okay.
So something that wasn't taken
Makes
seriously because they weren't using weapons. They were going to convert.
Like a mission trip.
Yeah, like a missionary kind of thing. But ultimately, the whole thing failed.
Okay.
One of the kids, the boys, was like, when we get to the Mediterranean Sea, it'll part for us. And that didn't happen. Like there's supposed to be like a Red Sea parting like Moses did. And then a lot of them went back home or kidnapped and put into slavery. The basis of the theory is that some of the children, possibly from Hamlin, went on this crusade. And you said one of the kids was from Germany, like the kid that
they said Nicholas of Cologne.
Okay, right. And then one was Stephen from France.
Stephen of Cloyes, yeah. So the bands of children that were on this crusade just got like sold into slavery instead. Like I guess like they were just like, hey, there's kids walking around, let's just take them. And so that's one theory is that could have been part of this children's crusade. It could have been like a cautionary tale of like, don't let this, fake prophet come in here or whatever.
They actually did get out to some body of water and like died.
Yeah. No one knows what happened after they left. Yeah. Theory 2 is a migration. So this BBC article comes up a lot, which I linked in the show notes, that there's a guy, his name is Wibke, Wipke, Reimer, who's a project coordinator at the Hamlin Museum currently. Yeah. And he's quoted directly in this BBC article. This person says that one of the leading current theories suggests the town's youth were part of a migration of Germans to Eastern Europe fueled by economic depression. Okay. So that it actually wasn't being stolen as much as like these kids who could have been not actually little kids, were like older kids. They were migrating to like find work. Okay. And the scenario, the project coordinator says the Pied Piper played the role of the so-called locator or recruiter for work. And so this person comes in responsible for organizing migrations to the east and were said to have colorful garments and played an instrument to attract attention of possible settlers. So he came into town playing stuff like to get people's attention and then said, hey, you should look at my clothes. I'm rich. Yeah, yeah. And so once you follow me because we're going to get you work to be rich like me. Yeah, I was poor. Yeah. Yeah. Some historians also believe that this immigration theory that they immigrated to Transylvania. This German linguist Jürgen Udolph theory is most accepted. He suggests the regions around Berlin as the most probable location and area that is now Eastern Germany. Reimer said that he backs up the theory by place name evidence. So, in fact, Udolph found the family names common in Hamlin at this time show up in surprising frequency in the areas of Eckermark and Prignitz near Berlin that he locates as the center of the migration. So he says like
family names just randomly just started popping up
right after this time that were common back in Hamlin, that region. So that's like a migration theory. Okay. Number 3, theory 3.
But why would they keep saying like if it's a migration thing? Why would like the families not go with them? Why would they just saying that these kids just disappeared?
Yeah, which is what popped up to me. Like, why wouldn't they just go with them?
Like, you kind of see the Children's Crusade thing, like one of either the Nicholas or was Nicholas the one from? He's the one from Germany. I can see him coming through and be like, "Hey, I've had these visions. We're gonna go do great things, and in the Holy Land in Jerusalem, we're gonna convert Muslims." I can see that kind of being the case. Like they took our kids from us,
right? And the migration theory doesn't hold. While it makes sense. Why would they be complaining of people taking their children? Right, yeah. Unless it was the village elders that were like, our children, our future of our town has been taken away from us. Oh. Because of migration. Okay. Like these people all left to find better jobs because of our depression.
I didn't even think of that.
Like that's what I would thought. Originally was like, maybe these are, when they say there's children, like the future of their town.
Yeah, maybe there wasn't.
This colorful team came in, this colorful person came in and said, look at my riches. I have a beautiful flute, whatever, Pied Piper, the piper thing. Number 3, the rat catcher or plague allegory. So another theory suggests that the rat catcher who was hired to deal with the rat infestation in town, that it evolved into this cautionary tale about the consequences of not honoring promises, or could be an allegory of the Black Death or other plagues that swept through Europe during the Middle Ages. So it could have been one of these plagues sweeping through as an allegory about that.
Okay. I think Black Death happened like 100 years after this.
And there could have been other ones, Again, people are still learning about this whole thing about medicine, back then was very foreign.
Sure.
This is kind of an allegory for like they say honoring promises or the Black Death or other plagues. So like,
which is
it came in, killed all of our kids.
I do like the allegory idea of it though too, because wasn't like a lot of, oh man.
It's like the girl who cried or the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah. What's the people that that wrote like Hansel and Gretel, those brothers.
Oh yeah.
They wrote like
the Brothers Grimm.
Yeah, they wrote a lot of really, really dark, messed up.
I think the Pied Piper is actually one of their a story they told, but like not like It's just one of their stories they used, but they're still backing for it.
Yeah, okay, because those are all like super dark.
Yeah,
but
the Brothers Grimm.
Yeah, the idea is they're supposed to be like these tales of cautionary tales.
Keep kids online. Yeah, basically scare kids not to disobey.
Yeah.
So it goes on to theory 4, which again is another moral allegory or religious allegory. Some interpretations of the story as a religious or moral allegory, with Piper representing a figure of divine justice or the test of a town's morality. So it's kind of like the Pied Piper comes in, takes your kids if you're not moral.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you're not, again, another cautionary tale. It seems like a lot of allegories from this time.
They didn't go to church enough, so the guy came and took their kids.
Yes, you go to church enough.
Yeah, so that's why they put them.
The Pied Piper is Jesus coming in, just swiping your kids.
I mean, maybe that's why they put them on the stained glass window.
Which could be like, hey, you better come to church, or this guy's coming to kick your kids. Yeah. But also, and you go back to the plague allegory. That could be like, go to church, or you're gonna get the plague. Yeah, that's how we keep the plague away.
Yeah, you don't pray enough.
Right. Theory 5 was also reported in BBC article I mentioned, the midsummer pagan celebrations. So it was reported in this BBC article that this date, specific to June 26th, is the date of a pagan midsummer celebrations, often as a place of emphasis. The children led away to the hills of Copen.
June 26th, isn't that like the summer
solstice?
Solstice, yeah.
So this is like kind of lines up with,
and they're not far. Like this is northern Germany, so they're not far from Copenhagen.
Yeah. So the date of pagan midsummer celebrations, because it's in that area. Tradition in some areas of Germany to celebrate midsummer by lighting bonfires in the hills. So that could have been, they may have been led away by pagan shamans to participate in these celebrations, going against God, going against the Christian religion. This led to them being massacred by Christians for believing in pagans. Following the pagan religions. Or
so the pagans didn't kill them,
or this led them away. The Pied Piper was this fires that were burning, the colorful thing that led them away from town and away from God.
Okay.
So that was like them turning to a pagan religion.
Gotcha.
Again, 130 kids. Just tell your kid that he's not going anywhere. So another allegory for religion.
Yeah.
We're gonna start 6 here, but what are you thinking so far? Bunch of hooey. Bunch of hooey.
No, not necessarily, man. I do think I think maybe this guy might be real, or a version, like maybe not necessarily man, but it could have been a kid, or
a situation that happened.
Yeah, he might not even have had some kind of instrument, but like the music they might be referring to is like the way he was able to speak and like the lure kids or like attract kids or like spit out like things that they want to hear. So I think that could be something, because I've heard like
he's like hip hop, like it comes in.
It's like a musical tone to him, and like there's alluring attitude. Yeah. It's almost like listening to music, like
right, like it's that
enchanting thing, like that charisma.
They say that about music through growing up. I mean, for me, growing up, like in our generation, I think every generation has that. Like comic books were like killing our kids,
yeah, right.
Music, right. In the back in the 90s, hip hop music with Dre and that was killing our kids. That was going to kill our kids.
Like explicit lyrics thing on the CDs. That was a like Congress thing about that. But I'm saying like he might have even played an instrument. He might have just been like that charismatic. They
called it like music. Like yeah. So number 6, symbolic interpretation. The rats in the story could symbolize various negative aspects of society, infecting society. And the piper's actions may represent a form of purification or a warning about the consequences of moral corruption. So you come in, you're trusting this guy who may not be Christian or may be Christian, coming in to clean up. He's going to promise moral cleansing, but then kill you or take you away. You know, like what jumps to mind when I read this one is like the problems that we have in society with cults through recent history and previous history about cults and everything. In society.
So he's morally cleansing the kids?
Like he comes in and says, in this case, it's interpretation of like the rats are the negative aspect of the town society, of the society. Okay. And the piper comes in and says, I have a remedy to fix that for you by worshiping the pagan gods or worshiping, different, kind of taking them. Yeah. You know, Christian way is not the right way. This is the right way. Gotcha. You know, just another allegory for that. Theory 7 is cultural adaptations. The story has been adapted and retold in various cultures and languages, each with their own unique twists, interpretations. In some versions, the piper is portrayed as a hero, while other he is a villain. It may have been that the story has been lost and that it could have been an allegory for various other things, but we don't know because it's been retold and told and written down so many times that it could have been the way that they word it in the historical basis. Who knows? Actually,
could have been skewed.
It could have been very skewed. Again, it could have been. So the theory is that it's just because it's been told so many times. Right. We actually have no idea, no way of knowing.
Yeah, sure, each person telling it might be like
it's been written down a few times, but who knows?
Different ways.
Even the records they have are hundreds of years after it happened, or 100 years after it happened at the earliest. So even that story told, you know, your grandma tells you something, your mom tells you something, then you tell your kid something. It changes, even then, not in a negative way, maybe, right? Or not in any, just because people forget crap. And also, they probably have an agenda. So this could have been, if it's on the church, that means the priest they're the ones talking about it. Yeah. So they're the ones retelling it and telling it every generation. Okay, yeah. So maybe it was some type of, as it changed, this priest said this and this priest said that, and they just kept on going. Because I mean, that stained glass
exaggerations done.
Stained glass was on there for 300 years or so, they say. Or not that, I mean, I could have been wrong. I'd have to go back and look at the math, but
I think,
right, so it was destroyed in 1660. So, number 8 is what you would think. This is my last one, actually. This is the last theory that it's actually, and this was backed up by a doctor who did research about this, which I'll go over in a second. A number of theories suggest that children died of some natural causes, such as disease, starvation, and the piper was some symbolic figure of death. So this is different from the disease one in that they died. Maybe the town went through a bad couple of years without harvest. All right. And they died. The Pied Piper came in and took them because parents couldn't provide. Right. Yeah. And this idea this idea was a pathogen or some type of disease was backed up by research. And this again, this is kind of both for the disease and this tale of a symbolic figure of death. Research by J.H. Dirks called The Pied Piper of Hamlin. He's a medical historical interpretation in the American Journal of Dermatology. Yes.
No clue what that is.
Right. No clue.
I'm
guessing dermatopology would be
something with the skin, right? Not necessarily dermatologist, but derma.
Right. Yeah. Derma. Again,
it's a mystery. No one knows.
There's no possible way for us to ever figure that out. Yep.
No.
So his research suggests that the children actually died in an outbreak of disease and were buried in a common grave, which would relate back to them being pulled into the hill, and gave a common grave at the site of the legendary disappearance in the mountains. The association with the rats points to the rodent-borne infection, and the pied, molted coat of the piper seems to be the indicated disease causing conspicuous macular lesions. So maybe they had colored lesions on their body. All the kids got this thing. Yeah. Maybe adults didn't get it. Kids got it by some rat-born thing. Yeah. They buried them all in a common grave.
Mass grave, yeah.
And that's why they're up in the hill in Copenhagen or whatever. That's all my theories. What do you think is the most likely? And I could go first if you'd like.
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay, I'm gonna yield.
Shut your mouth. I don't. For some reason, I really like the idea of an actual person coming into the town, and who just like that colorful and that like charismatic, that lure these kids away for what reason I don't know. Like it could have been like a Children's Crusade or
some reason they came.
Some
in.
reason, yeah. This person came in to help. Like there was a one theory like, hey, come with me. There's a better
life
this way.
Yeah, the migration story.
Yeah, or we're gonna go to the Holy Land and convert some Muslims. I like the idea, like not say like the idea, but something like this. It seems I find that idea fascinating. If someone came in that kind of like fear came in, and was like, hey, come with me.
Kind of led them all away, and it doesn't say how old the children were.
Right.
It seems to be the folklore. Obviously, is that they were young kids. We would think that.
Yeah, but yeah, what's our idea of young though these days? Like. Back then, like when you're 14, 15, you're probably like
married, have 30 kids.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I mean, because you die when you're 32.
Yeah. The lifespan was
lower. So
very low. Yeah.
I think. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. But that last one you did, it's still kind of like an allegory kind of thing, which I like. I don't know if I'm using that word right, but where the Pied Piper was this disease that the kids got from the legions from this rat infestation.
It would take into account the color,
and also take into account like them saying that we lost 130 kids,
and they all were taken to the same place.
Right? Yeah, that part too. Yes, yeah, they were like it's like a nice way of saying these kids are all dead.
Dermatopology is a study of skin pathology and a subspecialty of dermatology and pathology.
Okay.
So
I would be curious though if there's any other kind of record of something like that happening with like that kind of like colorful legions.
Yeah, I think that's what he bases his research on. I didn't read his research because it was behind a paywall and it was long.
I hate that paywall.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why my research is behind a paywall.
Yeah, you're right. These people have to make money. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't get money from it, but they're universities.
Yeah, the people have to make a living.
So
yeah, I mean, yeah, that.
I will say that
like a nice way to like, rather than saying, "Oh, these kids just died," we'll tell this nice story. But I'd be curious if that's actually what happened. Say that like that they got these legions from the rats. Why would they go to the extent of saying, I guess I did mention the rats, but that wasn't until much later, right? The rats were even mentioned
1500s.
Like 1500s.
Yeah. But maybe they get this, they said it could, I mean, they could have been like, hey, I saw a rat and all kids got sick. It could have been that type of thing. But I think also it's important to realize like maybe the Pied Piper represents not death, but like a doctor. Like we called this guy from this other town.
Okay.
He came in, but they all died. Or we tried to get him to save our kids, but they couldn't.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Yeah. Like he couldn't get rid of the rats, as in like the legions. We tried to pay him to help us and he couldn't, but they all died because he said, we got to go bury these kids so we don't get sick. Or the other kids don't get sick. So he was still taking their kids away from them. And it obviously was, 100 years later, 272
Something
years later,
clearly happened.
It was
to kids to, like,
it was a
get
mark
sick.
on that town.
Very much so.
So there was something that happened.
They're like commemorating it with like the stained glass window
That on the church.
in the church. Yep.
The town gate, which is on
That's
display in Hamlin
Yeah.
right now, you can go see. And with their town records starting 100 years after it. I mean, when I say starting, maybe it was the only one that survived, but I will say I'm on this website by, as I mentioned, D.L. Ashlam that did the research. It's called Pied Piper of Hamlin and Related Legends from Other Towns. And on this, there's 31 different legends related to the story that he has specifically. Some of them most of them are in English. So there's one from Syria. There's some of them just have authors. Some Austria, England, Germany. There is the Grimm's Brothers Grimm, it looks like. Children of Hamlin. So that's like even named that. The Brothers Grimm even name it the Children of Hamlin.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
So like there are specific countries on here: Italy, Austria, France, Denmark, Ireland, Iceland, Syria. It looks like, and then the rest of them are all Northern Ireland. One of them called the Children's Pilgrimage, the Devil likeness of the Pied Piper. So there is a lot of folk stories about this incident. Seems like around the world, but it all kind of started with Hamlin.
Yeah. So that could be interesting because it could just be like a children's story that these people, that the kids are told for one reason or another, but doesn't mean something like that didn't actually happen in one form or another in Hamlin. Like maybe it was just like death came in, or it could be also the fact that a similar thing happened to children in other parts in these other countries, like a death, some kind of like rat infested disease happened and kids died from it because they might have been more susceptible to it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we see that now with
because I'm sure like Nolly's, I'm not saying, I don't want to paint this picture of like, it's medieval Europe, but paint a picture of like everyone's unhealthy and like sickly because they're malnourished. But like, I think a lot of people were. I
want to go back to our last episode, Jack the Ripper. And we mentioned in there, they still weren't smart enough in the 1800s to put poop underground. And this is still the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a story about...
the guy had an outhouse.
Sure, but it's still going just in the ground.
Not everyone had a house, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure, he was the only one using it, right?
Yeah.
There was a story about early scientists, and this was it was in France. It was still like whenever, the explosion of science and everything that happened after Johann Gutenberg and the printing press and the Renaissance and everything. And this guy was the young scientist. He figured out like where these breakouts of cholera were in the city. I think it was France. It might have been England or France. I'm pretty sure it was France. But anyway, he found out that like he was really the first to start looking at it scientifically as like it was in the poor areas. And he was the one that actually got a map and said, okay, where is the cholera happening? And he started plotting on a map.
Where's the poop?
He started plotting on the map because, I mean, everybody was just pooping. Like, everything was just dumped in the streets, right? And it was going into the river, but it was generally flowing in the streets. And so he was like the one who was like looking at all these maps, and he's like, he was able to figure out that the more dots like started clustering around one area. And he's like, okay, here's where it's like we can see if we look at it from like here's the amount like people that are saying they have cholera that we found it. And he found that in the center of that dot was an orphanage. And an orphanage.
No,
the orphanage was throwing the poop in the street, and the diapers were clogging the drain. And that's how it was backing up and spreading cholera.
Jeez.
And that's what he figured. He's like, hey, look, this sewer that you have, maybe we should put this stuff on the ground, man.
These poor kids don't have enough. Now they're blamed for cholera.
Yeah. So, but it's just an idea of like.
That's interesting.
It's 1200s. It's not like, I mean, that was probably, I think it was 17 or 18. I think it was the 1700s. And because even after that, they started being like, we should put our sewers underground. We should make sewers. And like, even in America, they were like, there was some guys that were hired to, hey, how can these towns are already established, how can we put sewers under them? And they were like, the federal government at the time hired them to be like, go to the major cities and figure out how to put their poop underground.
I know we talked about this. I don't know if during, because again, we're kind of deviating here, but we're talking about the Victorian area in the last episode, Jack the Ripper. I think they might have had some form of plumbing.
I think it was just
the more wealthier areas, I think, might have had it. But I think it was also still being pumped back into the river.
1800s to 1900s when they started figuring out stuff should go underground.
Yeah. But during this time, sorry to go back, but during this time, 1200s, they're not doing that.
Right. And again, even up until 1800s, they were still just figuring that out.
Right.
Because in the early 1900s when they started doing it in America.
But I do think, like, again, this is not, I'm not trying to paint a terrible picture or gross exaggeration of the Middle Ages during this time, but I do think, at least in like some of these smaller towns, I don't know how big of a town as Hamlin was at the time, but it could possibly be the fact that they're not. These kids could be malnourished. Maybe why some of these kids had died. Like they might have had a bad harvest. If this is like a farming community, which I think a lot of these places were during that time, but they could be malnourished and like just didn't survive a winter or something like that.
Right. And the Pied Piper could have been the winter coming in and taking them.
Sure.
Or starvation. Like it could have been an allegory for anything.
Right. Yeah.
And if you look up pictures of Hamlin, like it looks like the traditional German town.
Oh, does it? Okay.
It has like that old, and it said that's
very cool.
It's like still kind of the same design. And,
Okay.
So I don't think a lot has changed over the last couple hundred years, but I don't know if it would look like that in the 1200s, obviously. So it was probably it looks like even now it's still a small town, but even then it was probably a small, very small farming community. 130 kids in a town. I mean, that's not that many kids when you think about a town.
I think a lot of people were trying to pump out kids too to help
farm.
Yeah. So I do like the story just because I knew of the Pied Piper, but I believe that these kids actually did die, which isn't sad, but
I would like to think
how they died,
I would like to think it's I would love to think that it's a guy came in, like you said.
Yeah.
Dressed up, real nice looking, and took the kids away.
Yeah.
Like
doing what? I don't know, but like
the religion seems to be the big driving factor through all these stories in this time.
Mm-hmm.
They're like a lot of the folk stories were about honoring God and following God and being immoral and stuff.
Yeah.
So this kind of fits in with that. I don't know. If
drives me nuts. Like, it also makes you think that he wasn't real because no one knows where the hell he came from.
Right.
Unless he's going across Europe doing this.
But is there records of travelers anywhere? I mean, is there records for that type of stuff? Especially back then? I mean, 100 years is whenever they had the first record.
Yeah. In this town. Yeah.
For this town.
Right. Yeah.
So was this, I mean, they said there was reports that migration was a thing, that people were going around getting others to move. And this was the guy that the project coordinator at the museum.
Oh, right. Forgot about that.
That this guy was known, or that there was things called locators or recruiters that were trying to find workers to come back and move, to immigrate to these areas to work.
Damn, I forgot about that.
Could have been mining. It could have been whatever.
Yeah.
There was at this time migration of Germans to Eastern Europe because of a depression going on in Germany at this time. So it could have been the kids, as in the younger adults, leaving the town.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably, I would love to think that was it. These kids didn't die. Little kids didn't die.
Yeah.
I would love to think that it's just, more than likely it's probably a plague. Just like the bubonic plague.
But if the kids did die and they were buried, wouldn't there be a mass grave around there somewhere that someone would have came across?
800 years later? I don't know. I mean, did they even look? Did they actually look? I mean, maybe.
It might not have been marked. I would imagine they marked it if they were like commenting on this in the
I guess if something I guess if something survived from that time, if like the house survived and the gate survived from the 1500s.
Oh right, yeah.
Maybe.
What do you think?
I want to think like, first going back to what you just said. If it's a mass grave from a plague, would they even mark it? Or did they just burn the kids? Did this doctor come in, take the kids and burn them up on the hill?
I keep thinking there's possibly might have been a doctor who's like, we gotta get these kids out of here.
Yeah, did he go? We got to get the bodies out of here before everybody's sick.
Yeah.
And he just burned them on the hill, and that was like so traumatizing. And that's why there's no grave, because they're all burned.
Right. We
burned them because of health reasons. I personally, going back to what you just asked, I think it was. If I had to put money on it, I would say it was probably some type of
disease.
Plague.
Yeah.
But can't rule out religion being the allegory for everything, that this was told to kids.
Yeah.
But losing 100,
but just like a morality kind of thing.
But having records saying lost 130 kids.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
It's been 100 years since we lost our kids.
That's what keeps sticking on me. Like, they're keeping records of this.
And they're saying records saying that we lost our kids.
Yeah. That's a lot of. I mean, that's a lot of kids.
Yeah, AD 1284 on the 26th of June, giving specific days. St. John and St. Paul Day. 130 kids born in Hamlin were led out of town by the piper wearing multicolored clothes. After passing the cavalry near the Koppenberg, they just disappeared forever. That was the inscription on the plaque on the facade of the so-called Pied Piper house, dating from 1602. Again, the reports chronicles from the 1384, which is 100 years. It's been 100 years since we lost our children. Since the children left. So there
Did
is.
it say since we lost our children, or just the children left?
It's 100 years since our children left.
Left. Oh.
There you go. So there's like two different. The next one, the one after that, though, on the facade said there were 130 children born in Hamlin were led out of town by the piper wearing multicolored clothes.
Okay.
They were led out of town. After passing the cavalry near the Copenberg, they disappeared forever. So it doesn't really, it's like almost itself is only like some weird allegory or like riddle. Why couldn't they just say, hey, these people were murdered or these people died of a disease? Like there's no record of like,
right.
You took the time to write 100 years since our children left, but you don't say why they left or how they left or.
Maybe it's kind of like a loving memory kind of thing. A loving memory lost too soon. Like a lot of people say that now. Like they want to be like, died horribly. You like when people, you see that on like someone's back of the car, loving memory of so-and-so, the years like, they're born, but like lost too soon.
Lost,
yeah.
100 years after.
Yeah, but yeah, that's.
I mean, and maybe it's a combination of all these things. Maybe it's a disease that came in, which is also then taught as an allegory of like keeping ourselves clean because the devil came in here and got us sick, So maybe it was like, I would think, if I had to guess, I would say that it was a disease and it was used as an allegory.
Okay.
If I want to go back and retract and
I
say
like that. I like that.
I would love for it to be an actual person, like you said, that came in and like murdered him. Like, the actual folk tour. I wish that I would hope that would be the story.
Yeah.
Not that I want to see kids die.
Right.
But like that would be that. If this was a true story, I want it to be the exact way it's written as a folk story.
But it like
folklore.
Again, you go back to like a man that was like that came in that he might not have been that nicely dressed or actually played music, but
his charisma was
his charisma. Maybe the parents are saying that he was this like unusually dressed man who played this magical music, lured a kid away because like they let it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like they let this kid's
like a cult.
Join a crusade or join a cult or get taken away or join pagans or something like that. Like they let it happen. But I can't imagine like they would let Kimmy would let 130 kids just be like, all right, see you later, bye.
Right, which I think
unless they weren't actually kids. They were like
young adults.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the pagan, could it be the pagans come in and say, I don't think. I preface by saying preface this by saying, if the pagans came in and took them, led them away as like a cult type of thing. Again, it would just be used as an allegory.
Yeah.
But why would 130 kids? Unless they were like, hey, here's a bunch of candy, which I don't know what candy was back
strudels.
then. Yeah. Here's some like
here's
whatever
some food.
Here's some. Yeah. Here's anything more than corn, wheat. Like I don't know. I don't know what they had back then.
I don't know what you guys are raising over here.
I'm not sure what kind of stuff they had back then. But what would lead 130 kids away from their parents?
Yeah.
Maybe the kids were happy to get rid of them.
By saying they're pagan, that doesn't mean it's a cult, but
no, pagan as in like the following of the pagan religions.
Yeah.
The midsummer celebration stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a party and they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna go party up in the hills. Maybe that's where the drinking in the woods came from. That we,
the kids
the Boone's Farm thing.
Boone's Farm.
I don't know. It is again just like any other mystery we've talked about on the show.
Another
it
mystery.
Could be everything.
No. It could be all of it.
Again, the common themes of the show. We can't say any words or any names.
Yeah.
Terrible at it.
Pronunciations.
Yes. Can't even say the word pronunciation. And we have no answers.
No.
We make it worse because we can more confuse. We made it worse.
There are so many options.
We just keep
confuse ourselves even further.
And we keep up perpetuating the theories.
Yeah.
By offering no clues on the answers.
That's good. Perpetuate. I like it. Yeah.
Can say that word. Can't say any name from Russia or any other country, but
you say perpetuating.
Yes. So thank you all for being here, watching or listening, however you're observing us on this fight night. If we go back to the beginning of the show, we have socials. Please contact us on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, @MysteriousPals. On Twitter or X, whatever the hell it's called, @mysterious_pals. If you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe if you enjoyed the show.
Yeah.
Don't subscribe just because we're asking you.
Yeah.
Subscribe if you liked it.
Please comment or have any suggestions. Please pass some suggestions along.
Yes, if you want suggestions for stories, the more obscure the better. Please email us or get us at one of the social media contacts we just mentioned, or that are all in the down below in the video or in the podcast feed or in the show notes. If you're listening to a podcast feed, please give us a follow. Again, it helps us out. You can rate us, I guess, on these podcast feeds as well. Rate us or review us. Stars. It really helps us out. Unless you give us no stars or 1 star, then you're really screwing us over here.
And we put our sources in the show notes, by the way. And they
yes,
probably
as
do
always.
a lot better job of explaining these things than we probably will.
Yes, I would suggest going to check out the research by, and I'm going to mention his name again, D.L. Ashlam. It's a link. The link is it goes directly to a old school GeoCities website. Like it's just an old school website that's just it's a hypertext website.
That's what I came across when I was doing the Jack the Ripper on casebook.org.
But the great thing about it is all of the research he did about all these different stories throughout Europe and how they're related. And it's really awesome. You can read them, like the ones they were talking about in Syria and Austria and Italy, and like all these different common themes of this person coming and taking the kids away.
Let's quickly put it all together.
Yes. And the last thing here, the music, intro, outro music by a band called Dethlehem.
Mm-hmm.
The link is in the show notes. It's also in if you're on YouTube, it's below in the description.
Yep.
Jordan, thank you for being here this week.
Thank you.
I can't wait till next week. What's on the agenda?
It's a mystery.
Great.
No one knows.
Great. As always, stay mysterious, my pals. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
What was in that, like, why was it a thing that like all hobos, was there like a king hobo that had like the stick with the little pouch tied on? Why do they always have a stick with a pouch? Why don't they just carry the pouch? Why'd they have it on the end of a stick?
I don't know.
I'm really bouncing into things today, but
I'm not.
like there's a long stick and they always tie like.
I was alive in the 1800s, but
yeah, like it seems like such a pain to like tie that stick up because then you got to carry it. Like why the hell are you carrying it away up there?
I guess maybe it's easier to carry.
Other hobos come and grab it off you.
That's true. Yeah, we can use it as a weapon.
Yeah, but then you're just beating them with all your stuff and your
but
beans
it could also be
out.
like a walking stick if you need it as a walking stick. I would imagine. Yeah.
Then you're just dragging your beans on the ground and with all your possessions.
Your beans.
I don't know what you have in there. Remember that time we went camping and we cooked our soup like in the can? We found out you could just cook it in the can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
We were almost
We were halfway there.
We just needed a stick and a satchel.
Yeah, I don't have a bandana to use to. All right. Warning. Listener discretion is advised. The following episode contains information and description of children being murdered. Please take care and consider this before proceeding with the episode. Hello and welcome to the Mysterious Pals Show. My name is Chris, and thank you for being here today. But brr, is it cold outside? But my co-host Jordan got me so warm on the inside. His dad called him the worst jingle bell once.
The worst jingle bell.
But I'm still glad he's here.
That was a bad Christmas.
I'm still glad he's here. Jordan, welcome to the show.
Hello, Chris.
Hello. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Every week, it's just a joy.
Nice and warm in this basement this time of year. It's good. It's good.
Well, technically. This side of the basement's not really. There's no. Yeah, it's a long story. But anyway, thank you for being here. We are going to talk about something mysterious today, oddly enough.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Right.
Jordan, what do you got for us? Thank you for being here.
Well, thanks for having me, Chris. Today is a little teaser. We're doing something. I'm going to give you a couple things here.
Okay.
We're dealing with police corruption.
Okay.
A missing person, an imposter, and a serial killer. All right.
A whole Christmas miracle here we got for us today.
Yeah. Happy holidays. Enjoy your loved ones while you can. So today's mystery is what happened to Walter Collins.
What happened to Walter Collins?
Have you ever heard of Walter Collins?
I've never heard of Walter Collins.
All right. So
seems like a very generic name.
Yeah. Yeah. So they did a movie.
Old Wally C.
Wally C. They did a movie about this, I don't know, like 15 years ago.
Really?
Yeah. I never watched it. Clint Eastwood directed it. He's done some really good movies.
Was it El Torino? Was that what the one?
No.
That was a good movie.
That was a good movie. Yeah, he's done some really good movies, some not so much. I haven't seen this one. But Walter Collins is a 9-year-old boy who went missing in March of 1928.
1928?
1928.
So this is like
in Los Angeles, California.
28.
1928. So
man, I'd imagine a lot of people went missing in the 1900s, like early 1900s.
So, but this is kind of
we talked about this before. People just like, oh, that guy just moved. That family just moved.
Right.
Yeah, like
right, yeah,
people just go missing all the time. It's not like they're tracking them. Like
right. Yes.
Even before that, I mean, it was even worse.
But like, so I don't know if you're like familiar with like noir, like detective like stories. So it's like this is kind of like around that time. A lot of what we're talking about deals with that kind of like storytelling.
Okay. And you're specifically talking about like that when you say noir, you mean like everything's colored black and white kind of?
Yeah. Because noir's black, yes.
I wasn't alive in the 1900s. Do you think people just saw no color? Like it seemed you know where I was going with that.
I think there's like a throwaway. I wasn't alive in the 1900s, but you were. You're born, in the 1900s.
Okay. I was going more of like
early 1900s, yeah, like turn of the century kind of,
I'm not privy to the goings on in the 1900s. Yeah. Was it all black and white?
No.
Okay.
But that's interesting though, like people who weren't around that time, like you ought to make you think kind of that way, right?
Yeah, obviously.
It's based on movies and stuff like that, but like
you see pictures, it's all black and white.
Right.
I've had kids ask me like, why were there no colors in the pictures? I'm like, because they didn't invent color yet, man. I don't know what to tell you.
There was no technicolor.
They didn't invent color. Wasn't invented till like the 60s.
Although they did it in Wizard of Oz, and that was like the 30s. I don't know how they pulled that off.
I thought they went back and recolored it.
Is that what they did? No.
Look it up.
All right.
I don't know. Just look up what was the original Wizard of Oz. Computer. Wizard of Oz. Who was the person who played? What the heck was her name?
Oh,
Alice?
Oh my gosh, no.
Wendy?
Dorothy.
That's what it was. Dorothy. Dorothy in Wonderland. What was the name
Dorothy
of that?
Wonderland. This is terrible. I know she's Liza Minnelli's mother. My mom's probably watching this and like Judy Garland. Judy Garland, yeah.
Judy Garland. Was she only famous because of that, or was she like pretty well known? I mean,
Judy Garland.
And I guess like in the night when that time when the movie was made,
it came out like 30s.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, so the first iteration of the movie was shot entirely in black and white. The much more famous 1939 adaptation, was shot in Technicolor.
Okay.
Was certain sequences.
So they invented it in 1938.
Brownish black and white.
They invented color in 1939. There, you heard it here, kids. 1939.
Hot take.
Color came around. Judy Garland.
Judy Garland, yeah. I remember there was
Was that the lady who had her shirt blown up or dress blown up on the subway?
That was Marilyn Monroe.
Difference.
Much later. Well, 50s, 60s, maybe when it happened.
I don't know. Couldn't care less. But Judy Garland.
But I remember like speaking of Wizard of Oz, that whole thing. I remember if you like, so you know, like the MGM movies is that like line that like roars at the beginning of some of these movies.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah.
We should have a lion roar.
If you could, there apparently if you synced up The Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd. Remember hearing about that?
Yeah.
Which is crazy because like that was before the internet. But like that was a known thing. Like people were like, oh yeah, people just knew that and it got around. But like,
yeah, I wonder where that
before the internet. Isn't that weird though? Like that information just kind of traveled.
I mean, you got to remember, like the internet was around in the 60s, the ARPANET. And it really wasn't until I think like the 80s, 70s or 80s, whenever the HTTP protocol came around, where they started like, that was whenever they got together. I can't remember his name.
Skynet.
No, they got together. I think that was the guy with the robots. They got together and like they started a protocol within the networking of, so people with different universities can share information so they can research.
Al Gore, he invented the internet. Remember that? He said that.
Who?
Al Gore.
Is this the guy that landed on the moon?
Yes, it's Al Gore. And he invented the Three Musketeers.
Yeah, so Timothy Berners-Lee, that's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
He was part of the group that invented Mosaic, was one of the first web. Internet Explorer was a web browser.
Web browser.
Mosaic was the first web browser. And I think it was...
That was in the 80s?
I want to say 87. Maybe it was 97. It was the first web browser commercially available. But I think in the 80s or 70s is whenever Timothy Berners-Lee and that group got together to make that protocol. No, the ARPANET was around before.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. ARPANET was what they were using in the Cold War.
Right.
So
if
California got nuked, they could send a message to everybody and be like, we got nuked, so launch our nukes. Like, that's the whole basic behind it. They can, instead of having to call. And actually, there was a lot of like phone, there was actually Bell Atlantic, like different phone companies had these like, before the ARPANET came like around, they had like these buildings that were like underground. They were like safe from blasts and stuff. They were basically just a bunch of switchboards of people sitting there like, that would be, so if we did get nuked, they could still call people. Yeah. But then...
Were those in like the bunkers? Because I know like throughout the United States, there's like bunkers are like for the president to go to, the vice president to go to.
It's something like that. There's like, I think there was some documentaries about these like buildings that were basically like the phone company, but it was like a special branch of it, I think is how it went. And like, they were just like, your only job is to be available to do the switching before we had automatic switching, which is, take this wire and plug in this wire. Right. And then automatic switching came around, electric switches, and then ARPANET and that whole thing came around where they could say, we're being bombed, and then everybody knew at the same time, basically messaging it.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. So it was just, and then some jackasses went around and made Facebook and
ruined it. Ruined
X
the internet.
And Twitter, and it got even better because
it got better.
Things got real weird on the internet. I'm going to bring this up because it's really interesting to me. Just technology in general, obviously. I've talked about this before, but I had someone, and I got not an argument, but a discussion about, and it was during my dissertation work, about how kids work today, right? It's in education.
Yeah.
And this person said, I think it's ridiculous the way information is available today, because whenever I was doing research for my undergraduate work, I had to go, and this is an older person, had to go into the library and look in
Dewey Decimal.
Find the book and go to the, so you went to the card catalog. You looked to the topic you wanted. It told you to go to a certain area.
Yeah.
You got a book, you opened up the index, the internet is an index.
Right.
And I compared, like, this is how you basically Googled it.
Yeah.
Without Google. And like,
yeah.
And so like, she was like, oh, it's just a faster way of doing that.
Yeah.
It's more openly available.
Much faster way of doing it.
But as we found out, you can also put a lot of non-information in there that people don't really need to know or shouldn't know.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's the principle or the idea of it is amazing. Just like,
the open availability of information.
Yes.
But like humans do with everything,
they ruin it.
Yeah. In any case, we're going to talk about a murdered child.
Possibly murdered child. So again,
but Judy Garland, what a goddess.
Technicolor.
Technicolor.
Yeah. Again, Walter Collins went missing March 1928 from Los Angeles, California.
Okay.
Give a little background what's going on, at least in regards to the United States, what's happening in 1928. We were in the roaring 20s.
Nice.
There's like mass consumerism.
Love mass consumerism.
Yeah, big economic growth since World War I. People are buying automobiles. There's a big migration from people moving from like were moving into the cities, like an urban migration. But this is also very close to like the stock market crash, which is the beginning of the Great Depression. Prohibition's going on right now. That all started because like there's a big movement where people are like, if you drink alcohol, it's going to ruin the family unit. People are like, this is...
And they were right.
yeah. I mean, yeah. But that ended up happening. What ended up happening was crime rose, like bootlegging, gangs formed. People like Al Capone rose to power because of stuff like this. But in regards to LA specifically, during the 1920s, the Los Angeles Police Department was very, very corrupt.
Stock car racing. That came around too. Right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, stock car racing. Yeah, because of the bootleggers. Yeah. But in LA, like the police force was known to be corrupt. Like it was well documented. The general public knew it. Newspapers knew it. They were also taking bribes from a lot of these mafia people. So again, this was happening in LA, which is where this boy, Walter Collins, disappeared. Also, the police are very much well known for brutality. Their police chief was called like Two Guns Davis, kind of like a shoot first, ask questions later kind of guy.
This is much like you.
Yeah. And when I carry my
Two Guns Joey.
Two Guns Joey.
Yeah.
So on March 10th, I'm going to go back a little bit here. So Walter and his mother, Christine, were living in a middle-class neighborhood in LA. Her husband, Walter Sr., also Walter's father.
What's middle class in 1920s, you think? Is that like kind of like comfortable life?
Comfortable enough, yeah.
One car, stay-at-home mom, that type of thing.
So we'll go into this a little bit later as far as what women were doing. There's time or what they were allowed to do, but like there was during this time an elevation in what women were able to do as far as working. Like it was kind of more socially acceptable, at least in urban areas. So she was working, so she was able to support Walter on her own. But her husband was in jail. I've seen multiple things. Either he was in there for robbery or for bootlegging or working at like a speakeasy. It was just her, Christine, and her son, Walter. March 10th of 1928, Walter asks his mom for some money to go see a movie. He gives him a dime, go see a movie.
Was there sound in those movies yet? The talkies?
Oh, I didn't think about that. I imagine it's like Charlie Chaplin kind of stuff.
Okay.
So probably not talking.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know when sound came around. I figured.
But she gave him a dime, and I wonder like what that equivalent would be today. $5, maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Still couldn't get into a movie.
But she's like, yeah, go see the movie on your own.
How old was he?
9.
9-year-old boy.
Yeah, I didn't see anything. It seemed like he just went on his own, no friends or anything like that. But these might have been slippery times. People weren't necessarily been like, people weren't really locking their doors or like, again, this is LA. So I don't know.
What the internet did was make us all aware of everything that goes on. Stuff still went on.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah,
people were still getting murdered and getting, police brutality, but now we can see it and know about it.
It's much more in our face. We can actually see it.
Which is good and bad, but it's also good because we know that the world was actually messed up.
Yeah.
It was always messed up. In most cases, a lot more.
Yeah, sure. Yes. So time goes by. She realizes her son hasn't come home yet after seeing the movie. I'm kind of curious what movie it's supposed to be, but I didn't see anything about this. So she quickly, like within hours, files a missing child report. The police, they started a citywide investigation searching for Walter. So they're under scrutiny. The police department's under scrutiny at this time. Like I said, the general public thinks they're corrupt, incapable, inept. Newspapers are writing things saying that they're not really solving cases, which goes back to them being corrupt. Maybe they're being paid off, which a lot of times they were by a lot of these local mobs. Also during this time, several children in the LA area have gone missing. Now LA is big. Obviously huge now, but even back then it was pretty dang big. There's been reports of missing children already.
Is it just general missing? Like
young children
were they
just gone?
No, I know were they ever, any endings of those stories? Were they ever found?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Yeah. Great.
We'll go into that.
Can't wait.
So they're feeling pressure to the police force. All right, we gotta preserve our image, not preserve, but make our image better.
We should arrest someone and
make some kind of conclusion or see this through. Walter's father, who's I mentioned, was in prison. He believes his son was abducted by some people he might have in the past revenge. Yeah, thank you. Revenge
on
type
him.
of thing. Yeah. Or out of retaliation or something like that. So they're doing this big investigation. They're going door to door. Apparently neighbors of the Collins claim to have seen Walter in the backseat of a car at a gas station trying to get out. Another claimed to have seen a man and a woman asking for Walter's address. Like asking them for like Walter's address. Man and a woman, okay? But nothing happens.
Wait, so this kid
March
was
10th.
March 10th. And people, all these reports come in of them seeing.
Like
seeing
the
this
police
kid.
are doing investigations. They're like searching. I think they live in the neighborhood called like Lincoln Heights. They're searching all around there. They even go to like a lake or a pond that's in that area to like see if they can find a body. This is going on for a while. It takes 5 months for something like to happen.
So they said someone.
Yeah, they said someone at a gas station
asking him about his address.
They saw someone at a gas station. They claim they saw Walter in the car, backseat of a car, like out under newspapers. And someone else said that they saw a man and a woman asking for Walter's address.
Okay. They're asking him for his address.
I couldn't tell if it was asking him or asking them personally for Walter's address. Like neighbors, apparently these are neighbors of where Christine and Walter were living. Like,
Okay.
hey, went to their house. Like, do you have Walter's address?
Oh, okay.
But nothing conclusive happens for days, weeks, and even months until August 4th, 1928. 5 months later, a boy claiming to be Walter Collins is found in DeKalb, Illinois. We're talking Los Angeles to DeKalb, Illinois. I looked this up. It's 1,954 miles away. This boy, Walter Collins, is found.
5 months later.
5 months later. No, that's a long distance, but a boy, like anyone could get that distance
Right.
in 5 months for sure.
Yeah, especially automobiles, like
Yeah.
our thing, right?
Sure.
Wait, this is 1928 though.
Automobiles are your thing, yeah. But like highways weren't what they are now.
Yeah. Highway
But
system
again,
didn't come until
yeah.
like 50s, 60s.
Yeah. Under like Eisenhower. But again, you could
I mean, you
trains
can get there,
are
right?
a thing, yeah. You
Yeah.
can still drive. It's all just take a while. But 5 months you can do that trip.
Yeah.
A little boy though, 9 years old, like that's kind of odd. That you're just hitchhiking and like
Right.
but when someone at some point be like,
Someone
aren't
would
you
have
9
said
years old?
something.
Shouldn't you be at home?
There would have been reports of
Yeah.
this.
What are you doing? Why are you hitchhiking?
You ever have those like thoughts when you were 9 years, like 8, 9, 10 years old? I'm sure, I was always out running around, getting into trouble.
Yeah,
A lot
we
going
were told
home,
to play
and then-
outside.
Yeah,
we were like,
going
go
home. And
play
there's nothing
outside.
else to do
Yeah.
when I was growing up. I mean, I don't know. Nintendo came around at some point, but like,
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that's the thing. I remember having the internet. I remember like we had a family computer
That
we
was
had
like-
to share. But I like also before that, I remember we had a
there was
Nintendo.
nothing to do on the internet then. There was
Yeah.
like 7
Yeah,
websites. Yeah.
there was like Encyclopedia Encarta that I like used just to watch like random videos. But even before that, I remember having a Nintendo and even an Atari. But like I'd play that for a little bit, but I'd still go outside.
Boring. Yeah. You get bored with that
Yeah.
for like 20 minutes.
Well, that's kind of weird. Like you and I are on that like cusp of like knowing what it's like before, knowing what it's like after that stuff. Whereas
Yeah.
kids are like they don't know the difference now.
Yeah. I mean, there's kids,
They still go out and play. I mean, for the most
it's
part,
just,
I would
it's just a little
imagine.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I do remember going out and cutting in trouble. And I remember those times when you think, you read the book Boxcar Children, or
Yeah.
like,
I remember reading those.
what's that book even about? What was that series about? Kids lived in a boxcar?
Yeah,
what was that teaching us?
They were doing like yeah, well,
They were solving crimes.
yeah. But I also can't remember why were they living in a boxcar.
Or why were they called the Boxcar Kids? There's like the Babysitters Club, Boxcar Children.
The babysitter, like the kids at the babysitter goes, they had parents, but what were the kids doing living in a boxcar?
We gotta have a whole podcast
Deep dive into that. That's a
where
mystery.
we just read those stupid ass books and talk about them.
Read them out loud.
Yeah. No, that's copyright. We can't. Do
Oh,
that.
right.
But we can read them and be like, what the hell? Anyway,
Yeah, they're outside.
Boxcar Children. So anyway, you always have those like, there was a tons of those books back then.
Right.
And even movies about like running away from your parents or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Did you ever have that vision or like, did you ever think like, just leave?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We used to hang out on the train. I don't know if you did this. We hung out on the train tracks a lot growing
Yeah.
up because there was like, nothing else much going on, but we, walk on the train tracks, build bike jumps somewhere in the
Yeah.
woods, build forts.
Yep.
that type of thing. Find garbage, throw it off a bridge or something. We did all.
Yeah, we one place we lived, we had a creek by us, so we used to like walk that to see how far we can get and how deep it got. That was always really cool.
Yeah, there
like,
was.
Man, well, we could build a boat and just like sail away from this place.
Yeah, like do you ever think like there's kids that actually did that?
Yeah,
and they just like
sure.
I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Being a runaway, living in a boxcar.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up.
I want to find a boxcar. Where do you even find? Where does one find a boxcar that you can live in that no one's like, hey man, get out of my boxcar?
Real yard.
Yeah, but like they use those.
Yeah, so these kids are just living in this thing, hoping it doesn't shake them to the next.
It's a giant boxcar. Do they push it off? I guess if you can push enough kids.
How are they bathing? Or like how are they eating?
I mean,
are they just like?
That's a dream,
hobos.
right?
They're hobos.
That's a dream, is not to bathe when you're that age.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to bathe.
Yeah, I don't want to brush my teeth.
Yeah. And then you like watch. You ever watch a Dennis the Menace movie, the live action one?
Yeah.
Or that like weird hobo guy he like messes with. He gets the beans. What was in that? Like, why was it a thing that like all hobos? Was there like a king hobo that had like the stick with the little pouch tied on? Why do they always have a stick with a pouch? Why don't they just carry the pouch? Why'd they have it on the end of a stick?
I don't know.
I'm really bouncing into things today, but
I'm not.
like there's a long stick and they always tie like.
I was alive in the 1800s, but
yeah, like it seems like such a pain to like tie that stick up. Because then you got to carry it. Like, why the hell are you carrying it away up there?
I guess maybe it's easier to carry.
Other hobos come and grab it off you.
That's true, yeah. You can use it as a weapon.
Yeah, but then you're just beating them with all your stuff and your beans are falling out.
It could also be like a walking stick if you need it as a walking stick, I would imagine, yeah.
Then you're just dragging your beans on the ground with all your possessions.
Your beans.
I don't know what you have in there. Remember the time we went camping and we cooked our soup like in the can? We found out you could just cook it in the can?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
We were almost
We were halfway there.
We just needed a stick and a satchel.
Yeah, I don't have a bandana to use to. All right. Walter Collins, Idaho. What was he at?
Illinois.
Okay.
August 4th, 1928. A boy claiming to be Walter Collins is found in Illinois, 1,954 miles away from Los Angeles.
Okay.
So you would imagine like this gets word gets back to Christina's mother. She's ecstatic, as any mother would be. It's been 5 months since she's seen her son. And I can only imagine, like, if I had a kid, they'd like just disappear. Like, not hearing anything for 5 months would be terrifying.
At 5 months, you'd probably give up. You'd never really give up, but you're like,
because isn't that whole like 48 hours thing? Like, the statistic now is like after 48 hours, like the likelihood of it just decreases.
And even finding, I think that's also like relating to like clues.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. But 5 months later, she's like, oh, crap, my son's alive. Like, this is insane. So photos of the boy were taken by local police and letters written by the boy were sent to, both pictures and letters are sent to Christine. She sees the pictures like, yeah, this, I don't know, kind of looks like him. Like it resembles my son. She kind of has her doubts.
You're probably at that, like, she'll take anything at this point. Like,
sure, yeah.
Yes, that's him.
Yeah. Like, oh, it kind of looks like my son. It has to be my son. It's been 5 months since I've seen him. And I was like, maybe pictures weren't that great back then, but I found some pictures online. Again, they could have been enhanced like with today's technology, but they look pretty.
I mean, also
clear enough that
how long does it take to get developed? Are they like sending these in the mail? So 6 weeks later, she's like, oh, it is my kid. Like, or she's just jumping in a car and going. No,
it took a while, but like what ends up happening is the word gets back to the LA Police Department and like, okay. So what happens is like the police in DeKalb, Illinois, they get the boy. I think the police chief, she takes the boy home with her as all this stuff is unraveling. She contacts the LA Police Department. LA Police Department is like, perfect. We really didn't do anything, but
we solved it.
We got him.
Yeah. Congratulations, guys.
So they put on this kind of like media spectacle because at this time, like people are very just like, where's this kid? So they put on this spectacle where like they put Walter in quotation marks on a train. And they have like this media out like press conference where they take pictures. The boys get out of the train, get pictures of this boy reuniting with his mother. We solve the case. We save our face. People will love us again. People will trust us again. So they put the boy on the train. As soon as Walter gets off the train, Christine's like, that's not my boy.
Do you think it's like what's that theory? Like a blind spot? Like it's like she doesn't remember him. So it's like I mean, at 5 months.
Yeah, but
a
it's
9-year-old.
Like it's also the boy's mother. Like,
yeah,
it's not like
I guess you're
it
right.
hasn't been 5 years,
right.
5 months.
Okay.
But I mean, you don't know. Like,
You know, this happened recently. Like, I mean, it still happens to this day. It's like some girl went missing like a year or two ago, and she just walked into a police station, and like, I think she like went lost from like Texas, and she walked into a police station, like I want to say like Idaho or somewhere up north, Dakota or something, North Dakota or like Chicago, and was like, "Hey, I'm that girl. Stop looking for me." Because she's like 16 or 17 now,
okay.
and she went missing when she was 15 or something, and her mother was like, "What the heck? You're alive!" Like, she was missing, and then she just walked. I have to look up the story of the girl.
So wait, she
just walked into the police station and was like, "I'm here. I'm this girl you've been looking for. Stop looking for me."
did she run away from home?
I guess she had. I guess she staged it to look like she was got abducted, or no one really knew what happened to her. She just disappeared. She left like her phone and everything in her house, so people thought that she disappeared, like was abducted. Yeah, I have to look it up.
Stop looking for me.
Yeah, I have to look it up, like, because it was like in the summer this was happening. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Dang. Yeah, the boy gets off the train. Like, this is not my son. She goes up to Police Captain J.J. Jones, who's, keep in mind, he's under, this captain is under this police chief that's kind of like known for being, like, this police force is known for being brutal, like, kind of shoot first, ask questions later kind of thing, like, pretty hostile.
They shoot the boy, and they're like, was that not your son? Sorry. Old two guns, got him.
So he's kind of, this is what he says. Apparently he's quoted, like, when this goes to court, ends up going to court, apparently he's quoted as saying, just try the boy out.
Just try him out?
Yeah. For some reason, I just see this guy being like this, like, you know.
Oh, God, lady, just leave me alone. It's a boy. We got you a boy.
Yeah. You wanted a boy. Here you go, doll face.
Come on,
yeah. Like, just
get
so
out of here, toots.
dismissive.
Get out of here.
Just try the boy out.
You make me a sandwich, and yeah. That's exactly.
So
it sounds like the time.
This boy, prior to this homecoming, and even when he was like found and picked up, like, he was being very vague, wasn't saying a lot, wasn't getting more details. He's overall just being like very quiet.
Are we gonna talk about the other kids that are missing?
Yes.
You mentioned? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
But the police are certain, or they're just saying like it's him, just for the safe face, that perhaps he was.
Don't listen to the mother. It's him.
Yeah. Well,
trust us.
What would the mother know?
We would never lie to you. This lady doesn't know what she's talking about. She's a woman.
Well, yeah.
1920s. It's a woman. You know, come on. We're men.
We'll go into that too.
Please, like, weird being facetious. That's not.
No, but like this is what's basically
right. But like, I know we're saying,
yeah.
We're
like,
mocking them.
Yes, we're not. Yeah, we're not
saying that's
in
true.
line with that.
Yeah.
But even like experts are saying, like, maybe he was kidnapped. If he was kidnapped, he went through some kind of trauma, so he, of course, he's gonna be quiet. Like, why? Like, if he experienced something like this, his demeanor might change. So Christine, the boy's mom, agrees to take him home.
Try him out.
Yeah,
trial run.
She's trying him out. Surprisingly, their family dog Tiny runs up to the boy, starts licking him, almost as if he recognizes that, like, this is Walter. Like the family dog recognizes this boy. Like, oh, it must. So people are like, this goes in newspapers. So I was able to find the newspapers. But again, experts are saying there's a clear sign that, like, this boy must be Walter. If this family dog is being this friendly towards him and like this accepting of him as soon as he walks in, apparently that might not have been the case with the dog, with around strangers.
Right.
Who knows?
Love dogs. I have dogs in my life. They're dipshits. So.
But again, like, so they're publicly saying Christine's wrong. Again, why wouldn't
the dog like? What would a mother know?
Exactly. Yeah. So 3 weeks later, she sticks around this boy for 3 weeks. September 1928. She's like, again, this is not my boy. She gets signed statements from like neighbors and friends of the family, people that know Walter.
The other humans, not the dog.
People,
the dog signed off and said it was.
People who have, like, you know, brains, bigger brains, and actually like talk.
But Your Honor, the dog said it was him. He licked him in the face.
He licked him right in the face.
Dogs don't do that to everybody.
Yeah. She got statements from friends and neighbors and had the boy Walter's dental records to show this was not Walter.
And this is before DNA, so it's not like they could do DNA.
Yeah, right. Yes. She takes us to the police department. They're like, hey, this is not my son. I have statements. I'm telling you, the mother is telling you it's not
It's
my
like
son.
a lady trying
Dental
to
records.
return pants that don't fit her. She's like, no, I swear I don't fit any. Please take these back.
So wait, so when she did this, what do you think the police did? When she
Okay, so
shows
this is
up,
1920.
1928,
This
she
is
shows
a
up
woman
saying this is not my
trying to prove something.
Yeah.
They said, ma'am, I don't got time for this. I would imagine they didn't agree with her. Or they didn't believe her.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not only did they not agree with her, they accuse her of overreacting.
Of course.
They accuse her of trying to make the police department look bad
Nice.
and of being a terrible mother.
They really threw the book at her. They were just like, old Two Guns was like, hey, lady.
So not only that,
The only thing was missing was like, why do you have shoes on? Get back in the kitchen. Yeah. That's the only thing.
what are you
missing
doing
in that
outside the
phrase. Yeah.
house?
Who let you out here?
Not only did they do that, but they did something called a Code 12,
Did they lock her up?
where they were allowed to have her placed in an institution for being difficult.
That was a thing.
Yeah.
Can you
Code
still do
12,
that?
no. Sure.
I can't call the police to be like, my
apparently,
wife is
like,
being code 12.
Apparently, while
Please.
she was in there, very shortly after, reason, but like in a small time frame, I can't remember the year of it, but like they're like, yeah, police department can't do that anymore. Because Code 12 is just for being a nuisance to the police department. They could put through you in an
Could
institution.
you imagine if like my wife, just makes me mad one day? Like, I'm gonna code 12 you. You better get
That's what they
in there.
They were able to do that. Like husbands were able to do that back then. And even though it's again like it's the roaring
People
20s
say
and
things
like
are so good now.
even though it was like the roaring 20s, there was like the women's suffrage movement was successful because were able to start voting. A lot of them were able to enter the workforce. The flappers were like this. You remember like hearing about the flappers?
I remember the dance. Is that
They had like the dance, like they were
is a dress?
Yeah, I think it's part of like their dresses, like what they wore, but like it's very
Was this like
like
a group that rode around like a motorcycle? Like, what is the flappers? I heard the flapper girl, like like it was like a dance movement or something.
It's just like an overall like social movement or cultural movement in regards to women. Like they were like the way they dressed. They're supposed to be like this much more independent lifestyle.
They call them the flappers.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head why that's the case.
Was Louis Armstrong around this time?
Yes, like this is like jazz movement, like all this.
Louis Armstrong.
Yeah. So like jazz is big and like so like when you like again like in the urban world like this was also acceptable, but outside of like the cities like it was still much more traditional. Like women would still be in the kitchen. Jazz was seen as like this terrible music that was like the devil's music. Yeah. So like even though like there is this like progressiveness in regards to like how women are treated, it's still not great. There is progression throughout this decade, but it's still not where they ideally women would want to be. They're still expected for the most part to be housewives. There were work opportunities, but not much variety. So again, like during World War I, they were allowed to work in factories just like during World War II. Then after World War I, just like after World War II, like they're kind of expected to go back to like what the status quo was before that. But anytime they acted out societal norms, like things like this happen. Like their husband's like, come on, you're acting a little crazy today. Take your pills. I want to send you to the
loony bin.
Yeah, and that like legit happened. So like that's the reason why I bring all this stuff up is because that's exactly what they did. They locked her up. They're like
painting a picture of society.
Like you understand your emotions, so you're hysterical. We're gonna lock you up.
Yeah, hysterical about your kid who's still missing, and you want him to be actually found.
Yeah.
You didn't just go out and some cop didn't go to Illinois and abduct another kid and bring him back. Like, if you don't say you're this kid, I'm gonna hurt you.
Yeah. So she's in there for 10 days.
Where's the kid? Walter too. Where's he at?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. So I think, well, the police kept like interrogating,
they locked him up
so
too.
they kept like asking him questions. I know there's a pastor in LA got very involved with getting her out because this became very publicized what was going on. So she gets locked up for 10 days. She gets released because. Okay, I'm going to ask you this. Why do you think they released her after 10 days?
I'm going to say one of the cops is like, lady, I can't stand listening to you anymore. Stop complaining. I don't know.
Get it. It's not your son, okay?
Yeah, okay. For the love of God, get rid of her. I honestly, the kid was found. Walter number one.
So after 10 days, she's locked up. The boy claiming to be Walter, who the police believe was Walter or just said he was, came forward saying that he was not, in fact, Walter.
Or cops told him to say that so they can get rid of this crazy lady.
He says his name is Arthur Hutchins Jr. He's 11 or 12 years old. I keep seeing that varied. So again, this boy is 2 years older than Walter was.
Oh.
Because Walter was 9. And he's a runaway from Iowa.
So this is like 6 months at this point?
6 months at this point, yeah. He was found at 5. That's 6 months pretty much.
So Walter went missing. 5 months later, they find this kid in Iowa or Illinois.
Illinois. He's from Iowa, but he's in Illinois, yeah.
They bring him back. His mom's like, this isn't him. He finally says, okay, this isn't me.
Yep.
They let the lady out of jail.
Yep. So Arthur saw this as an opportunity to escape from his stepmother who he didn't like. He was in the stepmother's custody after his mother died.
He was originally from Iowa.
Yeah.
Okay. And he ran away to Illinois.
Ran away to Illinois. He saw this as an opportunity also, though, to get to Hollywood.
Is this like Huck Finn? With Jonathan Taylor Thomas? Is this the second time we talk about Huck Finn?
No.
You ever watch that movie? Like back in the 90s? Like the 90s version with JTT, Jonathan Taylor Thomas?
I feel like I would have seen it if it's JTT, you know?
It was like young JTT. He's like right when he started becoming
the
it boy until he stopped growing. Huck Finn. It was like Jonathan Taylor Thomas. Tom Sawyer was there.
Yeah.
It was the entire story. It was just Jonathan.
I don't know if I saw that.
We could do a watch party. Weird 90s kids movies.
This 11 or 12-year-old boy was totally taking advantage of the situation. He's just like, oh, I can get to Hollywood. Because he wanted to meet his idols and he wanted to become an actor.
So this means that this story would have had to been front page news or something.
Yes,
like how a 12-year-old boy.
So he knew who Walter was just because it was national news at this point. Yeah, sorry, I should have brought that up. It became like national news. Like, so he's like, oh, wait, I could be that boy.
Why does Walter become national news? And you said other kids are missing. Is this rhetorical? It can be rhetorical.
Yeah, I think it might be rhetorical. Yeah,
there's like no answer to that. It's just this one caught on.
I think this one caught on. Like I think a lot of times when this stuff catches on, at least nowadays, it's because it's a white female.
Oh, was this a blonde little boy with blue eyes?
So I was like, well, what are these other kids who are missing? And they were kind of along the same lines, but there was a few who were not. And I think that's like,
all right.
Now there's like
everybody pays attention whenever it's
yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think that was 100% the case, but it could have been the case. Yeah, I'm not exactly 100% sure also why this is what's caught on. But I think the fact that it was national news that his mother was locked up for thinking this boy,
So someone was pushing this news out there.
Yeah. But he, obviously, at this point knew what was going on before he came to LA and his cat Christine got locked up. But yeah, it was national news. So he wanted to go to Hollywood and start an acting career, this little boy. So he totally took advantage of the situation. I think what ended up happening to him was once this is found out, he gets sent back to Iowa and has to go to like a boarding school or something like that. Didn't really get that much
You're gonna tell
that
me
much trouble.
You're gonna tell me this is how we got like Arthur Spooner. What was that guy's name?
Arthur Spooner.
Yeah.
Wait, Arthur Spooner. What's that from?
King of Queens.
Oh, right. Yeah.
What's his name? The old guy.
Yeah. Arthur.
No, what's his like real name?
Oh, Jerry Stiller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this young Jerry Stiller?
Frankie Beans.
Yeah.
So Christina is released in time. Like this is later on. She ends up suing the city, but she only wins concerning just Jones, the captain, who was just like, just try it out. He's kind of like the front face of all this. She's awarded $10,800, which in today's money, I think would be like a couple $100,000, I'm guessing. But she never ends up getting it. He just keeps ducking her. And Jones, the police officer again that she sued, was only suspended for 4 months.
So
corruption, LA.
They never paid her.
Never paid her.
What's she gonna do? Go to the judge and be like, they didn't pay me?
Yeah.
Well, you better pay her. This still happens now, though.
So right around the same time that Arthur comes forward, so this is around September, a little over 40 miles away in a town called Wineville, it's in California still, which later changed its name to Mira Loma. Changed its name because of something that happens there. An unfortunate discovery occurred on a chicken farm. Sanford Clark, a 15-year-old boy, told authorities that his uncle, Gordon Northcott, had not only physically and sexually abused them, but also did the same to several other children. Furthermore, his uncle, Gordon, murdered these children. In some instances, Northcott forced Stanford, this boy, his nephew's 15, take part in the murders along with Northcott's mother, Sarah Louise Northcott. This is 40 miles away. This is discovered right on the same time as all this stuff that's going on with Walter, this imposter kid that comes along. A chicken farm, chicken ranch. This boy, 15, tells authorities, I've been in this horrible situation, not only me, but like I'm being forced to do kind of like partake and help my uncle do the same thing along with my uncle's mother.
Uncle's mother or his mother? The kid's mother.
His uncle's mother. So they're all originally from Canada.
His grandmother.
I think it's,
or through marriage.
Something, I think it's through marriage. So they're all originally from Canada.
You can't have Canadians coming down here. This would happen.
But they're Canadian. Why are they murdering people? They don't do that. They're too nice. So a little backstory. Clark joined his uncle from Canada when Northcott purchased a ranch out in Wineville. Between 1926 and 1928, Northcott abducted children and committed these said atrocities. When Stanford Clark's sister, this is the boy, the 15-year-old boy, came to visit one time from Canada, just to see how I was doing, because apparently he was sending letters, but they didn't sound like they were coming from him. It seemed off. Stanford told her what was going on. So she goes back home to Canada, alerts the police there, who then in turn alert the police in California. So the police show up at the farm, but Northcott sees them coming. He makes Stanford, his nephew, 15-year-old boy, like kind of delay the police while he runs away. Stall him, yeah. So it goes on for like 2 hours.
Stall police for 2 hours.
No idea. So him and his mother end up getting backed up to Canada.
Wait, what?
Northcott, guys, that
they run away. They get away
to Canada. Yeah, back up to Canada.
So they get away from the police because a 15-year-old stalled the police.
Something like that. Yeah.
Man, what a simpler time.
Yeah. So the police are like, okay, they get the full story. Like Stanford Clark tells us what's going on, what's been going on. So during the investigation, the police find human remains buried on Northcott property, including body parts hidden in the chicken coop. They're not full bodies. They're just like body parts. The remains were difficult to identify due to their state of decomposition. Apparently Northcott used quicklime on them. Quicklime?
Yeah.
Just calcium oxide.
It's supposed to...
apparently it's supposed to lower the acidity in soil and boost the calcium of crop growth.
Okay. And they can also use it probably to dissolve bodies.
So, but as another use in murder, helps decompose the body and mask the smell. Apparently, like Nazis use it for like mass graves.
They also, I think, what's his name? One of those famous serial killers, the clown one that
Gacy.
Yeah, I think he did that. They found a bunch of that underneath because he dug underneath his floorboards.
Oh,
I think.
Okay.
And he would build
I know he did
bury them underneath there. And I think
he did bury
them.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Because he was like doing construction and stuff, so he got access to that stuff. I think. Again,
I remember hearing about that dude when growing up because I think it happened in like where I grew up originally. There's always around like not like the exact
that area,
place, but that
city.
General city. Yeah.
Oh.
I think. Or maybe it was someone else. I don't know.
Uncle Casey.
Uncle Casey.
Weirdly, yeah. I was at his house. It was no big deal. He always gave me candy.
So remember I said there's other children that were kind of missing the general LA area. The investigators at the ranch were able to deduce that the bodies belonged to missing children. They also found a bloody axe that had hair on it. This gets back to like LA proper. People are like, oh, maybe Walter was there because the kids that went missing, they ended up getting identified or kind of in LA. You know, LA's a big city even back then, but like maybe this guy was in the LA area. He's doing this for 2 years. There's a man and a woman who supposedly asked for Walter's address. I don't know. That makes me think maybe it might have been a revenge thing from like.
Or they were going to drop him off and then they were like, nah, never mind.
So Gordon, like I said, Gordon and his mom, Sarah, fled to Canada, but eventually captured and extradited back to California. Gordon and Sarah admit to killing several children, but their story keeps changing about who these children are and how they went about doing it. But it is known that Gordon himself killed Lewis and Nelson Winslow, both 12 and 10, and possibly a boy named Alvin Gathia, but his body was headless. So they just had the body part, not the head part. Stanford, the boy, that the nephew, who was kind of forced to partake in some of this stuff, say that after seeing pictures of Walter, he agreed that Walter was one of the boys that was murdered at the farm. I think this is speculative.
As 15-year-old boy saying, yeah, he's seen
like, hey, have you seen this kid? Was he here? Yeah,
like,
sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he's a boy.
I'm just tired of all this.
I just stalled you for 2 hours. I'm out of stuff to say. Yeah.
But none of his remains are found there.
That they know of.
Yeah, but unlike the other two boys, Lewis and Winslow, there were no physical object that could link back to them. Like, so Lewis and Nelson, they had like personal items on them that their family's like, oh, these are definitely my kids, but nothing of Walter's was found there. No physical evidence, no body parts or anything like that. This is what's weird.
He was still in the movie theater.
He just fell asleep.
Yeah.
Both Gordon and Sarah admitted at different times verbally to murdering Walter, but when asked to write a statement, they both recanted. But again, like the fact that they like wavered on that's kind of odd.
It seems like the cops are just saying, yeah, they said that, and then like when you actually look at the police reports, it's like, no, they didn't. But like it seems like just a mashup of information's incorrect. It's always one of those things.
Yeah. But they're like verbally like, yeah, we did it. But then like when they came down to actually write down an actual statement, admittance, there's like, no, we didn't do that.
Maybe they wanted they want to get punished for it.
But they already knew they're getting punished.
But they wanted people to know that they were tough.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we did it, but we're not going to admit to it. You coppers got to get it.
But they already like are being arrested for known have killed these other kids. So why not just like, yeah,
the Lord's like, dude, shut up. Stop talking. No, don't write that down.
Yeah. Like they already known, it's known that they were like, or at least Gordon was doing terrible things to these kids. What is that happening is Stanford, his nephew's like, they're like, yo, you took part in these killings. You need to be on trial too. But then like his lawyer or somebody was like, well, he was forced to do this. Like he didn't have a choice. So Stanford kind of gets away. I don't say get away, but he gets to like live a life as much as Wesley could, considering what he had to go through.
He was a victim.
He was a victim.
He's like, it's probably like, if you don't do this, I'm going to kill you.
And I think pretty sure that's what happened. So Gordon and his mom go to prison. While Gordon is in prison, though, Christine communicated with him, Walter's mom.
Yeah.
Through telegrams, and apparently at one time in person. It's like she went to go visit in person. So apparently in the telegrams, he was like, yes, I did kill your son. Again, he's saying now he killed Walter. He's like, well, I want to talk to you in person. Tell me what you did, like why you did it. Like, okay, come visit me. And apparently when she went to go see him in person, he's like, I didn't actually kill your son.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. What's his name?
Gordon. All
right, Gordy. I mean, if you're in prison, you're probably just bored.
Yeah.
Just got to be a jerk to be a jerk.
So February 1929, Gordon Northcott's convicted of murder, but not Walter's because there's no evidence that he did. He's sentenced to death by hanging. Apparently right before the hanging, he's saying he was innocent of murdering Walter. And then I saw something. I couldn't remember where I saw it. And I also don't remember what the site was, so I don't know if this is true. But apparently his hanging took 13 minutes because they messed something up. So the dude was hanging for 13 minutes. Seems like that's
a story with a lot of those famous hangings.
Right.
Someone didn't tie something right. Walter was down there trying to push her back. No, he's okay.
His mother, Sarah, Gordon's mother, Sarah, was sentenced to life in prison after claiming she eventually did claim that she was a sole killer of Walter.
What?
But again, there's no evidence.
Right, there's no evidence linking it back. You can't exclusively say that.
Again, you said earlier, there was no DNA, even though they found hair on the axe, and the axe was bloody. You couldn't actually link any DNA back to
anybody. Go back to that.
What's that?
I wonder if they can go back and do it now. You always hear stories about that.
Yeah.
I'm sure we will look at that.
I think we can talk about that in Jack Ripper episode. Again,
yeah, they did that in Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, I don't know if that's in the part one or being part. Oh, well, they both would have been out by now.
Yeah.
So again, there's nothing linking back to Walter being there. The mother admits it. Some people are saying that she admitted it to protect her son, but why would you do that? Apparently, they had like an incestuous relationship, the two of them. Apparently, he was like sexually abused by his father. So there's a lot of weird, like mental, psychological things going on with these people.
It's hard to trust these people.
Yes. And Christine, even despite everything that happened, she still believed that her son was alive out there somewhere up until when she died in 1960. That's it.
Christine
Collins
died. Christine Collins, 1964, she died.
still believing her son was alive.
Okay. So what are the theories?
Not that he was dead. He was still alive.
So there were some...
She apparently seems like she didn't think like they actually killed her son.
She just thinks that he was still alive or that he was killed by someone else.
Still alive.
What?
That's it, man. We don't have like, there's not like...
We kind of already went over it, yeah.
Yeah, there's not like, I know a lot of times we'll have like a list of like, this is what happened, but like...
So what do you think happened to old Walter? You think he's listening to us right now?
I feel like he would have been dead by now.
He's 28.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he might be.
Yeah.
Because if he was probably born in 1920. Be 100 years old, over 100 years old.
Good weather in California, though.
Yeah.
The fact that apparently those two boys that they identified were like not very far away from where Walter lived. I think it's for like 30 miles, but like you said, people are always disappearing.
Yeah.
Children are always disappearing. Apparently, like Gordon was confirmed to have killed 3 kids, possibly 10, but some people are like maybe he killed 20 because he threw out some other names of kids. One of the articles I was reading, they can't be linked back to him.
Right, there's no proof.
Yeah.
To say conclusively who it was.
Again, I know he changed his mind a few times, but like as he's being hung, apparently he's like, I didn't kill Walter.
But then would he also say like, I didn't kill Walter or Jeremy or Billy?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't kill any of these people. So why are you hanging me? Was it more of like a...
No, he admitted to killing those other kids. I think, but that's because like he was like, they found his kid's personal effects there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And his nephew, what was his name?
Stanford. Sorry.
Stanford. So Stanford, he said that
Walter was there. And
he knew Walter.
And apparently he and Uncle's mom hit Walter in the head with an axe to like kill him. Stanford's like, yeah, Stanford took part in killing Walter. Just some things I saw.
Okay. So what do you place the likelihood of that they killed Walter? So Stanford admitted to it. The other 2 didn't, but they also did. Then they also didn't. Like,
right.
They also may have killed so many kids they're not sure who anybody's name was.
Yeah.
Like, how do they know that was, like, they probably picked up a kid. There's all these other kids going missing. How do they have a log? You know, like, it's not like they had like their app on their phone, the notes app being like, all right, they got this kid. Yeah, well, this kid's us. We got him. Like, they weren't keeping track of it. They were just murdering kids. So I wonder, I would like to know, there obviously is no answer to this, but like, was it the fact that they killed so many kids? They weren't really sure who was.
I mean, maybe.
Were they just saying because this was the biggest guy around that we got to say that we did so that people, want to give us a book deal? That type of thing. Like, did Stanford?
You are in California and LA, like, maybe everyone wants to be a star out there. Like, hey, I did these murders. You want my story? Pay me some money.
So crazy. Maybe they killed so many kids. They're not even sure who it was. They're like, we probably did it.
So there is,
what's the distance between Walter's home and like the wine or place, whatever?
46 miles.
46 miles. Miles.
Yeah. So I had mentioned like that town in 1930 ends up changing the name because like became so synonymous. That town became so synonymous with the Winefield chicken coop murders is what it ends up being called. Okay. So they end up changing the name to like distance themselves from that. So this is like a big thing back then to like guy did these horrible things to kids and then murdered them and Walter Collins might have been a part of that. So this town was just like, we need to distance ourselves from this whole thing.
Walter Collins may have been there.
Yep.
I mean, it seems like they would have at least found clothing, unless they just burned his body.
I did see some things where they did burn bodies or burn things, according to Stanford. And this one newspaper article I found, I think.
Why would they use that other stuff, though, if they're just burning bodies? They would just probably burn all of them. Right.
This is in 1928, December 4th. I think this is a newspaper from Washington, D.C. They have a quote, I'm assuming from, another reporter who went there talking to Walter, or maybe it was when he's on trial.
Walter?
No, it's talking to Gordon Northcott. Yeah. He says, I killed Walter Collins, Louis Winslow, Lewis, Alvin Gathia, a boy named Richard, and another boy whose name I never knew. I killed Walter Collins because I was afraid he would get away from me, and I never could have stood it. I kept Walter Collins' body in the house for 3 days. I just couldn't stand the thought of burying him. Finally, Sanford and myself dug a grave and put the darling boy in it. I cried. We piled on the dirt.
Did they ever dig up around his house and stuff?
Oh yeah, there's like
excavations of
there's a picture I saw where like everything's pinned of like where they found body parts. Because again, there's no full like body found. There's all just like leg and all.
And were they able to say this is this kid, or did they ever find unknowns?
Yes.
Okay,
so I think so. So the one was Alvin Gathia. That was one he was headless.
Yeah.
They found either the head was found there, or the body was found there, and the other part was found like in L.A., around L.A. itself.
Wait, he had body parts. Wait, he had body parts just like strewn about.
Yeah, like they were like dug in like part of graves. Or part of graves, or in part of the chicken coop. So I can't remember how it goes.
Why was part of his body in L.A.?
That's what I understand. So he claims to have killed this one kid, Alvin Gathia. Is either, I can't remember, but please forgive me. Either they found a torso of a body of a young kid, and found the head somewhere around LA, or was vice versa. Like the torso was found over here, but they found the head over here. But I think it was the torso was found at this farm. So they kind of linked that murder to him.
Okay.
But again, this is a paper, like he says, like, I did it. But then as he's being hung 2 years later, almost 2 years later, I didn't do it.
But is that misquoted? Because he might have been saying, I didn't do any of these murders. Like, was he just saying, I'm innocent, I never killed Walter, I never killed this guy, I never killed that guy?
He just said right here, I killed Walter Collins, Louis Winslow, Alvin Gathia, that's a boy who was headless. Boy named Richard, which I couldn't find anything else about, and another boy whose name I never knew.
So 5 kids.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said he didn't kill any of those kids, right? He just didn't kill Walter.
Didn't kill Walter. But I wonder if that's because they're able to link these other kids to him, because they're like, here's personal possessions. Like the parents are like, yes, that's definitely his.
So you're saying that you think this was it? Do you think he killed Walter? Gordon killed Walter?
I don't know. Yes, I do. I don't think, and unfortunately, like, I don't want to believe that his poor nephew had to take part in this stuff. His nephew was even like, yeah, I had to swing an axe because they're like, his uncle made him do it, like, help take part in killing this kid. Happy holidays, everybody.
Ring-a-ling-ding. Jingle bell all the way. So going back to the story of Walter, he went to a movie.
Yes.
Or did his mom accidentally knock him down the steps? He died, and she's like, "Oh, he went to a movie." Like
flicked a dime at him. Like, there's a dime. I took him. Went.
It just seems crazy. Like, did they know he went? Was there people that saw him at the movie?
Not that I know of. Like, apparently, he went alone. From what I understand.
Like the neighbors saw him walk on the street.
I mean, the police officer giving this guy sounds like a huge, terrible person. Was like,
no investigation was done.
You're just a bad mother. Maybe you're just a bad mother.
He left because he because you sucked at mothering.
Not by no means am I agreeing like that's the case, but like, what if she just was like not? I'm just playing devil's advocate. By no means I'm saying this woman was a terrible person, but like, what if she was just like a bad parent? It was like
And he ran away.
Sure, yeah, go to the movies by yourself, and something unfortunate happened, or like he ran away.
And he never wanted to be found because he didn't want to be taken back to her. But at some point, he would have came back.
Oh yeah. He's a 9-year-old kid, I would imagine, right?
Or
it's like, this is a terrible idea. Why run away from home?
Or he did run away from home, and he never wanted to go back because he didn't want to be taken back to her. But at this point, he would have came back up.
Yeah.
I just think that
where he ran away and was abducted.
Yeah,
and he ended up on this farm, and he ended up on this, the called 9 Boys Slam on Murder Farm.
Well, so if we were looking at this,
I know it's not as fun because like a lot of times you get like theories,
right?
But this is like
no, I mean there's a lot of theories because it could have been literally anything that all those it could have been so many different things. He could have disappeared.
Yeah,
he could have fell in the ocean. He could have been hit by a car, and the guy was like, "Oh crap!" Threw him in the back of the car and dumped him. Like, there's so many things that could happen to a 9-year-old kid, especially in a day where there's no cameras anywhere. Like, I guess if he was hit by a car, it'd been a car going like 5 miles an hour, and been like, "Oh, sorry, chap," just bumped him a little bit.
Sorry for you.
He could run over by a horse, that type of thing. He could have went to that movie and fell through a flap in space and like ended up in another dimension. Like, it could be all of those. In that dimension,
a ghost ship, alien abduction.
Yeah, like the norms. Yeah.
Yeah.
He could have been abducted. It's L.A. He could have been. That's how we got. Who's the guy that's always running the movies?
I was running the movies.
Yeah, Mission Impossible guy.
Oh, Tom Cruise.
This could have been Tom. This is a little hot Tommy Cruise. We don't know. I mean, it seems to never age. So it's probably him. I think he was abducted and murdered and buried somewhere. I don't necessarily think that Gordon did it. I think that was a good fall guy.
Yeah. I also forgot about this part. There's a quote. I'll paraphrase it, but it seems like Gordon was Sanford, the 15-year-old boy, Gordon's nephew, was much more willing to do some of the murdering, according to Gordon. So there's a quote saying, then one day Sanford said he thought he better kill Nelson. That's one of the 2 boys, the brothers, because the kid was getting fretful. I certainly did not discourage him, didn't help him either, but I did help Sanford bury him. He's implying that like Sanford took more
of an active role in this. He wasn't the victim of the whole time. They just have these kids tied up. Like, these kids were all just tied up.
Yes, so in the chicken coop. But again, you're basing this out. You're trusting this man who's done horrible things. That like
literally the only 3 people that could. It seems like it's too. It could have been this guy, or it could have been 30 other guys at this point. 30 other people doing this at this point. Like, there's so many other murderers that we don't know about. I mean, what's like the statistic is like there's 20 some serial murders at any given time active in the United States, like some crazy number in the world terrifying. Or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, that type of thing. Like, could have been even more back then. We don't know.
Yeah.
That's the ones they know about. So
it wasn't, when was the Black Dahlia? Wasn't it around, not around like shortly after this, like 40s or something like that?
Look, man. I don't know.
Look,
the
man.
The Black Dahlia.
Let's talk about
I can't even tell you why they named it that. That Jack the Ripper?
Sure. Yep.
I have no clue.
Jackie
R. It's a true crime serial, like serial murders. That stuff never really interests me. I don't know why. It seems like
but here we are.
Cop procedural type of thing, like that type of show, like that seems to be super popular. True crime. Like I like to listen to it a little bit here and there, but I get bored of it. Like it makes me depressed. Like You ever watch like?
Oh yeah, after a while, like I like to watch this stuff, or like, not frequently, but after a while, I'm like, I can only take an hour, and I'm like, I can't keep listening to this or watching this.
Like I tried
it's just so like it's too dark.
I really like that show. It was on like A&E or not A&E. It was on like ID Discovery, Investigation Discovery. It's like a Discovery Channel. I don't know if it's around anymore, but there was I think it's on Hulu or Netflix. It's like a detective who was like one of the biggest famous detectives, and he for
Sherlock
murders.
Holmes?
No, it's like murderers modern day.
Mhm.
I don't know when Sherlock Holmes was available. Is he real?
No, but Jack the Ripper, around the Jack Ripper time, Victorian.
Okay, so Sherlock Holmes was a book by the Alice in Wonderland guy who murdered people.
Judy Garland.
Yeah, Oliver Twist.
Oliver Twist. Yeah.
Was Sherlock Holmes the guy? I was like, please, sir, I have some more.
You're right. That was him.
So, yeah, there's a detective guy. He has a show. There's like multiple seasons of it, and he's like solved like a ton of murders, serial killer, all kind of stuff. I liked him and like the way he solved these things, these mysteries. But then you're like,
yeah,
it's like you watch like 2 episodes and you're like, nah, I need to like.
It's a lot. You need
go for a walk.
Palate cleanser after some stuff like that, man.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff like dealing, like, can you imagine, like.
That's why I've been sticking to a lot of the like non-murder. Yeah.
No, that's fine, man. Yeah. No, I totally understand it.
I just can't believe like.
I could imagine being like a detective and like seeing this stuff. And
I mean, it's cool to like.
Also, it'd be cool to be like a detective.
Like solve the like to actually bring closure to get the bad guys. Right. You want to do that, but you don't want to deal with the other stuff.
But the amount of stuff you have to see.
Yeah, and like figure out.
Dealing with like, obviously.
I'd imagine you get to do it, but it still has to destroy you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So on that happy holiday note. Santa Claus.
Tell your loved ones you love them.
Maybe Santa Claus murdered Mr.
There you go. Mr. Walter Collins.
Wally Collins.
He was a bad boy.
What happens if you don't listen to your mother?
Yep.
He took that.
Maybe he stole the dime from her.
He took the dime and he went and spent it on jazz cigarettes. Is that what they call it? I don't know. Yeah. I just heard that somewhere. Okay. That's why Santa came and reaped what he sowed. This is a bad show. We're bad at this. We're not solving it. We can be terrible detectives.
I still think it's funny. You're like, I was born in 1900, but live jazz cigarettes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I got a lot of.
That's a nickname for him.
So, Walter Collins, Mrs. Collins, we're sorry for your loss.
Mm-hmm.
We hope maybe Walter's out there, his kids are out there, and be like, yeah, that's us. Hopefully he lived. He didn't die, wasn't murdered. He's out there somewhere, or if he's out there somewhere, he's doing great. But in any case, Jordan, thank you for your in-depth investigation, for making me feel sad about the world, making me realize I was born in the 1900s era. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for listening to us. If you liked what you heard and you want to try to help us out, please subscribe on YouTube, follow us on your podcast platform of choice, and go ahead and leave us a comment, send us an email, connect with us on social media, Facebook, Threads, Instagram at Mysterious Pals, Twitter, whatever, at _Mysterious Pals, or at Mysterious_Pals. Websites, mysteriouspails.com, links to everything. Emails, mysteriouspailsonline@gmail.com right now. Again, if you go to mysteriouspails.com, it's there. Something you want to add?
I don't know. After like this depressing thing, I feel like I need a jazz cigarette to relax myself.
I don't even know what that means. I don't know if that's like, is that just the guitar? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that actually is.
Yeah, just strum on the guitar.
Yeah. For all I know, it was just like, I don't know. I don't know how math works. It's
magnets. How do they work?
Yeah. Well, again, thank you for being here. Jordan, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Ben.
And we will see you next week for the next mystery as always,
stay mysterious.
Thank you and good night. All right, so let's go into this theories then.
Okay. Hit me.
So I'm going to go what I think is the craziest to the most realistic.
Okay.
Right. The first one, should we know?
Ghost ship?
Well.
Alien. Yetis?
So, what's more crazy? Alien abduction or ghost ship?
What's more crazy? Ooh.
Because I rated these in craziest to most likely.
I like that. And
so I have alien abduction, then supernatural. Paranormal.
So you have alien before?
First. Yeah.
Before ghost ship?
Yeah.
I would have it the other way.
Okay. Well, we're friends. Two different guys. Hello and welcome everybody to another episode of the Mysterious Pals Show. My name is Chris, and with me today, here for your viewing pleasure and ear pleasure, is my best pal, is your best pal. His dad called him the nosy neighbor once, but we just call him Jordan.
Yeah.
Jordan, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Thank you for being here.
Of course. Nosy neighbor. I got to know what's going on.
Gotta know.
That's why I'm here.
You gotta know. Before we get started, I saw something in the news recently that they're going to be having down in Florida called the Florida Man Games. I think it's in February next year, 2024.
All right.
That's the date of this recording, 2024 next year.
And
it's going to include things like,
is this like the Florida Man thing you always see online?
Yeah, everything so they invented. So it was like, I invented Florida Man, whatever.
Yeah.
In any case, it's about, it has running from the cops through an obstacle course. It has a lot of
wrestling gators,
stuff like that. There's a lot of I'm sure it probably involves getting.
Are they gonna be on meth as they run through these obstacles?
I guess. I mean, there probably are anyway. I don't know. I've never been
there. Probably are anyway.
So there's a website for it, FloridaManGames.com.
At least they're leaning into it.
Yeah, I think that's what the whole idea is.
Embracing.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So here's one of the weaponized pool noodle mud duel. Perfect.
What? Evading
arrest obstacle course. Category 5 cash grab. I guess hurricane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Catalytic. They just put them in one of those wind machines and
yeah, maybe they
grab
just
the money,
throw bricks in there or something. I don't know. Catalytic converter, 2 bikes and a handful of copper pipes race against time. Another event.
Right.
This is the best one. Beer. Bear. Is a bear like a rar, or is beer like the drink?
How's it spelled?
I'm asking in general because I would say it weird. Beer. It's beer and bear.
I have
beer.
Beer is a drink. Bear.
Okay. Beer.
Bear as in bare minimum. Or it's pronounced the same.
Or raw bear.
Well, bear is raw bear and
raw bear.
Raw bear.
Raw bear. He's here. Raw bear.
Maybe we should take part in this.
Yeah, well, you can register.
Since we can't read English.
Yeah. Bear, beer, bear belly, Florida sumo. That's the other event. That's all we got.
What was the mud noodle thing? What is that?
Yeah, that's probably the
weaponized mud noodles or something like that.
Weaponized pool noodle mud duel.
All right, they're just fighting each other with noodles.
Massive above ground. It's in a massive above ground pool.
Yeah, of course, it's above ground.
Yeah. Okay, so. And the reason I heard about this, it's February 24th, 2024 in St. Augustine, Florida. So.
No, I know what we're doing for your birthday.
We got to go.
This year, yeah.
Yeah. We can sponsor, maybe because we can become the gold sponsor, Mysterious Pals. Oh my God.
We got to come up with a good Florida mystery.
Yes. For there. Around that. Yeah. We can get on the scene, record after the Florida Man Games. Oh my God.
We'll do the podcast as normal. We'll also do like color commentary for what we're watching.
Yeah, we'll like live stream it. Like,
Yeah.
like shoutcast. What is that? You know?
Yeah. I don't know what that is, but yeah.
We're like,
I need
Jimbo Jims. He's there. He got him with the pole noodle in the face. But he has to stop to take a swig of his
There's an actual
Jack
bear
Jim Bean.
and a gator.
Oh yeah, they should. You have to dress up as a bear or a gator. Yeah.
Fight over the needle.
If I could move anywhere, it would be to my own personal island. Then number 2 would be Florida, I think, because it just seems like
Anything goes.
when you're down there, you're just part of the family.
Yeah.
It's like the Olive Garden.
It's
It's
weird,
the Olive
like,
Garden of states.
Yeah, it's weird that like the how everyone outside of Florida just kind of
Craps on it.
craps on Florida. And I'm sure.
And like everybody wants to move there.
Yeah.
Because California's too expensive.
Right.
Florida.
Like Boca Raton, you have all those people got like retirees
Yeah,
going
because
down
it's
there.
cheap.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's sunny. I mean, hurricanes obviously is the problem.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's the best part about or the thing that would bug me about living anywhere is or the thing that what I would always consider is like natural disasters.
Oh yeah, that'd be terrifying. But that's an everyday thing for them. Like if you live out in like Oklahoma, like we have to worry about tornado.
I've been in a tornado once.
Yeah, you been in one?
Driving, yes. Well, I'm not like in the middle of one, but like I was
In the
going
area?
to a family member that lives in Oklahoma. We were driving there, and a tornado happened while we were there.
Oh god.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, again, that's why you'd never want to live there. Why the hell would you live there? But I know people that live there, and like their house has never been destroyed by a tornado. So it's just so random. Like
It's a lottery. Like, oh,
Yeah.
guess what? You won the lottery.
Yeah.
Your house is
like I have
gone.
family that lives in
Sorry.
Florida. They live on the Atlantic side,
Okay.
and we were there. Boca.
Oh, right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
they've never been destroyed by a hurricane. They say
You're on the
they call
Atlantic
them,
side though, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
they call them hurricane parties, where they basically board up their house and everybody gets together in the neighborhood and just does Florida stuff.
That's just weird to me. Like that becomes the norm. Like, you have to you have no other choice unless you decide to move. Like you have to like accept that and be like, oh,
Flooding seems like the worst thing that could happen.
flooding. Yeah.
Like, yes, a tornado sucks. I mean, yes, they're all horrible. Earthquake seems like it's just terrible. But
I think earthquake because that could cause like tsunamis and
yeah,
yeah,
I mean, not in my house. Like,
yeah.
I wouldn't be dumb enough to live. I guess Japan got pretty messed up from that.
But I'm sensing a theme. There's some kind of theme we're going here with water.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna live by the ocean, I want to live on my own island.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a competition like a couple years ago. It wasn't a competition. It was like a raffle to win like a beach resort, like an entire thing.
Like you own the resort?
Yeah, like it was like I can't remember the exact story, but like it was like they were basically getting out of the business. The owners, they were like going to raffle it off, figuring if they were going to sell
This is
it.
Fire Island?
No.
They're like or Epstein's Island.
But
But
like
they're just like, we can't sell it, so we're just gonna raffle off somebody. That'd be someone else's problem.
I think it was like they gained so much money from selling the raffle tickets that like they made more than they would have sold it for.
That's
So that's like the smart thing. And then the person who
capitalism there. Right there.
yeah,
There you go.
someone eventually just got it.
That's smart.
And it was like a resort. It was a real resort on an island.
Was it like?
It was in Indonesia.
Was it like? Was it running up and running before that, or was it just like?
Yeah, totally. They were just like, here's a turnkey business. I'm not sure if like it was doing great, but like all the research I did seemed like it was pretty awesome.
So do you know? So someone won this resort?
I think so. I think I followed it up until like I think I bought like one entry because it was like $10 or something.
So you
Or like
you
20
entered
bucks.
it.
I did because it was like $20. It was like something cheap. It might have been like 50.
I bet they got like so many people to like take part in that.
Exactly. Because why wouldn't you? All over the world. It was a worldwide thing. They hired some company
We gotta
to
look
do
into
it.
that, man. I wonder what it's like now. Or like if what the person did with that.
They
whoever
just showed
won.
up there like,
This is mine.
why would I do this?
Yeah, like the upkeep on that.
Exactly.
So I'm getting island. I'm getting water from this talk. What are we talking about today?
Yes, today I want to talk about something that is, it's crazy because it's never been solved, but it seems like it's from a time, and we're talking about, I'm going to dance around a little bit here, do a little jig around it here.
A little tippy tap.
Yeah, it's from a time, we're talking specifically in 1800s, that like kind of came and went. in that with it's not this type of thing is not around anymore. But I'll stop being a weirdo and dance around with it. So the Flannan Islands or Isles, the Flannan Isles off Scotland.
Yeah.
Okay. They're alternatively known as the Seven Hunters.
Seven Hunters?
Seven Hunters. That's the name of the island chain. Or that was what it's known as. It's not. It's called the Flannan.
Okay.
And it's something in Gaelic, which I can't pronounce.
All right.
As we know, we're bad at pronouncing.
Yeah, we're not good. Yeah.
So it's a group of remote, uninhabited islands in the North Atlantic, located 20 miles west of Scotland.
All right.
Yeah. So North Atlantic Ocean. There's a 75-foot lighthouse called the Eileen Moor on the largest of the islands, which was built between 8. I don't know what is the 1900s, but I just keep on saying that. 1895 to 1899.
Okay.
And it was first lit in December of 1899. So this is built very late 1800s.
Okay. It says 75 feet.
It's 75 feet tall, the lighthouse itself.
Is that, I know nothing about lighthouses and like the upkeep of them. Is that big for a lighthouse?
Yeah,
I feel like it's got a bit.
Did you know that the government was like selling lighthouses like for nothing? Like
No.
you can buy a lighthouse property.
Are they not being used anymore?
No, it's all GPS now. Boats don't need that crap.
Right.
So, but yeah, there was like the story a couple months ago about it. Like you can just buy a lighthouse for pretty cheap, and it's your house, your property. It's still there. It doesn't work, obviously.
Yeah.
I think they're still usable, or maybe some places they still use them. I'm not sure. But
all right, there's a movie that came out a few years ago.
The Lighthouse. Was it black and white?
Yes, I didn't see it.
Oh, we're gonna talk about it.
Okay, all right.
Okay. We'll go because we're gonna mention that. It's not exactly what this is about, but you're on the right track.
You're about light.
You're on the right
life in the lighthouse.
You're going directly towards Florida here. You got it. You're going the right way. So this lighthouse, Eileen Moor, it was manned by three lighthouse keepers.
Okay.
So there's 3 guys there. December of 1900, these 3 men, they may possibly have been taken aboard or taken.
Like kidnapped?
Kidnapped, thank you. by a ghost ship called the Phantom of the Seven Hunters.
There you go, Seven Hunters.
Seven Hunters, right? The original name, it's well known as.
So that's translated from Gaelic, the Seven Hunters?
No, I don't know what it's like. It's not pronounced. That's just what it's known as to like locals.
Okay.
Yeah. So because there's another island, there's other 2 islands next to this. There's other islands near this, right? Okay. It's kind of like here we see this island chain out there, right? We can't get to it or whatever.
Right.
They may have been taken by the Phantom of the Seven Hunters, which is a group of ghosts and phantoms or whatever who are unhappy about the intrusion of modern life because of building a lighthouse. These people are living there now.
There's a lot of, okay.
So we're going to be talking about the Flannan Isle Lighthouse Mystery, which is also known as the Flannan Isle Disappearance.
Okay.
This is not the same as the Smalls Lighthouse tragedy, which was the movie The Lighthouse, which the black and white movie was based on, which as a movie I've seen, because it's just so insane. It's just like black and white movie with 2 guys.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Did you like
it? It was because it's weird. It's really good.
So I know I wanted to see that because it's done by like a studio called A24, and they did like Hereditary, Midsummer.
Yeah.
Uncut Gems. Like they do some like very odd, but like very good, very, very good movies.
Yeah. And that's what this. So the Smalls Lighthouse tragedy, for those who don't know, it's a tragedy that isn't a mystery.
So the Lighthouse movie is based on the Small House.
Different, but people confuse the 2.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
Because it kind of happened
around the same time.
But also it was 2 mysteries involving. But the small, which I'm going to talk about, the Small Lighthouse tragedy was not associated with it, and it wasn't a mystery because they knew what happened.
Oh, all right. Okay.
So with the lighthouse, the Smalls Lighthouse tragedy, not the Flannan Isle disappearance mystery, was these 2 guys, Thomas Howe and Thomas Griffith. They're a 2-person team that managed the lighthouse, and they were publicly known the quarrel, which they just didn't like each other or whatever.
Mm. This is the Smallman one.
This is the small one. Okay. This isn't the real one. This is the one with mystery. But just that house, I'm just going to say this because that was not the real mystery.
Okay.
This isn't a mystery. The Smalls lighthouse tragedy was these two guys. There was a freak accident. One of them died. And because they were known not to hate each other and kind of quarrel a lot and not really get along.
So was it really a freak accident then?
Well, the reason why he didn't want to just dump them into the ocean, the guy that survived.
Spoilers.
Right. He built a makeshift coffin because he started to decompose because they're on this island for a long time.
Yeah. So that's what I was like, I've always wondered, like, people that man these things,
Right.
are they by themselves?
No.
Probably not. But then you would have to get along with someone else you're with. Like, you have to be able to get along with them.
Right.
You're isolated.
So
I don't know how long these people are out here for, but like, you need to be able to get along with them. You're not, I feel like you're not doing too much. Again, I don't know anything about lighthouses. But.
So a lot in America, the lighthouses in America that were around the 1800s, 1900s, before it all came automated, they were usually families.
Oh, well,
they called it a stag light or something. Basically, it was like they made it more like a house.
That makes sense.
So family, you carried it on as you grew,
family business.
Yeah. So
all right, that makes sense. Okay.
But in this part of the world, I guess Britain and everything, there was like an actual governing body just like in America, there was a governing body and stuff. But anyway, and we'll go into more of that kind of law and stuff like that later. Back to the small lighthouse tragedy. So as Thomas Griffith's body, he was the one who died. He was decomposing. So the other one, before he got picked up, at this time also, there was no way to contact. There was no like telegram. There's no way to contact anybody if you're on an uninhabited island.
Right.
They didn't have electric. They didn't have any way of contacting the outside. This is also an issue in the mystery today. But so Thomas Griffin, because he knew there were so many weeks or months before he was going to get picked up, he made a coffin out of just wood laying around and then hung him off the side of the lighthouse. And what happens when storms blew in, they started banging the thing around, and part of it fell off, and the guy's arm was just out there hanging around. So when the wind blew, he looked like he was waving for help.
Oh my goodness!
But he knew he was dead because it was decomposing.
Yeah, right.
But so the story goes that the guy's arm was just hanging out the box, and as the wind blew, his hand. So the guy that was waiting to be picked up, Thomas Howe, kept on seeing this, and it drove him nuts.
Yeah, because at that point you're alone.
So he knew he was decomposing. He knew he was dead, but he was just there alone, just watching.
Seeing someone wave.
And he so I guess whenever he got picked up, it was like really messed him up. People didn't even recognize him. Stuff like that. The story goes, right. The original story. So that's what the movie's about. The Lighthouse movie. Okay. Now there is a movie about.
This is not an actual mystery.
That's not a mystery.
The Flannan ones.
Flannan Isle disappearance is a mystery, which is what we're talking about. And there is a movie with Gerard Butler came out in 2018 about this movie, or about this incident. It's called The Vanishing.
Okay.
It was originally called The Keepers, but then he changed it to The Vanishing for whatever reason. I did read up a synopsis of the movie and like watch a preview of it and stuff. I'm like, okay. It's not like, it's just like loosely based on it.
Okay.
But the cool thing is it could be what happened. We'll talk about it. So again, 2018 film The Vanishing was loosely based on this story. So we're talking about the Flannan Isles Lighthouse mystery. Flannan Isles Lighthouse mystery. Flannan Isles Lighthouse was a lighthouse near the highest point of Eilean Moor, one of the Flannan Islands in the Outer Hebrides, or Hebrides, of the west coast of Scotland. So this is a chain of islands.
Yeah.
The Flannan Islands are 7 of them. They were the uninhabited part. There are other islands. Lewis and Harris, I think, was actually one of the other islands. Okay. Lewis actually had like a town on it or something because there's a way they communicated. But anyway, we'll go over that in a minute. This took place in 1900, specifically in December of 1900, that this mystery started.
Okay.
So,
but it was built in 1899, or it was first lit in 1899?
December, it was a year prior,
okay.
December of 1899. The first hint of any type of issue was December 15th of 1900. The steamer, the Arctur, was on passage from Philadelphia to Leith, which I think is in Scotland. It passed the islands in poor weather, but noted that the lighthouse was not operational. So it was December 15th, wasn't operational, the lighthouse, which it should have been.
Right.
Because it was like a poor weather.
Yeah. That's the purpose the lighthouse should be on.
So this was reported on arrival. It was reported to the proper channels, but it wasn't really taken. Again, we've talked about many times, like information didn't move quickly.
No.
So it was reported, but no action was taken until later. The actual mystery begins when a relief ship called the Hesperus arrived on December 26th of 1900. So 9 days after the Arctur passed it and was like, hey, there's a problem here. Reported it.
This relief ship to go. These people are supposed to come pick up the people in the lighthouse
and change out.
Okay.
Like, we're going here to give supplies.
Gotcha.
And I think switch out. I think.
Okay.
Because it's really weird how it's
or
all set up.
resupply them.
But resupply ships are pretty common apparently.
Okay.
But anyway, maybe. Yeah. So yes, it was. They were going to deliver supplies and relieve the lighthouse. There's just 3 of them there.
Okay.
Upon arrival, the relief crew discovered the lighthouse was unmanned and the keepers were nowhere to be found. So it wasn't working when they got there. So a lighthouse keeper, and I'm going to just do a little. Here's we go. This comes from a lighthouse glossary of terms.
This is good because I have no idea how this works.
A lighthouse keeper is a person responsible for tending and caring for a lighthouse, particularly the light and the lens in the days when oil lamps and clockwork mechanisms were used. So this is all like stuff they had to like. It wasn't electric.
That's what I'm saying. Like I have no idea how these people like were able to. What the work behind when it's not electric? Like what do you have to do? What's involved in like keeping that going?
Right. Because a lighthouse is during storms, fog,
providing
just
safe
at
passage.
night, so that boats
People
don't slam
crash.
into rocks.
Yeah.
They built them all over the place. You know, I think there's still a lot of lighthouses in use, maybe in like other parts of the world, maybe in some ways, but a lot of ships, especially the way ships work now, they're all GPS focused. Yeah. So the lighthouse keepers were needed to trim wicks, replenish fuel, wind clockworks, perform maintenance tasks, and cleaning lenses in windows. They also responsible for fog signals, so like the sound as opposed to just the light, because if it's too foggy, you can't see the light.
Yeah.
So they made sounds so the ships would hear the sound as opposed to seeing light. And they also served as a weather station, which if they have no communication, I don't know why they would serve as a weather station. How would they get that information out? Right, whatever.
Signals,
maybe.
Yeah,
and that,
light signals,
maybe that makes sense. We'll talk about it in a minute. They also played a major role in search and rescue of ships. So they would use their light to focus.
Right.
Like when stuff would happen.
That makes sense.
Yeah, kind of like what's that guy from
Sauron?
How'd you know I was thinking about that?
What's that moving eye? Yeah.
I would love to stand I wonder if they were it must have been magnified, so you stick your face behind it and just your big face like
going out
being
into
projected
the
out. Guy, I'm here.
Jor-El.
That's why I could never be professional in most things, because I would just screw around too much.
But yeah, you'd have to, right?
Yeah,
you'd be bored. I feel like a lot of times you'd be really bored. Like I know.
Nowadays you wouldn't, because you could just play Xbox or
that's
watch
I'm glad you kind of went a little bit about the upkeep of this place. Like obviously you have to keep the thing lit, but how much time does that actually take? Like what are you doing the rest of the time? Like you gotta be able to entertain yourself. But I was saying earlier, you also have to be able to get along with the people that you're doing this with.
And there's actually laws.
That could be a big problem.
There was laws in the British Isles and stuff, there's parts of the world that there had to be 3 people there at all times.
3 people, okay.
Yeah, and in other parts of the world it was 2.
Okay.
But this specifically, I guess this point in time, there had to be 3.
Okay.
I guess. And we're going to why that makes sense later.
All right.
Because most of these lighthouses were on remote islands or inaccessible areas that on islands and coastlines, it's typical for the work of the lighthouse keeper to live at the lighthouse for extended period of time. And sometimes in America, it was typical that it was like a family home. And I guess it still happened in the British Isles in some places, but because it was the governing body that was really strict on all that stuff, I guess it was more of just, there was 3 guys, usually men. I think it was 1916, the first female lighthouse keeper was allowed to operate, whatever. So the lighthouse setup, this lighthouse specifically, the Eileen Moore, the lighthouse was 150 to 200 feet above sea level. So above on the cliff. There were 2 landings on this island. There was the east landing and the west landing. The east landing had a railway tracks led up to the lighthouse because it was up on a hill.
Oh,
it was down to the ocean. It was 150 feet to 200 feet above.
Yeah, okay.
Just to the building. So on the east landing,
it's probably we're doing not flat islands. They're probably cliff.
No, they're all cliffs, right? Because it's
Scotland.
sea level
in Scotland. Yeah.
So they had railway tracks that would basically because you figure they have fuel, food, a lot of fuel, like a lot of materials.
Yeah.
Would have to be lifted from the sea off a boat.
Right.
So they had railway tracks that went up to the house that was basically a big cable line that would pull a car up. That was gas or steam powered. Very steep gradients. All these details really go into like the reason why I'm bringing them up is because we want to know the layout so we know what could have happened.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Theories.
Sure, yeah.
So the little car that would drag stuff from the ocean up to the building had a small steam engine in a shed adjoining to the lighthouse. So it was a different building. The track descended from the lighthouse and curved around to the south down to the east landing. There was a crane on the eastern landing for unloading cargo and then loading it into this cart. And the winter prior, this is important, the crane comes up a lot. The winter prior, which would have been the year it opened.
First it was lit, yeah.
The crane was destroyed in a storm, and they had to build a new one. So this is a new crane. Okay. Supposedly it was stronger, more able to handle the weather. But
so the weather can be very temperamental.
Yeah. And maybe they didn't know that the weather had been that bad because it's remote. And that's why they didn't know the first one didn't survive. But the crane, which was very important to loading, because again, the entire purpose of being there is fuel getting to this lake. So it's paraffin wax.
Okay.
Paraffin oil, I'm sorry. Paraffin wax and paraffin oil, I guess same exact thing. 20 barrels a year was used by the lighthouse. So that's not that much. 20 barrels a year.
I mean,
barrels are big, but 20 a year.
So have you ever seen a keg? I don't know if there's the same measurements because again, this is Scotland. But if you, like a normal keg you see in college, that's half a barrel.
Yeah.
So double that.
I guess a barrel isn't really like
it's not really measurement. It's not anymore. Yeah. It's not. Well, I mean, it was for liquids, but I don't think it's really used much anymore, as far as I know. I could be wrong.
Right.
At least with regards to beer.
Okay. So the lighthouse keepers of the Ely Moor were 3 guys. Thomas Marshall, he was the principal keeper. And I think 1916 was the first female principal keeper. That's what I was trying to remember.
Okay.
That's where that came up earlier. He had over 20 years experience in service of his role as a lighthouse keeper. James Ducat and Donald MacArthur were also seasoned keepers. This wasn't their first show.
So they know what they're doing. They've been doing it.
They know how to sit around and wait for dark, and light something up. Yeah.
Wipe some glass and light a
exactly
big old.
So these guys
candle.
know what's going on. They're around. They're probably just normal guys. They know how it works. You have to be really. Yes, I mean this is no different from someone living on a submarine. The Navy and stuff like that.
I don't know.
Less people.
Yeah, right.
I mean the guys that drive the ocean liner. The cargo. Cargo across the ocean. I mean there's not that many of those guys either.
No, but like at least you feel like you're moving. They're just kind of like stuck in one place.
Yeah,
and it's you said 75 feet tall, but like they're not like wide. It just kind of like I feel like you just I don't know for some reason like it's
not leaving. And it's not like you have electricity.
I feel like not claustrophobic, but like there's not much to explore.
Right. Yeah. You walk the first day, you explore the entire island. It seems like.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you're just kind of looking at the ocean or something. Like, should I jump in or what? Because it sucks.
Yeah. He was like, well, here we are.
Yeah. There's literally nothing else going on.
Should we play some cards again or?
Yeah. And if you eat everything the first week, it's not like you just sit around and you have to like ration everything.
Right. You can't.
They're not showing up. Apparently they only show up like every 6 to 8 weeks, I guess.
Oh my God. And I imagine you can't really do much walking around either.
You're going to keep running in circles.
Yeah.
They're also
no
on
one's really
island.
jogging then. So it's like they're outside like running, doing, jogging for exercise.
Seems like there's a lot of hills too. So you break your ankle or something.
Or like you could easily fall like a cliff, I don't.
And on this island was also they called it the shack or something. And it was a stone building, but it was like, a church. I don't know if it was like from the previous inhabitants or whatever, but it was like really small. There's a picture of it online.
Okay.
Really weird looking thing. It's like just stacked stone, but it was like really small. And the guys that live there call it the shack, I believe. Maybe we'll get back up to that. I can't remember.
Well, I mean,
it was small. It was like a doghouse.
But they were like, I'm going to go out and just be alone.
Yeah.
Get away from you guys for a second, you know.
It seems like so boring.
It'd be, yes. I can see why they'd want more than one person doing it, because you'd lose your mind.
Yeah. The reports of, and the general knowledge about this information, about this story is logbooks. There was logbooks kept by the keepers. And actually, and so there's a lot of like stories of like, oh, this guy was saying this and he's talking about all these storms and this guy was talking about, and he's saying crazy things in the logs. And they're like, but there was an investigation by Mike Dash from the 14 Times, which I guess is some kind of publication. He revealed the log books were completely fictional and there were later additions to the story to make it seem like these guys were going crazy.
So wait, someone's made these fake logs?
Yeah, like as part of the story, like way to make it more interesting. Like to try to work into the thing that maybe one guy was going crazy and like, you know, But try to get into like the mind of them.
But it was
completely fictional.
But they were keeping logs though.
No,
they don't keep logs.
There was no log. Apparently there was no logs.
Okay.
That the logs were fictional.
Okay.
And if there was logs, there's nothing in it that were important enough to be saved in history. So going back to that relief ship, the relief vessel, the Hesperus, was scheduled to arrive at the Flannan Isle on December 20th, but due to rough seas, it was delayed till December 26th. So even that was 6 days later, and that's what some of the logs books said. That the storms were getting worse, and we realized that we were getting our relief ship. So like they were going crazy, thinking that they were just going to die. You know, like that's what the fictional log said. Yeah, they were trying to play up that like that ship was laying, but it really was just pretty typical. Like rough seas, obviously in this part of the world. Yeah. Like it could have been months, you know, depending. But it seems like these guys had plenty of food. Like everything was fine. Okay, there was plenty of everything. Out of the ordinary. Right. Okay. The weather on the day of the relief vessel's arrival was noted to be particularly stormy, with heavy rain and strong winds. But they still arrived, so couldn't have been that bad. Right. The crew of the Hesperus and the relief keeper found that the flag staff had no flag. They must have taken it down. These are little clues to being like, what's actually going on? So when would they have taken that flag down? What time of day? Probably in the evening, which means they've already took the flag down. When did it disappear?
Sorry, why would they take it down?
Well, I mean, it's typical with flags. You wouldn't leave it up, especially in rough storm air winds. Yeah, maybe they took it down for that. So it's like kind of like the speculation about this is like, well, the flag came down. It's something to just remember later. The flag was down, which means they took it down for some reason. Yeah, there's a reason. It should have been up. And usually the flags were used to like signal problems for passing ships sometimes. Okay. Possibly. None of the usual provisions, boxes, things like that have been left on the landing stage for restocking. So they didn't bring any empty boxes down to be loaded. Like they weren't preparing for the relief ship yet, which means it could have been a bit of time since if December 20th is when they arrived, the Ark tour passed December 15th or so. So there was nothing ready for the relief ship. So that means they weren't even preparing for the relief ship yet, which means they probably disappeared before the 20th of December, which the original arrival date was. Right. More ominously. Ominously?
Is that a word?
The hell? I don't know.
I think ominous?
Words are bad.
It's
fine. We're going to keep going. More scarily.
Foreboding? No. Ominously.
I'm not an English teacher.
I think it's a word.
Yeah, whatever. Ominous. More ominously. It's probably something else. Whatever. I can't say words. Anyway, more ominously. Do it?
I just don't know if that's an actual word.
More ominously. I say it really fast. More ominously. More ominously. Yeah, none of the lighthouse keepers were there to welcome them ashore. So normally they would have seen them coming. Yeah. Went down and greeted them. Right. Nothing was prepared for pickup or restocking. They weren't prepared for it.
Flag was gone. If the ship was late,
they would be
that much more ready to be like, hey.
And also the materials would have been, the restocking stuff would have been down there.
Yeah. Right. Yeah,
empty barrels, that kind of stuff.
They'd be more like inclined to be down there.
Right. Jim Harvey, the captain of the Hesperus, attempted to reach them by blowing the ship's whistle and firing a flare, but was unsuccessful. So before they even got to shore, they noticed nothing was on the landing. Okay. Flag was gone. Flag. No one's there. What the hell? So some historians have said that the keepers may have been aware of the delay which may have added their stress and anxiety about running out of supplies. That goes back to that fake, log entries. But really, no one really knows. Maybe they were, but they still would have had stuff ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think they'd be like desperate to get.
If they were that scared about, but we'll find out, like, they had plenty of food and stuff.
Okay.
Which means they didn't use any of their supplies or because they disappeared so early. Anyway, boat was launched and Joseph Moore, the relief keeper, was put ashore alone. So this one guy that was supposed to be relieving, he went ashore. He found the entrance gates to the compound and the main door both closed. There's a gate getting to like the main compound, like the main house.
Would they be locked from within?
They were just closed.
Okay.
He doesn't say if they're locked.
Okay.
They were just closed. The beds were unmade.
Okay.
The clock was unwound. So the clocks.
They weren't doing their job.
Right. So this is just a general clock in the house.
Oh.
Just a clock. Like clocks around the house that you would have to tell time.
Right.
This time you had to wind them. The clocks were stopped, and other signs indicated the accident must have happened about at least a week ago, because it took basically the clocks are wound for a week. Like they stay wound for 1 week.
Is that when the initial ship went by right around the same time?
No, the Ark tour was like the 15th. These guys probably didn't even know about the Ark tour yet. Okay. Because it was like only 9 days sater. They were already been en route at the point the Ark tour passed and sent the report in.
They're saying by the fact that the clocks had stopped. What was their estimate? How long it was stopped?
The clocks were wound they could be wound for 1 week. You had to wind them every week. They only stay wound for 1 week.
Right. So when was that time? At what point? How many days was it when that first ship went by and they noticed like that
there's no light was on.
Yeah.
That was the 15th, and this is the 26th.
So that could have been around the same time, right?
Maybe.
Yeah. The last time the clocks were wound.
Yeah. In any case, I mean, no one would have been able to know that.
Right. I'm just saying that the timing lines up a little bit there.
So he returned to the landing stage, returned to the ship, and said, "No one's here. We don't know what's going on. The doors were shut. Stuff was unwound. Something's happened." So the whole group, the second mate and the seamen of the Hesperus, they came ashore, whatever. They started to search. They realized, or they noted, that the lamps had been cleaned and refilled. So before they disappeared, they cleaned and refilled the lamps, which means they were planning on turning them on. They didn't turn them on. They didn't clock the lights. That paints a picture of timeline, because they were cleaned them and refilled them before the nighttime. Okay. Because if they were out, then that means that something happened while they were lit, or at that point. Yeah. That they had run and then went out. They looked all around the island. Couldn't find anybody, obviously. The lamps were found to be perfect working order, and they had sufficient fuel for at least several more weeks. So again, they had plenty of fuel to run the lights. The kitchen table was set for a meal with one overturned chair, as if the keepers had abruptly left their meal. It was set for a meal, probably getting ready to serve or maybe getting ready to cook. One chair was flipped over. Again, the doors were shut. So it's not like wind blew in and knocked stuff over. Yeah. Was it set for 3 people? I'm guessing that's what they mean. Yeah. Okay. Personal belongings, including clothing and outerwear, were left behind. So all their stuff was there. They didn't leave unless they were taken. There was one remaining waterproof coat. So 2 waterproof coats were gone.
We're gone, yeah.
Which the owner surely would have taken if they were heading outside and they left the living quarters. There's some reason, if they were leaving, they should have taken their waterproof coat if it was a storm or something going on. But 2 guys did. Yeah. The way that this place communicates, because there's no telegram, there's no electricity, nothing. Mm-hmm. The way they communicate is there was a telegraph in Lewis, which was another island. Lewis and Heir, I think is what it's called.
It's part of the same chain of islands?
No, it's not part of the 700s. It's like the other set of islands that would view these. Like these are like smaller islands outside of, from Lewis and Heir, I think was another island that was more inhabited. There was no telegraph connection in Elan Moor, obviously, but there was a smaller lamp they used to contact a watcher on Lewis. So someone would see, hey, this light is being maybe they shot this light directly at the person's face, like when he's sleeping or something. They know, hey, we need help or something. That's how they would contact. And they probably do that, like that old fashioned like light,
like hand signals,
like two on. It's like Morse code, but with light, like one on, one off, whatever. At the landings, they found everything was intact at the east landing, but the west landing provided considerable evidence of damage caused by recent storms. So a box at 33 meters or 108 feet above sea level had been broken and its contents were strewn about. Iron railings were bent over. The iron railway by the path was wrenched out of its concrete, and a rock weighing more than a ton had just been displaced. Okay. So a bunch of damage on the west landing.
Yeah.
So I guess both landings had ways of getting up to the house. On top of the cliff, more than 60 meters or 200 feet above the sea, the top of the cliff, turf had been ripped away as far as 33 feet from the cliff edge. So like turf being like grass and stuff had been ripped away from the cliff edge, 33 feet. Okay, so that's the scene that these guys walked into.
Sorry, did you say anything about the crane?
The crane was still there.
Okay.
There was a crane there.
Yeah.
West and east. This was on the west. There was damage on the west.
Okay.
Eastern landing was still there. That's where the crane was, I think.
Okay.
That's how it worked. The crane was definitely on the east, but I'm not sure if there was a crane on the west. And I'm not sure why they had two landings. Maybe case of storm stuff. I don't know. There was a letter from Mr. J. Moore. He was assistant lightkeeper who was due for relief duty at this lighthouse, the Eileen Moore. So his letter says, Flannan Isles Lighthouse, December 28th, 1900. This is the 28th he's writing this. The following day, we traversed the island from end to end, but still nothing to be seen to convince us of what had happened or how anything happened. Nothing appears touched at the east landing to show that they were taken from there. So nothing from the east landing was taken. Ropes are all in their respective places in the shelter, just as they were left after the relief on the 7th. So it must have been December 7th is when these guys got dropped off. I think. Not positive.
Okay.
At some point, I think it was 6 weeks, so it might have been November 7th. On the west side is somewhat different. This is still the letter from the guy. We had an old box halfway up the railway for holding west landing mooring ropes and tackle, and it is gone. Some of the ropes, it appears, got washed out of it. They lie strewn on the rocks near the crane. The crane itself is safe. This is on the west side, so there must have been two cranes.
Okay.
That's what I missed. There's two cranes, one on each side. The crane on the east side was the one that got damaged and had to be replaced the year prior. The west crane is still the same crane. But anyway, the crane is safe on the west side, so everything's there. Okay, there. The NLB, which is the National Lighthouse Bureau for the British Isles, Scotland, Britain, something like that. Like it's the governing body of the lighthouses in Scotland.
Okay.
Scotland, part of Britain.
Yeah. Yeah, there's varying levels. There's like United Kingdom, Great Britain.
Is Scotland part of the United Kingdom?
Yes.
Yeah. Seems weird over there. Because Ireland doesn't like
Northern Ireland.
Okay, that's what it is. Ireland
is part of it. Then the Republic of Ireland is not the United Kingdom.
It seems like great places. I'd love to go to those places.
Yeah.
England sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
Love to go to London. You been there?
Yeah. It's great. Yeah.
Damn.
It's awesome.
Ireland seems amazing.
Yeah, really cool.
Scotland seems even better.
Scotland's cool, yeah.
Just like super pretty, like all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Every time we did a train from Glasgow to Edinburgh, and I was like, oh man, like Highlander. I just wanted to like maybe want to watch the Highlander movies.
Right. I found out that like I'm mostly Welsh, like 80% or 70% or something.
Yeah.
Like I just realized that I found that out like last couple of years.
The royal family was Welsh. Or is
probably
Welsh.
Me. What if that's what I was hoping. I'm like, what if this tells me? I'm like, Mr. Deeds. You ever see Mr. Deeds?
Yes.
Where the guy shows up and he's like,
yeah, they got some Welsh in them. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Deeds, I've seen it. Yeah.
I mean, what if I'm like a long last ancestor. Like, oh no, the king is dead, and there's only one person to take over. The Kingdom of Wales.
Where's Chris when you need him?
Yeah, and they're like, they
You're
go
like,
through
"Here
like the
I am."
research. Like, hey, this dude's over there.
Yeah, he does a YouTube thing about mysteries.
Like, we'll just pretend like he doesn't exist. The bloodline dies. Anyway, the NLB, the National Lighthouse Bureau, again, said that something made at least one keeper abandon his post because the NLB specifically rules, the rules of the NLB strictly states that the house is to be manned by at least one worker at all times. So it's very strict that they have to have at least someone there to operate the light. Like if the other two guys go off and die, you can't all go die.
Yeah,
you have to, one of you has to be there to operate that light. The bodies were never recovered, nor were any personal effects ever found which indicate they ended up in the sea. So did the NLB deny? They were like,
personal effects.
We have no way of saying what happened to this person, so we can't close this case because we don't know what happened. There's no way for us to know if they fell into the sea. Obviously, where else would they have went?
Yeah.
But still, we're going to go into some theories.
Okay. All right.
Now, what do you think? Where do these guys go? What do you before I get into these theories?
So,
because some of these are crazy.
Yeah. The first thing I thought of since like when you were painting that dinner table scene, and you mentioned that
big brush.
Yeah. When you mentioned that one of the raincoats was still or like out, like
one raincoat was
still there. It makes you think maybe a fight happened. You say one of the chairs was like kind of overturned. You kind of stormed off because again, you're around these people. I've imagined for a while, you might butt heads because you're all kind of like trapped together in a very small area. You can't really go exploring outside or anything like that. So you think like maybe you got in an argument. One guy like kind of stormed off. Other guys were like, all right, man, dude, we should probably go check on him, like go after him. So they put their coats on.
And then one guy didn't put his coat on when he left.
Yeah, well, the guy might have been mad,
but
left.
The very strict rule, these guys are seasoned guys. Yeah, and if it comes back up, one person has to be there. So it had to be something very, I like that thinking.
Yeah.
The realization.
So I was thinking maybe like something happened to that guy, like he fell in, other two guys, like two other guys who had their rain gear on, went after him, bring him back inside. Like, hey, we still got a job to do, or like, let's calm down, let's talk about this. Because again, you're in very tight quarters. Like I see them button heads, like you said, though, they are veterans. They know what they're doing.
The rules are.
They know the rules. They I feel like they probably already have that mentality of being able to do something like this without kind of losing their cool.
Right. Maybe they're like, hey, we can handle this. Whatever. Everybody does it anyway.
Right.
It's a stupid.
So maybe
rule.
the guy fell off the cliff until the guys tried to save him. They all just died. That was my original thought when he first brought this stuff up. But then like the boulder,
right?
And like the turf,
right?
And that could, but they don't know. Storm came,
and that's why I said like in the story, like there's little hints of like there was already a storm, there was already stuff was going going on. Yeah. Was that happening after they already disappeared? Or did that cause them to disappear? Right. The Arctor mentioned that there was bad storms and stuff going on when they passed and the light wasn't on.
Maybe they all blew away.
I don't know. All right, so let's go into this theories then.
Okay, hit me.
So I'm gonna go what I think is the craziest to the most realistic.
Okay.
Right. The first one, should we know?
Ghost ship?
Well,
alien. Yetis.
So what's more crazy? Alien abduction or ghost ship?
What's more crazy? Ooh.
Because I rated these in craziest to most likely.
I like that.
So I have alien abduction, then supernatural. Paranormal.
So you have alien before?
First. Yeah.
Before ghost ship.
Yeah.
I would have the other way.
Okay. Well, that's why we're friends. Two different guys. So the first one that I think is the craziest, you think is dumb, stupid, idiot stuff.
I didn't say that.
Apparently this is the most normal. Alien abduction is a far-fetched, obviously, theory that I think
both are,
that involved in the guys being taken by aliens.
I like that. I do abducted. Like that alien abduction is always like one thing that's out there for any kind of disappearance.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It always comes up for all this stuff.
It's always there.
Yeah. Except for King Alaric.
Right. Well, yeah.
Well, maybe aliens did actually take that guy, but the rest are all crazy. Anyway, the second craziest And apparently I'm the craziest for putting in this
I mean,
order.
maybe the guy was like, "Do you see this light out here? It's not our lighthouse going off. Like, what would it be?
It's a lighthouse in the sky."
He's just like, "Holy!" Like he like flipped the chair. Like, he ran out there and like
no coat on.
No coat on.
And they're like, "Hey, Jimmy, get back here!"
I'm being abducted. And the other guy's like, "Well, let's be somewhat warm and not wet if we get abducted." So
I like how you made him, from Texas and not from Scotland. You gave him the Texas twang.
Did I really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize I did that.
Oh, Jimmy, get out here!
Oh.
Supernatural or paranormal would be the next one. So local folklore legends about the Flannan Islands. There's a lot of like obviously fairies, spirits, and in Scotland a lot of the fairies and spirits type of thing, and
will-o'-the-wisps.
Yeah, maybe something like that, or the Phantom of the Seven Hunters could have came and taken them for modernizing their islands.
But I do like. I'm not saying that's the case, but that could also like we've talked about like folklore and like cautionary tales.
Yeah,
maybe that's like people who are kind of like not so or more traditional or kind of against the modernization. Maybe what's going on.
Right.
So like it's a cautionary tale.
Yeah. Don't swim out to these islands because the 700 is going to come get you. Yeah.
A ghost ship will get you.
Exactly. Hey kids, don't.
But I feel like that happens a lot in history.
Don't go tooling around on that rowboat of yours you just got when you turned 16.
Yeah. Stay away from that lighthouse.
The next crazy thing is a hoax or a prank. So a less conventional theory suggests that the keepers may have staged their own disappearance as part of a hoax. The idea is considered unlikely due to dedication and professionalism. Again, that goes back to like setting up who these guys are. They're pretty professional. They've been there doing this for a long time. Why would they do this as a prank? Why did they run away? That type of thing. Yeah,
what would be the benefit for them to do that?
Maybe life insurance type of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if life insurance existed back then, but whatever.
Yeah.
Next one, freak wave.
Definitely possible, right?
Right. And notice my ordering of this because freak wave. Okay. One prevailing theory suggests a massive, exceptionally powerful rogue wave, commonly referred as a freak wave, may have struck the island. Such a wave could have been overwhelmed the lighthouse and swept the keepers out to sea. The theory is supported by unpredictability in the North Atlantic waters. So,
I mean,
there was a story.
Very choppy, wild waters over there. And like the fact, again, the boulder, the turf.
There was a story about this type of incident. And I don't think it might have been the Smalls Lighthouse, but I don't think it was. There was kind of like a lot of different stories, obviously, where a rogue wave hit one of these lighthouses and basically filled the lighthouse up so much that it took all the keepers and slammed them off the roof, and one of them died. Like, because it was like just like filled up the lighthouse so much that it like slammed. Like that's what the story was that I read about them. It was basically like they just went boom, and then one died from his injuries. I don't know if that was a Smalls Lighthouse. I'm not sure. I don't think it wasn't this lighthouse, obviously, but it was some lighthouse in the area or part of the stories of tragedies in lighthouses.
Jeez.
So that's the freak wave theory. The abduction or kidnapping theory, not the same as being abducted by the aliens
or ghost ship.
Right. There is speculation, a possibility of an external party, such as pirates or criminals, landing on the island, abducting the creepers for unknown reasons. And that is actually the story of The Vanishing.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It's about gold, pirate gold, basically.
Oh.
And like, spoiler alert, not a very good movie apparently, but it's apparently it's decent, but it's about pirate gold.
So gold. So they're saying there's pirate gold on this lighthouse?
Something washes up.
Okay.
In the movie, something a guy shows up. He's dead apparently, or something, on a rowboat, and there's gold on it. This is in the trailer, and then they take the gold, and some other ship shows up to try to get it back, and be like, "Oh, we know it's here."
Or they fought over it.
Right. We go to that. There is little concrete evidence, but it's possible because some would say, well, there was no gold left, but that's because the pirates came and took them or something. Like there was evidence, and this is the 1900s.
Yeah.
Piracy is still a thing now. So it could have been these guys, but why would they show up and just take these guys? What was the reason for that? Like, why would they come and just take 3 guys? Unless they came and killed them, but then nothing was like, they didn't take anything. The pirates didn't take anything else. Right. What was the purpose of them coming there? It's not like they wanted to whack
the pair from left them for dead too, not have bother taking their bodies or kidnapping them.
But they didn't take anything in the house. The door was shut and the gate was shut. Remember, that goes back to like building this like story. The gate and door were shut.
That's very weird.
If it was kidnappers, they would have kicked the door in and left. They wouldn't have cared of tidying the place up.
Yeah.
Right. Next one is murder or violence among the keepers. This theory proposes that a violent altercation or murder took place between the keepers, leading to the disappearance. But all three were gone.
All you have to say all three, though.
The theory is based on the journal entry. There was no journals, but this is what this theory is based on. That Ducat was irritable, and that tensions may have been risen because of missing. Maybe they were running out of materials or supplies, which they weren't. So that's what that story is. It's kind of a silly thing, but it could have been a fight between them. But again, there's 3 guys that were missing. So did they both? Was there a big fight? 2 of them died, and the other guy was just like, I can't keep living, so he just killed himself. I don't know. But also, like, was it like a movie where they were fighting next to the cliff? Like, why would they be fighting next to a cliff and then they all fell over? Yeah. The other theory, theory.
But also there wasn't other than that chair being flipped over, there's no signs of anything odd, right?
Altercations.
Inside? Yeah.
Right. Nope. Everything's clean and set up right.
Right.
Wasn't like the table was flipped over.
Yeah, a chair. That's it.
Right.
And sorry, you said none of their actual personal possessions were still there?
Everything was still there. Except for those 2 coats.
Everything was still there.
Everything was still there, except for those 2 coats. So it wasn't like they left.
Okay.
Because they were taking their stuff with them, I would imagine. Unless they were smart enough to leave it behind because they're trying to disappear. Another theory is suicide or some kind of mental breakdown between them. Some have considered that one or more of the keepers may have experienced a mental breakdown or extreme stress due to isolation, harsh weather, demanding nature of the job.
Mm-hmm.
How demanding can this job be?
I think it's more of a mental thing.
Mental demanding, yeah.
But
it's
again,
not like it's like
But again, they're also like seasoned people.
Right. They've been there before.
Like
they've done this for 20
this.
or one of them was 20 years in. A couple of those were pretty experienced. Again, it comes back up to that idea of like these guys are there. They've been there before. This isn't new.
Maybe they just, but also might have had enough though.
It's not there. The reason I brought up the train tracks and the steam engine, they had a way of getting it. It's not like they're physically lifting these barrels up this,
Right.
So
I wonder, like, I don't know. Do you think this is paid? You're being paid well for this?
I mean, you're getting paid.
Yeah.
You're also just sitting in a house for weeks, so how much are they paying you? They're giving you food and
but I feel like it's a pretty important job though.
Yeah, exactly. It's very important, but you're also just, I imagine it's demanding, mentally demanding.
Yeah.
It is. So they should be paying you, right?
Yeah.
But you're also just hanging out on an island, which seems, if you love fishing, imagine just being on an island. Like you've literally nothing else to do except for clean some glass and fish, which sounds like, I don't like fishing, but it sounds like if you love fishing, that'd be ideal. So maybe these guys are really into fishing. 1900s, what else are you going to do?
That's what I want to know, like exactly how much work is like they're doing during the day. Other than, like cleaning. Yeah.
What else are they doing? They're not cutting grass or anything.
Yeah.
It's not like they're gardening.
Yeah, I gotta go mulch.
Yeah. Are they going to run down a Home Depot or something? I don't know. Another theory is accidental drowning or falling. They said one of this theory kind of goes into maybe one of them or 2 of them fell off the cliff or doing some kind of maintenance fell into the ocean. I mean, these guys had to have fallen into the ocean or something. Yeah. If they're going to die this way, they had to have gone into the ocean. So there was some kind of accident which caused all 3 of them to go into the ocean.
Right.
So again, we're going to the most common. Right, so this seems pretty common that there had to be something that caused them to fall into the ocean.
The ocean, yeah.
And actually, that's my most common. That's the last one.
Okay.
So
I don't like any of these, man.
The accidental drowning or falling into the ocean was kind of the most common theory.
That seems most, but like
they were doing something outside.
All 3 of them, though.
All 3 of them at the same time.
I mean, not necessarily at the same time, but like
all 3 of them in the same situation.
Yeah.
Like if one.
Wow, all 3.
So here's
there was a rogue wave, like something, a big enough wave or big enough storm.
It didn't take them out of the house. So it wasn't as big as the house, but it was still something was going on that caused one of them to run out without his coats. Mm-hmm. 2 of them got their coats on and followed him, even though they're not allowed to have all three leave at the same time. One person stay behind. So one guy went out.
Yeah.
Both of them, it was something was happening so bad that two of them followed.
Right.
Got prepared and then followed.
Yeah.
On the web, we're going to go over this, and then I want to hear some more of your theories here. On the website, the Museum of Scottish Lighthouses, there's a copy of the telegram dated December 26, 1900 from Captain Harvey who sent it to the Northern Lighthouse Board. That was the NLB, Northern Lighthouse Board. This is what it says in the telegram. A dreadful accident has happened at the Flannans. The three keepers, Duquette, Marshall, and the occasional... I don't know what the occasional means. And the occasional? I don't know. Anyway.
All right.
It says, this is quoted. Have disappeared from the island. The clocks were stopped and other signs indicated the accident must have happened about a week ago. Poor fellows must have blown over the cliffs or drowned trying to secure a crane or something like that. That's exact words from the telegram from Captain Harvey to the NLB, which is the Northern Lighthouse Board.
But the cranes seemed fine when they got there, though, right?
Right.
Because maybe they secured it. But then
they were done securing it, and they were like, "All right, let's go. Let's go for a swim."
Yeah. Then I don't know, man.
So what are you thinking now? What are you thinking about this? I will say the official investigations were conducted by the NLB and officially determined, although I think it's still an open case because this is officially what they confirmed, but there was no evidence.
Hard evidence, yeah.
The cause of disappearance, but no conclusive evidence were ever found. Northern Lighthouse Board concluded that the men had been carried away by the sea. That's it. So they concluded.
I mean,
so what do you think?
I'm glad you listened the way you did. Obviously, I feel like they all somehow ended up the sea, but how though? That's what I'm not.
What was the situation leading them to the sea?
Right. I want to keep saying something. There's a reason why someone was wearing the raincoat. Right. Something had to have happened for that gentleman to go outside not wearing it. And the other two were like, well, we got to go out there too, maybe to save the other guy. So let's be prepared at least.
It's the Northern Atlantic, so it's not like this is like some tropical.
Yeah, it's not dry. It's cold, wet, windy.
It's December.
Yeah. I imagine the waves are battering at the side of the cliffs here. Again, haven't been in this particular island, but I'd imagine with the wind, it might kind of be hard to you might be wobbling around a little bit, lose your footing maybe.
Seasoned guys would have known.
Maybe one of them just went out to do something, but why wouldn't he have his coat with him? And the other two,
what would cause one of them to run away?
That's what I don't understand, man. Maybe that's what that made. I'm going back to what I initially thought is there might have been an argument that happened because a chair was flipped.
One chair, but everything else was fine.
And I'm thinking the guy, or I'm saying that the chair flipped. And the guy who flipped the chair, maybe out of an argument, rushed outside without thinking because he was so mad. That's why he didn't have a raincoat. Other two guys were like, well, we should probably go after him. Then how do they all end up and die? That's what I don't understand. I'm saying a rogue wave. Might explain the boulder. Might explain the turf. You said the turf went 33 feet away,
from the cliff
from
edge.
The cliff edge, yeah. Maybe they were standing on that, not near the cliff edge, but maybe they're on some part of that, and they
magic carpet ride, magic turf ride.
Whoa! And then they're just dead.
Yep,
smacked off the side of the rocks, and they're floating on the ocean, ocean somewhere.
You think they died on the top? They died and then got blown into the ocean, or washed in the ocean? They had blunt force trauma. There's so much stuff, and we go back.
I'm gonna say blunt force trauma. Yeah, I'm going with that. There's something about that chair being flipped. There's something I keep focusing on that, but there's something about the chair being flipped.
Right.
And something
I think that's why it's
coat.
interesting. That's why I want to include it. There's such an interesting point of doors are shut. So not only did they flip the chair, the gate and the door is shut. What closed the gate?
I forgot about that. Maybe a wave or the wind. I don't know, man. I forgot about that. I could say maybe a strong enough wind gust.
But they closed the gate. The gate probably was latched.
Yeah.
It could have been blown shut, right?
Yeah.
The door was shut, and there was no damage on the inside from wind or anything. It's not like the door was like banging off and on, then it shut. And these are older doors. They probably weren't like just like a latch.
Probably very heavy doors too.
And they were probably not the latch type that we have that automatically latch. Maybe they're more manual latched.
Like they're using like real strong, sturdy wood, I would imagine, for those doors too.
Yeah, oaks.
Specifically, like because that's what they use back then. But also specifically, you like in the climate you're in, you need doors like that. I would imagine. Oh man, I don't know. I'm sticking with an argument happened. Dude ran outside. But you guys went after him, and then like they just got struck by. Because there was a storm going on, right? It was like
they mentioned it was a stormy type of time because the Arctur drove past on the 15th. It was storming.
Yeah.
Whenever the other guys trying to showed up, the light wasn't on the 15th. The other guys tried to.
There's no flag either, though, right?
No, that was.
The flag was down. Oh, when the actual
Hesperus
showed
up. There was the flag was gone,
right?
Or not there, not up. And they also were delayed because of storms, but the Arctur was 5 days before they were supposed to. Hesperus were supposed to be there. So this is just like the Mirror Celeste thing, man. They're like, I have like a general idea, but there's that one small thing. You're just like, well, what about this? And it just throws my theory away. Yeah,
and I don't like it.
Is every little? That's why I brought up all those little details. That's why it's important. But I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna bring up this again. So the eastern landing was fine. Right. The western landing, they found considerable amount of damage caused by recent storms. So that wasn't mean that that just was normal storms. Just no one was. Maybe they weren't cleaning up after them. No one cleaned up after them. It's just standard. But a box at 33 meters or 108 feet above sea level had been broken. Contents were strewn everywhere. Iron railings were bent over. Iron railings being like at the sea level, like at the landing.
Okay.
Railings so you don't fall in the ocean.
They were bent?
They were bent over. The iron railway by the path was wrenched out of its concrete. So the railing where the cart would go up.
Jeez.
And a rock weighing more than a ton had been displaced.
Right.
On top of the cliff, more than 60 meters or 200 feet above the sea, turf had been ripped away as far as 33 feet from the cliff edge. So there was damage on the western edge. That gives the winds must have been strong enough to rip that stuff off. Or water.
Yeah.
Not damage anywhere else. It seemed like there was no other damage other than that turf being ripped off because it could have been wind or could have been a wave.
Right.
But still, that wave would have had to hit 200 feet above. If the guys were in the house eating and that wave hit, they would have been fine. What caused them to run out prior to a wave that big hitting?
Yeah.
Or was that turf damaged 20 days before they disappeared in another storm?
Oh, right. Yeah. That's true too. Yeah.
There's no data. There's no way for them to know when exactly.
Yeah.
But there was damage to materials, the iron railing, which was bent over.
Mm-hmm. That box.
What bent that railing over?
Yeah. That's something.
Was it rain? Was it wind?
Ship
or was it the guys fighting?
Oh.
But also, it doesn't explain what ripped the railing or the rails out of the concrete.
Yeah, that's a thing. Like
I'm talking about the iron railings.
Okay.
That would have
like
been
the hand rails.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you.
But you're saying that the iron
rail from the
cart
was ripped out of its concrete, and it had to be pretty heavy.
The heck.
Form.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. The little details of like every little thing you look at suggests something different.
Yeah, and that drives me nuts. I don't like it. What do you think happened? Because like I said, this is what I think happened. And then there's like some other small thing that comes in. I'm like, just kind of throws it out the window.
I think that there was a loud bang or crush, or maybe that one guy that was sitting at that chair looked out the window and noticed a big wave hit or something. That box got knocked over, that rock got knocked over.
Okay.
Whatever.
Because that would feel like we'd be very loud.
So that guy jumped up. The other guys look. He runs out. The other guys look and say, "Oh crap! Look what's going down on the western landing."
Yeah.
Because it doesn't say. I guess it doesn't really say like what they can see from where they're sitting. Or one of the guys ran past the chair when he was chasing the other guy out because the crane's getting taken over.
Sure.
Or like
the
railing's getting
the suddenness of everything.
Right. So it's just typically he runs by and it knocks it over because he's running out.
I didn't think of that. That makes sense. Yeah.
The one guy runs out without his coat. The other two grab their coats, run out.
It's something significant they could have lost possibly during this wave or wind gust.
Some reason why, but it seems like the box of materials that were blown around, right?
You wonder what was in those.
Broken and its contents were strewn about. I remember reading something about there was something in there that it was basically just materials.
Yeah.
Like it was just metal and stuff, like stuff for repairs and stuff. It wasn't really, but it was, I think they brought it up because it was so heavy.
Okay.
Like we're not talking about like a cardboard box. We're talking about an actual serious wooden box.
Like a crate.
So these guys run out,
They're called,
chase him out.
Our Pokemon cards. No.
Yeah. That's where it started. The best Pikachu. So they run out. They chase down the hill after this guy. He's going to try to secure the crane or something, but the crane was fine. So obviously they achieved it. One gets washed over and the other guy goes to try to help him because he's hanging on. The other guy runs over there. The other guy gets washed over. Then all three of them go. Something washed them away from the western landing is what I think. A big wave came. Washed them away.
Yeah. Like clearly something big happened to move that boulder, to break that crate, the rail. The
boulder being a big deal too. It lifted a boulder and moved it.
Yeah. So we both agree like they were like taken out to sea, whether that's how they died.
Did they get slammed off the rocks and then pulled out to sea?
But I'm just curious as to like what brought them out there in the first.
Yeah. That's the
like
question.
you said, because they said that stuff could have like happened after.
Obviously they got washed away.
Yeah, that stuff could have happened afterwards.
Right. Obviously they got washed away, but what caused them all to run out there at the same point? That's why the abduction theory comes up.
Yeah, right.
Someone come in and take them. Like maybe the one guy was sitting at the table when he saw this boat landing. He's like, "Oh crap, what's going on?" These,
we're
pirates
not expecting
are right
anybody.
Yeah, he runs down there to see what's going on. He gets smacked in the face with a sword or something. The other two go after him. Like what caused those other two guys to leave, knowing very well only one guy has to stay home at all times because they're seasoned. They know the rules.
Right. It must have been quite the danger.
Right.
I'm surprised that it's like, I know it's just a lighthouse. Well, me not knowing anything how to operate a lighthouse, but I'm surprised there's no logs being kept. Like I know you said there's a fake one that apparently there was, or said there was a log out there, but
I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of typical like clean the lights at this time.
Yeah, like we did at this time.
Refilled at this time. Like there's probably a
supply log and stuff like that. Yeah.
It's probably like a diary.
Yeah. An
event log.
It's a shame because it'd be funny, like not funny. I don't know. I'd say that, but like a diary, like if someone had kept one saying like, "Hey, we're not doing so good," like so and so's,
and that's why
eat my Fruit Loops today. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna push him off the cliff.
When was Fruit Loops invented?
Nah, not then.
Captain
Crunch, maybe. No,
just the gross Captain Crunch, like the stupid barrels and Crunch. Crunch berries are delicious. That other garbage is stupid.
Crunch berries is great.
The other yellow garbage things.
It's a regular Captain Crunch, yeah.
Stupid. Who the hell eats that crap?
I don't know if I've had it, but I don't know if I like it or not.
I know there's those weirdos out there like, I love the original Captain Crunch. You can go to hell. You know what the hell you're talking about. I love cereal, but you're an idiot.
It was great. I'm still working on some Captain Crunch, Count Chocula.
I love Count Chocula. Remember that one year we had our college house, we had like 20 boxes of it. We're just hoarding it. And then you realize like it doesn't last that long. So like a month in, we're like, this is gross and stale. But that first couple of weeks, it was,
man, we're like kings.
My stomach hurt so much. It was so delicious. So much sugar.
Totally worth it.
Yeah, it was so good. I mean, they come with another one recently, different flavor.
They've done like the Frankenberry, the blueberry.
There's another one too.
They redid a wolf.
The wolf one.
That's like a mixed berry thing, I think, or something like that. Yeah.
Idiots.
Count Chocula.
Count Chocula is delicious.
Yeah.
One box is all you need.
Yes.
Even the little regular ones, gross, but this combination.
Yeah.
Crispix, really delicious.
Good.
But the reason I bring up cereal, we should make a cereal podcast.
Should.
There's probably one out there. Like they're not the cereal murders, just talking about how delicious cereal is.
We'll get about cereal and cereal murders.
Nah, there's already one. There's already one like that.
Is it really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the famous one. Like the one true crime thing is cereal. Something like that.
Well, I guess we're stuck with this then. You guys are stuck with us.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you're...
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're still doing a podcast.
I just do this a normal day. Fruit Loops are all the same flavor.
I mean, Fruit Loops are all. There's just one Fruit Loop. Right?
Fruit Loops.
Oh, the individual ones.
They're all the same
Yeah,
flavor.
yeah. They're just different colors. Yeah.
Am I the only jackass that knew this? Like, didn't know this?
Aren't they all? Aren't there all the fruity things like that? Like, isn't Fruity Pebbles the same way?
Fruity Pebbles can go to hell.
Fruit what?
Fruity Pebbles can go to hell.
Oh, so
Gives you
good.
such bad indigestion. You just burp like for months, and you're just like, oh, Fruity Pebbles. Cocoa Pebbles, delicious.
Wait.
Cocoa Pebbles are delicious. Fruity Pebbles can go to hell.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yes. I do like
stuff on
Cocoa
the
Pebbles.
trash.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll step on that in the parking lot after I buy it.
Sorry, I think it's talking about Cocoa Puffs. I like Cocoa Puffs too.
Cocoa Puffs are delicious.
Yeah.
I remember this. They get stuck in your throat and you feel like you're going to die sometimes, though. You're like, oh.
Yeah. If they're not wet enough.
They're like perfect. Yeah.
So yeah, maybe they
the best way to die.
kill each other over cereal.
More about cereal. You know that I do like Raisin Bran Crunch.
Yeah.
But you can only eat like 2 bowls and you're like, I gotta stop.
Well, yeah.
It's so good. Raisin Bran
Colon
itself,
blow.
gross. Yeah. Yeah, there's some great cereal out there.
Yeah. You know what? I like Kix, man.
Oh yeah.
I do enjoy Kix.
Kid tested, mother approved.
Yeah.
I love Kix. I haven't had that in a while.
I haven't
But
just-
there's a Cocoa Puffs. It's the same Cocoa Puffs problem. It's stuck in your throat.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm gonna die because it's like the perfect size.
Perfect ball.
Yeah, it's
of
just
death.
it's like so good but so bad. There's a lot of weird new like all the cereal that's out now. It's like the newer stuff sucks.
I haven't tried it.
Now we're sponsored by what was that name? What's that one cereal company that always does the podcast?
Yeah.
Not Urban Spoon, but
It's something Spoon.
yeah, something Spoon.
It's
Great
like
Spoon.
cereal for adults.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
like, nah, you're
And
dumb.
it's like $20 a box.
No, I'm okay. I want
Pass.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Give me the sugar.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch is delicious.
I don't like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Cinnamon. I like cinnamon, but not cereal.
In the last episode of Mysterious Pals, Mysterious Non-Friends Anymore is the name of the new
It's
podcast.
called
Tune into our new
It's
podcast,
called Mysterious
Enemies.
Pal.
Mysterious, not my friend.
Yeah, we don't do it in the same room anymore.
What if we like actually did a podcast about eating cereal and we just ate cereal on podcast and it's like
Would that still be ASMR?
I don't know.
Because isn't ASMR supposed to be like ASMR is like sounds, but like isn't it supposed to be like
If someone's
quiet?
eating in my ear, no. The most unsuccessful. I'm sure there's people that like it. You know, do what you like.
yeah?
If you want to listen to
I'm
that,
sure there's someone out there that'll
yeah. I mean, if you want to pay me, I'll do it. You know, I'll eat all kind of crap in the mic.
get into OnlyFans just for like eating loud, crunchy food.
Yeah, I mean, just YouTube.
$20. Give me $20.
Yeah, there's this one YouTube channel someone I heard about that's just like a guy driving around for hours. He's like drives around in the rain.
Does he talk?
He just drives around in the rain
Good for
and he
him,
just
man.
records himself driving in the
Good.
rain.
I bet he's doing all right.
Yeah. Of course.
If he found that niche.
Anyway.
Niche.
Niche. Anyway, Jordan, thank you for being here today. We're not going to solve this mystery sitting in my basement.
Yeah.
We could solve it eating some cereal, though. We should make cereal that makes me think about this disaster, this tragedy.
Like little lighthouse shaped marshmallows. Yeah.
All right. Jordan, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next week, we got a very interesting episode that's a mystery as it goes.
Really?
Thank you all for watching or being here, listening with us today, joining us on this journey. We have socials. If you would like to join us on that journey,
Yes.
Facebook, Instagram, Threads at Mysterious Pals, Twitter or X
Stupid.
at Mysterious_Pals, because someone took our name, which apparently is a bot, I think. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to support us, you like us, you think we're adorable, go ahead and give us a subscribe, please. We would love. That would really help us out. Keep us going. If you're listening on podcasts, feed, platform, whatever you're listening on, go ahead and hit that subscribe button or follow button. Leave us a comment. Whatever you can do. Whatever you want to do. I don't want to ruin your day. I don't want to take up your time. Please just, whatever you can do, whatever you want to do,
Just hit the button.
just hit the button. But just being here also is important to us.
Yes.
We want you to be here with
Yes.
us. So thank you for joining.
This was cereal talk.
Like we can't say that. It's copyright. Cut that out. Yeah. I don't actually know the name of that cereal thing. Cereal bowl. Whatever. I don't want to get sued. Anyway, thank you for joining us here today. And tune in next week for a new mysterious journey.
With your
maybe
pals.
some more cereal talk. As always.
Stay mysterious.
Hello and season's greetings out there, everybody. Welcome to Mysterious Pals. My name is Chris, and I'm joined by my best pal, Jordan. I heard his dad call him pancakes once. Welcome to the show, Jordan.
Joey Flapjacks.
Weirdly enough, that's what he calls you now. He did call you pancakes.
And there's Johnny Cakes there for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy.
No, he's great.
I'd like to jump right out here at the beginning and say and remind everybody that the music you heard in the intro and outro of the show is by a band called Dethlehem.
Yes.
I don't think I mentioned that enough
Yes.
on the other shows that we do. I think I need to also remember to do that every time. We thank them very much for the opportunity to use their music. But thank you again for being here, Jordan. I'm ready to go if you're ready to go. But actually, no, stop.
Actually, whoa.
Put the brakes, hit the
Pump
brakes. This episode's going up the week before Christmas here in the States. We know that Christmas isn't the only holiday,
right?
But that's the one we celebrate. It's the one that's popular here in the States at this time of year. There's obviously a lot of other holidays.
Sure, yeah. But 'tis the season.
It's the season for just specifically, it always comes back to being Christmas, saying Christmas, Merry Christmas, that type of stuff. For us, that's what we say. But we understand that there's lots of other holidays, lots of other things that families celebrate. In any case, it's the holidays. Happy holidays. Hopefully everybody's taking this week, next week, the following week for New Year's, the holiday season, spending with family and friends. But I want to know, Jordan, what you remember from being a child. What did you do for Christmas? What was your Christmas memories? If you think back to when you were a wee little pancake, maybe a silver dollar pancake, whatever they called it. Whatever they call the smallest pancakes.
Yes, right? Silver dollar?
Yeah.
Sure.
The smaller ones.
Ooh.
What do you remember about those times?
I do remember, like, where I'm originally from is, like, where my family's from. We had big holidays, like, mom's side of the family, dad's side of the family, all get together. I just remember being, like, a lot of people around, which is nice. It was fun. Remember we saw us watch Cops on Christmas Eve?
That is a very specific thing you did on Christmas Eve. Cops?
Yeah, Cops.
Just really love the...
Yeah, because we all get together on Christmas Eve. I think a lot of times they'd come to our house.
That's such a... I've never heard anybody say I've watched
For some
Cops.
reason, I totally forgot about this. Like, I remember, like, I forgot about it until, well, just now, but I remember it's been brought up in the past, and, like, I forget about it. But, yeah, we'd watch Cops Christmas Eve because they do, like, a marathon, I feel like, on Christmas
Eve.
Eve.
They still do that?
On, like, Fox. This is, like, back.
Like, some people watch the
yesteryear.
the Christmas Story?
Yeah.
Some people watch the Christmas
Wizard
Story.
of Oz, I think, is really popular on Christmas Eve for some reason.
I know there's 24 Hours of Christmas Story on TBS.
Yeah.
And then there was someone recently started another tradition on another channel, but
for some reason,
I've never heard of Cops as being the 24-hour thing.
I've seen so many episodes of Cops.
On Christmas Eve?
Yeah, it's Christmas Eve, yeah.
There's literally nothing else on you guys could watch?
For some reason, I think it was my one uncle, my mom's brother, was like really into Cops.
Such a specific
But
thing.
I remember at the time, though, Cops was like a big deal. Like you're watching
in the
like
90s.
Yeah, you're watching like live footage of like not live, but like
I guess that's
real footage of
now
people.
it's everything's live footage. But
I guess it's like kind of the first one instances of like reality TV.
Yeah, I guess
almost, 'cause
right.
They're like, making arrests and like that song almost like the theme song was stuck in my head and like I don't know, they're chasing people. I feel like they're always in Florida.
Yeah, it's always
Florida Man.
Yeah, we talked about Florida Man games recently.
That's right, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that always sticks out.
Cops.
But I remember Cops. Yep.
Man, it's so specific. Like I could never have guessed that.
And obviously there's like, gifts I got.
That were cops related, like cops shirts and stuff. Cops.
got
Hat.
a
Baton.
baton. Yeah.
You and your brother just beating the crap out of each other with
Yeah.
batons. Oh, kids. That's your one Christmas Eve present every year.
Yeah, that's
Billy Club or whatever
that's what
they
sticks
called
out. And I remember
what they
like
called
getting
it?
like an intent Billy Club. Yeah, I remember getting like
Is that like wrong to say? Is that like what do they call it? A Billy Club?
I have no idea.
Is that like?
Can we say that? I don't
Yeah,
know if
we allowed to
can
say that? What's a Billy?
We might not be able to say it. I have no idea. But they're legal, aren't they? For like a civilian to have?
Is that the one that's like loaded with lead that like spring loaded, or is it just the?
I
baton?
just thought I just pictured it as being that like the baton with like the little like stick on the sides, like they were like twirl it around.
We may have to cut all this out. I don't know.
Maybe we'll see.
We'll have to Google that later.
For some reason, when he first said that, that's what stuck out. Watching cops on Christmas Eve.
Man,
but we all were like, "This is great." We're watching people get arrested and like
we're together.
It was so weird.
Were they like? Did they have Christmas episodes?
I'm sure
the police
are
wearing like Santa hats and just beating the crap out of people on the front lawn while the kids are
ho
screaming.
ho ho, and just beating. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know. We thought it was the funniest thing. That we acknowledge how
Bruce brutality.
No, that wasn't that. But we acknowledge how crazy it was that we're watching cops on Christmas Eve.
But every season it came up.
I feel like every year when we're living there, yeah.
Your uncle had it like on VHS or something. You record right off the TV.
No, I think like they were showing like because it was on Fox. I think they were like showing the marathons. I don't know about marathon, but it was always on for some reason.
I think it's still.
I could be wrong. It could have been like
played?
1 or 2 years. For some reason, I felt like we did it every year. We watched.
That's
cops.
so crazy. Cops.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it when I was a little. Like we're same age, so I remember seeing it like when I was coming up.
Yeah.
You know, I remember seeing cops on TV because obviously it was like the Thursday night show.
Yeah.
You know, like it was like cops and
right.
What was the other popular shows then? It was like the Thursday night must see, Wednesday night.
Yeah.
The water cooler show. Everybody's like, did you see that guy get beat by that cop?
Yeah, Simpsons was big then.
Yes. Simpsons was Sunday night.
You know, it's funny though is like Dare. Remember Dare? Did you have to go to Dare? Like the cops would like come and like do songs and like.
Yeah.
And I feel like that was the most ineffective thing ever.
You know, it's still a thing.
Is it really?
Oh yeah. My nephew just like finished
I thought they stopped doing
graduated.
that,
No, they have like he got like a shirt and like a hat and like a certificate for passing all of Dare.
Oh wow. Yeah, I thought they stopped doing it because like I remember reading some. I don't know if this is true, but that was like totally ineffective.
Oh,
the whole Dare thing.
Yeah,
but
kids are
cops watching cops. I was like, I don't want to ever like get arrested or do hard drugs or anything like that because like
so just show my kids cops as they're growing up. Like we're gonna watch it and we're just gonna like don't be like these people.
And I remember years later, and then this is also years past now, but like there was a campus PD that was on like G4 TV.
Yeah. And like
that
Esquire TV, whatever they called it.
Yeah.
Like,
they kept changing, but that was always fun.
Do you think that a lot of that was staged?
It had to have been. I don't know about Cops.
That's what I'm saying. Like, do you think Cops was staged? It can't be just
because that would ruin my Christmas.
Was their faces scrambled? Was the bad guys' faces scrambled?
No, not sometimes. Not always though.
Because you'd have to get them to sign a release,
right? But maybe they. That's true.
We'll let you go if you sign a release. See ya.
Yeah. Just let us pretend like we're locking. Yeah.
Just run, and we're gonna chase you, and we'll let you go.
Let's pretend like we're locking up. Let us tase you really quick.
And tasing.
Yeah, I never really thought of that.
Tasing my guts. It had to be in some cases because you figure you always know. Like it's funny whenever you watch like this stuff on MTV and stuff. That's all reality quote, but I think is finally coming to an end. Like all that stuff's finally on down slope.
I hope to God it is.
It's so terrible.
It's got on hand.
You always like see in the credits writers, and you're like,
yeah, why are they writing?
Why do you have writers if it's supposed to be reality? And producers, like you see all these like, people like there's too many people on the staff for it to be actual reality,
right?
Because real reality is not interesting at all.
No,
being a normal person,
no,
like the Kardashians. I hate.
That's a whole nother thing. What about you? What's your memory, fondest or one most poignant memory you have of?
One year I got a gift of ashes and coal. Santa brought me that for 1 year.
Were you bad? Were you on the naughty list?
I was not a good kid. And my dad thought it was to this day, he thinks it's the most hilarious thing he ever did. He's like, remember, I got you ashes and coal for Christmas? I'm like, yes, Dad, I don't remember. Yeah, it sucked.
Did he do it as a joke?
No, he did it because he was being bad that year. I guess I was really bad that year. Or like probably 2 days. Who knows what a kid does all year? Like,
yeah.
I can't remember his stuff. Probably like 3 days before Christmas, I probably did something real bad. And it was young. I mean, I obviously knew Santa wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
But like, it was like, my brother and sister were like still in that age group. So I had to like pretend that like, and they were like, oh, look what you got. And they're like,
did
young.
they get presents that year?
They got, yeah.
Oh.
I got presents, but like one of them happened to be.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
I got like some
that's
things.
all you got was
no. But my dad thought it was the most hilarious thing ever. To this day, he thinks it's the best thing he ever did.
Did you end up like, were you a better kid because of that?
No.
Yeah. All right.
No, I wasn't very good. I think probably the best memory I have is like getting a Nintendo and playing like Super Mario Brothers for like 18 hours straight, peeing my pants and stuff, whatever I did when I was that age, you know. Which like, if it's funny, because like I remember getting that, and like I know I had to be like, Nintendo came out so early. Like I was playing a game that was like playing something that was like 5 or 6 years old at that point. You know, it's like it was still like the best thing that ever happened to me. And I think I got like Super Mario 3 and 1.
Yeah, I remember we got Nintendo.
Like something like that. And it was like the greatest.
Hunt,
yeah.
Mario 1 and 3. And then 2 came out and we're like, this is a weird game.
But I got 1 and 3. I never got 2.
I think I only like rented 2 or we bought it years later, but it was so bizarre.
Yeah, it was weird. It was because the real 2 was so hard. Yeah. But like, I remember like my dad was like, all right, turn that off. I'm like, because we only have one TV in the house or whatever. You know, back then like TVs were expensive.
Yeah.
And so you had the one TV. It was the worst. I'd be like, hey, can I play it then? No, you didn't do your homework. Oh, Cops is on.
Turn the Nintendo off. Cops is
back
on.
Around. All right. The reason I brought this up, weirdly enough, I had to put this on my phone because I have to remember some of the details about it. Did you ever something called the Tio de Nadal? It's a Catalonian, basically parts of France. Mm-hmm. It's like a tradition in those parts of France called the Tio de Nadal.
Tio de
Nadal.
No. What is that?
And as we know, I'm probably butchering the words.
I mean, we can't have one episode where we don't butcher words.
Yeah. That's why I bring it up. I can say cops, you know. So the Tio de Nadal, what this says is it's related to the tradition of Germanic Christmas tree. So basically, it's a Christmas tree that bears gifts. And what you do with the Tio de Nadal...
It's like the Yule log?
Kind of.
Okay.
But you feed it... I don't know what a Yule log is. I don't know what the actual purpose of Yule log is. I just always heard the Yule log.
It's like a ceremonial. You pick like the best tree and this is going to burn. And
I'm going to throw that in the dirt. I don't care. But like what it did, and the reason I'm looking at my phone because I'm trying to remember the exact details. Basically what it is, you feed it.
What do you feed it?
Candy.
Oh.
So that it will bring you give it gifts leading up to Christmas. And I guess a couple of days before Christmas, traditional Christmas.
Mm. And then gives you gifts back?
It craps out your gifts when you beat it. You beat the gifts out of it, and they call it the poop log.
The poop log.
Yeah, the kids call it the poop log. You beat the crap out of it. The gifts fall out.
Well,
and then I guess like it's like the parents like hide a gift and like, oh look, he actually crapped out a gift for you. Like they like misdirect them.
Mm.
Yeah, it's called like the poop log, and they're just kids. And like if you look at videos and stuff, like kids are just beating.
And they
like,
still do this, like this something like it's.
And they're beating a log with sticks to try to get the crap, like the poop log.
But nothing comes out though.
No, there's candy that they put in there all December. That goes in there.
Okay.
And so they fill it up because they're giving gifts to it, and then it gives gifts to you if you're good. If you're bad, it doesn't give you the gifts back. Awesome tradition.
I think you should start doing that.
Yeah, bring it back. The poop log. They don't wear like a police uniform. And every time you hit it, it's the Cops theme song plays. I'm gonna sell that next to the party missile.
There you go.
So what do we got? What do we got today? What is the mystery?
Poop log.
Poop log. That's the mystery. Is the poop log.
Funny enough, we are going to deal with Ash.
My Christmas. This is actually where my Christmas gift came from.
Because like what better, you know, we're getting by the time this comes out, we're a week away from Christmas. Like what better thing to talk about than, you know, fire.
Well, the logs.
Yeah. Death.
I want to say
whiskey.
This week and next week's episodes are pretty terrible.
They're dark.
And they're Christmas related.
They're Christmas theme, but we got to keep the mystery going.
Mystery of why the hell we're still doing it.
Yeah, exactly. So this week we asked the question, how did Matilda Rooney die?
Matilda Rooney.
Now, let's have a little scene here for you. Our mystery starts on Christmas Eve, 1885, on a small farm in Seneca, Illinois. The farm is owned by Patrick Matilda Rooney. On that night, they're joined by a hired farmhand named John Larson for a bit of drinking in the kitchen. I'm assuming they're celebrating. It's Christmas Eve. Assuming they're like, hey, let's have a drink.
Party,
Christmas Eve. But apparently the Rooneys like to drink a lot.
Okay.
Like their drink of choice is whiskey.
I mean, there's nothing else. It's 1885. What else are you going to do?
1885.
Yeah, 1885. What else are you going to do?
Right. It's
You're on a farm. People don't realize how boring life was. Like, really, and it's crazy because we're like there's only the last like maybe 1 or 2 generations, like maybe the last 2 generations of like right now didn't in America. I'm saying in America, like at a point where a lot of people don't have to worry about surviving. Like they're just living. Yeah. Like you don't have to worry about growing your own food.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like these people are living off the land.
Yeah. Like
they're kind of relying on it.
If you had a bad harvest, you might not have any food.
Right. But apparently they were like somewhat successful, but like they still like they have to live off the land and like they need
work
people,
their butt off. Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of people back then, like the reason why they had kids,
right,
was it was workers, like help, and they had to pay for them. They just had to feed their own kids. You know, that's why back then a lot of people had like tons of kids.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally nothing else to do, so that's where you can make the kids, and then you need help to make the farm, like to survive.
Right. Yeah. So they own this farm, the Rooneys. That night they drink. And apparently, the big drinkers. Patrick would also often once a week go to the local bar that I think was apparently owned by his grandson to fill up this jug he had of just whiskey. Apparently, went through this jug, he'd drink this jug throughout the week.
Okay.
And have to go back the next week to fill it up.
You know, it's not good whiskey, right? Would it be?
I mean,
anything. I think things just didn't taste very good.
Yeah, I'd probably put some hair on your chest.
Yeah. Did you ever hear of spit whiskey or spit wine? Did you ever spit wine?
No.
I don't want to say it's from a certain place when I really don't know. I've heard that it's traditionally was made in parts of Africa, Southern Europe, or different parts of Europe, especially a long time ago. But I don't know if today it's still made. And I actually saw a documentary about this, about alcohol, but it had specifically spit wine. And whenever people were picking, when they were picking specifically corn and other stuff, they would chew on the corn, and they would spit into a jar, and then they bury it.
Oh, ferment.
It ferments.
Yeah.
The corn whiskey, but it's spit back. I guess for some reason they break up the corn. I don't know.
I've never heard that, but it makes sense. I could see people doing that.
That's what you do to get drunk.
I mean, what else are you going to do?
Hey, it's right.
Yeah, pass the time. Got to make some wine today. Let's, or some,
eat some corn and
corn whiskey. Let's chew up some corn.
Coming to a store near you. Mysterious Pals spit whiskey. Spit corn or spit wine.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. Go ahead.
I'm sure you can find some. Some guy on the internet just I'll send you some. He just spits in a jar and sends it to us.
After having a few drinks, Larson, the farmman that works on this farm with the Rooneys, decides he has enough and goes up to bed. He sleeps in a room. So they're drinking in the kitchen. He sleeps in a room right above the kitchen. Apparently lives in this place with the Rooneys.
He's helping. He's a farmhand, helping take care of the farm. Yeah, he lives with them, obviously.
Yeah. He lives in a room above the kitchen where they were all hanging out drinking. So he has a drink or two. He's like, I've had enough. I need to go to bed. And the Rooneys keep drinking from this point because, again, like I said, they like to drink a lot. At one point in the middle of the night, Larson recalls waking up and having difficulty breathing.
Larson is the farmhand.
Farmhand, yeah.
How old is these people?
So Larson, I think, was in his 60s. I feel like it's pretty old for a farmhand, but I don't know. But the Rooneys were, I think, in their 70s.
Okay.
Which is, glad you brought that up because that becomes an important thing here.
The 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
Okay. In 1885.
1885, Christmas Eve, America. Yeah, Larson wakes up, finds he has difficulty breathing. Eventually he's able to fall back asleep. I think he assumed I must be getting a cold, coughing. He's like, whatever. The next morning, so this is Christmas Day, 1885, Larson wakes up, ready to go to work, comes downstairs trying to find the Rooneys to see what he has to do that day. Doesn't see him anywhere. He's down in the kitchen. He notices, though, that Patrick Larson his door to his bedroom is open. Now the Larsons, for some reason, had two different rooms. They didn't sleep in, or not, sorry, the Larsons, the Rooneys had two different rooms. So Patrick and Matilda slept in different rooms.
Okay.
I don't know if this is common practice. I know like in the 50s, married couples would stay in the same room but have different beds. And the reason why I think that is because of like shows like Dick Van Dyke and stuff like that. So I don't know if that was actually the case. Yeah. I don't know if that was an actual thing, but
listen, it seems like a great idea.
but I don't know if like it was a common thing back then for people to sleep in
different rooms.
So, so he notices that Larson notices that Patrick Rooney's bedroom door is open. He goes in. He's like, I'm going to go wake him up or see if he's in there.
So this is Christmas Day.
Christmas Day, yeah.
In December. In Illinois.
Illinois, yeah.
So it's not like it's a southern state.
No, I'm assuming. I tried looking up what like.
Is it a farm that's crops or is it livestock or is it both?
I'm not sure. It just said farm.
So maybe it's livestock and they're going to take care of the livestock.
Yeah.
I would imagine, because what are you going to do in December?
That's true.
I mean, there's obviously still stuff to do in a farm.
Yeah.
But like, I'm just wondering if like.
Maybe they did a bit of both.
Maybe they had both. They must have had both because it was the 1800s.
Even like the primary sources I found didn't say like what kind of farm they were
It's probably not a really big deal and it's probably doesn't matter.
So he opens up Patrick Rooney's door, sees that he's not laying in his bed, he's laying on the floor next to his bed. He's like, oh, must be, passed out and he's hungover. Goes over to like shake him, wake him up. No response. He's unresponsive.
This guy's in his 70s.
Yeah. So at this Larson thinks, since he's Patrick Rooney's unresponsive, that Patrick and Matilda, the married couple, had an argument that Matilda killed Rooney in the middle of the night while they were drunk, while Larson was upstairs sleeping.
That's not really seeing why they had separate rooms, that they would automatically think like, oh, he just killed her. Instead of being like, oh, he had a heart attack.
Yeah, I never saw if like they constantly argue, but like they like to drink a lot, and like they drink whiskey enough, you're going to argue with people. And apparently these are pretty like, they're almost seem like they're alcoholics.
In your 70s, you're still arguing.
Mm-hmm. I guess Matilda killed him.
Okay.
So he leaves the room. And I don't know the layout of the house, but I'm assuming he has to go back to the kitchen, get to Matilda's room, goes and opens up her door. She's not in there. He doesn't see her anywhere in the house.
So he goes to Matilda's room. She's not there at all.
Not there.
Okay. And then
at this Patrick point, is laying next to his bed, unresponsive, possibly dead.
So she killed him and took off.
Yeah. That was the first thing that popped in Larson said. He's like, oh, he got in drunken argument, killed him. What do you think Larson does? This sounds terrible, but this is going back. This totally reminded me of the Jack the Ripper episode when I talked about the first body that was found. And there's two guys discovered.
He goes to work. Yeah. He covers them up a little bit and goes to work.
So I feel like he should be laughing, but he's like, well, I'm going to go to work then.
Maybe he didn't think he was dead.
But he thought that.
I mean, he probably like, oh, she probably killed him. Ha, ha,
yeah.
ha.
He's like, I'm
it's not like he's a doctor. He can't check her. Like,
yeah, but like if he thinks that Matilda killed him, doesn't see her, and he's like, well, I'm gonna go. I got stuff to do on the farm. I'm gonna go work.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Especially if he's like, he probably could be like, he's not responsive. He probably wasn't. He probably was like, hey, or was he like, get?
Apparently, he shook him. And as far as unresponsive, I don't know if he like checked to see if he's breathing or not. I have no idea.
So in 1880s, do you think they have a phone? He could have called the policeman like, hey, there's a dead guy here. Do you think a farm is just like
probably not there? No,
like in town.
It was like a rural,
farming
community. So again, I don't know, but I'm guessing there could have been somebody who could have gone to that might have a phone, but I'm guessing they might not have one. But anyways, I'm gonna go work. I got stuff to do. I'm getting paid. I need to get paid either way. Let's go ahead.
Did most people at this time just like not care, not know, not understand? Because it seems like this is a common theme we're finding out. Like,
yeah, during this time period. Because again, this is 3 years before when we're talking about Jack the Ripper. Like, it's the same time period. So I wonder if it's just like a commonplace thing.
Even most people now, and I haven't ran into many dead bodies, but like most people now would at least. I mean, we have cell phones.
Yeah, or at least get help.
Yeah, like run and get help. That's what all the Lassie episodes and I've ever seen. You know, they go get help,
girl.
Yeah, like I don't understand. And also, Lassie's way before my time. I never really watched Lassie,
right.
but it was on Nick at Night.
About it, yeah. I don't know. I'm guessing this is like kind of like the view that these people have, at least working class people might have, or blue collar, like people that work with their hands kind of thing. Like I have a job, I have stuff to do. So
maybe he
maybe
was
it's a
more
way
worried
of
about like
life.
the livestock.
Maybe, yeah. Again, if
I
there's
gotta
livestock,
go feed let's get the livestock, and then I'll go call the cops because he's dead. So what am I gonna do? The cops aren't gonna save him. I'm gonna go make sure the livestock don't die.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't really think that's a good point. So he does finish his work. He goes to grab Michael Murphy, who lives close by in another house. Michael Murphy is the son-in-law of Patrick, the one that owns this bar that Patrick used to always get the whiskey from. He grabs him. They go back to the Rooney home, and they start scouring it, like looking for any clues or anything else that might have like seemed out of place.
Still no cops are called.
Still haven't seen Matilda at all. So they at one point they go up to Larson's room, and they notice that his pillows on his bed are covered in soot. Like black soot.
Okay. So this is in
Larson's room.
Larson's room.
Yeah, the farmhand.
So Larson's room.
Yep.
They go up later in the day.
Yeah, after he finishes working, gets his.
And then I was like, okay, I got to deal
Michael
with this
Murphy,
dead body.
Yeah. Come back, go back to the house. They start looking around the house. They start in his room, just again looking for Matilda. But then they notice on Larson's bed that there's black soot on his pillow.
Wait, didn't he just wake up from there?
Yes.
Earlier that day?
But that would explain why he was having trouble breathing.
Oh.
When he woke up apparently woke up at like middle of the night, like 5 in the morning or something like that.
A little foreshadow thing.
So they continue to look through the house. They go back to the kitchen. And in the center of the kitchen, they find a hole. And the hole is like a couple feet wide.
How did he not? What is going? How does he not see this stuff?
So
How?
the whole is 7 feet. We could do that point now.
No, go.
No.
I don't want to ruin that.
No, I was going to throw a couple things there, but that's exactly what I was trying to say earlier. Like, I don't know the layout of the house, but like, he had to go through the kitchen to get to Patrick Rooney's room, right? And then he left Patrick Rooney's room to, I'm assuming, go through the kitchen again to try Matilda in her room. How do you not see this hole that's several feet wide? It's several feet wide. So I think it was like, I saw some people say like 4 to 5 feet wide.
Was there anything that he said it wasn't like? Could they say that it wasn't there and it happened whenever he was outside?
That's what I thought. But apparently, when they find this hole, they discovered a pile of white ash underneath it, skull, and part of a vertebrae. The hole itself was charred and blackened, as if it was already it had already happened. Like it was like, I'm guessing probably cold to the touch.
Okay.
Like I'm assuming when they found it, if it was still hot, they'd be like, this must have just happened. But within, there's ashes, a bunch of like a pile of white ashes, a human skull, and part of a vertebrae. For something like that to happen,
la, 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 la,
Merry Christmas. So I feel like for something like that to happen, it could have not just have happened while he was out working, or maybe.
I mean, maybe he would have smelled smoke.
Yeah,
he didn't smell anything either.
No, he just woke up in the middle of the night, was just like couldn't breathe, and eventually just passed back out.
On his bed.
Yeah, I saw something.
Was there?
I was on a website. It didn't seem very credible, but apparently there was an outline of where his head was like where his head was laying on the pillow. The soot was like made an outline around his head. I don't know about that.
Okay, so we're not talking about are we talking about a pile of soot? Or are we talking about like through the house, through the house, it kind of spread out.
So yes, eventually there's like they do find soot
all everywhere,
pretty much everywhere. Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. And one of the people that actually provides a primary source of all this stuff, like a firsthand account, comes up a little bit later, but he speaks of Larson's intellect.
Okay.
He might not be so bright.
Okay. Well, I mean,
But yeah,
again,
so
it's the
how did
1800s.
but how did they not see this hole in the ground? Anyways, so they finally called the police.
It might be one of those things. You ever walk in a situation, you're like, you just like kind of back away and like pretend you never saw it.
Maybe that's what, I don't know.
And then like hope someone else shows up and be like, oh, I don't know.
I feel like that's what happened with the Jack the Ripper thing when they found, was it Marianne Nichols? They're like, well, we got to get to work. We'll like fix her skirt. We'll find a police officer on the way and then tell him about it.
The worst is whenever you walk in a situation, you're like, the only adult here I have.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, or
I'm sure some people are like, this is not my problem. Getting out of here. Or they just
or
record
like
it.
in your own life. You're
happening.
like, yeah. You kind of back away and you're like, partner walks in there, or like your kid, you're like, "What'd you do? I don't know what happened in there. What happened? That's weird. You better take care of that." I do that all the time.
I thought about doing that when our cat, like, she gets sick and she'll, like, crap on the floor, and I'm like, I just pretend like I didn't see this.
Oh, I do that. I would do that totally.
I haven't done it, but I'm like, I could just do that.
My pet doesn't do that. It doesn't, like, thankfully, but it's something. I think this happened recently. I was leaving for work and I was like, I gotta go, and dog puked on the floor, and I was like, I don't want to do it. So like I went back upstairs, got my lunch and stuff, and I was like walking and doing other stuff I had to do, and I was like, and I was leaving. I was like, "Hey, the dog just puked. I gotta go." And just like,
I'm running late. See you.
Gotta go. And she's like, "What?" Like, "Yeah, he puked right there. I gotta go." Yeah. You better get that.
Sorry.
But like I'd seen it like a few minutes before, just totally ignored it. And she's probably gonna listen to this and be like, "What the heck?"
Oh yeah, busted.
Whatever, I'll cut it out.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. La, 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 la.
The police are called finally, as well as the coroner. The coroner comes. His name's Dr. Floyd Clendenin. But he doesn't write about his findings. His findings aren't really known, other than like the local authorities. But he writes about his findings several years later in a January issue, the Therapeutic Gazette.
Therapeutic Gazette was a newspaper.
It was like a medical journal.
Okay.
That like, and I was looking at some of these, like they're like, what are some things you could do to cure syphilis and stuff like that. So the coroner, Dr. Floyd Clendenin, he doesn't write about this publicly, or like it's not published for several years after this incident. I think it's like 1891 or something like that. There's a reason why, I think. Why? Because the way he titles the article and what's going on at the time, there's a reason why I feel like he waited a couple of years, because things are like going on. Anyways.
So wait, remind us, who was this guy again?
He's the coroner that came, that they called him on to come look at the body. Yeah.
So this guy came out, looked at the body, looked at what was going on.
Yeah.
And he reported everything. Or he did the report.
Yeah. So years later, he publishes an article in this Therapeutic Gazette of his findings, because there's kind of like a craze going on around this time, like a discussion of a certain thing, science that's unexplained. During this time, and for several centuries, before this incident, 1885, some people, not including just like regular laymen, but like clergymen, scientists, and some famous writers.
For those who are listening, Jordan just winked and pointed at me when he said famous writers.
Because we're making a callback.
Chucky D.
Believe in the possibility of spontaneous human combustion.
Spontaneous human combustion.
Now, there's spontaneous combustion, right?
Okay.
That can happen with like oily rags.
Yeah, I mean, they have it with hay and stuff. Yeah.
But some people believe, and again, these are educated people, not everybody, but they believe that spontaneous human combustion can happen.
Anything can happen if you don't. What is that saying? Like, advanced technology seems like magic to those that aren't properly of the time.
Right.
But yes, spontaneous human combustion is always said with the little wink and nod of like,
come on,
maybe. Yeah. What are you doing here? Come on. And it's probably one of those things that like we're saying this now because we think it's hilarious, and that who the hell would ever believe something like this? But it's like one of those things that's going to come back around on TikTok and like this social media. People are going to start believing it again, like all the other crap that people believe that are dumb and scientifically proven many times over.
Right. And I'm not saying these people are dumb to think that.
At the time, right?
Because like I remember like watching
Cops. Yeah, Cops. We already went over this. Yeah,
no, deals with Cops. Demolition Man.
Okay, yeah.
Remember the whole like he gets frozen, comes back in the future, goes to the bathroom. He's like, "What's with the 3 seashells?" I'm like, this guy doesn't know about the 3 seashells. You know what I'm saying? Like the hindsight of like looking at the past of like
people that aren't properly. They think it's magic.
Right. That wasn't magic, but I'm saying I'm trying to give an like example of like when you look. It's easiest to look back and be like, oh, they were stupid to think that, but like they might not have they didn't have the advancements or like.
Yes, they're like proper of the same. Yeah, what's that called? The proper
resources.
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
None of this matters.
Yeah, no one's listening. So apparently there are like hundreds of
Hi, Jordan's mom.
Yeah. Hi, Mom. I'm going to give her a shout out here in a little bit. Apparently there's instances, like hundreds of instances of like this happening.
Reports of it being like documented.
Yeah. Again, it's only some people think this. Some scientists didn't believe it. Some did.
But some wrote it down as the cause of death for people,
yes,
right?
Yep.
Okay.
Even today, I think I read when I was looking this stuff up. In 2000, a man died. No one knew what happened to him. The coroner was like, "Yeah, he spontaneously combusted." It happened in like Ireland.
Where was this? Oh, Ireland.
Yeah. So there's some commonalities in like what in these instances of spontaneous combustion, if that actually happened. The victim is usually elderly, overweight.
How awesome would it be if you just spontaneously combusted right now and be like,
but we find out the camera had cut off because we're like,
yeah, my computer messed up. I'm like,
that'd be nuts.
Yeah,
because it's been a popular thing in like in like not only just in the science world, but like throughout history, but like it's a popular thing in like books and
lies
movies.
are popular things. Yeah, fake stuff. Yeah, movies and books are
lies,
fiction.
So yeah, number one, the victim is usually elderly, overweight. Two, the victim was an alcoholic.
These are like the
commonalities.
To the Patrick and Matilda.
It's just overall about commonalities in victims
between all the victims
of who were supposedly died by spontaneous combustion.
So this is the common theme.
No, yeah, just common things that happen.
Okay,
they're overweight and elderly, alcoholics. More often than not, it's a woman. Hands and feet of the victim had been separated from the body somehow. There's very little else around the victim that had combusted or caught fire.
Okay. So these are the common themes with all these cases of spontaneous human combustion.
Yes.
Documented cases.
Yeah. So some people believe whether it was like a divine retribution for them being, alcoholics or bad people.
What could it have been then? We'll get into that. Just as a rhetorical question of like all these things, they have to be a common. Okay, whatever. Go ahead. Keep going.
I mean, like again, like it's been like 100 people have been documented, but it's still like a rarity, right? For someone to just be like,
but those are the common themes.
Yeah. But I mean, even in the 80s, like there's still like there are cases of like people supposedly spontaneously combusted. Like,
okay,
there's still like scientists are still trying to figure this out today. Like most are just like, yeah, there's no freaking. But
we have no idea how this person died.
So religious people
or someone figured out the best way to murder someone and get away from it, and they just kind of spread it around to certain people. Like it's like one book that's spread around of like how you murder someone and get away with it. Although both of them died in this case.
Yeah, the Illuminati, they made a book. The Masons.
Yeah, I mean it's probably those dudes.
Aliens, Yetis.
What if Yetis? It'd be more interesting if it was Yetis.
Yeah.
Like
writing
Yetis.
Books. Writing books.
Yeah. They're all like glasses on, like
about
drinking coffee, typing.
Yeah, how to make a murder look like spontaneous combustion and make people argue about it for hundreds of years. So people like religious people, even people in the church, like clergymen, they'd be like, well, this is divine retribution for them being alcoholics or being like sinners.
Perfect.
It's God, God.
And that's how it got this far of like where we're still believing that because.
Yeah, I mean, like this
of
like,
that answer.
Yeah. And like, because not long from now, like 25, 30 years from now, you start getting a prohibition.
Yeah.
Because people are like, oh, alcoholism is a bad thing. Morally, like in regards to religion, running families. So like, I can see why some people are like, yeah, maybe. I can see like that, what's kind of what like leading into prohibition.
Yes, that they were smited.
Yeah, like a temperance kind of thing. But also, like some people are like, no, on the science side of things, an excess in drinking alcohol can cause a body to become internally flammable, causing some kind of chemical
reaction.
Yeah,
but I also want to say, like, there is a place for all if people who are very religious. There is a place for religion and science.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't want to say I'm mocking science or I'm mocking religion because of science. I'm saying like some things sound insane
to
us now.
Right.
In that religion was probably the best answer for most people then
absolutely.
because,
Yeah, sure, yeah.
because of their beliefs, and it helped them
And it makes total sense.
calm themselves.
I'm
And I understand the
I'm
purpose of
sympathetic to that, yeah.
the importance of religion in society.
Sure.
But also
Even today, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like in society,
Yeah.
still an importance of religion, but like I don't want people to think that I'm like bashing on religion. Like
But no, I mean, a lot of these scientists were like religious people too. Like,
right.
You can be
Both.
the same. Yeah, you can be the same. Yeah.
Even today, there's lots
Sure.
of people that are both.
Yeah. So you have that gambit of whether it's God intervening and like causing this, or sign like something happening in your blood because you're overly intoxicated and there's some kind of reaction. Going back to writers, some writers, famous ones, believe that this was actually a possibility. Herman Melville, do you know who he is? It was rhetorical. I forget. He wrote Moby Dick. I never read it, but pretty famous book.
Say that again.
Herman Melville wrote Moby Dick.
Herman Melville.
The White Whale.
No idea.
All right.
No idea. I know what Moby Dick.
Yeah.
I know what Moby Dick. I know who Moby Dick is.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Who he is.
I thought he was the captain.
No, the captain's oh my God.
Ahab?
Ahab, thank you. I want to say Ichabod.
I thought his name
right.
Ichabod Crane.
Yeah.
As horseman.
Yeah.
So wait.
Ahab, yeah, you're right.
I thought his first name was Moby. His last name was maybe Dick Ahab.
Moby Ahab Dick?
Moby Dick Ahab.
Okay.
Look. There's no way in hell I would have read that. It sounds so boring. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure people are going to be like, it's so great. I'm sure it's fantastic. Moby Dick is like the, what's that show I watched I talked about? With the drug people?
Oh,
Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Moby Dick is the Breaking Bad of books, of literature, right? I don't care.
Is it?
Maybe. What else is there? What's the Moby Dick of literature? Wait, I mean, what's the Moby Dick of TV shows? Breaking Bad, probably. What's the Breaking Bad of books?
Oh, man.
You think like, I'm not saying like Lord of the Rings or anything like that's like more fantasy. I'm saying like,
sure, yeah. I don't know, man. I never read Moby Dick. I just know.
Is it Moby
guy,
Dick? Like, wasn't there like a guy with him too? It was Ahab and some other guy.
Kind of like for some reason I'm just thinking it's like Jaws. I don't know why. They're just constantly going after this white whale. Kind of like they did in Jaws.
Is that like where they got it from? Is that what Jaws is from?
Maybe. I have no idea. I've never read, like I said, never read Moby Dick.
Who's the guy in Jaws? Famous guy? Dreyfuss?
Yeah, Richard Dreyfuss.
Sounds like a boring movie.
You never saw Jaws?
Probably did when I was a kid. So my problem was with Jaws. I think here I do remember it. I have visions in my head of like seeing Jaws.
Like how cool it looked at the time?
No. I have vision in my head of the most terrifying things because I was so young, not supposed to be watching Jaws.
Oh, yeah, right.
And I'm like, and now I think back, I'm like, the things I remember from Jaws are like the things that are like the bad parts.
Okay.
I have no context at that age to understand the importance of Jaws as a movie or the messages it has.
You're a kid.
Same with Moby Dick.
Yeah.
I don't care less. What's that do? What is that? What is the purpose of that?
But would you have the context and like appreciate it now if you read Moby Dick now?
Sure, of course. I'm a doctor, of course.
I'm a doctor.
But you got to have like desire to want to read something boring as hell, or or the greatness of that book, literature. This is like a common theme.
Yeah.
I don't care about literature.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I think we established
Moby
that.
Dick. Who's the writer of this? Herman Melvin.
Herman Melville. Yeah.
Herman.
So anyways,
Hermie. I don't get it.
Hermie.
I'm sure it's a fantastic story. I'm sure people.
Not Moby. Like this is why. Like he's known for Moby Dick, but he wrote a book called Redburn, and in there he had a character that died from spontaneous human combustion.
What if you ever see the videos of the whales that explode?
Oh, on the beach, like after they like puncture it and all the gas, like
just people are running because the stuff's falling on them. That's my Moby Dick. That's my. I don't even know what that means, but that's
my Moby Dick.
When people make that reference of like, that's my white whale, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that means.
It means like you're something that you're constantly chasing, but you can't get. I think.
So boring.
So,
I'm bored
Another
right now
writer.
thinking about it. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Our old boy Charlie D.
Chucky D,
who wrote Christmas Carol. From Mom.
I like how you got out of that.
It's from Mom.
Because you can't hear it.
She's like, he wrote Christmas Carol. Yeah, I totally forgot.
Is that how she sounds? That's not very nice. I don't think you sound like that, Jordan's mom. You sound like a very nice lady.
He went on record believing, actually like saying he believed in spontaneous human combustion. In one of his books, he had the same thing. He made another character who died from spontaneous human combustion.
Okay. So Charles Dickens,
Herman Melville. So like prominent writers.
they wrote separate stories about this. Okay. So it made it well into, when was Moby Dick written?
Oh God, I have no idea. Right around the same time, I'm guessing.
Is this going on?
Yeah.
So like this guy's writing stories, and like popular culture is making its way into his writing.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So I think it's like, the zeitgeist of, or just it's people know of it.
Right.
It's like
makes sense. I mean, yeah. Of course you're going to, take that, put it in your writing.
Right. I think the reason why the coroner, going back to the story, this coroner, the reason why he wrote in that Gazette, this therapeutic Gazette, is because he's addressing like the idea of spontaneous human combustion.
Okay, so this is the guy that wrote the
coroner
coroner
that
from
came,
the situation that we're talking about.
Yeah.
The Rooneys.
He titled it "A Case of Human Combustion in Man." So he writes, he gives first-hand account. It's pretty brief, but he gives his first-hand account of like when he arrived at the house, the Rooney's farm, and kind of like what he saw basically on the farm. Okay. First thing of note he mentions is when he gets to the house, he's outside the house, he smells a horrible odor coming from the house.
The dead people.
Yeah. He mentions, though, that the Rooneys were of Irish descent and drank excessively, and that Larson was a Swedish person, but was an imbecile, but perfectly harmless. Which may explain why he didn't see the hole in the ground originally, like in the hole in the kitchen. But he says perfectly harmless.
Okay, so he's saying that he's trying to say this because he's trying to say that this guy did not cause this death.
Basically, yeah. Because I think immediately, like, he was considered the main suspect because he's the only one at the house.
And both people are dead.
Yeah. In the kitchen, he notices an extinguished candle. There was a third burned. But everything in the kitchen appeared as it should be.
There wasn't electric lighting at this time?
No.
Okay. So there wasn't like they had electricity?
No. They used candles, and he notes that they only use like common candles. I don't know why that'd be important to note for that time.
Meaning maybe associated to like how combustion may have happened, that if it wasn't like a strange candle, like a different type of candle made of something more flammable, that gave off a flammable odor or something that's a cause. Yeah.
So he goes talking about the hole, and the hole in the kitchen floor speaks of finding the skull, cervical, half a vertebrae, part of a pelvis and a femur, and 2 feet. One of the feet was still intact within its shoe. One of the feet was still there inside its shoe. It seemed like nothing. That was like the only thing that was really intact.
It's saying,
it wasn't burned.
So when they say hands and feet in these situations, they're trying to, what that's trying to tell us is like the explosion happened in the body, shooting the extremities out.
Yeah. All the clothing, there was no clothing. It was disintegrated. The Matilda weighed 160 pounds, but at this point was reduced to 12 pounds. So he gathered up all the ashes, was left over skeleton, the foot, put it in a box and said it only weighed 12 pounds. He concludes that Larson's still alive only because he slept upstairs above the kitchen that night and with his door closed. That's the only reason why Larson's still alive.
Wait, is Patrick Rooney burned?
Patrick Rooney died from asphyxiation.
Okay.
Like asphyxiation. So he wasn't burned, but like he died from smoke inhalation.
Okay.
He's guessing that he probably fell off the bed because he woke up in the middle of the night. Was just like, what's going on? And died.
Okay. Which is why Larson had that problem breathing in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Because he's like breathing in the smoke from downstairs. So Larson's still alive because he slept upstairs in his room with the door shut. Patrick died from asphyxiation. But the doctor doesn't give his thoughts on how Matilda actually died. So he doesn't particularly believe, he's not really like acknowledging maybe that she did die from spontaneous human combustion. This is kind of his thoughts on it. He just says that she was intoxicated and last seen alive, and appeared she died without struggle. Based on how the house or even the kitchen, of course, other than the floor, seemed undisturbed.
So there wasn't like
no, because
the chairs weren't blown away.
When he went in the kitchen, he's like, "Oh, everything seems to be like in order. Like, didn't seem like a fight happened or like nothing was burned." I did notice some like scorch marks on the outside
Of what?
of the house, and I guess there was like
Scorch marks on the outside?
sorry, when he was coming in from the outside, you know, some scorch marks on the inside.
Okay, so he walked in, saw scorch marks.
Sorry, and then there's like a residue everywhere, like a white residue.
I want to point out, like, there's no bones left except for a few.
Yeah.
This had to be a very hot fire.
Right.
Because bones, I mean,
yeah,
they don't burn easily. No. Bones and teeth and stuff.
Right.
Like, that's a very hot fire.
So that's I think that's the thing. Like, how does something like this happen?
Like in crematoriums, right? 2,000 degrees for hours.
I think it's something like that.
To get that stuff to break down.
Yeah. Okay. The thing is, that people are like, well, this isn't a normal fire because there at least be more of a skeleton intact, be more. The house probably would have caught on fire. Or at least most the rest of the kitchen would have been like burnt. Or
is this a common theme in all those cases?
Yeah. Larson is dismissed as a suspect from lack of evidence, and apparently for being of good character.
Of course.
He's an imbecile, apparently.
I mean, think about those Cops episodes you saw.
Yeah.
All those Christmases.
He dies 2 weeks later from smoke inhalation. So he ended up like dying from this in the long run. Larson
dies from this situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most scientists today believe that spontaneous human combustion is impossible. Even some in the past were like, this is impossible. Dickens was actually called out for the fact that he kept publicly saying like this is a possible thing by like scientists like, dude, what are you doing? Like, this is insane. Like, you shouldn't, like, this isn't a real thing.
Oh, so even back then they believed fiction writers.
Yeah, like again, it's like even back then some scientists said it was real, but some were just like, no, this is.
I mean, society was believing fiction writers over scientists.
That's what I'm gathering. Yeah. So if it wasn't spontaneous human combustion, because like I said, a lot of scientists, they even more so today, they're like, there's no way spontaneous human combustion is a thing. Even though this coroner, like I said, from like in early 2000 or it might have been 2010, said like that guy in Ireland that died, coroner was like, yeah, spontaneous human combustion.
They're still using it as a
thing. Yeah, I remember I saw a newspaper in like 1985. I think there was a woman in Chicago who probably spontaneously combusted on the street.
I feel like in the 90s when I was growing up, like that was like a common thing in popular culture.
Yeah, they referenced it in Spinal Tap. Like,
yeah, like that.
I remember video games that talk about it and stuff like that.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, it's referenced not only in like these books from the past, but like in common era, like our times. People are still talking about it, but most believe, like most scientists are like, it's not a possible thing. So how did she die then? That's the question.
It seems like
clearly, like she caught fire.
So is that the theory? So are you going on to theories now? Are you going to bring up some theories?
Yeah, just and then it'll be pretty quick because a lot of them.
Because I don't want to answer anything.
A lot of them are just silly. Like I saw one was like poltergeists do it. It's like, what?
I mean, I would probably believe that over. That's not true. Okay, go ahead. Because it's so crazy. That's just because these people.
They're just trying to
make
like a breakthrough.
They want to sound like the smartest person.
Yeah. They gotta sell some.
They want to sound like they don't want to say I don't know. People are really I'd imagine back then people don't want to say I don't know.
Yeah.
Especially in someone like professional level.
Yeah.
A doctor doesn't want to be known as a person who says I don't know. Like
right,
medical doctor.
But would you want to be that doctor who's just like throwing out silly stuff like that?
But if you're a doctor, people are going to listen to you anyway.
What about other doctors like? Because they have those like peer reviewed.
When I say doctor, I mean medical doctors, right, like actual like doctors.
Yeah.
But like also like.
But they do those peer review articles.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like you don't want to say I have no idea.
Sure, yeah,
you're not going to release that.
Sure,
you don't want to,
right,
and especially in research, they just spin the words.
Yeah.
A certain way to say like this is what it is, and you can't attribute it to anything.
Right.
Like it's probably you don't want to be a doctor saying I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure. Medical doctor.
Yeah. Right. Because you're supposed to know.
Exactly. Because then that's going to send chaos.
Yeah.
If your doctor came in, you're like, hey, what's this thing growing on my neck? He's like, I don't know. You'd be like, well, I'm going to give someone else my damn money because what the hell are you doing here? What is the purpose of you?
Yeah. Going somewhere else. So we're going over a few. Like I said, there's a lot of like other alternate explanations for what would have been perceived as spontaneous human combustion. What might have happened to like not just Matilda Rooney, but like people who were thought to have died this way.
So these are the theories.
Yeah, and again,
common theories.
Yeah, remember like there's that thing of like they're usually elderly, overweight, alcoholic, more often than not a woman. On all those cases, more often than not, hands and the feet of the victim were separated from the body. There's very little else that combusted or ignited around the victim's body when they were found.
Is there any chance that these people were just robots? Like robots from the future?
Yeah. Why would they die? Why would like what happened?
Ran out of gas. Or you're drinking alcohol.
Self-destruct mode.
Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah.
That's more likely than, I mean, that's just as likely as anything else at this point.
Right. So a common thing I like in this,
and they shoot off their arms, so they're shooting their fists at people. Like Iron Man or something.
Fists go. This makes sense. And I'm wondering, like, I'm assuming, well, I know for a fact back then they didn't have like the certain codes for fabrics used. You know,
self-destruct.
Like the
self-destruct code for this robot. Yeah.
Yeah. For, for safety reasons.
Right. Like flammable material and stuff.
I'm assuming back then there were no codes for that. So I feel like certain codes you're wearing.
As in codes and as like FTC.
Yeah.
The way they sold stuff. Like you can't sell certain types of clothes that are because they could burn.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm guessing those
you
rules
can't sell
around.
a certain type of building materials if they don't have these properties.
I'm assuming those rules weren't around back then. I don't know this, but maybe like these people were wearing, at least back then, I can't explain now when these things are happening today, but at least back then, I'm guessing the clothes they're wearing.
That's oversight.
Yeah. I'm guessing the clothes they're wearing are highly flammable.
I mean,
some of the
they're
furniture
making like wool clothes,
Yeah.
like they're extremely flammable.
Right.
They're probably making their own clothes.
Yeah. So one of the common things is that like maybe the person's a smoker, maybe they have a heart attack, might have been drinking, might have a heart attack, drop the cigarette or pipe or whatever on themselves, and they catch fire and just burn.
But when their hands and feet burn,
right? Would their whole body just like disintegrate like that?
Right.
Would that be enough heat?
2,000 degrees.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah. I know it's like an insane amount degrees, but
and not burn anything else.
Right.
Because there's plenty of stories about people dropping cigarettes and lighting the entire house
I
on
remember
fire.
hearing about that. Yeah.
I mean, it happens probably even today more often than you would think.
And I saw like apparently fires tend to go more vertical than horizontal, but in time, like the fire would spread, right?
Anything. I mean,
Like,
everything's
like
probably made
to.
of wood in that house. It's probably a stick frame house.
Yeah.
It's probably not bricks. It's
Right.
1880s or whatever. Most of those were all just made out of wood.
Yeah.
I mean, the table was
yeah.
probably wood. The chairs were wood.
Yeah.
Everything was wood. And it probably had, some type of lacquer, some type of sealer on it, which is also flammable.
Yeah, right.
Was the chair she was sitting on, was that still there or was that gone?
Apparently, there's no mention of a chair.
Now there's 3, but was there an odd number of chairs? Because maybe that went with her.
But I don't know, like the article I was reading, it was saying that like, that they move more vertical than horizontal. Again, stuff will spread, but I guess people who firefighters and stuff like who deal with putting out fires, obviously, it's kind of a common thing to see happen in a house, at least nowadays. Like
fire to go up.
It's known to go up, but like not necessarily spread when someone burns in a fire. Apparently, against like a chain of events needs to happen.
Did the fire burn the ceiling?
I didn't see that.
If it's that hot, it had to melt stuff. It had to like anything that like did they have appliances in there? Did that stuff burn, melt, anything like that? I don't know if there's appliances back then.
I mean, apparently not. From what this doctor said when the coroner that came, he said nothing seemed out of ordinary, other than the hole in the ground. Moving on. This one's, I don't know. You ever heard of ball lightning?
Yes.
Okay. So apparently this is like a phenomenon that people have like seen for like centuries.
Yes.
Some people thought it was like, what are they? Will-o'-the-wisps?
Yes.
Yeah. But apparently if people have seen this, it's been documented, but never like scientifically observed and documented. I guess in 2012, Chinese scientists caught like a video or something like that. Like were able to not discover, but witness it happening.
Okay.
They recorded it.
And weirdly enough, they put it on TikTok and now like that's the kind of thing. It's like if only one, if one group documents it, is that really true? Unless it was like, I guess like the big thing is, can they recreate it?
Yeah.
Or can they replicate the situation?
Right.
Like,
I think someone might have.
Okay.
But apparently it happens when lightning strikes the ground, because it can only happen during like a thunderstorm. When lightning strikes the ground and chemicals that are in the soil can help form a ball. Now in the past, people were just like assume these people were hallucinating when they mentioned these things. But again, like people in our own Air Force apparently have seen these things, lightning balls. I've never heard of them.
In the ground. It's whenever they come out of the ground.
Yeah, they come like lightning strikes the ground. Some kind of chemicals that are in the ground can help form a ball of fire, like it's like a lightning ball.
Okay, I mean it's believable.
I don't know. I mean, it sounded goofy to me, but I don't know nothing about. I have no knowledge of this stuff whatsoever. But apparently, this ball moves horizontally, like rather than going up and down. But it only lasts for like a little bit of time. But people have reported
Gets up and walks around like,
"Hi."
Hey. Oh, dead.
Yeah. Apparently, there's been reports of like people like flying through people's houses and like destroying things, like breaking a window, then like dissipating.
Okay.
I don't know, man. But there's a man out there, I believe he's a scientist named John Abramson, that maybe these lightning balls, these fireballs, could be the cause of spontaneous human combustion. What people believe is spontaneous combustion. Now, they provide enough heat.
They instantly melt
Somebody,
bones.
which also like maybe the impact would cause their feet and hands to fall off.
So you're saying lightning could have struck the house?
Yeah, or came into the house somehow through a lightning ball. Because like I said, there's people have reported these balls coming in their house and like breaking their windows.
Does it go around the corners and stuff? Like how did it go directly where this lady is?
I have no idea. Those light balls.
Because like was any of the windows broken or anything?
No. I mean, there's no mention of anything like that.
I mean, lightning can. I mean, I've seen lightning blow up a tree.
Yeah,
crazy.
So I'm gonna bring up old Charlie D again here.
Chuck D.
One of the historical instances in history, and this one that's stuck to Charles Dickens. This is what made him put a character in his book that died from spontaneous human combustion. One of these people her name was Cornelia de Bondi. She's an Italian countess who died in 1731.
And the reports are that she died of ball lightning or spontaneous combustion.
Spontaneous combustion. So what was found of her remains is very similar to what happened to Matilda Rooney. A priest who conducted this investigation of this countess considered that lightning might have been the cause of her death.
Okay.
Then ruled it out since there's no scorch marks on the wall where she died.
True. I mean,
but
that's
it could
important.
have been it could have been a lightning ball or a ball lightning thing, but yeah, there are parts of her fingers that they found, part of her feet.
Yes, I believe lightning. If she's in an open field, it strikes her directly.
She was in her room. She's like going to bed,
and night. Nothing else around her is damaged.
Not really.
Ever scorch marks?
There's like a couple little burns here and there, but
and this is the queen
countess.
Or countess. Okay.
No, yeah, she's Countess Nearly. This happened in 1731.
So she died in her bed.
Yeah, in a room somewhere. I don't know if it was a bed, but she was going to sleep that night. She was found the next day. Like parts of her only found the next day in the room. I just picked this lightning ball thing because it sounds goofy to me, but like I don't know. I think it's interesting.
It's like just as plausible as anything else at this point when you talk about somebody like God could have just like,
yeah,
like,
boom, dead.
Yeah,
like what was it?
It's just as
like
believable.
Dr. Manhattan and Watchmen. He just point at someone and they just explode from the inside.
That's probably where they got it from.
Or aliens. It's always, it could always be aliens, you know?
Just as believable
Yeah.
as all the other reasons why this happened.
So this is the most plausible thing I could find, which is crazy.
And you're really going on a limb when you say plausible.
Yeah, which is crazy because like it just seems like spontaneous human combustion is not possible, but like people are still trying to figure out like.
Meanwhile, on the ride home tonight, you're going to spontaneous combust.
Lightning ball's gonna get me.
What if it's God like bowling like the ball? That's his ball is lightning. He's like, strike.
Got another one. All right, so there's something called a wick effect. This is when a fire occurs on a person. The victim's clothing absorbs melted fat. So the fat inside the person's body is fueling the fire.
The fire's on the outside of the clothing.
Yeah.
So melting the fat.
Melting the person's fat. This kind of fuels the fire itself. Also containing the fire, perhaps. The victim's clothing absorbs melted fat, acting like a candle wick and allowing the body to smolder for an extended period. This would also explain little to no damage to hands and feet due to the lack of fat in hands and feet. Experiments have indicated that this effect can explain characteristics linked to spontaneous human combustion, like extensive body incineration and minimal damage to the surroundings. Suspected cases likely involve external ignition sources as a match, cigarette, perhaps a candle, triggering the wick effect, with the evidence destroyed by the ensuing fire.
But not burning anything else.
While alcohol doesn't increase body flammability, severe intoxication may hinder a victim's response to slowly developing fire. So he was known to keep drinking that night, known to be an alcoholic, probably just drunk. Guessing that candle that was found by her body, that was like a third used, wearing some kind of, poor clothing that like is poorly made clothing, or like
right.
Not by like
flammable.
Highly flammable. Thank you. Clothing, and then like she's known to be, apparently she's overweight for that time. She had a decent amount of fat on her body.
Imagine how drunk it'd be to not realize you're on fire.
Well,
so much so that it like your body is smoldering.
I'd imagine at some point she's like, "Oh crap, I'm on fire," but
and maybe like the fumes put.
I heard like a lot of times like when people
asphyxiation.
Yeah, they die from fire. It's from inhalation. Inhalation before.
Right, they're not burned.
Yeah.
So this is the most plausible explanation is
a response to spontaneous human combustion.
The most plausible thing that came up with was the body's fat.
Yeah.
Insulates, it creates like almost like a human candle.
Yeah.
What do you think actually happened? Where are you going? When you hear those plausible things, talked about Moby Dick. We talked about all these things.
Yeah.
That I don't understand, don't care about.
So, I don't think the smoking thing will work because there's no recounts for smoking. Like as far as like her being drunk and like accidentally like dropping the cigarette and accidentally lighting herself on fire. But it was said in the report though that she's also known to put, like, she was in charge of putting out the candles every night before going to bed. This candle was out, like it didn't burn all the way down.
Of course, the guy's too lazy to put out the candle.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he's passed out in his room.
Yeah. Dead.
Wouldn't that, like, I don't know, I feel like that candle would have kept burning.
Yeah, something had to put that out.
Right.
Like a force of some.
Yeah,
like,
what would have put that candle out? Like she was just like burning and her hand wasn't burning. She's like, man, I got to put this out.
Don't want to cause a fire.
I don't want my passed out husband in the next room to die.
That's so crazy that like this lady just burned.
Yeah. Burned right through the floor.
And that's it.
That's it.
No damage, mostly no fire damage anywhere else in the house. The house didn't burn down.
Nope.
Larson died. His name is Larson, right?
Yeah.
He died from smoke inhalation.
Yeah.
The other guy died from asphyxiation from smoke inhalation. The fire was that bad, but.
Oh, right. Yeah. It had been that bad. Yeah. To kill
those guys.
yeah. Right.
But only damaged one area where she was sitting.
Yeah.
Possibly that we know.
That's interesting too, that other two people were there that died from this, because most of their cases I saw were people that lived alone. And they were found later by loved ones or people just like checking in on them.
Yeah. I think it's crazy.
But the fact that two other people died during this.
He died 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
So it had to be a lot of smoke.
Yeah.
But it didn't spread anywhere else.
No.
I mean, I imagine
Again,
wanna
he's right
believe
above the
it's-
kitchen, so like the smoke's going to go up right up in his room.
But I mean, it's a floor.
Yeah, but
Is it going to go up the steps?
No, but like imagine like they're not like our floors. They're just like boards that are not like completely. There might be spacing in between them.
And so they build them. They're like, oh, it's good.
Clap it. Yep.
So you're saying
I'm saying like it's 1885. I don't know what like flooring was like back then, but there might be like gaps in between each board.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. I was thinking more of the vents. I don't know how the vent system worked in this house. I guess if you think about like they're probably using a fireplace to heat the house.
Yeah.
So they had to allow that heat to go up there.
That's true. Yeah.
So it makes sense that maybe it wasn't built like you would think
Right.
like a house today.
I don't think she spontaneously combusted. I think she was drunk and somehow caught herself on fire. But what's throwing me off is nothing else is.
Yeah, because if you're drinking that much whiskey, that would have caught fire too, right?
Yeah.
That would have exploded.
Yeah.
Whatever it was in
Yeah.
would have caught. I'd imagine it would heat it up.
Yeah.
Like when we say kitchen, we're probably not thinking about the kitchen that we understand in today's society.
Right.
We're probably thinking about a kitchen that's more primitive, more like just a room where there's a.
Yeah.
You've ever seen like have you seen pictures of how people lived? I mean, house even with a second floor is crazy to hear about, and
Right.
more than one room.
Yeah.
I mean, they are really nice houses, like from that time, that are pretty big. But like,
Apparently they were doing well. Like their farm was they were pretty prosperous. Not like loaded or anything like that, but they were doing well enough. They can afford to have a. I mean, again, I don't know the
they
layout of
probably
the
built
house.
it themselves.
Yeah. Again, I don't know the layout of the house, but that the second floor could have just been just the room. It's that room itself that Larson was in. So
I'm going to give you my theory. You think she just caught on fire.
yeah, she's drunk, passed out, somehow caught on fire. Maybe she's like stumbling around, like trying to get up at night and caught fire. But you think she would be screaming like?
Well, this guy seemed to be passed out.
But no, here's the thing though. Larson he only had 2 drinks.
But he wasn't.
They could have knocked him on his. But no neighbors heard anything. Again, I don't know how close the neighbors were. I don't know how close the neighbors were.
I think it's crazy. There's no burn. There's like nothing. When they walk in the house, there's a fire.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that it melts a person completely. Basically,
yeah. The heat is another thing too. Like to do
nothing else is really. There's no damage of note. Now we don't know exactly what it was, but not enough damage that it was noted.
Yeah,
they didn't say
contained.
Like, like the table melted or burnt.
Yeah, the chairs are fine. Nothing
that we know of.
Yeah,
maybe
they said like nothing seemed out of order.
Okay, they did note that the coroner.
He's like, yeah, it didn't look like there's some like she like caught fires, like knocking stuff over, like
or the fire
things.
spread at all.
Yeah,
I think the most plausible thing would be. It sounds like the most plausible explanation by scientists is the thing with fat turning it into basically human candle.
I only like gave you 3 things. There's other things out there, but they all seem kind of
far-fetched.
Yeah.
As far-fetched as everything seems to be too perfect in the way that the scene was set for a story.
Right.
How do we know? I would think that this story got inflated somehow by this coroner. I'm throwing a curveball.
Okay.
I think it was inflated by it. Personally, I think the coroner wanted to sound more fantastic, maybe to give himself build his name.
Yeah, I mean, but he doesn't.
Because again, you were saying that it's like maybe it was a trend. The writers were writing about it.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like people like
popular
knew of it.
culture.
Yeah, people knew of it. But the coroner never actually says like this is how she died. He's like, this is just my own experience on like what people have considered spontaneous human combustion.
Was he trying to build a name for himself? That's what it comes back to. Is like, what did this guy have in this? Would he if he published these findings, what did he get out of that?
The coroner, I don't know what you'd get from that.
Was it like, 2 towns over, they had a spontaneous combustion? He's like, well, we got to have one here too. And the mayor calls him up and is like, hey, man, can you please?
We got one for you.
Can we please get one of these up? Yeah.
You got a body part. Might have been a
make
fire.
a hole and throw some stuff in there.
What if the Larson guy actually did do it? But then he did die. What if he set her on fire?
And he's just standing there like, oh, this is crazy.
He was an imbecile. He's like, I'll just go back upstairs and go to sleep then.
But it's not contained.
Yeah, right.
Like, he has to be really good at it.
He would have known that there's a possibility he would have died too.
Well, the other guy, Patrick Rooney, he was out of bed.
Yeah, he's laying next to his bed.
So did he wake up and you'd really have to talk. There's any way to find out what he saw before he died.
Yeah.
Obviously there isn't, but
his door was slightly ajar, they said, when they got to the house corner.
But also his name went in there.
Yeah, that's true.
So we don't know if that's him going in.
Yeah.
That made it ajar. Maybe it was shut.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm assuming he woke up in the middle of the night. Was like, what's going on? Still somewhat drunk. Yeah, couldn't breathe.
Well, I think we have no answers, just like always.
Yeah. Or just aliens, like always.
I think it's just as plausible that, one, the coroner made it up, or it's aliens. It's either one of those. I think that's my theory.
Pretty sound.
Yep. No, take that back. Robots in the future.
Right. The shooting.
Maybe it was like, what's that called? A flap in time, like where a portal opened and you got partially pulled in, and she was like this. They pulled her back and it closed just to chop off her feet and
But what about the skull?
Well, they threw it there just to be like, oh crap, throw something in there. That's like the last.
It's probably one of the farm animals on the farm. Just kill them. Let's throw one of their pelvises
they grabbed
in
her,
there.
pulled her in, and kind of tossed the last guy. They tossed the last guy in there that they had abducted in the last.
There you go. Next farm town over.
Yeah.
Or Santa Claus, man. Ever think of that? Christmas Eve.
It's like that's what's in his sack.
Napalm.
Yeah. Burnt bodies.
They were bad that year.
That's how they get elves. You don't know that?
He killed them.
They burn regular humans down. Yeah. They melt them down into elves. That's how Santa did this. The old Saint Nick.
Old tricky Nick.
Yep. Well, Jordan, thank you for this story.
Yeah. Happy holidays, too.
Happy holidays to you and everybody's out there.
It's a nice sentimental family mystery.
Yeah, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as what next week's story is on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
But they were in their prime. They were in their late 70s.
They lived a good long life.
So it's not like Santa was even coming to their house. You don't know.
At least they went out having a good time because they were drunk.
Well, again, Jordan, thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing this story to us. For those that are listening or watching, please go ahead if you want to help us out and hit that subscribe button or subscribe to us on a podcast platform that podcast platform that you're using.
Yeah, we're everywhere.
Everywhere. We also have TikTok up at Mysterious Pals, Instagram at Mysterious Pals, Facebook at Mysterious Pals. TikTok, I already said that.
What's X or Twitter?
Twitter is at mysterious_pals, which I don't know if we have anything up there really.
I post stuff on there.
Okay. But the big one is YouTube.
Yeah.
We have a short out that we're trying to build up our shorts and TikTok presence. And so please find us anywhere. Tell your friends. And again, it really helps us out if you subscribe or
comment,
or what's the other thing on podcasts? Follow,
yeah,
please. Thank you, and happy holidays to everybody out there. No matter who you are, what you believe in, what you celebrate, we love you and thank you for being here. And we'll see you next week. Stay mysterious.
As always, stay mysterious.
Ho, ho, hello there, everybody. And welcome to the Mysterious Pals show.
All right. That's good. I like it.
Oh, holy night. I'm so happy to have my pal Jordan here on tonight's show. Thank you for being here, Jordan. Your dad, I heard you one time, he called you Santa's sack. You know that? I don't know if you heard that when you were walking away when it was happening. Anyway, thank you for being here.
Did you have that planned out, that whole beginning there?
A little B.
Oh, all right.
The
Nice.
Mary Sterius Pals kind of popped in right at the last second there.
I like it. 3 for 3 on that one. That was good.
I can't believe it came out. Well, today,
Santa's sack. Huh?
this at the time of this recording, it's not Christmas Day, but this should be going up Christmas Day.
Yeah.
So we technically release them on Mondays.
Right.
Maybe release it on Tuesday. But anyway, this is another Christmas episode following up from last week's Christmas episode that Jordan,
Which is so lovely. It was such a lovely, like.
we heard about your cops.
Yeah.
Holiday tradition.
Yes. Yeah.
And I've been thinking about that and really fills me with joy. The holiday spirit.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about something way worse.
I mean, last week was pretty
This is, and I'm going to put this right at the top.
pretty grim.
I'm going to say warning. This is a warning. This is a trigger warning. This is some type of warning for you. If you are someone who does not want to hear about the deaths of children
Oh, God.
on this
We're
Christmas
ramping
day.
it up, huh?
Yeah.
After last week. Okay.
So we're not going to talk about, gruesome stuff as in like gruesome stuff, how the children died, like violence and stuff. It's just about a story about how these children died. But the nice thing
On
is,
Christmas?
yes, this is a Christmas episode.
Mm.
And hold on. I'm going to say, the nice thing is, we don't know if they died. Good part.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah,
right.
so there is
There's a silver lining.
there is something in the package we opened up. It's not all crap.
Yeah.
At the very bottom of the crap,
Yeah.
there may be a nugget of
All right.
something better than crap. But what did you ask me?
What did I ask you?
Yeah, you said something.
I don't know. I was going to ask you. I don't remember what I was going to ask you, but I did want to ask you what's your favorite holiday movie?
Oh boy. And in Christmas, you mean in general, or just any holiday?
We'll do.
Is this Christmas Day? In America, this is Christmas
yeah,
Day.
yeah.
I think for most of the world, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Unless you don't celebrate Christmas,
Right.
Then,
Which is a lot of people, but
yes, exactly. And thank you for being here.
we'll do Christmas.
Okay, favorite holidays movie. I would say, what's that one with it's not Moby Dick. I don't even know if it's a movie. We talked about it last week. I don't think that's an actual movie.
I'm sure they've done a movie of it.
Really?
Or made like a miniseries.
That seems
probably.
like it should be primed for something like, you know how they're doing Dune at the time of this recording.
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
doing Dune, the second part of
Yeah.
it, and like one's pretty good. First one's pretty
Yeah,
good. I actually
yeah.
watched it. Yeah, it's pretty good. What favorite movie? What about yours? You tell me yours first while I stew this over.
Would you consider? I just thought of this because I know this is hotly debated. Would you consider
Nightmare Before Christmas? Is that
Die
right?
Hard a Christmas movie?
Oh, that's
Original
the other
Die
one.
Hard. Yeah.
I would say I'm a man who likes Bruce Willis. I'm a man with a
Yes,
signed
yes.
Bruce Willis thing that was given to me.
Wait, what do you have signed by him?
Like a poster.
Oh, okay.
Or like not a poster, but like a framed thing.
Yeah.
Someone you know gave it to me.
That'd be cool if it was like the ball gag he had in Pulp Fiction. He had where he signed that and gave it to you.
He like threw it to me like Mean Joe Green. Here you go, kid.
Here you go, kid.
I'm like, thanks, Bruce.
Thanks, Mr. Willis.
My favorite
Oh, but here you go. Mine's Scrooged.
Scrooged.
Yeah, with Bill Murray. Did you ever see that one? It's basically Christmas Carol, but it takes place in the 80s because that's when it was made.
Is that Groundhog's Day? You talk about Groundhog's Day?
I mean,
Is it the same thing as Groundhog's Day?
no.
But
It's Bill Murray's in it, yeah, but
it's like Armageddon and Deep Impact.
both about a rock hurtling towards Earth. No, he plays the.
I'm a Deep Impact person. I don't know who you are. But Deep Impact was better than Armageddon.
I think.
Although Bruce Willis was in
I mean,
Armageddon.
Armageddon was a little bit more far fetched.
Yeah,
The
Deep Impact.
I mean, that was like
What was that guy's name? The president?
Elijah Wood. No,
Yeah.
Elijah Wood was in that, wasn't he?
Who's that?
He played a hobbit in Lord of the Rings.
Never saw them. I remember this one time we were living together in college, and I was like, I'm sick. Do you have Lord of the Rings on DVD? And you're like, no. Like, well, I guess I'm not doing anything then. I'm going to go back to bed.
I don't remember that at all.
I was like, I got really sick, and I was like, I'm going to watch the Lord of the Rings movie finally.
Yeah, I don't have them.
And I was like, all right, well. And this was before like streaming services were real big, and I could have watched it on. I probably could have got it on like iTunes at the time, but
probably could have got on
like
LimeWire.
Like 2010 at the time. I could have downloaded
Pirate
it,
Bay.
but I was like in bed. I was like, I don't want to wait for it to download.
All right.
That's when we lived in a house next to the railroad that when the train went by, that stuff was shaking. And that was a great house. It was all wood. It was just like the story, just like in our story tonight.
Highly flammable.
But thank you for being here. My favorite video movie, probably like that Grinch movie. It's probably the one I've seen the most. That Grinch movie, like the half-hour special.
Yeah, that's great.
Or the Muppets Christmas Carol. That was pretty good.
That was great. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. As a kid.
Yeah.
I think I watched. There's a lot of weird stuff I've watched.
Ellie found because that's her favorite Christmas movie. She found a vinyl on Amazon, I think she found it, or maybe Pinterest. She spent an absurd amount of money for the vinyl for Muppets Christmas Carol.
You can just download the MP3s.
Yeah. I mean, she could have, I guess, but she felt guilty, and I was like, whatever.
I'm one of those.
Money. Enjoy it. You're like, I'm
one of those people that just don't like records. I think they sound like poopies. I'm sure I'm going to get mercy killed on the internet for that one. But
mercy killed.
Christmas, holidays, family.
Yeah.
I think any Christmas movie is a good Christmas movie for the most part.
Yeah.
Unless it's like they had that Krampus movie that came out a few years ago.
That was like a horror movie, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Krampus.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they had Santa's Sleigh with Goldberg.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah. Terrible.
But like, it's fun to watch. It's so bad.
Yeah. One of those.
I don't think it was tended to be bad. So that,
Yeah, I think it was tended to be serious, but they're like, oh wait, we don't know how to make movies.
And Goldberg's in it.
There's a lot of weird movies out there for Christmas, especially horror Christmas, like Gremlins. Isn't Gremlins like a Christmas movie?
Yeah. Oh, that movie's great too.
That is a good movie. Although, again, I saw it way too young. It's one of those movies you see way too young. I think we talked about Jaws.
Yeah.
See way too young, and you're like, I shouldn't be watching this, but I'm going to keep watching it.
Was it the second or first one where there's like the female gremlin?
I think it was, I don't
I remember,
again, I saw it way too young.
Seeing the female gremlin being very confused. I was like,
My grandparents had HBO, and I would stay over there frequently, and I was like,
your grandparents had HBO?
Yeah, like Cinemax and HBO, and like I would be there at like, on the weekends or at night, and they would go to bed, and I'd be like, oh man, some R-rated movies on. It's like I shouldn't be watching this, but I'm going to watch it. It's very violent, and very not for people, and things creep into your brain. You're like, whoa, buddy, Merry Christmas. Gremlins is not that good.
And there's a lot of those 80 movies. They're intended for kids, but like, probably shouldn't have watched them.
And then you watch the cartoons at the time, you're like, they're all right.
Yeah,
terribly animated.
Yeah.
Like any cartoon that wasn't Disney or Hanna-Barbera was terrible. Like just terrible.
Yeah,
like a cash in, which is funny because like there's that show on Netflix about the toys that made us, and they were all just basically these TV shows were just commercials for people to buy toys because every season a new person entered or a new. There's like a G.I. Joe's episode.
G.I. Joe.
I remember G.I. Joe's. There was like this one like few seasons, like 1 or 2 seasons in. It was like the second or third season. Like all of the G.I. Joes got like hijacked to another dimension, and so they had to bring out a whole new like.
I remember watching and being so confused about what the heck was going on in that show. Because they kept, like you said, they're pumping out, trying to get people to buy more toys. So they just keep adding and taking out characters. Like, what is going on?
My dad worked at a store at the time who has gone out of business, the Hills department store. Like Kmart, Ames, Hills, like those department stores. And he used to just get, every day, he would just grab like one of the G.I. Joe guys. I still have, they're probably still in my attic or my parents' attic. Hundreds of them.
Really?
Hundreds of G.I. Joes, like the small ones with the rubber band. All the rubber bands broke.
Yeah.
They dry rotted. But like we would stick firecrackers in our bellies and blow them apart all the time during wars. Like we would have like real wars because we had so many of them. I had so many of the Cobra soldiers, the foot soldiers and stuff. So many of them. Yeah. 80s were great. 90s were great. 2000s were great. Right now is great. It's all great. I mean, that's what we worried about. We weren't worried about farming and stuff. But in our story today, Christmas was the story, was the reason for the season. Christmas. In the holidays. Okay. I want to make sure that we make clear, like, Christmas isn't the only season. It's important that everybody, whatever you celebrate, doesn't matter. I don't care. Celebrate what you want, believe what you want, whatever. Just be a good person. In our case, Mystery Today takes place on Christmas Eve into Christmas Day.
Okay.
We're going to be looking and ask the question, where is the missing Sodder children? And this is a pretty popular story.
Yeah, I've never heard about this. Yeah.
And we're going to go over it because I was looking for something that was Christmas themed. And if you Google Christmas mysteries.
Yeah, which I did.
There's 1,000 books, fiction books about Christmas mysteries.
Yeah, fiction though.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Which that word always messes me
Yeah.
up. Again, not a literature guy.
No, the same thing happened to me. I was like, oh, this is cool. It's clearly fiction.
Yeah.
Another one. Oh, fiction.
And they always go back. This is always one of the big ones. And that's the reason why I usually try to do something. And I don't like true crime stuff, which luckily this is more mystery based, not like murder based. But it could be murder. It's like kind of back and forth. But
John Bonet kept coming up.
Was that on Christmas too?
I think or Christmas or New Year's.
Like around that time.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just find that one guy just admitted to killing that one girl.
The one that happened like Aruba or something like that? Yeah. He admitted.
He finally admitted after like 20 years or whatever it is.
Christmas.
And we're going to move on to something even more terrible. Yeah. So we're going to be talking about the Sodder children and what happened to them and the whole Sodder family, actually. Our story begins in Fayetteville, West Virginia, where George and Jenny Sodder lived in a stick-framed house, which is important. Some of these details.
Stick-framed house.
Stick-framed. It's wood. There's no bricks.
Right.
Which is important. We'll come back to that. It will come up again. With 9 of their 10 children. They had 10 children. They had 10 children, which was pretty common.
Yeah.
Again, we talked about.
We did. Yeah. You need
kids to farm.
Right.
Yeah.
Man. I imagine they all don't have their own rooms either. Like they're probably like. Ugh.
You're right.
Sounds awful.
But what was understood was, or what was known, so Mr. Sodder, George Sodder, was an Italian immigrant.
I didn't know that. Okay.
So Italian immigrant. His wife, Jenny Sodder, was Jenny was an Italian immigrant as well. Between 1923 and 1943, they had 10 children. 20-year span.
Yeah. Helping out kid every 2 years?
They didn't live on a farm.
Right. Okay.
He had a transportation company that was actually pretty lucrative. And so he was really well known in the community. But he was also very outspoken about his anti-Mussolini views.
Okay.
At this time, World War II was going on, or prior to World War II, going through that. He was always very outspoken about that. Left Italy at a later age. I can't remember his age, but his brother went back to Italy, but he came here. And then Mussolini and all that stuff was going on around after that time. But he was very against him.
Which is dangerous.
For anybody at that time.
Yeah.
So on December 24th, 1945, it's Christmas Eve, a fire broke out in the Sodder home. The fire spread very quickly. And both George and Jeannie managed to escape with 4 of their 9 children who were at home. 1 was off at war.
Okay.
5 children, Maurice, Martha, Louis, Jenny, and Betty, were unaccounted for, as they all shared an attic bedroom. However, a search for the rubble revealed no human remains, leading to confusion and suspicion about the fate of the missing children. So we're going to go back now and start again.
Okay.
From the very beginning of the story, but that's kind of the overview of what we're doing.
So those 5 kids, they all slept in the attic?
They shared a bedroom in the attic.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go back and talk about the events leading up to the fire. So the Sodder family celebrated Christmas Eve in 1945. Again, one of their children was off at war, so they're their oldest. Martha, who's 12, Jenny, who was 8, and Betty, who was 5, were excited about new toys their older sister, Marion, who was 19, had bought them and they got to open on Christmas Eve.
Okay.
So then, because of this gifts, they asked their mother if they could stay up later than usual, and she said yes. At 10 p.m., Jenny told them they could stay up a little later, and she took Sylvia, who was 2, upstairs, and they went to bed together. So Sylvia, 2-year-old, went to bed with the mother at 10 p.m. John, who's 22, George Jr., who was 16, and George Sr. were already asleep at this point.
Yeah.
14-year-old Maurice and 9-year-old brother Louis remembered to put the cows in and feed the chickens before going to bed themselves around the time their mother was going to bed with Sylvia. So they went outside, put the cows in.
They're the chores.
Right. And this isn't an actual like big farm, livestock farm. This is probably just had a few cows, a few livestock for food.
Yeah, for their own. Yeah.
But they weren't close to the city, but they were, he made decent money being in this transportation system and business that he had. There were 2 strange things that happened that night leading up to the fire. And this was noted by Jenny, the mother. Now there's 2 Jennys, the daughter and the mother. So here's strange thing 1. At around 12:30, Jenny woke up and went downstairs to answer a ringing phone.
The mother.
Okay. She woke up, went downstairs. The caller was a woman whose voice was not recognized by Jenny. So Jenny, the mother, did not recognize the voice of the caller. And she was asking for someone else. Like, it was basically what it sounds like. It was a call that was wrong number on Christmas Eve. And in the background, they could hear a party going on. Jenny reported hearing some type of party in the background. This person was calling someone, noting that they do have a phone, and it's working at this point. Yeah. 12:30. Okay.
So, at one point, I do know before like phone numbers were given, you had to call. Going to make a call, you had to call the operator, dial the operator, and give the address of who you wanted to call. Again, it could still be like an accidental like phone call, like they got the wrong house number, but
right. So what you did, this was before we had electric switches. Now we have electric switches.
Yeah.
Cool. Now we don't. We have digital switches. But like we had a person that would sit there and you pick up the phone and say,
operator.
They actually basically connect 2 wires together.
So they have the switchboard. Yeah.
So you would say, yes, your switchboard. And so this is what happened. This person probably said the address or a number, because it's not like they knew like, oh, this is the Sodder family.
Right.
They just connected 2 wires together. It may have been misconnection.
That's true too. Yeah.
And maybe this operator was drunk, but that's going to come up again. So not the drunk operator, but so they claim it was a call that was not intended for this house.
Yeah. They could hear a party going on in the background?
Yes.
All right.
So that's why she thought it was just wrong number. It was noted that Jenny, when she told her it was a wrong number, it was a weird laugh the lady had. But it could be because she was drunk. It was Christmas
Prank calling.
Right.
Is your refrigerator running?
She hung up and went back to bed. She did notice on her way back to bed that the lights were still on and the curtains were not drawn. 2 things that children normally attended to as chores before they went to bed. And they were staying up later than their parents, so they would have done those things when they went to bed. And this is 12:30. Marion, however, the 19-year-old, fallen asleep on the living room couch. So Jenny assumed the other children who had stayed up later had gone back up to the attic where they slept. So Marion was the one supposed to be in charge of them, I guess.
Yeah.
She herself, Jenny, closed the curtains and turned out the lights and returned to bed. So she did all that stuff. It's Christmas. Maybe she just thought. Kids just forgot. They were too excited. They went to bed. Whatever. Santa's coming.
Yeah, Santa Claus is coming.
Right. Strange thing number 2. At 1 a.m. Wait, I'm going to step back. I never really realized that they didn't say. I never woke up to like put the presents out if Santa was an actual thing in this family. And this is mid 1900. I mean, this is 1945.
You said?
Yeah, 1945. George was already sleeping. Was she going to wake him up at like 5 a.m.? That's weird because she doesn't ever say that. I don't know. That's weird. Anyway.
So backtracking a little bit, did they ever, when the woman called, did they give a name? Like, was she looking for, give a name of who she was looking for? Did they say that?
It was unfamiliar.
Okay.
Yeah, she was asking for a name that she was not familiar.
Okay, sorry.
So obvious. I mean, at this time, it seems like a missed call.
Okay.
But that's going to come up again. So back to strange thing number 2. At 1 a.m., Jenny was again awakened by the sound of an object hitting the house's roof with a loud bang and then rolling down the roof.
Santa Claus. He died.
Yes. He just slammed right into their house. And this is a stick frame house, too, so remember.
Slipping the sauce.
I mean, he was busy. I mean, this is a stressful time.
Yeah.
So after hearing nothing further, she just went back to sleep. So
she didn't go investigate or anything like that?
It could have been a dream. We don't know. I mean, they didn't really report on that, but she just went back to sleep.
Okay. But she wasn't asleep that long, though, right? Because she said around...
At 1 a.m., she woke back up.
But around midnight or something like that,
12:30.
She's only asleep for like half an hour.
Yes, half hour. Okay. After another half hour, she woke up and she smelled smoke. That's those two. I just went over the two strange things. This is after those. This is okay. Now this is the fire. She smokes out smelling smoke. This is after a half hour, she says. When she got up, she found that the room George used for his office was on fire around the telephone line and a fuse box. Okay. Jenny woke him up, and he in turn woke up his older sons. Both parents and 4 of the children, Marion, Sylvia, John, and George Jr., escaped the house. They frantically yelled to the children upstairs, but heard no response. And remember that. They heard no response. They could not go up the stairwell because of the flames.
Oh, man.
Okay?
I don't have kids, but this is rough.
Right. It's Christmas.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. And I want to note this. I want to point this note out very clearly. They yelled up there, but no response, meaning they may have left the house thinking the kids had already escaped because they did not hear them crying or screaming or anything. They noted that. It's well documented. They never heard anybody upstairs.
Okay.
So if there's a fire going on, they would have heard kids screaming. Anybody should have heard kids screaming at that point. 5 kids.
Unless they're already dead.
Right. Unless they're already dead or they weren't there.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Right. So remember that. That's important. So once they get outside, they realize the kids aren't out there. It's frantic. They're like, oh crap, where are the kids at? They're not out here. We thought they were out here because we didn't hear them up there.
Right.
So what he does, starts freaking out, and he starts figuring out ways to save the kids, knowing he can't go back in the house because there's too many flames. He can't get up the steps. It's too bad. The phone did not work.
Right, because it's on fire, right? Because of the...
Wait. The phone did not work. So Marion, 19-year-old, ran to a neighbor's house to call the Fayetteville Fire Department. George, barefoot, attempted to climb the house outside wall to break open a window, cutting his arm in the process, which I don't know why that's a detail, but that was a common detail of like he cut himself. He and his other sons intended to use a ladder to the attic to rescue the other children, but it was not in a usual resting spot. The spot that they would store the ladder wasn't there.
All right.
And he could not find it anywhere nearby. A water barrel that could have been used to help extinguish some of the flames was frozen because it was
winter. Yeah.
George then tried to pull up both of his work trucks up to the house and use them to climb the attic window, but neither of them would start. At this point, those who escaped the Sodder house had no choice but to watch the house burn because there's no way back in.
Yeah.
Trucks wouldn't start.
No ladder.
Ladder's gone. And they can't climb the house.
Yeah.
There's no water they could use to help, whatever. The house burned for 45 minutes before it collapsed. So stick frame house. There's no bricks.
Yeah.
So it would probably go up pretty fast. Meaning stick frame means there's no bricks.
Yeah.
No concrete like involved. It's just wood with wood siding.
I'm surprised it took 45 minutes.
I think it was kind of a bigger house.
Yeah.
Because he had an office, that type of thing. And they did have a phone, they did have electricity, that type of stuff. So the next day, the fire department, low on manpower due to the war and relying on individual firefighters to call each other, did not respond until that morning, the next morning. So no one showed up. Marion went and called them and couldn't get a hold of them. Chief Morris, who is the chief fire chief, said the next day that already a slow response was further hampered by his inability to drive a fire truck. So the chief of the fire department could not drive the fire truck. So he had to wait until someone else would get there to get out to the location. So this is already in the morning.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a past.
Yeah.
One of Jenny's brother was a firefighter. The mom. His nieces and nephews. He could do little but look through the ashes that were left of the basement, in the basement. So everything burned down to the basement. Yeah. And I think it's crazy. She ran to she went and called the fire department.
Right, to neighbors, right?
Yeah. And no one could get a hold of the fire department. Christmas Eve. There's a war going on.
Yeah.
Also, it's Christmas Eve.
Yeah. They're probably having a party.
Or they're at home with their families.
Yeah.
So by 10 a.m., Chief Morris told the Sodders that they had not found any bones. As you might have expected when people die in a fire, there should have been bones and teeth left over.
Which we
Something
talked about
left
last
over.
week.
Yes, we talked about last week. The kids did not spontaneous combust, but it has been noted by modern fire professionals, people looking at this instance again, that it was probably just a basic search. They probably weren't going too deep. But again, this is the uncle of the kids.
They'll
probably look at,
I feel like he'd be pretty extensive with it.
Possibly. Nevertheless, Chief Morris believed that the 5 children unaccounted for had died in the fire, suggesting that it may have been hot enough to burn their bodies completely. So we're going to get into that. It's going to be some of the stuff we talk about. So in the following days, Chief Morris told George to leave the site undisturbed so that the state fire marshal's office could conduct more and thorough investigation. However, 4 days after, George and his wife could not bear the site anymore, so they bulldozed 5 feet of dirt over the site with the intention of converting it to a memorial garden for the lost children.
That's nice.
Right? But it's only, you got to let, I mean, at this time, maybe they didn't really understand forensics.
Yeah, right.
So, but 5 days or 4 days, 5 feet of dirt, bulldoze it. Again, he's not digging it out. He's just covering it up.
Yeah.
So it still preserves stuff. We're going to go over that again. It's going to come up again. The local coroner convened an inquest the next day after the bulldozing, which held that the fire was an accident caused by faulty wiring in the house. Jenny noted that the fire was around those the fuse box and the telephone wire, which there's no electricity technically going. It's not the same wires.
Okay.
Phone wire is different from electricity.
Right.
So death certificates for the 5 children were issued on December 30th, 5 days after the fire.
Lose your kids, lose your house.
On Christmas Day.
Christmas Day.
Yeah. And the fire department couldn't even show up.
Yeah. It's like they couldn't be bothered.
And this is where all those things the details get weird. So, and this is what I'm calling the section of strange detail. Not theories yet. George's criticism of the late dictator Mussolini had left some with hard feelings in the town of Fayetteville because it was a town settled by a lot of Italian immigrants.
Okay.
Although Mussolini had already been taken down and executed by this time, George's critical remarks might have left a trace with people in the town who were on his side and maybe wanted revenge.
Okay.
So in 1945, in October of 1945, a visiting life insurance salesman who had been rebuffed, basically he was like, I don't need life insurance, warned George that his house would go up in smoke. And your children are going to be destroyed. Attributing all this to dirty remarks that you made about Mussolini. That's a quote.
So life insurance salesman said this to him?
Because you're critical of Mussolini.
I mean,
okay.
This guy's clearly a suspect.
Or is he saying, but I thought I was like, well, he's saying that because he wants to sell you life insurance.
Yeah. But didn't he say because of what you said about Mussolini?
Yeah. It's quoted.
Like this guy, he did it. We're done.
Well
solve the mystery.
We're going. So, a private investigator, however, informed the family that the insurance salesman who threatened George over the anti-Mussolini sentiments had been on the coroner's jury that ruled the fire an accident. He was on that court, like after the fact, they found out that he was actually part of that, and said he was one of the ones that said, "Oh, it was an accident." Weird. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Here's another strange detail.
Number 2.
I don't really want to number things. Because that establishes order. They're all the same level. We're all the same here.
Clearly, there's no order.
Right.
Kids are all dead.
Right.
It's all chaos.
We don't know.
It's all. It's true. It's true.
Just wait. We're getting there. Saddle up. Cowboy. Merry Christmas. Another visitor for the house, ostensibly seeking work, took the occasion to go around the back and warn George that a pair of fuse boxes would cause a fire someday. So this is a strange detail about electricity again.
Again, I'm sure. Well, would there have been fire codes?
Yeah, there was. And we'll get into that.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. So George was puzzled by the observation since he had just had the house rewired when an electric stove was installed and the local electric company had said afterwards that it was safe to operate. So the electric company did the inspection.
Okay.
So again, it wasn't like electricity being, it's put around the nation, attached to all these homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were shoddy work. There were places that it wasn't great, but it seemed like this guy George
took the appropriate measures.
Right.
Yeah.
He was thinking safety and he had the means to make it happen. The fire chief, Morris, believed the fire was caused by faulty wiring, but the exact cause was never definitively determined on what that means. He never defined like, oh, this plug or this stove caused the fire. However, if it had caused by an electrical problem, strange detail. This is strange detail number 2. Or, no, this is strange detail.
It's still part of 2. Yeah, yeah.
This is part of 2. It's all electricity. Electrical. However.
Check those Christmas lights you put up, everybody, by the way, now that we're talking about this.
I don't know. Rudolph over there. However, if it was caused by an electrical problem, the family's Christmas lights remained on throughout the fire's early stages when they were outside.
Whoa. All right.
Right. When the power should have gone out.
All right.
Yeah. I'm telling you, these are the strange details on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, whatever this is going up.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You there with me?
Yeah, I'm trying to
guide my sleigh, Rudolph, through the story. Okay. So this is
Christmas lights were still on at the start of the fire.
Correct. And they were on through a bunch of the fire during the fire while they're trying to save the kids and stuff. It's still on.
So they noticed these lights, the Christmas lights. Oh, okay.
That's why we know that it couldn't have been a faulty. It may not have been unless it was a plug, like an outlet that had caught a fire, but it still might have caused a circuit issue. Again, there's a lot of details there. It's a strange detail that we don't really know. The family did note, all the members of the family said that the lights were on.
Okay.
Another strange detail. In the weeks before Christmas that year, George's older son had noticed a strange car parked along the main highway through town, its occupants watching the younger Sodder children as they returned from school. So their house was on a main highway. Like, when we say main highways, it wasn't like, the highways we have now. It was just like the main road. Yeah, the route. Yeah. Right, correct. It's on route, I think it's Route 19, what they call it now in West Virginia.
And the younger children were the ones who were sleeping in the attic, is
correct.
That right? Okay.
And they're the ones getting off the bus, like getting back from school, and they said they noticed, the older ones noticed a car watching them weeks prior. Another strange detail, the ladders. We mentioned they couldn't find them.
Yeah.
They found the ladder that was missing from the side of the house at the bottom of an embankment 75 feet away.
What?
So that the ladders that are usually in the same spot that they should be were 75 feet away. Another strange detail, the telephone. Telephone repairman told the Sodders the house phone line had not been burned through. Rather, it had been cut by someone willing and able to climb 14 feet in the air and cut it off the line.
With the ladder that was found in the embankment.
Maybe. A man the neighbors saw stealing block and tackle from the property around the time of the fire was identified and arrested. They saw some guy stealing stuff. Okay? He admitted to the theft. And he claimed that he had been the one who cut the phone line, thinking it was the power line, but he denied to have to do anything with the power.
Okay.
Or with the fire.
So he's trying to cut the lights out so it wouldn't be seen?
Yeah, to steal block and tackle.
Okay.
Which, block and tackle is?
No.
Things like pick stuff up. It's like a pulley system to pick up heavy objects. So you hang the thing up, but
is it mechanized?
No, it's just you pull it. And because of the pulleys, it makes it easier to pick stuff up.
So he cut, in order to steal...
He's just going to cut the electric.
Okay, but he cut the telephone.
Which seems like an insane thing to do. Which is why this is a weird, strange detail, because why the hell would you just go steal it?
Yeah.
It's Christmas Eve. What the hell are you
It's
doing?
Christmas Eve to steal stuff.
Yeah. Anyway. There was no record of the suspect, though. And why would he have been wanting to cut utility lines to the Sodder house when stealing the block and tackle? I just said. So again, they've never actually, while this is reported on, there was no records of this actually happening, but it seems like the story is still kind of all over the place.
Okay. This guy admitted to steal.
Supposedly there was a guy who admitted to it.
Okay.
But he didn't start the fire. But he cut the phone line. But the phone line was still cut in any way you think about it. From what the research says.
All right.
The trucks. The Sodder truck's failure to start was also considered a strange detail. However, later on, well after the fact, George's son-in-law said that maybe the issue could have been because they were in such a rush, they flooded the truck's engines because they were trying to start them so quickly. And back then, fuel injection wasn't really a thing as we have now. They probably flooded the engines out. Another strange detail is the phone call. This is our last strange detail. The phone call. Some accounts have suggested that the wrong number phone call to the Sodder house might have also been a way, should have been
a distraction.
Could have been a distraction. Thank you. However, investigators later located the woman who had made the phone call. She confirmed it and the wrong number on her parts, and no arrests were made.
Oh.
But again, how do you connect all those dots?
Yeah.
Still a mystery.
How would you?
But they did find her and ask her questions and blah, blah, blah. Probably follow up with some leads. And we'll get into like the FBI gets involved in some.
Yeah.
All right. So that's also all the strange details. What we're going to do is talk about the aftermath of the fire and then get into our theories. So evidence emerged indicating that the fire had not started as an electrical fault and instead was set deliberately. The driver of a bus passing through the Fayetteville late Christmas Eve said he had saw some people throwing balls of fire at the house. That seems like pretty far-fetched.
But I mean, the mom did hear something hit the roof,
Correct.
right?
That's why it's only could be credible. A few months later, when the snow melted, Sylvia, one of the children, found a small, hard, dark green rubber ball object in the brush nearby. Again, that could have been a ball they were throwing for the dog. Who knows? Or it could have been the thing that hit the roof that was on fire. What hit the roof? What did she hear rolling down the roof? That'd be kind of confusing for everybody, or like alarming.
Yeah.
For anybody, I don't know why she didn't investigate it further.
It's weird, like you just hear something like that in the middle of the night, hit a roof, and you're
roll. You hear that. We all know what that sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. Other witnesses have claimed to seen the missing Sodder children. One woman who had been watching the fire from the road said she had seen some of them peering out of a passing car while the house was burning. Another woman at the rest stop between Fayetteville and Charleston said that she had served them breakfast the next morning and noted that the presence of a car with Florida license plates in the rest stop parking lots as well. That there was a Florida license plate car at the rest stop with children that supposedly were there.
Really?
It's always weird.
Did you say the children were by themselves?
That's a good question. I don't think they mentioned.
Okay.
They said she saw them. I think they did mention in the story that they do mention them with people.
Okay.
On one occasion, George saw a magazine photo of a group of young ballet dancers in New York City, one of whom looked exactly like his daughter, Betty. He drove all the way there.
That'd be nuts.
Repeatedly demanded me see the girl, and obviously the school.
You drove there?
Yeah. Obviously the school basically said no.
Yeah, you're just random guys showing up.
Right. Let me see some girl.
I do. I'm not gonna lie. I like when he first said that the fire happened and like they got outside, but the other kids were upstairs. I'm like, well, shouldn't the dad go try and do something?
He tried.
But I do like the fact that like he tried to get back inside the house.
He was calling their names. They weren't going to the window and being like, help us.
Yeah.
He couldn't see them. There was no way, or there's no evidence they were still in the house.
Yeah. But I do like he tried to find a ladder to get up there, try to get the trucks so he can climb up there, cut his arm trying to break in the window to get up there, driving to New York, and they're in West Virginia, right? So he drives to New York to.
Well, this is like the years after he does a lot of this.
I know, I'm just saying it's just like
he's trying.
Yeah, he's trying.
Yeah. He's obviously
not giving up hope.
Right. He's not just like disappearing and being like, oh yeah, they.
I do think it is kind of where they, covered up the house with dirt. But I could see that
we're not a parent. You know, it's kind of like
I could see that being like such a traumatizing thing. I'm not a parent, but I could see that being a traumatizing thing. Like, I don't want to be reminded of this, but I want this to be a memorial for my kids.
yeah, it's kind of thing where you still have some other kids you have to take care
Sure,
of.
yeah.
You know, that type of thing. All right, so again, he drives to New York. No, they can't. They don't. Nothing comes of that. He goes to the FBI and he tried to get the FBI to get involved. J. Edgar Hoover personally responded to his letters, saying that we can't just take this case. We have to get asked by the state and local officials.
Yeah.
So they couldn't get involved until that happened. Local officials never asked until later, actually. All right. In August of 1949, George was able to persuade a Washington, D.C. pathologist, Oscar Hunter, to supervise a new search through the dirt of the house. So because he just buried it, it's all still there. Which in some cases may have been smart because it would have rained. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's all kind of covered up.
Yeah. Undisturbed.
Right. After a very thorough search, they had found things like a dictionary and other things that belonged to the children, like coins. Several small bone fragments were unearthed, determined to have been a human vertebrae. Ooh. Don't, not yet, Rudolph. Just hold on.
Pump your brakes, reindeer.
Right, Dasher. They were confirmed to be lumbar vertebrae from a person who was the age of 16 or 17 years old, which is way older than too old to the kids. It's very unlikely that these bones were from any of the 5 missing, since the oldest was Maurice, who was 14. Also, the bones showed no sign of fire damage.
No one planted them.
But
Maybe.
Although everybody agreed it was very weird, they were the only bones found in the entire pit. Just these vertebrae from a 16 or 17-year-old male. Since the fire was of such short duration and it was wood, it would have left, by all accounts, it should have left an entire human skeleton for each child. The report concluded that the vertebrae was most likely from the dirt that George used from the bulldozer site, which was traced back to an old cemetery.
Oh.
So he got a bunch of dirt and filled it in, and there happened to be some bones in there from a person of that age. Who they don't think they really go into how, like, with the year that person was born.
Yeah. So
at this point, the kind of in 1950s, it's really starting to gain a lot of, like, national attention.
Yeah,
this is 5 years later.
This is insane.
Right. West Virginia legislature held 2 hearings in 1950. Afterwards, the governor and state police superintendent told the Sodders that the case was hopeless and closed it. Like, we have no idea. This is insane.
Yeah.
We have all the clues. They're not leading us anywhere. At that point, the FBI decides to rule it as a possible interstate kidnapping, and they start kind of following up. But after 2 years, they drop it because there was no other leads. It was like basically they couldn't find anything.
I could imagine, like, you're like, oh, finally, we're getting some more attention. This is being brought to our children missing, and more people are getting involved. The FBI is getting involved. Like,
it's finally starting to pick up, but this is like 5 years later.
Yeah, but it'd be like hard not to, like, after that much time, then not get your hopes up, and then FBI is like, yeah, we're sorry, we're done.
Like, we can't figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, the FBI is like,
FBI
we have no
out,
idea. Yeah. And that probably happens a lot more than we know.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Or things go cold.
I'm just trying to be like, yeah, right. Again, in the shoes of someone who.
Did you ever look up the Gilgo Beach murders that we talked about?
I forgot about that.
But, like, that was a cold case.
Yeah.
For years, and then they finally opened it back up.
Yeah, you never know, but just being in the shoes of someone like that would be awful.
Okay, so in 1952, they put up a billboard on the side of the house, which brought a potential lead. So this billboard was kind of like a landmark in the area for a long time. And I think up to recently it was still up. And I think after, I don't know when it finally came down, but it may have been replaced or something like that. And I don't think I have it in my notes, but it was a kind of landmark in the area.
Yeah. So 1962, they put this up?
1952.
52, sorry.
Yeah. So at that point, what you get when you put out flyers and stuff like that, you start getting, like, obviously you get people that think.
Yeah.
And that's false leads.
Sure.
Whenever they have, like, a lot of national events, there's also, like, hundreds and hundreds of leads that come in.
Plus, if these kids are still alive, like, they're going to be significantly older at this point, too.
Well, it's It's 1952. So
It
7 years old.
yeah.
Yeah. So as all these leads started coming in, George started following up with them. He started traveling. Tons of leads came in. People from like St. Louis, Missouri claimed that there was a covenant there that held Martha, one of the children. A person in Texas overheard other people talking about.
Wait, hold on. You said some witches were holding
Covenant nuns.
Oh, nuns. They said
Witch nuns.
They said coven. I was like, wait, what? Some witches. There you go.
Yeah.
Witches.
The witches brew. They're putting like spells on people. Yeah.
Boil, toil, and trouble.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
All to those.
We have your children.
Right. That's how it goes. You take your children. I mean, that's what Santa does, right?
Yeah.
He's a bad guy. There's also like things in like Texas where like some people were like heard some others over talking about this thing. And then there's one story about like this bartender heard these patrons talking about it Christmas Eve, took these children, and then George found out about it because this lady reported it to him.
Mm-hmm.
And then police followed up with it, and it was like, oh no, we were just joking. Like, so they're just bringing these up because there's so many things that are happening.
Yeah.
That are just, George is just following them all.
Right.
He's trying to find the kids.
Yeah.
Even to up to his death.
I'm sure the more that it becomes more nationalized or becomes more popular within the nation, like more people come forward and be like, oh, I saw your kids.
Like in 1967 when George went to Houston because someone claimed to be Lewis, one of the children. He revealed his identity, although it was thought that he did it in a bar when he was too much to drink. So George followed up with this, and they were never able to conclusively prove that this kid was that person, or this person was one of the kids.
Yeah.
Although he got in contact with the police there, and he found out that the men were just, again, they were just joking around at a bar.
Ugh.
It's just like, that's what's like, so the reason I'm bringing up these simple stories, like these stories that are short, is because George and Jenny were tortured their entire lives after this. He was trying to fix it, and he was being tortured by the world.
This is the worst Christmas story ever, Chris.
Yeah.
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 I'm surprised this has been made into like a movie or like a show.
A terrible movie. Here's those kids that died.
I'm not saying it's gonna be a Christmas movie.
What's the fun hook about it?
But like the way like people love this stuff, like the
Halloween. It's like a
murder mystery,
like
stuff.
Lifetime movie. I don't know if there has been. We'll look it up because that'd be a good question.
That's
I'm
crazy.
Sure, there's been documentaries about it. I think it was on like it was probably like an Unsolved Mysteries.
Yeah, that show used to creep me out.
Just the sound, just the music creeped me out. I used to hear that in my dreams. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Yeah,
that was a terrible song,
but it was effective.
You're like, Mom, more popcorn. Can I play Mario now?
Put on Cops. Yeah. I'm scared.
It's Christmas. I'll watch Cops on Christmas, not Unsolved. That's what my family watched. All right.
That'd be sweet.
It's just, we got had on rotation. It was like one or the other. All right. So there was a letter they received that same year, 1967, that was brought them the most credible evidence that at least Lewis was still alive.
21 years later.
Right.
Man.
22 years.
67? Yeah, 22, sorry. Math's hard.
Maybe. All right, anyway. One day, Jenny found a letter in the mailbox addressed to her, postmarked in Central City, Kentucky, with no return address. Inside was a picture of a young man of around 30 with features strongly resembling Lewis's. He would have been in his 30s if he had survived the fire. On the back of the picture was written, Lewis Sodder, I love brother Frankie, Lil Boys, A90123 or A90132 or 357. I don't know. Again, in the back of the letter, or this is in the back of the picture. So
okay.
The family hired another private detective to look into the matter, but never heard back from him, which is weird, and never never able to locate.
But this letter came from no return address, right?
Correct. And they were never able to locate the person.
There's just random letters and numbers on the back of it. Say,
yeah.
Like what was like.
I don't know if that's like maybe that was how they did phone
numbers.
But that was in the 60s, so
Yeah, they would have
They
been
didn't
normal
have-
phone numbers. Yeah.
right. So this is kind of like the legacy of everything. So George Sodder died in 1969, 2 years after that picture. Jenny died in 1989.
Whoa.
Right. Sylvia Sodder was the youngest. That's the 2-year-old.
Sodder.
Daughter. Sorry. Whoops. Go back and fix all those. Sodder. Sylvia Sodder, the youngest of the siblings, died in 2021.
Really?
Right? She believed that her siblings survived that night, and she spent the rest of her life, her entire life, publicizing it, trying to find them. Her daughter said in 2006 that she promised her grandparents she wouldn't let the story die, and she would do everything she could to find out what happened to the kids. Sylvia was the youngest, and this is the daughter of Sylvia.
Yeah.
All right, now we're getting into the possible theories. And there are not many. Because there's what happened. You know, it's like the fire thing, the spontaneous combustion.
Yeah.
All these kids could have been teleported out, like I said. All right. One of them is the children were taken prior to the fire. Remember, she woke up to answer the phone and assumed the kids went to bed. 5 children were nowhere to be seen. And the windows were open, or the curtains were open. The oldest daughter, or the 19-year-old daughter, was asleep.
Yeah.
Children were nowhere to be found. The 5 children. So she assumed they went upstairs.
Right.
That's one of the theories, that they were taken prior to that. The phone call could have been misdirection. It could have been a coincidence, whatever.
Did the ball thing happen before, or did the sound on the roof happen before or after the phone call?
It happened after.
After. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So it could have been, we woke up, they were already gone, and someone threw the fireball a half hour later. Because remember, someone said they saw the children in the car?
Yeah.
All right, another theory. The surviving Sodder children, along with the older Fayetteville residents, have theorized that the Sicilian mafia was trying to extort money from George, and the children may have been taken by someone who knew about the planned arson and said they would be safe with them. He told them they would, if they left the house, come with me, I'll keep you safe.
Yeah.
They could have been possibly taken back to Italy, which is part of this theory. If the children had survived all those years and were aware of their parents and siblings still looking for them and had survived the fire, the family believes that they would have avoided contact in order to keep them out of harm.
Keep them safe. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So maybe they said, they go back to Italy, whatever. You talk to your parents, kill you, and we'll kill your parents.
Yeah.
But I mean, 30 years later.
Right. And Mussolini's gone already.
But it was a Sicilian, it was a mafia.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So maybe their dad was involved in the mafia some way. And this was like you didn't pay us, start your business type of thing. Now we're going to take your kids. We're going to burn your house down. But I still think at this point that would have came out. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, this is my last theory.
About that one. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds strange, but that might even be the most plausible. The last theory relates to the fire, and this is something I didn't bring up before. Jenny and George both had trouble accepting Morris's belief that all traces of the children were burned in the fire. They thought, that's weird. Many of the household appliances were found in the fire. Still recognizable. And they were in the ash of the wood, along with fragments of the tin roof, the roof of the house. Which is why I heard the bouncing on the roof.
Yeah.
Jenny contrasted the results of the fire with a newspaper account of a similar fire that she read around the same time that killed the family of 7. Skeletal remains of all the victims were reported to have been found in that case in the same type of house, same type of roof, same type of situation. Other than it was very clear that the house burned down for a specific reason. An employee of a local crematorium contacted her and told her that human bones remain even after bodies are burned at 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit for 2 hours, far longer and hotter than the house fire could have been.
It was 45 minutes, right? The house one?
Correct. And it collapsed. That's why I brought up 45 minutes.
Yep.
It collapsed. So that's all the theories.
Yeah. Appliances are still there.
Recognizable.
Yeah.
Now, these are made out of probably steel or some type of material, like the tin. I mean, tin roof. Tin is not strong. So this is the 3 theories that the fire didn't actually happen. I know that's weird to have it as a theory, but that's kind of like a theory of like, here's what we know based on stuff.
Mhm.
But that's just a theory of like, doesn't explain where the kids went.
Right.
Just that the fire wasn't strong enough to burn the bones.
Right.
Now, there was another explanation of this. Supposedly, some people have to go back and see exactly where it came from. But they said because the house collapsed on itself and it smoldered, it can melt the bones. But still, it's not getting, and maybe because it's all clumped together, it's getting hotter.
It's a tin roof too.
But like, it didn't burn appliances.
Right.
There should have been bones in that basement when they uncovered everything. When they went back and dug it up again. They obviously didn't just go in and just, like there was a kind of reputable person that was doing the digging and searching through the mess. After like years later, the coroner or one pathologist, that he should have been able to, he knew what he was doing. He wasn't just haphazardly digging.
Right.
He was looking scientifically.
Yeah.
They dug everything out scientifically and sifted through all of it. But this guy said, this crematorium guy told him, like at the time, when Jenny was looking at everything, questioning it, he said, hey, here's what happens at the crematorium.
Yeah.
2,000 degrees for at least 2 hours before anything even starts to burn.
Yeah.
This house was only burning 45 minutes.
Yeah. The fact that there's no bones. I understand.
Now,
I can understand the flesh, but like bones.
Now there was a story about, I guess the Chief Morris found a heart and he put it in a box and buried it. And that's kind of an off story because then they police went back and was like, you said you found a heart and then they like an organ.
Mhm.
And then they were like, no, it's like they actually found out that it was like a owl's organ. I don't know. Something weird. Like there's a lot of other stories, obviously, with things like this, with anything they talk about when it comes to like mysteries and these type of situations, that the longer they go, the more stories they get. And that's all we get. That's all we got. That's the mystery.
Oh boy. This is a good one, man. I like this. I like this a lot.
You like all those kids dying. Is that on Christmas? I like it. I like when I hear about
Christmas
kids dying.
miracle. They're all dead. Right. No, just
missing, dead, something.
Oh man. So like, okay, so
what do you think?
I think originally when I've heard about this before, but I never like delved as deep as you did in this. So thank you for doing that. When I originally, and if we first started to tell me about the story, going into the details, I was like, oh,
they died in a fire.
Yeah.
It's easy to say.
Right.
Until you're looking at like all this big details. And now that, again, there's a lot of like fake information out there.
Sure. Yeah. But then I was like, what if these kids just like.
A lot of my information came from the Smithsonian article by Karen Abbott called The Children Who Went Up in Smoke, as well as other articles which are listed. But like, that's a pretty good deep dive into it. And there's also a ton of documentaries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
About this situation.
As well as there should be, man. This is nuts.
It's crazy.
So I was like, what if these kids just decided they wanted to run away? Maybe they had a bad life, but it doesn't seem like it.
5 kids.
Yeah, but like all 5 of them, and they're all that young too.
And no one ever, when you get older, you would still, for some reason, go back. Like was it something so horrible that happened to you in your house?
And that's the thing. It doesn't seem like that's the case at all. Like these other
even the older kids who survived.
Yeah, they stuck around.
They never said anything bad.
But then you start talking about the phone call, the missing ladder, the noise heard on the roof. I think the
electricity staying on.
That's right. I think these kids. I'm not saying necessarily a mafia thing, but I think these kids were abducted. But why
would they never reach out again? Unless they were murdered.
Yeah, they were abducted for what reason I don't know.
And even the older ones, I think 14 was also taken.
Oh, right. 14.
And never responded. Like 12, 14, I think it was. And never came back. Never said anything. Yeah, 14-year-old Maurice, 9-year-old brother Lewis.
I can understand like a little kid and like someone abducts them. Like, hey, I'm your new mom and dad now.
Right.
Like you
don't understand, but 14-year-old
you're. They'd be like, F you, man. You're like, I'm going back home. to find a way to get back home. I do think that, like, I think the noise, kind of like something rolling down a tin roof.
There's a 14-year-old, a 12-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 9-year-old, a 5-year-old, or are the ones that were missing. I mean, they were all older.
That's
5 was the youngest, it looks like.
That's quite a wide range in ages, too.
You would think after 20 years even,
right?
You would say some, unless you were taken far away.
Yeah.
You'd still...
At some point, you could, like, again, their phones, at some point, like, even the oldest kid, you think would have been able to find a phone and be like...
Or write a letter.
Write a letter, yeah.
Unless you were taken.
Unless you were like, hey, if you...
It could have been both.
Like you said with the mafia thing, like, if you ever try to reach out to your parents, they'll kill you and your family.
Yeah, but I understand why. Like, obviously, if the mafia took them, they wouldn't just drop off the face of the earth. Like, they would probably want something back. Like, oh, you want your kids back?
Right. Also, like, why would the mafia? Why did the mafia want them in the first place, other than like use them as a ransom kind of thing?
Or like maybe the dad had some kind of, because he left Italy, his brother went back there.
Yeah.
Like, and also what if the mafia did take him, I'm sure he would know about it. They would send a message.
Right. Yeah.
He wouldn't be driving around. I think that's what the other thing where they bring up so many instances why he's like going all around the world, or like going all around the state. Anytime something comes up, he drives there to investigate, because they're like, if he was the mafia, he would know, and he would not be. Oh, that's not them actually.
Yeah,
they were taken to Italy or whatever.
And I'm only basing this on of like movies I've seen that deal with the mafia, but like usually the movies like we're gonna send them a message,
right?
Put the horse head in the bed.
I mean, and this was the message, but like, what's the reciprocal thing?
Right. Like, yeah, they'd want something in return.
Right. He's like, look, we were going to take your kids until you pay us back, that type of thing. And it looks like he was of means. He could have paid him back if it was that serious.
Yeah. The fact that the ladder was found, we said it's like 75 feet away.
Yes. Down an embankment.
Yeah. That had been used. Like someone, again, I'm trying to push the fact that I think they were abducted. I don't know why, again, but that seems like someone was trying to keep the family from getting upstairs. They used a ladder to get inside, then threw a hurling ball or a fire or whatever they used, that green ball maybe, but threw something at the roof, which then caused a fire after the children were already gone. They used a ladder, ditched the ladder down by the embankment. How do they get all those kids to go down the ladder with them without screaming? Especially the older kid.
And the mom woke up and closed the windows and all that stuff. The older daughter was sleeping. So from 10 o'clock until 12:30, there's a gap, a window of what could have happened to the kids if they had left the house.
And the phone call was at 12:30, right?
12:30, when she woke up and realized the window wasn't shut, blah, blah, blah. So if the kids had left, it would have been in that window, a 2.5 hour window.
There's a decent amount of time.
A decent amount of time to convince all these kids to leave.
I mean, convince, yeah, but like to actually, you can get.
Or to get them out.
Yeah, yeah. But again, like if they did put a ladder up there, someone would have to know where the ladder was too. I would imagine if they knew they used the ladder to get the kids out of there. But you think one of the kids would be screaming or fight back. Like, I'm not going down the ladder.
Right.
I feel like in order to get 5 kids to leave with you, you need more than one person to do that. You need multiple people. So you think you'd hear someone upstairs.
Someone would have said something eventually.
That amount of bodies walking around upstairs, screaming, probably crying, maybe.
And if he did get them, yelling. That makes sense with the ball on the roof because he got them out. Then they threw the ball and then they drove away. But the 19-year-old sister that was sleeping on the couch never heard anything. So they didn't walk out the front door, maybe?
Ugh.
But
they went out the front door. You mentioned that.
I guess there really is no story. Like, I guess maybe they didn't really have the presence of mind time. Like, there was no presence of mind for the parents to look at the snow. Was there snow tracks? Because
if there was snow, there might not have been snow.
They said when the snow thawed. And
right,
that's right. But I don't know if there was snow that night. That would have been later. They said weeks later they found that ball in the bushes, in the brush.
Well, so people weren't locking doors back then either.
Right. But no one really had the presence of mind to be like, follow the footsteps to where the ladder went.
Yeah, right.
Like that type of thing. They're just frantic. And which causes the other details.
Yeah, or the footsteps could have already been covered by the snow at that point.
Yeah. or
if it was still
or
snowing.
people are just walking running around so much they don't really pay attention. They got covered up, messed up.
Right. Oh, yeah, it's true. Yeah, they're trying to get in and out of the house.
Right.
Saving their kids.
Get the cars, like move the trucks. I mean, there's just so much going on. If you look this up, there's not a lot of detail. There's not a lot of people giving there's not a lot of researchers that chime in.
Yeah.
A lot of the research is done by investigative reporters. A lot of scientists are involved that are giving or forensics people. Maybe that's me not looking in the right spot. Seems like this is just something that people just don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah.
Like, they don't know where to go with it.
Yeah, it seemed like the family, like the parents are particularly on their own as far as like getting attention.
Their entire life, the rest of their lives, they were
like running around the United States trying to find leads or.
I think the billboard, I can't remember the billboard was up till, but it was up for a long time. Like, I think it was up till the 90s. So what's her name died, or it might have been up till Sylvia died.
Okay.
Which was in 21. I'm not positive.
They put up in 52?
Yeah. On the side of the house. And it was like it's like almost like a landmark.
Yeah.
On route,
that point,
it's on State Route 19.
19, yeah.
And I even looked, so a lot of times when I do my research, I'm looking up the billboard thing, but a lot of times when I do my research, I really look at a lot of websites, like they're trying to find like the skeptical view of it.
Yeah.
And sometimes I find a lot of good stuff on the skeptical side of it. So there is a good website or a good podcast website group called Skeptoid. And a lot of times some of the stuff's on there. He writes articles, the guy that runs that outfit, we'll call it. He writes articles, and like I went on there because he's been doing this in like 15 years. 2006, 2007, 2008, something like that. Insane number of years this guy's been writing episodes all about skeptical things. Like, he kind of like gives you the skeptical side of everything. All these different stories. There's nothing on the Sodder Children in there.
Weird, man.
The family fire. Nothing about this story. I've looked it up.
I've seen it a lot, but I don't see much talked about. Like, it's only a brief thing. Like, they're like, oh, they were kidnapped and that.
You would think like even on
like reading about it.
Right. The Wikipedia articles, like that Wikipedia website doesn't have anything like, this is what the scientist said about it.
Yeah.
Other than like the coroner and stuff like that. But like, I'm trying to look up.
Did you see anything that in regards to like maybe the parents did something or one of the other kids?
I think that was talked about. That the parents involved, but why were they looking the rest of their lives?
Yeah, right.
Unless they're trying to put up some crazy ruse.
Yeah.
A lot of time, and
didn't the Ramseys do that too?
For how long?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Exactly. Like, that's the thing is like, if this was the children that did it, I'm sorry, if this was the parents, eventually they would have found the bodies.
Yeah.
They would have found bodies. No bodies have ever been found. This is and I mentioned at the beginning, stick frame house, which is important because the heat of the fire wouldn't have got that deep unless like, it's not like there was like oil reserve, like what I'm saying, like oil furnace reserve or coal furnace reserve. I would think.
Would the tin roof provide more heat if that's on like,
but it didn't burn through the roof itself. I mean, it's just wood.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe there was coal in the basements or a coal burn furnace.
You'd mentioned like if it collapses in on itself.
Right.
The tin roof being super hot help?
Maybe. Melt, but it didn't get hot enough to melt appliances.
Appliances, yeah. They were all like...
They were still recognizable.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they were still back then.
What do you think happened?
I'm going to say...
Other than there was a drunken Santa Claus, hit and run on the kids.
Fire.
Yeah, hit and run on the kids up there.
They didn't really bring up when they were going to put out presents for them.
That's kind of weird.
And maybe they were going to do it later. But like...
We said they opened some on Christmas Eve, right? Like the sister.
Yeah, I don't think it was... It don't really goes into that. But like some of the presents, the kids want to stay up and play with those presents.
Yeah.
That the sister bought them, which was noted for some reason. It's weird that the mom said that saw the fire in the office by the fuse box and the telephone line.
Right.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting the telephone line was cut.
There's reports of it being cut.
Yeah.
All right, so recent research done on this issue, this story. There was A story at the 60th anniversary of National Public Radio by Stacey Horn, who said that the most plausible solution is the kids died in the fire, right? That's what we all consider was plausible.
Mm-hmm.
However, that because the fire smoldered all night after the house fire or after the house collapsed, and that 2 hours was not enough time to search the ash thoroughly. So the firefighters searched only for 2 hours, apparently. The firefighters may have not have known what to look for in the fire.
As far as like
body parts,
But-
bones.
But wasn't the uncle one of them who was doing that?
Right. But they may have not, they may not have known what to look for. That's kind of like the skeptical view is like, it's plausible they probably died in a fire because we would have found them by now.
Yeah.
But
I feel
the firefighters only looked for 2 hours,
Yeah.
which to me sounds like, yeah, they didn't look long enough. But
Right.
also, a guy went back later and that bones wouldn't have been there. They're saying that the fire got so hot from the smoldering ashes that
Yeah.
it got even more hot and melted the bones. That doesn't seem right.
No.
It doesn't seem like it still would be hot enough.
Right. They also would have known that like the kids.
Again, they would have known what a body looks like, a burnt body, because a house not too far from there, same thing type happened, and that 7 people died
Yeah.
in the house fire, and all the skeletons were there
Were found. Yeah.
in the same type of house.
Right.
So
I just don't understand like why the ladder was found that far away.
why the phone line was cut, if that's
Yeah.
true.
Like what if?
What was rolling down the roof?
Yeah.
There's so many weird little things. I don't really believe a lot of people that say they saw the kids. That's kind of easy to fake or
Sure.
pretend. Or, your brain, like there's been plenty of research, like eyewitnesses is a bad thing,
Yeah.
especially the amount of time. If you go like hours,
So
it's
yeah.
worse.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a weird thing.
Lose the
But
memory of the details.
there's still a lot of the details from that night. Seems weird. Okay, so that's what I was looking for this entire time. After Jenny's death in 1989, the family took down the billboard. The billboard came down in 1989. But the surviving children still kept up the search.
Okay.
Still publicizing the events, helping investigators, things like that. It seems like no one knows what happened.
No.
And I think that's what's crazy about the story is that still to this day, the story itself, the answers people have, professionals,
Right.
and even there's a big lack of professionals, maybe for whatever reason, they don't have any type of answer that sounds reasonable other than they died in a fire.
Right. Again, so if they died in the fire, it makes sense even though they didn't find remains. But like if they were abducted, I understand one kid, but 5 kids.
Right. One of them would escape.
No.
Unless they got abducted and murdered and thrown in a swamp.
Like why would that have happened though?
Or
Like,
they climbed into Santa's sack. Like what movie was it? Elf?
well, you remember you called me Santa's sack
Yeah.
at the beginning of this?
Yeah, this is your nickname. But actual Santa was like, hey man.
Yeah.
So maybe they climbed into Santa's sack. And they're up at the North Pole now.
Making presents.
I mean, that's the best case scenario. Making me presents.
But I would no one notice 5 kids just walking around like just
And their billboards up in town
yeah.
for years.
Like they would have to get very far away. I feel like in a very quick amount of time to
Well,
get somewhere
again,
where
the
where they weren't
40s.
noticed. Yeah, but still.
time was kind of relative.
Yeah.
Like it's not like they're just cameras everywhere like we have now.
No, I know.
Not every gas station
Yeah.
has a camera.
Right.
We're dealing with eyewitnesses.
Yeah.
Middle of the night, West Virginia. Like, there have been a lot of things that happened. But
Yeti.
most people who look at this scientifically said they died in a fire.
Mm.
But then those are the same people that said that fire wasn't hot enough.
Right.
So I wonder if there's any research done like, okay, we're going to burn this wooden house with this same, like rebuild the house.
Yeah.
Burn it.
Yeah.
Again, same type of situation. Everything that you know from the family's reports, put that into the house. I wonder if anybody's ever done that. Like a like a Mythbusters
Mythbusters, yeah.
episode. Because that would be pretty telling.
Right.
Did it get hot enough after all that stuff collapsed into the basements? We should do that. Hey, everybody subscribe so we can fund this.
Build a house.
Yeah.
With the exact same specifications.
Yeah.
And we're just going to burn it.
I mean, that would be a great experiment. That would close the case right there. Or make it worse.
Yeah.
Because if it didn't get hot enough, you're like, well, okay. Well, now we know the kids are somewhere.
Right. And what did the fact that it's snowing that night too, like, not help
the
the cause
cooler,
of it?
Yeah.
Of it
the ground
burning
cooler.
quicker? Yeah. I don't know, man.
Maybe it's something like, oh, there was a coal bait. There was, it was a coal fire thing. So they furnace so that, they used coal. The basement was full of coal. 40s. I'm not sure what primary means of heat. Maybe it was the fireplace. I don't know.
Maybe it was one of those abandoned coal fires going on below.
Centralia, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe it's the abominable snowman
in West Virginia.
Yeah,
it's more like Yeti. Everything a squatch.
Abominable snowman. Christmas.
Squanch.
Squanch.
Is that what they call him on that show?
Squanch.
The Squatch. Sasquatch.
What's Squanch from?
It's from that show.
What show?
The Bigfoot show.
What Bigfoot show?
It's a Bigfoot show on the History Channel.
Okay.
They call them squanches, I think.
Okay.
I think I've heard a commercial or something. It's not like I watched it. Wink, wink.
It's like a stink ape?
Hear one of those? Stink ape? Isn't that from like...
It's like down south.
Oh, is that what they call it?
In the bayou. Their parents like really smelly.
That's just like our friends running around down there. I just don't know what if it happened.
Yeah.
The skeptic in me, but the normal person in me, in that they probably just died in a fire.
Yeah.
And this is just a family trying to say that they didn't. And I understand
that.
It's keeping hope. Yeah. And maybe there wasn't remains. But I don't understand how that would happen then. Just like the spontaneous combustion.
Yeah.
From last week's episode. 2 really great Christmas themes that we have here.
Happy holidays. Yeah, this is you really did it with this one, Chris. Christmas Eve.
Yep.
Christmas Day.
This is what Christmas is about. Family and murders. Fire, family murders, abductions, maybe. Well, Jordan, yet another mystery, yet another episode.
Didn't solve it.
No hope of solving this one.
You think we'll ever solve one?
Hell no. You need money to do that stuff. I'd imagine you probably need some money to do some... Like I said, give me some money. I'll put up an experiment where we can build an exact replica of the house.
Burn it down.
And burn it down. I'm not saying it's going to be helpful.
But we get to burn something.
You want to donate a house to me. I don't want to pay taxes on it.
Yeah.
But if it's like someone wants to get involved in... I mean, again... Someone way smarter than me, someone with actual credentials to do some, investigation like that.
Yeah.
I'd tag along, take the glory. Give you a weekend or 2.
Yeah.
But I don't really think that's helpful in any way.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
Well, so in that case, go back to your question. We're probably not solving anything.
Yeah.
But
it's fun to talk about.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to solve anything, but we're here to have fun. On Christmas Eve and talk about children being, it's not funny, but like,
yeah,
the story is crazy.
Yeah.
And we're talking about Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Well, it's releasing on Christmas, this episode.
This is what we do.
Yeah. So
here we are.
Well, happy holidays out there to everybody.
Cherish your loved ones.
Enjoy the time together.
Yeah.
Have fun. Have a good holiday.
Yep.
Spend time with family. Jordan, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I'm thankful for you being my pal, but that's more of a Thanksgiving thing here in America, not really the Christmas thing.
Yeah.
My present is
spirit of it.
If I could open up a gift and it was you, that's my present.
No.
For Christmas.
The
only thing I want for Christmas is you. Is that what the song by the Mariah Carey?
Yeah, by the Mariah Carey.
Yeah. That.
Well, ditto.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. If you are actually tuning in, Maybe I'm just talking to no one except for Jordan's mom. Merry Christmas out there. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Be safe.
Thank you for being here. Please reach out to us on social media, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, at Mysterious Pals, Twitter, at Mysterious_Pals. Look for us in any podcast platform. We're pretty much on all of them. Please subscribe. It really helps us out. Please subscribe on YouTube, and please, what's it called? Follow us on any podcast platform. I think they all have different ways of saying subscribe, follow, whatever.
We're on everything. Just do whatever you have to do.
If you want, have any ideas for stories, maybe New Year's type of thing, please reach out. MysteriousPals@gmail.com. Currently, MysteriousPals.com will take you to a link tree that links to everything.
Yep.
Thank you for being here, Jordan. And please
stay mysterious.
Stay merry mysterious.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Bye. Apparently also someone thought there was like these two brothers had a knife fight.
Nice.
And one of them exploded.
And like a twister or like a
what?
A twister.
A knife fight and a tornado?
Wait,
and like a twister or a tornado.
I love
theories
this.
Or like the common
No, this
theories.
is this is just like what people who live in this area. There's reporters reporting. These are like kind of blow off things, like I was saying. This wasn't in it, but this is in a different article I saw. But I may as well bring it up now. Like, apparently there's two brothers who are feuding. They got a knife fight. And a twister happened. Their chunks flew into the yard.
They continued fighting in the tornado.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's
That's the one I want to believe.
And maybe use human flesh.
Yeah.
In the yard.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Mysterious Pal Show. My name is Chris, and thank you for being here on the first episode of the new year of 2024.
Cheers.
First, I would like to introduce a person who puts the sour and sauerkraut, my best pal, my co-host,
What do you mean?
Jordan. Welcome, Jordan.
Hello.
Thank you for being here today.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. I want to introduce someone. This is the first for the Mysterious Pals. Someone who is one of the raddest dudes that I know.
Oh, wow.
One of
High compliments.
a very close friend who I've known for a very long time, who I'm very excited to be here. Jordan, welcome to the show again. Gotcha.
Got him.
But no, seriously, one of the raddest dudes I know. He is intimately connected to our show because he is the lead singer of the band of the introduction of the show, Dethlehem.
Yep.
And he's here as our first ever guest on our show. His name is Jeff, and I thank you for being here, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Well, thank you for having me, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here with the pals.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
My name is Jeff. I'm your pal, like you already said. We've been friends. I've been friends with Chris since high school. I've been friends with Jordan since college.
I thought it was longer than high school for you guys.
That's Bob and the other ones.
That's Bob.
That's all the weirdos.
Yeah. Yeah. It was when the grades, like the different schools merged together. I met these guys.
I went to a Catholic school.
Yeah.
And they went to a normal
that's
school.
right.
Yeah. I went to a normal school. That's right. A normal one. Explains a lot.
Normie.
But yeah, no, it's a pleasure to be here. My name's Jeff. Just been friends with you guys forever.
We are very happy to have you here. You are a man of many talents. You have graced us in many ways with your talents, and I am very excited to have you. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thanks.
And we are going to have a great time today because Jordan, to celebrate the new year, he is here to slap down. He's going to slap down something super fun. Hey, Jeff, did you know that Jordan's dad called him?
Oh.
I didn't even think of anything for this one.
I mean, do you usually think it?
No.
It just goes off and it just
Off
throws
kilter.
it out there.
Anyway, you know what? I remember now.
Chapel.
Jordan's dad called him once Baby New Year.
Oh, yeah. Slap them on his bum.
Yeah.
Yep.
Probably because I'm just always wear a diaper.
He's here.
Whenever.
He would fart confetti, I heard.
When he was young.
Yeah. He went to the doctors.
What are those things that you blow in at the New Year?
Noisemaker?
Yeah, noisemaker. Noisemaker. No, like it goes. Brrr.
Yeah.
Like, is that?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't think they have a name.
A kazoo?
No, it does like it
Oh,
unfurls.
I know what you're talking about.
Joey Kazoos.
Yeah.
It unfurls. Yes, that's the word.
In any case, Jordan, you're gonna lead our New Year's party this evening,
Yeah.
and I'm ready to hear it. Jeff is ready to hear it. What do you
Ready.
got for us?
Well, I want to ask you guys a question. What's the weirdest or oddest or most terrifying weather thing that happened to you guys? Like that you witnessed?
Tornado.
Were you in a tornado?
Drove past one.
All right.
What,
Okay.
you just looked at a tornado and it
Doesn't
scared you?
count.
Yeah.
Well, no,
I
like
saw it on TV.
no, like I was in Kansas with my grandparents when I was little.
Uh-huh.
Kansas.
And there was a we have a family.
Tornado
down there.
Alley.
Tornado was down there.
Oh, well,
It came past the house, not the house, but like the town.
it's almost like it would be a disappointment if you didn't see one in Kansas.
Yeah.
I did sell it off in the distance.
I don't know, just horrible weather driving. Touring with the band. Had
Oh
some,
yeah.
Some scary moments where a little side story with that.
We're all about that.
one
That's
day-
pretty much the only thing
yeah.
the show's about. Yeah.
One trip, a bunch of us were sleeping in the back, and they decided to wake me up to be like, "Look how terrible this is. We're all scared.
We're all gonna die.
now
Jeff,
you're
wake up.
scared too." And I was like, "Thanks for waking me up. I could have just stayed
Died
asleep."
in my sleep.
And then our other guitar player, he was also woken up, and he didn't care. He went back to sleep. So good for him.
Did you ever do like one of those like spinoramas in the van where like you just keep on spinning?
No,
like on the ice or
no.
anything?
One the trailer came unhitched once. That was scary, and it sparked.
Were you on the highway?
Yeah. Anyway,
That's bad.
that's a whole story.
What?
Well,
But we all survived.
actually, you know what? I have to ask Jeff one question because people have told me, people listen to this friggin' thing, have
The
told
five
me,
people.
yeah,
well, I'm one of them.
Yeah,
have
that's
told
right.
me that they like when we talk about shows we watch for some reason. A couple people. So
Yeah, Breaking Bad. I heard you got through it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got through.
Get through Better Call Saul.
I haven't started that yet.
I think
Ah,
I
that
might
seems
like
like
it
a
more.
lot.
Really?
I loved Better Call Saul.
Isn't it more seasons than Breaking Bad?
I don't know. I didn't finish it yet, though.
Okay.
But I loved it.
What's it about?
It's about Saul Goodman.
Before or after?
Before.
Doesn't it
But
lead,
then
doesn't it lead
it
into?
starts with after, like you see him where he is now.
Do they de-age
And
him or
then
something?
no.
Oh.
It's not like in the El Camino where Todd aged like 6 years. And
in a matter of like simply 10 minutes.
Right. There, actually saw an article online. It was like, why does he look so different? It's like, well, time passed.
Time, life.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
Anyway, people like when you talk about shows.
Well, some people have told me that they like that we should just do a show about that and not talk about all this history garbage. But go ahead, mystery
garbage.
history.
No, I'm done. That's it. Better Call Saul's great.
Better
You should
Call
watch
Saul.
it.
Okay.
All right.
We'll see. As we know, as you know, if you've listened, literature is kind of not our thing.
Well,
I don't really like a lot of shows.
It's not a TV. What?
Words are not really
Names.
though.
Names, television shows, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Jordan,
All right,
hit
let's
us
do
up
this.
with this. Slap us right in the face with what you got today.
I'm gonna try and paint a picture here for you guys. All right.
Okay.
It's March 3rd of 1876.
Good
Clear-
year.
clear
Good
day.
year. Yeah.
Light wind, clear day. All right. In or near the town of Olympia Springs, Kentucky. So I say in or near. There's kind of like seems like there's confusion about if this actually happens in Olympia Springs, Kentucky. But anyways, Mrs. Crouch was on her porch of her and her husband's farm.
Mrs. Crouch.
Crouch.
What a name.
Yeah.
I already have her pictured in my head.
Yeah.
She's crouching.
She's crouching. Yeah.
She's crouching.
Oh no. Yeah.
Here's some
She
more.
looks disgusting in my brain.
It's 1800s. I think pretty much
Yeah.
that's how it goes down there.
She's dirty as shit.
I mean, they don't got showers yet. Is that when did the indoor plumbing didn't even come around until
At least not there. No, not. This is like Eastern Kentucky, so
like
I don't wanna
2006 when
crap
they
on
got
Kentucky,
it down
but-
there? Yeah.
it's rural.
Kentucky sucks.
I think Kentucky's great. I mean, it's probably fine.
She's on the porch of her and her husband's farm with her grandson Alan. She's making soap, which is what people did back then.
Maybe she
Maybe.
I mean,
wasn't
you gotta-
dirty then. The image
Well,
has changed.
She may be dirty pretty soon. It's
Oh,
a good thing she makes soap. Mr. Crouch claimed that sometime between the hours of 11 and 12 in the afternoon, For no more than 2 minutes, a weather event took place.
No more than 2 minutes.
No more than 2 minutes. This is no natural weather. After noticing an unusual thing fall from the sky, she asked her grandson, Alan, what it was. He replied, it's snowing.
Oh, boy.
Now,
Wait.
Olympia Springs is in a county called Bath.
Bath County.
Oh.
Yeah.
Little-
then she probably showered.
Bath County making soap? All right, it's different now.
Yeah.
The name Crouch threw me off.
But I bring up the reason why it's called Bath County is
Crouch will always throw you off.
because of the irony.
Oh.
So most of what comes I got from a old article, New York Herald in like 1876, which was written 3 weeks after this happened.
And that's pretty quick because it's in Kentucky.
Yeah.
And they're in New York.
Yeah.
And that's pretty quick.
Well, it also leads into like the fact that's kind of ends up becoming like a national story.
First, like, viral thing.
Mrs. Crouch eventually discovered that this was an unusual precipitation. Remember, it's clear, blue skies, light wind. All right.
Wait, she mean unusual as in the clouds were weird looking?
No. Unnatural precipitation.
Unnatural. You said unusual.
So it was a clear day.
Okay.
Light winds. All right.
And let's feel it like,
Yeah, you're on a farm.
I can smell it.
yeah.
in rural Kentucky,
Smell
Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah. The
Smell the
soap.
crouch.
What did soap smell like
Smell
back
I can smell the crouch.
then? What did
I can smell the crouch.
what did soap smell
smells
back
dirty.
then? I mean, it wasn't like pig fat.
Yeah. I remember
They just jammed
it's
some
fat.
flowers in there.
'Cause I remember watching like Fight Club. They're like, a lot of it's fat. Like
What's
some of
the
best-
year? 18 what?
1876. So 100 years after.
I mean, it's like soap's probably like the newest technology ever by then.
Revolution,
I mean, when did soap come around?
No, I don't know.
Soup?
I'm not a
Soap?
I'm not
Soup?
a soapist.
A
Or
soap.
soap.
What was it? Rippers?
Yeah.
Ripperologists?
Rendered animal fat and
Yeah.
lye?
Lie. I remember Fight Club, they say that they would use human fat.
Did they like yell into it like, you're not good soap, and they lie
I
to
think
it?
lye is used for like explosives. I could be
What?
I could be getting that wrong. I've been getting that from Fight
I'm
Club.
cleaning myself with explosives?
Maybe.
I don't know if you should take all of your scientific knowledge of soap manufacturing from Fight Club.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know if this is true or not.
It's a lie.
It's a lie. Okay. So throughout history, even today, there's unusual weather occurrences. Like people have reported animals raining from the sky, like
Wait.
fish,
Okay.
toads, frogs. It still happens today. People even have reported there being blood rain, like red rain falling from the sky.
Pretty metal.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Who is actually doing this? Like, who is actually telling me these stories? Like general like
This is
news
like
stories?
Yeah, this is stuff that still goes
This
on
isn't
today.
just some dude just being like, oh,
Right,
saw some
and there's
rain.
reasoning behind some of this stuff, but this is very different because meat was raining down.
Now, when we say meat, I need like,
Yeah, I'm
I'm
gonna
going to need
need
you to describe it.
paint a better picture. When I see meat, I see like pork
Like,
chops,
Are we talking about like
Right.
packaged meat? Are we talking about like
ground beef,
like roadkill? Are we talking about hot dogs? What are we talking
Just
about?
hot dogs.
processed,
Yeah,
Hot dogs raining.
hot dogs, a mixture.
That'd be great.
rip off the roof and lay
I
in
don't know if
bed. Is
that
that
would
how
be
that song
great.
goes?
I think it might be cool at first, and then you'd be like, okay.
Well, you get over it quickly, yeah.
Or imagine
Like,
driving in that.
I have enough hot
Can you
dogs.
imagine
I got
drowning
enough
in
hot
Mashing
dogs.
hot
Yeah.
dogs in your tires.
Well, they'd be all like gross and stuff. It's not like you're packaging them up.
So she doesn't really give a description because she kind of freaks out.
Do you think you can drown in a hot dog?
Oh yeah, you could drown in
You
anything.
can drown anything, yeah. Suffocation,
As a way to go.
hot dogs.
Drown on a hot dog.
You drown in hot dogs. It wasn't the relish or the mustard or the ketchup, it was the hot dog.
Do you think your tombstone would just be like a big hot dog then?
Did you say hot dog?
Hot dog.
A hot dog.
It's hot dog.
It's, sir. So she recalls when one piece fell, it made a snapping sound when it hit the ground.
So
Is
this
there
meat's
bones in it?
snapping.
So, or it's a really good hot dog,
No,
it
what-
snaps.
Are we talking about a snap, or are we talking about like a?
Snapping sound, like Elvis
A
said,
real
like
rad
cartilage or something like that.
Okay.
After several pieces fell from the sky, she took her grandson inside and waited for her husband, who's, also her husband, the
Mr.
farmer.
Crouch.
Mr. Crouch. Apparently, his name was Alan too.
What?
Alan Crouch?
Yeah,
Alan Crouch and Alan Crouch Jr. Okay.
yeah. Waiting for her husband and her son to come home.
There's only like 6 names back then, so.
Yeah. Mrs. Crouch recalls that she feared her husband and son had been torn to pieces
Okay.
And the
so
wind
this
had
is
brought the pieces of them back home.
Gotcha. So they fell
This,
into like.
this is immediately what she thought. She's like, oh, they were torn to pieces. I don't know how, but wind carried them back home to me
Wait, is this
to bury them, I guess.
Oh,
I
maybe
don't
like
know.
farming equipment, right?
Yeah.
is this
farmers,
a report from more than one person?
This is just from her.
Okay, so this is so far we're just talking about.
So
what this
far, we're
lady
just
saw.
talking about the crouch.
The
Family.
crouch. The crouches.
The Crouch
sighting.
crew. Yeah.
She also thought this might be some sort of miracle of God that she has yet to understand.
That's all you got back then.
Man.
Yeah.
Got meat.
Living on a prayer.
Yeah.
Yep. Crouching on a prayer.
And that guy grew up to be Bon Jovi.
Yeah. Turns out the crouches.
Little Billy Crouch.
Yeah.
If you look back in
Yeah,
their
you know,
history,
people-
Their tree is
Bon
goes right back.
Jovi.
It's straight down to the meat.
And I don't want to, crap on people at this time, but like they're farmers. It's rural. They probably didn't go to school. All they know is like
they're
their
dumb, is what you're trying to say.
it's a way of life. They go to church, and that's pretty much it. They're just trying to survive.
Every time you say that, I'm going to have to crap on whatever you're talking about. That's how I roll.
You can say that
That's
stuff.
how I roll podcast. Let's go.
So at one point, though, their family dog ate some of the meat
Oh.
and then immediately got
Just like-
violently ill.
Okay.
Oh.
This
So
is just
rancid
wait. So
meat.
So we're trying to we're slowly getting to point or slowly getting to what this substance could be.
wait, but is
It's
this
a dog. You think if dog ate meat,
they can
usually
eat
it'd be
anything?
fine.
My
Yeah,
dog
yeah.
eats poop all the time.
Right.
It's great.
I mean, I just got a puppy. It eats deer poop.
Yeah. Oh, the deer poop. He loves that stuff.
Does he
Wait,
get sick though?
Not yet.
If he eats a lot of it, he does.
I've only
Mine
had him
eats-
like 3 weeks.
Mine eats rocks though too, so he's kind of
Rocks?
yeah, he's dumb. Anyway, great dog. He's just not very smart. Anyway, I want to know like the size of this meat. What are we talking about?
Thank you for setting this up. We're
Okay.
going right now.
Nice segue.
News of this quickly spread, and locals from this town, Olympia Springs, come over to the house. Harrison Gill reported seeing the chunks of meat. He saw them in the Crouch's yard and stuck to their fence. He said they were 2 by 2 inches, and one piece of meat was 4 by 4 inches, and they appeared to be fresh.
So we're not talking about like entire legs from like Jurassic Park
Like
style
chunks
like,
of meat.
Okay.
What appeared to be meat.
Now, when we say it was raining, and she was like, they got blown to me in the wind. Like, how are they falling like directly on her head?
Apparently, she didn't get hit by any of this
She
stuff.
didn't get hit. She just
Nor,
saw,
nor did her grandson.
She
did
was
she see
crouching
it
on
like
the.
blowing in a field, or
She
like,
said it came at like it was raining down, but it came kind of at like a slight
okay,
angle.
so it fell. She saw it like come out of the sky.
Yeah, like a
Gotcha.
slight angle from the sky.
So she was like
But
crouching
again, it was a
on
clear
the
day, no clouds,
on the porch.
No meat clouds in the air.
no meat clouds, no cloudy with a chance of meatballs.
There
Do
it
you think
is.
that's where they got that from?
And
Oh,
that'd be funny.
We just broke this wide open.
Yeah, based on a true story.
So apparently, there are 2 unidentified men who came and tried the meat themselves.
Mm.
So it's like
Now, what are
Oh,
we
well,
talking
you
about?
have
They
to
just like-
try it.
it's like
they just like licking it. Yeah.
they said it tasted like venison or mutton.
What's mutton?
Is it like lamb or sheep?
Why I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Why would I ask
Vegetarian,
you?
don't ask- I don't know.
I would ask you if I knew.
Well, you know,
I think it
venison
is. I think
What's
it
that?
is.
deer.
Yeah.
Mutton, I'm pretty sure
I
is
thought
like
venison is when they
goat,
tie.
not goat, but like
I thought venison was when they tie down
The
the little.
flesh of sheep, especially mature sheep.
I
So
thought
it's
venison.
an old sheep.
Okay.
old sheep. Like they're like this sheep's gonna go. Let's just
This
cut it up
sheep
and call
can
it
hardly-
mutton.
Yeah.
I thought venison is when they tie down the baby like cows.
What? No, venison is deer.
That's veal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Veal. That's what I'm thinking. It's a V word. You know.
I get my V words
Yeah.
confused.
I stopped at W.
The 2 random guys, they didn't give their names apparently, or no one wanted to say who they were. They're just like, let's try this random meat in this yard.
Did they cook it?
No, they just like,
That's dumb.
They didn't invent fire yet. It's Kentucky. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, Kentucky's way behind. They're real dumb.
Man.
Still
I don't know-
real behind to this
come
day.
on, man. It's all right.
That's what Jordan told me before this started.
Say
Anyway,
that. I enjoyed my time there.
So the reason why we're crapping on Kentucky is because Jordan lived there for
Yeah,
a bit.
yeah, for 9 years.
Thank God he
Very-
got the hell out of there.
Aw.
I mean, I'm glad he did. We would never
Yeah.
met him.
Oh, thanks.
That's what I mean.
But also, it sucks there.
Not all of it. It's like Pittsburgh. Like, you know,
How dare you?
no, but like, you know, Kentucky has Louisville. and then the rest of it's not
I
great.
have been in
just like
Kentucky
Pittsburgh.
once, and it was actually
Pennsylvania.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
I went to the Thompson House. It was awesome. It was a venue. Played a show there.
I was saying you probably forget. All right, so Trapper,
Who's Trapper?
keeper.
A trapper keeper.
No, a trapper named Benjamin Franklin Ellington,
Mm-hmm.
who saw, touched, and smelt the meat. He didn't taste it. Believed that it was bear meat.
He touched it,
Touched it, smelt it,
licked it.
didn't lick it. He saw it, obviously.
Okay.
Saw it,
Eyes, mouth.
Touched it.
melted.
Smelt it.
Okay.
And dealt it.
He said it was bear meat.
He believed it was bear meat, which apparently is plausible because this area, Olympia Springs, or
Bears are just exploding in the sky.
Yeah.
It's falling.
All right.
their body parts are flying everywhere.
So before we get any further, I have two theories right
All right.
before I have any other information.
Hit it.
Theory number one, someone shotgun blasted a bear like at an angle, like boom, like upwards, like the bear is on top, and it just
Like the bear was attacking the
it, like,
person.
splattered up into the air, and like
But it was
one of
like,
these.
were they like on
or-
top of the roof of the
arched over-
house?
arched
though?
over
their
It's not going to go
fence?
very far.
Listen, or there were a bunch of birds carrying meat, and they couldn't hold it, dropped it. They're like trying to eat this meat.
God.
Did I figure it out? I don't think that makes sense.
Well, it's a mystery.
It's
They
gonna be a
aren't
short
really sure.
mystery here,
Well, there we
boys.
go. Episode over. Happy New Year.
We can cut that out. Okay, keep going.
Hey, crack it, crack 'em. We got a mystery solved.
A local butcher then came by. So this is like, it's not just one or two people like looking at this stuff. Apparently there must be enough to go around for people to keep coming, like tasting it and looking at it. Which is kind
So
of gross.
it's a
They're selling it. Sky meat. Check it
Sky
out.
meat.
so this is like a bunch of meat landed just these people's yards or in the
Just these
neighborhood.
people's yards.
So it's just at this person's yard.
Yes.
It wasn't Mrs. Crotch out there just throwing meat everywhere. Like, look, meat
No.
shower.
You said Mrs. Crotch.
Mrs.
Not-
Crotch.
What was her name?
Crouch.
Mrs. Crouch. Understandable.
What's the difference?
Quite a bit.
Butcher by the name of L.G. I don't know if it's Frisbee or Frisbee.
Frisbee. I like it
Frisbee
better.
said he tasted the meat at the farm in the presence of witnesses. He stated that he chewed up the meat but spit it out because it's gross.
Mm.
He claimed it looked like mutton.
A little crotchety taste to it.
Its scent was something that he'd never smelled before. Its texture was tender like veal or lamb. Here you go, veal.
Okay. Okay.
That's the baby cows.
Yeah.
Seems really mean.
Well, it is.
All right, so what do you guys think this substance actually is?
Well, it's definitely meat.
It's definitely meat. Okay,
It's definitely meat.
I think it's meat.
so we're all right. So
Sounds like
what do
meat.
you think it is?
I would think it was like. I guess it has to be meat, right? What else?
Because
could
everyone
be?
said
If
it has
people
like
are
a
picking-
flesh color. Everyone's like, oh, that's definitely this kind of type of animal. Or this type of animal. It tastes like this type of animal.
Mm.
I would expect it to be meat, but I wouldn't expect it to come from the sky.
Okay, so if you think it's meat, how do you think it got there?
I would think they're just trying to spread it everywhere.
What? Who's they?
So
The crotches.
I was gonna bring this up.
Oh, the crotches want notoriety.
Crotches,
You're
yeah.
right. Yeah, they're trying to be like, look at our
Well,
meat farm.
Crotches.
So and
That's what they're called.
the crotches and because they're crotchety.
Bob Scratchit. What's that guy? Bob, guy from the Christmas.
What?
Oh, Christmas Carol.
Scrooge?
Yeah. Charles Dickens.
Yeah,
Charles
my mom's would be so
Dickens.
mad. I don't know.
Is that guy?
Yeah, Bob Cratchit.
Bob Cratchit.
Wasn't it Tiny Tim's dad? That
Who?
Tiny Tim?
Was he the guy? Please, so I have some more.
No. No.
He was the guy on the crutches.
Yeah, Tiny Tim. But his dad, I think his dad was. Oh no, it was
What
Bob.
Muppet was
Bob
he?
Cratchit was the partner of Scrooge.
Was it Kermit
Oh,
Frog's?
Yeah,
Was it Kermit Frog's little brother or little kid?
Kermit Frog. Yeah, Kermit Frog was. What's his name in that movie? In the Christmas Carol.
I think it's Jonathan.
JTT.
It's,
Jonathan the
it's
Frog.
Jimothy.
Okay, so meat in the yard.
So you guys think it's probably? You guys think there's a good chance it's
how
meat?
How much yard is this
I
covering?
mean, it sounds
I mean,
like
it's a farm. They're out like
is the
you
meat
know.
all over the plants
So-
and stuff?
Not no. So like this is in their backyard. It's and the grass. It's on the fence. There's blood on the fence. If it's meat, how did it get there? And where the hell did it come from?
You just took a bucket from the thing. It was like,
one of their farming machines ran over a bunch of raccoons or
Yeah.
something,
There you go.
and then a bunch of birds.
I don't think they
tried
had
to
farm
eat it.
they had
machines like
farm
that.
machines back
They
then.
might
Not
have.
like
They had
that.
something.
It's something, yeah.
I fit
Whatever.
stuff in.
Some weird serial killer guy ran them over then with like a
It was
push
Jack the
mower.
Ripper.
Yeah,
Mrs. Crotch is Jack the Ripper.
Mrs. Crotch.
I've run over small animals in a tractor and they shoot out pretty damn far.
Oh, that'd be awful.
That's horrible.
Did you hear about that story about that lady
awful.
who like I guess she wasn't a lady. I guess she was
I
a
heard
lady.
this one, yeah.
What?
I heard
I don't know,
that. It's
you
like,
She was sleeping.
I heard about the lady, yeah.
yeah, I heard about it.
She was sleeping in a field. Some guy like that works for the public works. She was like in a state park or something. He just ran her over with like a big tractor and like just chewed her up.
Cool.
And it probably was the same thing. And he's like,
that
look, it's
movie,
raining meat.
It's like Sinister, that movie.
Oh, God.
Never saw
With
it.
the
That
lawnmowers.
That's a scene. Everyone go watch that one.
Yeah, that's
Wait, is that where the guy lays down in front of it and runs him over with
He like tied up a kid and ran over the lawnmower. Anyway, Happy New Year.
Wait, I'm talking about the scene where they're like all laying down and like the lawnmower is running over all of them.
No, Sinister? You said you haven't seen it. It's like the dude who like hides in paintings and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of the other one with
Was that like
M.
pool
Night
scene too?
Shyamalan.
Oh, wait. What?
Shyamalan one.
Lawnmower?
Yeah, like the one guy's all confused the entire time with the burger joint. Wahlburger.
Oh,
What?
The Happening.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's
They're
just
like,
the
they all,
plants.
yeah.
But like
the
the lawnmower
plants.
runs
Like a lot
him
of his
over.
movies are really good, and you're just like, come on. It's the plants.
I mean, you know,
What else was it gonna be?
true.
I don't know.
Didn't he have a resurgence recently?
I don't know.
Yeah.
M. Night Shyamalan.
He did that,
Shyamalan. M.
yeah,
Night
he did that
Shyamalan.
one movie where like a family goes to a cabin. These people break in, and they're like, you all have to kill each other in order for the apocalypse not to happen or something like that. Did you guys see that one? Dave Bautista's in it.
Oh, I love Batista. I'll have to watch it.
It's pretty good.
He's great.
But they end up being like the kind of like the Four Horsemen.
Mm.
I'd probably spoilers.
Don't watch the Batista movie. We already know what happened.
So meat showers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, everybody. Meat showers.
Okay, so you think it came from a tractor equipment?
I think that something got mutilated and birds tried to pick it up.
There you go. All right.
But a lot of birds, like enough. Like, are we just talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
just
like,
three
ravens
pieces?
and crows and stuff, right? Don't they
But
eat?
But
meat?
yeah, scavengers. But like, is it just like a 5 pieces of meat, or is it like an entire backyard?
Apparently, it's enough for random strangers to come up and start eating this stuff.
Okay,
But
here's
it's
my
small pieces.
here's
of
my
meat.
new theory.
All right.
Initially, a
Hit me.
bird drops like one raccoon.
Hey, this guy even listen to the show. We don't have theories yet, dog.
No, I asked what you guys thought
And
it
then,
was.
he's asking me,
Yeah.
Chris. Initially, it's one, and then the crotches are like,
Like you just call the crotch.
they're like, we can make money off of this.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
thinking
getting
too.
attention. I'm just a
Yeah.
crotch in the woods.
I'm thinking it's the
So,
crotches.
I was going to bring this up later. Apparently, some people thought that the crotches, Mr. and Mrs. Crotch, were
Wait, is it crotch or crouch?
But I just like we call them crotch. Let's
They're the
ride
crotches.
with
It's
that.
fine.
Apparently, they were feuding over selling the farm or keeping the farm.
Ooh,
Apparently, Mrs. Crotch
they're trying to up the
wanted
property
to
value.
sell it, but her husband was against selling it. So she's like, "I'm going to make this thing happen and
Ooh.
drive him to get out of there."
Ooh,
Oh,
so it might
and
not be
maybe
natural.
raise the price
Right.
because free meat.
Or
from
just
the
like
sky.
Or lower the price
We need
'cause
to,
it rains
we need to
meat.
leave because like this is
like
a
it's
bad
haunted.
omen or like God's saying
God.
we gotta leave or like
Okay, back to them being dumb. But smart of the crotch lady to do that.
yeah.
If she
But
was.
but in the
So
same
the ladies are smart in Kentucky, just not the men.
in the
What you're trying to say.
same New York Herald article, that the reporter brings this up and the husband's like, "No, I want to leave too. We can't do this right now." So that's kind of
not enough meat yet.
that kind of gets put to bed. So again, this reporter talks to a bunch of people who live in this town. Most of them kind of believe.
Is this reporter reporting like just as it happened, or is it like years?
I think it's like a week
Okay.
or two later. But
Years
it gets
later.
published like
Okay.
3 weeks
I
later.
don't know if it's like someone that comes back and tells the
yeah,
story.
fair.
So it's kind of funny because the reporter talks about like multiple people. Multiple people are like, yeah, like, they're good Christian people. They wouldn't do anything like this. Most people kind of believe it. But in the descriptions of like the reporter gives descriptions of people,
Yes.
give them like,
Yes.
give them their names, physical descriptions, occupations, and then also be like, kind of like, they seem kind of dumb. Like they'll be like, this person doesn't seem very intelligent.
The New Yorker. What do you expect?
But like, I don't like that he does it, but like in this article, we'll put this in like the link.
To the article.
Yeah, he's just like very thorough, like question, the person gives answer, and like I don't trust. Like it's like it's pretty funny because like this person,
Oh, he's actually
it's so many
reporting.
words. So many, yeah, it's actual reporting, but like it's of the time. But like this person was Irish, so
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait
That
a
makes
minute.
sense.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
or this person
That makes sense.
This person looked like this person looks like they doesn't have a very high IQ. Not necessarily in this case, but like I've
It's
seen
like the red
a lot
hair
of,
just made him just seem not.
I've seen this a lot of this in the time. Like they're like this person's of this
Okay.
descent, so we can't really trust them. They'll say it in so many words.
I got you.
It's kind of acceptable to be, anti-Irish at some point, anti-Semitic at some point. But you get a little taste of that in this.
Gotcha.
So it's,
I mean, that's the
Gotcha.
1800s. That was like the entire thing. Right?
yeah, I mean, people were like, all these foreigners are coming to our country,
Said the foreigner.
and that's never happened again.
Tale as old as time.
But the very end of the article, it's a very long article. The very end, it's very small what he writes as theories by some that locals have, and it's kind of like he doesn't even get the person's names or how they look. So I think it's almost comes off he's just brushing this off these theories.
was the meat still around when this guy showed up?
No,
Oh, well.
Oh, so this is like a temporary thing.
yeah,
How long did it last? Do we know?
it said like 2 minutes.
I mean like at like total. Did it do it again?
no, didn't do it again.
Oh,
This
okay.
is one
all right.
instance.
And it's only one adult witness who saw this happen.
Okay.
Mrs. Crotch
Isn't
and
this
her
Mrs.
grandson.
Crotch.
and a grandson, little
Yeah,
crotch?
Yeah,
Little baby
crotchy.
crotch.
Baby crotch out there.
Oh.
So again,
Yes.
these are the only people that saw this happen. Now the people saw the meat, but no one actually saw it raining over the crotch farm. Raining meat in the crotch. So- Okay, so the reporter kind of leaves these two theories, and again, it's very succinct. It almost seems as he's like kind of like shrugs it off, like there's no possible way. First one local theorized that the meat fell from a passing balloonist, like in a hot air
Ooh.
balloon.
Oh,
Nice.
like I'm trying to make it around the world.
This meat's gone bad.
This meat's gone bad.
We should buy a Mysterious Pals balloon and just dump meat out of buckets. It's like to lucky
No,
few.
You just need a Mysterious Pals drone,
No, yeah.
not a balloon.
Yeah, we probably die in a balloon.
I wouldn't want to go in a hot air balloon. I had a chance to go in a hot air balloon once.
No, that
I
would be
didn't
terrible.
do it. So the way my dad said, because this is where we worked
Uh-oh.
for a big company, the way my dad
Called you the-
set it up.
Big balloon company.
So in Kentucky, this is when I lived in Kentucky. When I lived in Louisville,
Not much to do out there.
They said balloon and
they did these big
Trying to get
Hang
balloon
out.
and stuff.
throw some meat,
Yeah,
throw
we
some
recreate
roadkill.
it every year. To this day, the reenactment.
So before the Kentucky Derby, they do this month
Civil
long.
War reenactments and meat raining.
They do this
reenactments,
month
yeah.
long like events. They do a big fireworks show. They do the thing called
raining of meat.
this great balloon race.
Oh,
So this company they work for, they had their own balloon. And like, you guys want to go up? And they're like, I was like, I don't want to go
They
up.
had their own balloon.
But like, we were all kind of like thinking about it. And the guy was like, yeah, this guy kind of has heart problems. He's like, getting
How much
up.
could a balloon
So
possibly
I was like,
cost?
why would you tell us to do this? This guy has
hey,
heart
you want
problems.
to do this? This guy
Yeah.
might die, and you'll be
Yeah.
stuck up there.
I don't think so. In Kentucky, are you saying that?
Like, we were able to go because like my dad worked for the company. Like, like
okay,
Normies couldn't go.
Normies couldn't go. Yeah.
Okay.
but like saying like, oh, we got a balloon. This company has a balloon. It's like, is that like saying this company has like a private jet?
But it's like a race. It's like your company
Great.
has like
It's a big
box
race.
seats.
Great.
Oh, it's like
Yeah.
it's like a Formula, like you have
Hot air
Formula One
balloon race.
car,
Yeah,
or,
yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
or like a horse. And did they have a
Oh,
horse in the
okay,
Kentucky
all right,
Derby?
all right.
Maybe. I don't know.
It drops the horses like.
But I was like, I would never, like, especially guys with heart problems. Why would I go up there?
Yeah. Also, why don't you get a new guy?
Yeah, right.
This guy needs to be
Get a
done.
new guy. Yeah, exactly.
Trying to win this race or what?
It's not like people are clamoring to be balloonists. Who's going to school to be a balloonist?
But
Did
apparently
you go to
back,
school to that?
apparently back then, like balloonists were a thing. Like, it was like, oh, look at this
What?
fun.
Was that really what they were called? Balloonists?
balloonists? Yeah.
And what else are they gonna do?
It's not like they're like tied to a chair, like and like filling up their own balloons with. But there's like hot air balloon. They're
They
called
definitely
balloonists.
did that.
Gotcha. Dude, what if it was somebody murdered someone, took them up into the balloon, chopped them up? It was just like,
Oh yeah.
Did they chop them up in the balloon, like on the way up,
I don't know.
or did they chop them up
Maybe
prior?
yeah, it was a murder of passion in the moment as they were going up in the balloon. Oh,
That's a lot of work, though.
got a lot
As
of
long as
hot
they
air
had
up there,
chainsaws
yeah.
and stuff back then, I don't think.
Apparently also someone thought there was a like these two brothers had a knife fight
Nice.
And one of them exploded.
and like a twister or like a
what?
a
A
twister
knife fight and a tornado?
and like a twister or a
okay.
tornado.
Oh, I love
theories
this.
or like the
No,
common
this
theories.
is this is just like what people who live in this area There's reporters reporting. These are like kind of blow off things, like I was saying. This wasn't in it, but this is in a different article I saw, but I may as well bring it up now. Like, there's two brothers who are feuding. They got in a knife fight. That twister happened. Their chunks flew into the yard.
They continued fighting in the tornado. Yeah. That's awesome. That's
human,
the one I want to believe.
And maybe use human flesh.
Yeah.
In the yard, not like from a deer animal or old goat or anything like that.
Not a mutton.
Yeah.
No mutton.
So the other one, and again, this is kind of a brush off. Someone else didn't report, the reporter didn't give the person's name, but, and this kind of goes with what Jeff was saying. Another was that buzzards, after eating too much, took flight and regurgitated their food while flying over the farm.
Regurgitated. So was the meat, what was the consistency? Did it look regurgitated?
It wasn't such a thing. It's not, you're not looking, it wasn't like a whole like foot. Like it was, you could tell there's no skin or hair or like fur on it.
Right.
It was just like meat.
Fat,
like fatty meat. It was red.
Did you ever see that video?
Got dark over time, but
did you see that video of that blood. Like that hyena eating that like big elephant's butt?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I've seen that one.
We gotta watch that later.
All right.
It's pretty gross. But I had no notes.
But it's interesting.
What?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Link in
it's kind of like
a
seen as like a blow off in this paper.
Just like the hyena eating it. Okay.
So again, as I mentioned earlier, throughout history, even today, like these strange weather occurrences happen where there's like fish falling from the sky, toads, frogs, blood rain.
Did this all happen in that town?
No.
This is the only thing that happened in that town.
This is the only thing that happened in town. It's a small, like, little town.
I guess another question is, has it ever rained meat anywhere else?
It did.
Oh, all right.
I think it was in like London or something like that.
The London meat rain.
Yeah.
Was that also
that was after this? But I think it was like
copycat.
Might have been the city.
Copycat. Okay, yeah. It's a classic balloonist copycat in London.
1800 balloonist.
But yeah, like as far as with like the animals, like it's been theorized, like there are theories that seem more rational, like animals, like full animals, like fish, toads and stuff like that. There could be bad weather, strong winds that can like cause these animals to like get blown over to like a place where there might not have been bad weather in that specific spot where they fell.
Okay, so wait.
Yeah. I've heard of like raining frogs, right?
Yeah,
he hasn't heard.
They could be like in the pond, like a hurricane or tornado or a water spout could like pick them up and launch them.
You and me
to another, to another spot where in that particular spot there might not have been bad weather there.
These are all common theories. This is where we're at the common theory section.
This as far as like aquatic life,
okay,
not actual meat falling from the sky, like chunks of meat.
But there's no reason it couldn't pick up, like it's picking up frogs, and it pick up like some mice or something.
Yeah, and then like the blood rain, logical theory for that. Or I'm not a scientist, but I've read some of the stuff saying like it'd be something in the soil that ends up in the air and then it rains like the right color and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's not really.
Yeah. Again, this is all. So I mean, not saying these are answers to those particular cases, but they're plausible because this is like chunks of ununiform meat falling from the sky, like flesh.
Did they say if it was like kind of rancid or like, because buzzards usually pick it after it's been dead.
Yeah, so a lot of people are just like, there's a bad taste. They didn't even swallow. They're like, this tastes odd. Again, it just drives my nuts. Drives my nuts.
Drives his nuts.
Drives me nuts. That like it's crazy. People just randomly show up and like, I'll try this meat. And this poor boy is like, oh, it's snowing. There's like meat, like
but this is
flesh and blood falling down. It's a good thing they make soap, I guess.
This is Kentucky farmland. What else are they gonna do? This is the greatest things to happen in this town.
Yeah, maybe they're just bored.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Like nothing else happens.
You just farm and
go to church, farm, go to church, rain meat.
Yeah.
So 3 months later, after the event, Leopold Brandeis was given a sample of mystery meat. Discovered that mystery meat was not meat, but a type of cyanobacteria called nostoc. Nostoc.
So it's bacteria.
This organism swells into a jelly-like mass when it rains.
So wait, was this a jello-like thing or was it actual meat?
Leading people to believe it fell from the sky. But they say when it rains, something like this happens. It didn't rain there.
Okay.
Brandeis identified it as Nostoc cranium, describing it as a flesh-colored, although it resembles the color of seaweed. So the coloring would have been wrong for this guy saying it is. And the fact that he's saying this can happen when it rains, it didn't rain. Like I said, it was a clear day, very little wind.
According to the crotch.
Yeah, the crotch, yeah.
I mean, she saw it fall from the sky.
Right. And most townspeople were like, yeah, it didn't actually rain. This Gnostic cranium is once thought to be hail. It had nicknames like Star Jelly and Witch's Butter.
Which is butter.
Which is
Perfect.
butter.
I had some of that in college. It was delicious.
Oh,
So with the human like knife fight thing, the brothers' knife fight,
that's my favorite one.
another scientist discovered that the meat contained lung tissue either from a horse or a human infant.
What?
Wow.
Why is it
Wait,
one of those
baby knife
things?
fight?
Yeah, baby knife fight.
So wait, how was there a crossover between those two?
What do you mean?
A horse or a baby?
I have no idea.
They're very similar.
It's
Have
lung
you seen
tissue.
them?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
So then what I'm about to go talk about comes from a Scientific American article. Other samples of the meat were given to seven scientists. So like multiple samples of meat are given to people. So I feel like it would have been a
Just pass it
decent
around.
amount.
They're just passing this meat
I
around.
mean, I don't know how much they would.
Yeah,
big of
was
a
it after
sample
this-
they would need.
Yeah, was it after this guy chewed on it and was like, gross?
Spit it in their hand.
Yeah, here you go.
Their other samples were given to 7 different scientists. 2 were identified as lung tissue, 3 as muscular tissue, and 2 were reported to consist of cartilage.
I mean, it makes sense that it'd be parts of a. If it's that makes sense. It's stuff and it's a meat in a body,
Right. Yeah.
whatever body it is. But like, they couldn't determine who or what it
came
was.
from. Yeah. Maybe an infant or a horse.
Yeah.
So someone didn't want their baby.
Yeah. They threw it.
They took
At
a
a horse.
balloon ride in the
took it
air.
just
fed it
tossed.
to a horse.
But luckily, a tornado was passing by where 2 brothers
Threw
having
it
a knife
into a
fight.
tornado.
We were having a knife fight, and the baby
tornado of
got stuck
knives.
in.
There
yeah.
it is. Yep.
Solved.
I like it.
Then you got a Dr. Louis Kastenbein.
Dr. Louis.
He proposed a theory in the Louisville Medical News in 1876, suggesting that the most plausible explanation for the shower meat. After quaffing a sample of meat, Kastenbein ignited it and noted it had a distinct odor resembling rancid mutton. Again, mutton again.
What year was that? What year was that?
1876. So the same
1876.
same year this all
Okay.
happened.
Okay. So the meat's still around.
Yeah. Like people are like scientists are getting these chunks of meat.
Gathering it. Yeah.
It's like national news, and like the scientific community is like, oh, what is this? Because it's never something like this has never happened before.
Wait,
He
this
said-
is like it's never happened before?
It only happened after, again, in London. Were you
Yeah,
paying
like
attention?
somewhere in Europe. I think it was like London. Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
Well, you said frogs and stuff like.
Yeah, but like actual chunks of meat,
Okay.
like no skin or anything on it. Like this is big. So Kastenbein suggests that the unusual shower resulted from vultures regurgitating both as a swift means of escape and as a defense strategy in response to threats.
Oh, so they were like eating something. Like, oh,
And they're like eating. They're like, we got to get the hell out of here, and like they're like needed in order to keep flight. They had to like regurgitate their food because they were too heavy and full.
Oh, but they were
Vultures disgorging at a great height, with the particles dispersed by the prevailing wind, would cause such a meat shower. And there are vultures in Kentucky.
Yeah, but they got up far enough and then regurgitated.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they've done it to just take off?
oh, you know, you.
This is, and
sometimes
it's a
you're like,
forested
oh,
area.
I'm
It's a
gonna throw
forested
up.
area around here, so there would have been vultures there.
You know, you got that little.
But if they're
slide.
if they used that to like get away quickly, wouldn't they have done it originally and then?
Maybe.
I mean, they
yeah,
probably
I don't
didn't
know.
want to throw. They're probably like, I want to eat.
They might have not been able to
nourished.
keep flight, so they're like, oh, we got to
Oh.
get rid of some of this.
Going
Maybe.
down and then-
yeah.
Or maybe
barf.
they just were so scared they threw up.
And then Kastenbein argued that this is
The
this theory.
balloonist flew by him, was like,
Yeah, the balloon is scared.
hit him with a
them.
knife and was like, I'm going to get you.
That's
And
what
then,
happened.
Stab. He argued that this theory is the only explanation for the diverse tissues found, including muscular, connective, fatty, and structureless types of meat. Like the variety of like what rained down.
Well, they're chopping up someone in the air.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
it could have been, it doesn't, I mean, necessarily, that's not the only thing.
right.
Who were did any of the balloonists get questioned around there? Was anyone missing?
I just picture like these balloonists having like those like funny goggles on and like
Yeah.
just being very like eccentric people, just like odd, like a
hot out,
Howard
they're wearing-
Hughes type.
Okay.
It's like
they're like wearing a thing.
yeah,
Yeah. It's hot out.
like keeping jars of urine in their
In a
balloon.
balloon?
with them. Yeah, and
is that what
rancid
you
meat.
did in Kentucky when you lived down there?
No, I never went up there. We had an outhouse. All right, so some of this meat was taken and preserved, is now at Transylvania University.
What? We can still see it?
Wait, in Transylvania?
It's in Lexington, Kentucky. There's a
Okay.
Transylvania University. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
It's
What
in
a
a jar.
disappointment.
in a jar, like preserved in like some kind of liquid.
Wait. I feel like eventually you guys should do like a road trip to look at stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also because, and they got this from an article.
We're going to Dethlehem's next tour.
Oh, yeah.
Just ride along so we can get there.
There you go. Got to pay gas money.
So this comes from an Atlas Obscure article. A professor of art at this Transylvania University in Lexington, Kentucky, found the jar with the meat in it. He's like, what the hell is this? And he ended up reading up about it, figured out what it was. It was apparently just in like a closet that he was cleaning out.
The meat closet.
Yeah, the meat closet. So our professor, Kurt Goad, or Goad, G-O-H-D-E, he took a sample of this meat, was able to get
Ate it.
the taste of it extracted and placed into thousands of jelly beans for flavoring.
Can you still buy these?
He still has them.
Wait, he just kept them? That's a little weird.
In 2007,
Oh, okay.
he took the jelly beans to Court Days in Mount Sterling, Kentucky. Apparently, this is like a big event in eastern Kentucky. Mount Sterling is about 20 miles from Olympia Springs, where this all originally happened. 36 miles from Lexington, where the school is. But Court Days is this big like event, like a kind of like a fair. Like 200,000 people go to this thing. Apparently,
Huh.
like vendors go there from all over the state.
Like a county fair type
County
of thing?
fair, yeah, but like it's just like art vendors will go there, food vendors, all this stuff. And like 200,000 people go there for this weekend. So
A lot of
he
people.
brought the jelly beans there and giving them to people to see what they tasted like. Because he was like, maybe this can help
These taste like
help decipher by, and most people said that it would help like getting that big of like I don't know what you call it in science, like
Sample.
sample size.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, and then this is Kentucky, so like I've tasted roadkill.
Wow. Way to treat Kentucky poorly,
Whoa.
Jordan. Wow. What's
The
wrong with
truth
It was a
yeah,
joke.
Wow.
truth comes out
So some
about
people-
Kentucky, am I right?
People said it tasted like Kentucky. People said it tasted like raw bacon. Others said tastes like a strawberry pork chop.
A strawberry pork chop?
He tried it himself, of course. That it tasted vile, like heavily sugared bacon with a metallic aftertaste.
I mean, it's been boiled and stuff. It's put in a jelly bean.
Been in a
Yeah.
jar forever
Yeah.
too.
Probably in something that's not supposed to be eaten.
I mean,
Probably.
not.
Nope. Good for that guy though.
Yeah.
Tricked him.
Got him.
That's all I got.
So this is a meat shower in Kentucky. And it's only 1 yard.
Only in the crotches yard.
In the late
Only crotches.
1800s.
One adult witnessed it, one child.
And it was a quick
what was
thing.
the like area of coverage?
Wait.
I guess. Did we ever get that?
Just a yard.
It
I
was-
don't know the full size,
Gotcha,
but like
gotcha.
But it was a clear day.
clear day, light wind. She's on her porch making soap. Grandson was there.
Baby crotch.
Baby,
Yeah,
Baby
little
Alan Crotch.
Yeah.
Baby Crotch Jr. And it's apparently just started raining down chunks of meat.
Didn't see anything in the sky. Did she look up?
No, I was like, well, would she have seen these vultures or buzzards maybe?
Or balloonists?
But again, it came on an angle.
Brothers
It came on
fighting
like
in
an
a
angle.
tornado?
So maybe like as
And
the
it- what
vultures
trust-
are passing, they're regurgitating. So it's like falling on an
It
angle.
would have to have been real high up. But,
Yeah, I didn't
What's
think about
around
that.
her? Is this like a neighborhood?
She's on a farm, but there's like Olympia Springs isn't like like not a neighbor like today, like the suburbs, but
Right.
but surrounding that Olympia not Springs, Olympia Falls or Springs, Falls or Springs. It's a like forested area. So
So-
there would be like bears, like this one trapper suggested. There would be vultures.
But my whole thing is like,
Wild,
why was it
wildlife.
only in their yard? Was it like anywhere else in the surrounding area?
Nope, just their yard along?
So
and
how
on
is it
their
not
fence.
her throwing a bucket of
a chum.
There
Yeah.
was one person in the
Chum in
article
the
I
yard.
found who was just like, yeah, this
Chumming up the yard.
the lady was just like that was interviewed. I didn't see the article I was reading, but I read something else where a lady was like, yeah, I don't believe her.
Uh-oh. He's a notorious liar of the crotch.
So the
Liar of the crotch.
Crotch liars.
so the birds could have been a thing, but they're also on record trying to get rid of this house.
That was a rumor. But
So
then
she threw it in the yard
when
to
the
scare her
reporter,
husband.
but when the reporter came, their husband was like, no, I do want to leave. We're just waiting for the right time because they're one of their
And right
son-
now is it?
one of their sons lived in Indiana and they wanted to go and move and live with him on his farm. So the husband didn't deny that or denied it. He was like, no, I
So
do. I
these
do
people
want
are
to
trying to
leave.
get out of Kentucky.
Yeah, they want to leave.
Was there like insurance back then? Were they trying to like,
I don't think
Meat
so.
rain insurance.
yeah,
I don't-
hey,
I don't think
this
so, no.
place is right in me.
Mines of science and meat rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that falls under natural disaster.
Like a spot in your yard filled with meat? No, I don't think so. That's a disaster. It's a disaster.
But is there records of it, like, did it hit the house or was it just in their backyard?
Just I didn't see anything about it hitting the house or anything.
There's no-
I didn't see anything about it hitting the
How
house
was it
or
so
them.
perfectly hit in their backyard? No, that seems fishy.
Well, we also need to know, like, how big is their yard? Where did it spread?
Yeah, the dispersion.
It was just, I don't know. It was just in the yard. I don't know.
They're in a farm, so the yard could be, like, big as hell.
Yeah, but
Acreage.
like, I guess, like their farm, like what they were farming or the crops weren't in that backyard.
Okay, yeah.
But again, I don't know the dimensions of it. So
Right.
I know that doesn't help,
but it was enough that, like, people tried it.
Yeah.
People saved it.
But at most, like there was only 2 by 2 inches.
Was the biggest
Nothing
piece.
was bigger
4
than
by 4 4 by 4
yeah.
is the biggest piece. Yeah. I don't know. Again, I don't know how much like there was getting passed around to the scientists, and so there
They
would have been
clean off the
enough.
vomit, like
Yeah, there would have been enough.
the bird vomit.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, a scientist, if it's still around, a scientist in 2007, you said?
Yeah. There's our
Has anyone
professor.
examined it more? He
Not
just
that I've seen.
extracted the flavor?
Yeah,
What a weird thing to do.
He's an art professor.
I'm just gonna
What's
extract
this?
the
I
flavor.
wonder what it
Yeah,
tastes
That's
like.
an
he's
art
an art
professor
professor,
thing,
and
yeah.
so he found a place in Cincinnati that could do this for him.
The Cincinnati Flavor Extraction Company .com.
You haven't seen anything current as far as scientists dissecting it or checking it out.
I mean, you would think they would do that.
Yeah, trying
At
to
this
figure out what
point,
kind of
yeah.
animal it
'Cause
is.
It's been what 140 years,
Right, like-
something like
They
that.
should be able
You
to check
have
like
it.
DNA testing or anything. It's crazy.
I think this is the one that could be solved, but people were just like, nah.
They're lazy.
The bird thing does seem the
The
most
bird thing
plausible.
does make sense.
More so than
Also,
like a knife fight between two
The
brothers and a
knife,
twister.
the knife fight is the coolest
Yeah,
one.
right.
It probably didn't happen. The bird thing makes sense.
Because
Her-
they eat all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Vultures.
And the lady trying to like do something to get out of there kind of makes sense, but like it doesn't really like 'cause
Yeah.
her husband was like, yeah, I do. Maybe
Yeah.
she just didn't talk to her husband. I don't know.
But the infant thing part of that's kind of weird. Like the one scientist was like,
Like the
yeah,
lungs. Yeah, but that was
Yeah.
an 1800 scientist.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they could have just been again a balloonist.
or vulture just ate the remains of a baby. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, there wasn't a lot going on back then.
Oh yeah, maybe she like accidentally let a different baby crotch die.
Get rid of it. Just
Yeah.
threw it at the vultures.
Leave
Like,
it
here you
in
go.
leave it in the field for a little bit. Oh God, what's this weird meat mass?
So I think Jeff, you're going with it was probably vultures.
It was. I mean, I guess.
That seemed the most plausible.
I think
out of
the most
anything I've heard.
plausible is like the vultures, or she was trying to do something weird and it got out of control.
That's what I'm going with. That she did this.
Or the little grandson killed some people. It was just like
Baby crotch?
yeah, baby crotch. Because I don't know the kid's age.
And Walter Collins
Oh,
was
you said
there
it was
too.
a baby.
No, it said her grandson. You said baby crotch.
We said baby crotch.
I don't know how. Because again, it's 1876. So like, they're grandparents, but they could have been like 30,
True.
or they could have been like 60. So I don't know how old this grandkid would have been. Maybe the kid was in a knife fight.
Yeah, did
Stuck
anyone
it
talk
to
to the
someone.
kid?
Not that I saw.
Well, then he was a baby.
You think?
Or they-
Why
or
would you
they-
not talk to him?
Or
But
they're
didn't
like,
he answer questions? Or didn't he
no.
say?
See?
Oh, he was just there.
He's just like, goo
Yeah, he
goo
was just there.
gaga, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Change
So
me.
she. So
It changed
Oh,
me.
there's meat in his diaper.
Yeah. Ooh.
He's a cannibal.
what do you think it was?
Well, maybe they were cannibals. Maybe they were just eating people.
Well, they wouldn't waste it. They'd
Well, maybe they're like, how do we get out of this?
Yeah, they're about to get discovered, and they're
Yeah.
like, oh, throw meat everywhere.
It's Kentucky,
Throw
though.
it
It seems like
everywhere.
you do
Something
whatever the
weird
hell you
happened,
want out
guys.
there.
We're trying to get out of here. See ya.
What do you think, Jordan?
I think from what I found, it seemed like and what I gave you as the most plausible seemed like it could be the vulture thing. Like they freaked out, regurgitated their food. Just like, sorry.
Balloonist blew past them.
Vomiting
real quick,
on
and
your
they're
Are
yard.
vultures like, there's several of them, right? They're like in packs, I guess.
Yeah.
It would have to have been a couple birds. It
Yeah.
couldn't have just been like one.
What's that? What's it? A murder of vulture? What's that?
Murder ravens or something like that. Something
Murder
cool.
is the crows, like
Crows.
group of crows. Yeah.
And what's a vulture?
I don't know.
A crotch of vultures.
The crotches.
Yeah.
A crotch of vultures.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah, sounds yeah. Sounds good.
I want to try one of those jelly beans though.
No. Gross.
No.
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 I did try beer flavored ones the other day, though. They were pretty good.
Is it Jelly Belly?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
have-
came in a
They have some
can.
crazy
They have
flavors,
meat
man.
ones.
Yeah, they
They have
do.
meat flavors.
I'm sure they have a bacon one.
Yeah, of
Like-
course.
like-
I think
Like
The whole bacon craze a couple years ago.
bacon craze.
Everything's bacon.
All right. Well,
What do you-
I
what do
think
you
it
think,
was
man?
the old lady. That's what I'm
I
saying.
think she's just throwing meat.
I think she's trying to
Yeah,
pull
like,
some shenanigans.
where do you
with
think she got
meat.
the meat from then? Like,
It's
because
like the leftover food from dinner.
He had a kid.
A whole
but
bucket
someone
full
else.
of meat. You figure every day they're eating meat, and she's probably chopping it up, got it at the butcher.
Yeah, I also don't know what kind of farm they have either.
Oh, yeah.
It could have been like an animal farm.
I'm sure if you're living on a farm back in the 1800s, you're getting everything from the farm. So you have pigs and cows that you're slaughtering.
Yeah.
Chickens. You're growing food. Like you're not doing everything.
Yeah.
Because you have to
you're
survive.
living off the land, yeah.
It's not like you're, going to the store every day. Like these lazy people nowadays. Modern society. No.
But I guess back then were people questioning things? Like, because she thought like maybe my husband and son got injured and like their remains were thrown into my yard, maybe by God. Like
God exploded my family.
Bury your family.
Yeah, if it was a clear day, I guess if it was a clear day, it wouldn't have been a lightning strike and just blew the person up.
Yeah.
Neighbor got blown up.
Maybe there's a landmine.
Yeah, but like back to
In
like
Kentucky?
the
Yeah.
farm equipment thing. Like I don't know. I know they weren't using like things like we're using now, but
I mean, I don't think the combustion engine was around back then.
no, it wasn't. But like, could there have been some sort of accident?
He's like just
Yeah.
turning it really fast and someone got sucked in.
There
to
could have
the
been an
combine.
accident and that's their way out, right?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. I don't want to go to jail.
But the
Think
husband,
about
husband
burying
and son
them.
were still alive though, so
They're still alive to this day?
yeah.
It
They
was-
ate all that meat and they gave them. It was like manna from the
Okay,
gods. They
yeah,
just
all
lived
right,
on
all right.
forever.
Are there any? Is the crotch lineage still around though? For real? That might be worth looking.
They got so messed up they couldn't breathe. Like because it was just too much of a black spot on the
Oh,
family.
yeah.
The family name.
Yeah. Do you think they're like
Also,
family
she just
crest?
been like drunk off moonshine too, man. Like moonshine was a big thing.
True. She could have just been like, yeah, tripping.
Yeah,
Do you think like the family crest is like a piece of meat?
chunk of meat.
Yeah.
There's
But
baby Alan,
gelatinous. Baby crotch Allen.
Papa crotch, Mama crotch, boy crotch,
Meat
meat,
crotch.
just meat.
And that's how we got Jordan.
It turns out
He
Turns
moved
out-
here.
his dad called him Baby crotch.
Baby
Baby
crotch, baby crotch Junior, hanging hard.
Ah, there it is.
Well, Jordan, thank you for the story.
Yeah.
I don't really think we have any answers.
We got some good
We got
theories.
most
As
plausible.
always, we got answers, but
It's plausible.
we
I
won't
think
know.
we could legitimately get answers if there's a scientist listening to this.
Well, I understand why that professor didn't just go to the other biology professor like, hey man, can you just text what is this?
Oh
They're
yeah,
probably like,
yeah.
no, get out of here,
You
weirdo.
wanna- I'm gonna do an art installation
I
with
found
this.
this jar.
Make some jelly beans.
Yeah.
I think it's cool though. Like these, just like
He wasted this like proof of what we could figure out what it actually. He wasted answers.
It's real cool.
It's real
He's
cool
just
that he just,
extracted
like,
the
said-
flavor from this.
He wasted the answer to this question. Yeah, it's real cool of him.
Real awesome.
all in the
Rad,
name
dude.
of art. He's just
Yeah.
like
You said
screw
it's
it.
still around though, right?
Yeah, he sells jelly beans. There's
Yeah, but jelly beans
the
like
meat's still there.
Yeah, they just extracted the flavor somehow.
Yeah.
But the flavor extractor.
so. This dude just had
With
the
the
meat.
flavor, there's a machine called Flavor Extractor 2000.
They took it to Willy Wonka and he
Yeah.
was just like, I got it.
Okay, so
I got it.
we got nothing, as always.
Yep.
Jeff,
Aliens.
thank you for being here.
Sure thing. Thanks.
Yetis.
You are
Add a lot of spice to it, I think.
you added a lot of
a lot of little quips.
I think you added a lot of answers that are otherwise
Oh.
gone unanswered.
What?
I mean, you said the bird thing. Like right
That's
off the
true.
bat.
As I'm saying, you're bringing a lot to the table here.
Coming in
Your
hot.
analytical
Coming in hot.
mind
Those vultures came in
Yeah.
hot.
with barf. Apparently.
Yeah, barfing hot.
I think it was
I just
mom.
wish I could see that little kid being like, "It's snowing."
I
That's
think
what
it was.
mean.
I think she, as the people were testing the meat, like they're like, "Oh, this is meat," and she's kicking this bucket over, like, "Oh yeah," and just like, I think she just threw a bucket of meat out there. She might have been drunk. She might have been bored.
Maybe she spilled a bucket of meat and was like, oh no, dinner's ruined.
yeah,
My
yeah.
husband's
She didn't
gonna
want
beat
to
the
get
crap
yeah.
out of
yeah.
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
What can I do?
Ah,
Ow, fiddlesticks.
baby Alan.
All right. Thank you everybody for being here. Jordan, thank you for the story.
Sure, yeah.
It was
How'd you
it was,
find this?
Chris told me about it.
Yeah.
I
How
was,
did you find it?
I was afraid to Google it because I was like, "This does not sound Google
Google
search safe."
You know, do you know
I was
the
like, "Did you get an incognito mode to search this?"
you know there's a lot, there's a limit on how many like tabs you can have open on your phone's browser?
No,
I
I
do.
try not to test that.
I do. It's 500. So if anybody wants to know. You can have 500 tabs open before it starts shutting them.
How did you count them?
It tells you.
Oh, all right.
You have 500 windows open on your phone?
500 browser tabs.
Oh, he's saving a lot of things.
Yeah. And the Kentucky Meat Shower was one of them.
All right.
And my
Okay.
research, my cursory research.
Nice.
A lot of other things too, I'm sure.
Thank you for being here, Jeff. It's great to have you. As always, we are
Let's check out
grateful.
these tabs.
We are grateful to have you.
Show everyone the tabs
Yeah.
you have open.
Put
We'll
the
go through
tab-
all
No,
500.
they're all.
Post
I,
all the
all.
links in the.
I actually closed them
notes.
recently because I figured out you can have different sections now. Anyway, Jordan, thank you for the story. Thank you for being here
Thanks for the
again.
suggestion.
Yeah.
Everybody out there,
Thanks to Jeff.
thanks for Jeff.
Cream Team.
Hey,
Dethlehem.
Cream Team. Oh yeah, Jeff, why don't you tell us where you're at?
I'm here. What do you mean?
Where's all your social? What do you
Oh,
What do you
it's
got?
fine.
Plug
Yeah,
it.
so I'm in the band Dethlehem. You can check us out.
Links in the description
Plug.
and
Sure.
episode description.
Plug.
I also stream with a member of Dethlehem. Also, these guys are
Plug
on
it.
it. on
Plug
it
it.
sometimes too. Cream Team on Twitch. You can check that out too. That is 18 plus though. Just be warned. Called the Cream Team.
I feel like it's fair.
Put it
with the
together.
name of it.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here
Thanks
again.
for giving us your music.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah. Hey,
thank
you're
you.
welcome.
Intro and outro music by Dethlehem. Please check them out in the link below.
Oh yeah, there are sponsors.
I guess
We're
so.
still waiting for that check.
Oh. Wait a minute.
You signed.
Yeah, you signed that
it
thing, man, in blood.
Oh.
in weird gelatinous blood.
Or
that we
gelatinous
turned
blood that
into-
might be horse.
We should make
or
our
infant.
own jelly beans.
Mysterious jelly beans.
Serious jelly
There
beans.
you go.
There you go.
They're all
You just take random jelly beans and put them in a bag and
That's
send
true.
them serious jelly
Like,
beans.
wait a minute.
We don't know
I'll
the
cut that
flavor.
out.
Sorry,
Cut that
yeah.
out. Cut that out.
Cut that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hey, if anybody out there wants to help us out, they can subscribe on YouTube or go ahead and follow us on your whatever podcast platform you're using. And on social media, we have Instagram, Facebook is at Mysterious Pals, Twitter, X. I don't think we're using that much, but that's at Mysterious
So I still put stuff on there.
Pals. Okay, underscore pals. Underscore, yeah, Mysterious underscore pals. MysteriousPals.com will link you to everything. And our email address, if you have any ideas for episodes, if it's any indication, maybe we're already scraping the bottom of the barrel, but it's mysteriousPals@gmail.com for now. And again, thank you, Jeff, for being here. And Jordan, thank you for being here.
Yep.
And we will see you next week. Jordan, what do we say? As always,
Stay mysterious.
stay mysterious.
Do it, Jeff.
Stay mysterious.
Good night.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, by the way.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Cheers.
Cheers it up.
Hey.
Like I said, I wanted to
Hey,
get
cheers, you idiots. You
a
dumb
balloon
idiot.
drop, but I wanted to meet. It didn't work out. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you
Green
again.
screen.
See you next week.
Stay in hell.
Oh, geez.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
This isn't fun anymore.
No.
Damn it, Chris.
Oh, you okay? First off, everybody out there,
I didn't say
I said
child
Jeff.
murder. All right. I just
What other murder is there?
What are you
What other murder is there?
I asked Jeff if he wanted a treasure episode mystery or a murder mystery. He said murder. That's why we're
he
doing
didn't
this
say
one.
a whole
There's a-
family
I
got
used-
murdered.
There's a pretty
and
funny
kids
gif I
got-
was sent
yeah.
to in that.
I
was good.
usually don't do the murder stuff. That's Jordan.
He's like, I'm going to pick the one where the little girl's traumatized.
Last
Yeah,
week, Jordan
pulls her
got the
own
meat
eyes.
episode.
Yeah, pulls her own hair out.
Right.
Yeah, cool.
Well, that's not even the worst one. Wait.
Oh,
geez.
Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Mysterious Pals. My name is Chris, and we're here again on another great episode. I want to introduce my best pal, as always, my co-host, my best pal. His dad called him Joey Pepperoni once. His name is Jordan.
The one time.
Welcome, Jordan. Thank you for being here.
Hey, thanks. Great to be here.
And again, 2 weeks in a row.
Ooh.
2 separate trips.
Two
Yep.
separate trips,
Yep.
2 separate times.
Yep.
We're very thankful to have the raddest guy on the planet that I know.
Don't do it.
His name is Jeff,
There we go.
lead singer of Dethlehem,
Yeah.
our intro, outro music people.
Hey.
Thanks for coming, pal.
Thank you for having.
Find them in the description, a link to their Bandcamp page. Jeff, thank you for being here.
Also,
appreciate
one of
it.
2 of the cream team.
Yeah. I also didn't actually give any real background stuff.
Last episode?
Yeah, which is fine. Like I have like a Bachelor of Science and design and things like that. Like what I do for real.
So you're an actual professional.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just some guy we scraped in
yeah.
from.
Don't say where you work, though.
Oh no, I'm not going to. But it's okay. Honestly, they wouldn't care. I have the cream team. They know about it.
Oh,
I'm still not going to do it. But director of UX currently at a marketing and advertising agency.
So he's a professional,
cool.
everybody.
Yeah.
So he has money.
Well, I have a house and a puppy now, so not really.
Yeah.
But
He'll do it to you.
money gave me those things.
There you go.
Well, welcome back, and thank
Cheers
you for
to
being
that.
here
Cheers to
again.
that. All good stuff. Bloop.
This week, I'm going to be taking you on a ride. But I want to ask first, just in general, just a general question to both of you. You ever hear that, when you're growing up and you hear like, hey, you heard any creaks in the house? And you're like, you hear those creaks at night and you're like,
Creek or a crick?
creak, not cricket. But you're like, hey, Mom, why is that sound up there? What's that sound in the attic? And they're like, it's just the house settling. You ever get that answer?
No, I never asked that. I'm not a little bitch.
But do you hear
I've heard that before.
creaks in your house?
Never
Yeah. Sure.
once.
On stairs?
No.
Did you ever think someone was in your attic?
I don't have an attic.
It looked like you're testifying. I do not recall.
I do not recall.
No, sir.
I
No.
I played the 5th.
Not that I recall.
I've never owned an attic in my life.
Wait, you
I kind of have. It's like a crawl space. It's not really an attic.
yeah.
Have you heard any weird sounds up there?
No, I've never heard a sound.
I was woken up. I don't necessarily believe in the paranormal, but I was woken up the other day.
The other day, or like,
Honestly, I swear to God, it was this week. Actually, happened earlier this week. I'm not making this up. I don't think it was anything supernatural or paranormal, but
I'm hearing creaks now.
I was sleeping and like something woke me up, but it sounded like a knocking, which is kind of weird. I was like, oh, maybe the maintenance guy's here because we've had an issue with our ceiling in our bedroom. I was like, maybe he's knocking the door, but usually when he knocks on the door, he like pounds and they'll like ring the doorbell, like aggressive pound, like.
so it's super annoying.
Yeah, it sounds horrible.
But I think it's to alert you, like, hey,
So he's a jerk.
I'm here, I'm coming in.
Okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
I was like, this is much more like tap tap
Soft
tap.
pound.
Yeah, and I was like, what? I was like, is the cat doing something? My cat doing
Cat's
something
knocking like, hey, dog, can you get up?
weird?
What was it at? Was it
No,
like
it
on a
was-
window, on a ceiling?
It
Or?
sounded like originally it sounded like the door, and then it happened again. And I was like, oh, it's coming from inside the house.
Okay.
Inside the
The
house.
call's coming from inside the house. And then I was like, oh, maybe they're on the roof because we have a flat roof. Why that's a thing, I don't know. It's stupid.
The water just builds up
Yeah,
there, just
it's
falls
dumb,
right
'cause
through.
You guys
Yeah.
put a vegetation up there, man.
We've had leak issues but that's been fixed. But I thought maybe they're up there again, like just making sure everything's fine.
Just hitting the roof with a hammer, hitting holes in
I don't
it.
know.
Yeah.
I never figured it out. But my cat
What time of day was this?
I just woken up, which was late.
You said this was what, last week?
This was this past week. Yeah, Kelly was already at work,
So what was it?
but my cat was freaked out.
Oh.
Did
Which is
you
weird.
film any of this?
No, I did not. I was groggy. I was just like, "Whoa, what's going on?"
Was the TV on?
They went outside to the front door. I didn't see the maintenance guy's truck. Went to the back door.
It was open.
No, but there was. We have like this outdoor thing where we put like the plant stuff, like the soil and like grilling stuff, and like this. It was like wide open, it had, it's like a zipper, like a mesh zipper thing, and then that was open. I was like, this one explain the noise if like an animal got in there or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what it is to this day.
So something was
This is a week
knocking.
ago.
To this day for a
This-
whole week.
As far as like a week ago.
Well, maybe next
Here's the thing.
mystery we'll solve it.
I think it's probably just something I was experiencing in my dream that I like woke up and was like, oh,
Okay, so this is something that happened to you recently.
we could just cut that all out. That was stupid.
We're like, cool, man.
Yeah, good story.
Great.
So someone was in your house.
I checked everything.
Were you missing anything?
No. I checked all the spots.
The spots.
Closets.
Was your bed wet?
It's always wet.
All right.
I have a lot of accidents. No.
Hey, it's fine.
Well, we're grateful to have Jeff here again this week. So we're going to talk about something. I'm not going to say anything about it yet. Thank you for that anecdote, Jordan. But I'm going to set the scene.
Hold on.
Oh boy, he's coming back.
Ask that question again. Let's start over.
Cut it.
Start the whole thing over.
Yeah, start the whole thing over.
I'm not cutting this out. Have you ever had those mornings, like when you were growing up, did you ever have those like weird creaks in the ceiling or anything kind of experiences? You're like, hey, Mom, what's that sound up there? And
nope.
Okay.
Never.
Much
That's
better.
my joke. You stole my joke.
Not cutting any of that out. I'm going to cut it so it's like I had the cat was knocking on the door. Just piece it all together.
We're like shifting around.
Yeah. All right.
I've had like creaky floors and stuff like that. It's old.
Right. Yeah. Who hasn't?
Yeah.
What a
But you
dumb
never
question.
thought someone was in your attic.
I don't think we ever had. Do we ever attic?
No, nothing was ever rolling a red ball to me in the attic.
That you know of.
We had that like we didn't have like it wasn't stairs, but like that thing you pull down and like the ladder would come down.
Oh, that's the
An attic?
spooky.
That's a weird stuff.
Like the stairs to the attic.
Yeah, like but it was like not stairs are just like always there, but like you pull down the thing like in
A ladder.
like National Lampoon.
Yeah.
You pull it down like the ladder ladder thing kind of comes down.
Hit you in the face.
Yeah. I never went up there. Or like
Oh,
was
you know
terrifying.
what? Now that I'm thinking about it, there was an attic in my parents' house when I was growing up. The only way to get into it was from my closet.
Nice.
And it was like always
well,
very
but then it
treacherous.
comes Jeff's on his own.
And my family and I, we watched, like, we all love horror movies. Like that was like the thing we did growing up.
Yeah.
And of course, as a
You
kid,
woke up and someone was knocking.
of
and
course,
you're
as a
just-
kid, I got scared.
the
And
cat.
I made them put like a deadbolt on the closet.
So you
door.
were scared of the attic,
I was, yeah.
but nothing was ever up there
No,
that you know of.
Just
You
a
never
bunch
heard
of-
anything
just a
scurrying
bunch of
around.
spiders and
Rats,
normal
bats,
stuff.
Yeah,
the creepy uncle.
No, I don't think so.
Jordan.
It was also like my attic and my house was like, it was so like
Oh yeah,
Small.
Yeah.
you had to like crouch
Yeah.
to even get like
Yeah.
anything up there I could have killed. What I'm trying to say.
Except like a ghost.
Oh god, it is.
I could kill a ghost.
Okay.
No problem.
Good.
Just hit him with some salt, man.
Throw,
Done.
throw an HP
Salt?
potion at it.
Yeah. Salt, DX chop. Done. That's all you got to do.
You heard it here, ghosts. Jordan, Jeff has it all under control. Anyway,
You ever heard about that? Salt?
no.
Like a salt circle?
It's not a slug.
You never heard about You know what? Look it up. All right. Read a book.
Is it like from Poltergeist, that movie?
Yeah,
That
book.
movie was scary as hell.
Poltergeist was awesome.
Or I never saw
I only
it.
recently watched it.
The one in the
Um,
parking garage?
No, just the first one in general.
Oh.
My partner Tiffany was like, "Well, you never watched it?" And I was like, "No." So we watched it. It was sweet. I do know the fun fact at the end that the skeletons were real,
Yeah.
which is insane.
That's terrifying.
Craig T. Nelson.
Coach.
What a gem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If only Dauber was in it.
Yeah. Well, he's Patrick the Star. It's
Dobby?
time for that.
Dobby? No, not Dobby.
Dauber. Have you have you seen the third one or is it the second?
I don't
or third
think
one?
I was
I've only seen the first and second one.
Where she's in the parking garage and there's a puddle that pulls her in.
No.
No.
It's probably the scariest scene in any of those movies.
Oh, okay.
And I saw it way too young.
Hmm.
And still to this day, it's still burned in my memory of her running through a parking garage and getting pulled through a puddle.
Have either of you ever been in a supposed haunted place before?
Yeah.
Yes.
Supposed like
I have.
supposedly.
Yeah.
not that
so,
you witnessed anything, but like supposedly haunted place.
so recently, I went to New Orleans
Nolans.
for a
Read a
for
book,
a
Jeff.
work trip. New Orleans.
Nolans.
No, whatever. You know what? Look. No, so I went to New Orleans and for a work trip and we got a hotel, and as myself and my coworker got out, there was like a tour bus walking by, like giving a tour, like this place is this place is that. And as we step out of our Uber that we got to go to the hotel, we hear this guy say, "And would any of you stay here now knowing that?" And they were all like, "No." And I was like, "Oh, great." So we walk in and it's like this haunted hotel, and the whole shtick is that it's haunted.
Wait, this is where you're staying?
Yeah, we stayed there,
nice.
and it was cool. It was actually cool because it was like historic. They had like this big plaque and stuff. I forget exactly which one it was, but I'm sure there's a bunch of them there. But yeah, so I stayed there.
Anything happen?
Nope.
Yep.
I got real drunk and
That was
slept
the
there.
scariest thing. Yeah. Okay.
The scariest thing was the smell on Bourbon Street. It's below sea level.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Sounds awesome. I would love to go to New Orleans.
it was fun, but like,
but I woke up with
Yeah.
ectoplasm
I mean,
all over my
anything
face.
yeah.
All right. I'm going to start this out here, this story this week, this mystery, by just kind of setting the scene with an. Just listen. Come along with me. Come along.
We're doing that.
We're here.
So,
Yeah.
on the night of April 3rd, 1922, an artisan named Michael Polakl passed by a remote farmstead located 70 kilometers north of Munich, Germany. 1922.
When we say artisan, what do we mean?
It doesn't really say. He's just an artisan.
Okay.
A guy walking by
All right. What?
Germany.
in Germany,
All right.
1922. Michael
P.
P, MP, noticed the oven had been heated due to the smoke coming out of the chimney of the house that he's passing, the farmstead. Real remote, there's nothing else really around. As he passed by the house, Polakl was approached by someone with a lantern who blinded him. But Polakl was scared and hastily continued on his way, getting away from the farm. But he noticed, as he got downwind from the house, he noticed a strange odor of burning fabric come from the fireplace. The next day, 6 bodies of the Gruber family and their maid were discovered by neighbors.
Okay.
So what happened to the Gruber family at the Hinterkaifeck farmstead?
Hold on. I need a quick recap of
Yes.
this. That was a lot. I wasn't expecting that.
1922, Germany.
An artisan's walking by a farmstead. He sees stuff coming out of a chimney,
Right.
MP is the guy's name?
and
Michael
that's it.
Polakl. He sees that the chimney's lit. There's a fire in
That's
there.
it. He just sees a lit chimney.
He notices fire. Someone's in the house.
Right. And that's it, though. That's all he notices.
All he notices. And he notices someone comes up to him,
And blinds him.
blinds him with a lantern, so he runs away.
Blinds him like,
Yeah.
like,
Kind of like trying to be like, get away.
Don't get
oh, like get out of here.
He didn't say anybody said anything to him, though.
Right, but still,
Right.
that was, I would be like, what are you doing, bro?
The next day, 6 bodies of the Gruber family and their maid were discovered by the neighbors.
How many Grubers are there?
McGruber.
So they're all
Well,
dead.
there's 5 of them. One's a maid, not a Gruber. We'll go into
Okay.
that. So this is the story of the Hinterkaifeck farmstead murders.
All right.
Hinterkaifeck is the kind of what it's known for, the Hinterkaifeck murders. So the Gruber family consisted of Andreas Gruber, he's 63, his wife Cecilia, 72, their widowed daughter Victoria Gabriel, who's 35, her 2 children, Cecilia, who's 7, and Joseph is 2.
Cecilia?
Cecilia.
That's a name?
It sounds made up.
Now,
There's
again,
2 of them.
as we know,
2 Cecilias.
we are bad at pronouncing names.
Yeah. That's
Spell it.
Cazillia
Cecilia?
with 2 of an umlaut over the A.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if that's called the 2 dots.
yeah.
No one knows.
I'm going to say Cecilia.
Type it into, have the thing say it for you. Type it in her name
You
in the
meant-
thing.
You mentioned like the, it says something about oven.
At the farm, that someone was in the house.
Yeah.
But listen, this will come back because we're going to find out.
You remember we left the oven on that one time we were living together for like
Yeah,
2
it was
days?
Oh, man.
we made
2
like
days.
we made like a pound of tater tots.
Yeah.
They forgot to turn the oven off, and like we're like, oh, it's really hot in the
It was the
apartment.
summer. This is summer.
It's like,
This
why
is
is it so
August.
hot?
I
It's
did that
so hot in the
once,
apartment.
and they were just like,
Like, oh crap, the
Chicken
oven's
fingers.
been on this whole time.
we blacked out, and then we woke up and went to class, walked back. We're like, why is it so hot in here? We left the oven on for like 2 days.
that's
This is bad.
not good.
That's
Dangerous.
not good at all. Anyway, also not good. Hinterkaifeck farmstead in 1922. So there was 5 members of the Gruber family just went over. The farm was built in 1863. The family was relatively isolated. The nearest neighbor living considerable distance away, who will come into effect later in the story. He'll come back. So Here's some strange occurrences before the murder happening to the Gruber family at the farmstead.
So they're isolated? It seems
Pretty
like?
isolated, but
Okay.
it seems like it's a pretty close-knit community because a lot of neighbors involved.
When
I think
people
it's-
know about these strange occurrences.
This is documented because it was told to people in the town, and we'll go over that.
Okay.
Because people in town were like, dude, you should get a gun, and we'll go over this.
Oh.
So, before the attack, here's some stuff that happened. 6 months before the attack, the family had a maid quit, claiming she heard strange sounds in the attic,
Oh.
believing the house was haunted. Okay, so 6 months before all this stuff went down. In March 1922, Andreas Gruber found a strange newspaper from Munich on the property, initially thinking a postman had lost it. No one in the vicinity subscribed to the newspaper, contradicting Gruber's initial belief. So he thought, like, hey, the newspaper, but he asked the postman. Postman's like, I don't have that newspaper. Why would I have that newspaper? No one subscribes around here. On the days preceding the murder, he found tracks in the snow leading around the house, leading to the barn, but he never found them leading back away. It was kind of like they came from the woods to the house,
stopped.
around the house to the barn, and never went back into the woods.
But they're in the house.
Well, or they're in the barn. On the night preceding the attack, the family heard footsteps in the attic, which had happened multiple times, again, because the maid quit. He searched the building. Andreas Gruber searched the building after these instances, never found anybody. He told several family over the following weeks, like before the murders, about these instances, especially after the maid quit. And he never, like, the people around town were like, how about I give you a gun? Like, what's going on? Like, never reported it to authorities. He's like, I don't want to report to authorities. He just kind of gave it up.
What do you want to report that?
He found at one time, though, that someone spread straw in the attic.
Straw?
Yeah, like hay
Yeah.
in the attic.
Satanic ritual.
Oh.
He thought maybe what was thought by people who investigated of the murder, maybe someone was trying to muffle sounds. Someone was in the attic, maybe.
Okay.
We'll get back to that, though, because that comes up again.
All right.
This makes sense. Checking out.
Okay.
So they, again, the Grubers told people in town about these issues, like the tracks in the snow, the people sounds from the attic, and he was always told, like, people were like, hey, tell the authorities, and he just never wanted to. He also mentioned once that his keys had been gone missing. He never found them, but they come back up again. Remember that missing keys that he never found.
Missing keys. Okay.
Keys
Okay.
to his car.
Another instance related to, or before the murders, a school friend of 7-year-old Cecilia Gabriel, a granddaughter of Andreas Gabriel, daughter of his Victoria Gabriel, reported that Victoria had allegedly fled from the farm the night before the attack after a violent quarrel. Hours later, Victoria was supposedly found in the forest. So the daughter, who's 35, ran away
Victoria.
after a violent fight, I guess, with the parents.
And the Zazel.
Is that how you say it?
Victoria was a daughter, right? And then her
Right.
daughter was
Celia.
Celia. Sorry, Celia.
And I don't know if that's right.
I'm like,
Zazel.
hold on.
Yeah,
Isn't that like a
Cecilia
demon
and
name?
Joseph.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yeah. A new maid named Maria arrived in Hinterkaifeck just hours before her death. So the new maid
Ooh,
just
that
showed up that
sucks.
day.
Hey, let's pour one out for Maria.
Yeah. She
Hey,
wasn't
man, I got a new job.
Pour one out for
Alright.
Maria.
she wasn't well acquainted with the family. She was new to all this, but she showed up a few hours.
And imagine walking into that.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like
Jeez.
go to TGI Fridays, he gets shot.
Yeah. Okay.
It's Friday.
So discovery of the bodies. We're moving into this. So 4 days had passed between the murders and discovery of the bodies.
Oh boy.
Okay, so all the stuff we heard about all the stuff before.
Yeah.
Now we're going into, like, murder happens.
Yeah, I want to see what the condition these bodies were in.
4 days passed between the murders and discovery of the bodies. The bodies were discovered on April 4th, 1922 by neighbors who grew concerned when they hadn't seen any activity from the farm for several days, haven't seen them in church, that type of stuff. Didn't see them.
4 days after, would this have happened on? No, not April Fool's. Never mind.
No.
We said April 3rd it happened, and then April 4th? That's not 3 days.
Sorry,
No.
April 4th, the bodies were discovered.
No, April 3rd is when that guy walked by.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And April 4th was whenever they found them. They were dead
Gotcha.
for 4
It's
days.
not an April Fool's joke.
Correct. If that would have been awesome if it was.
Wait a minute. So when was it?
March 31st.
Yeah, we'll get into that. We're getting into that. We're
Is there
getting
31 days in March?
Is there like a math problem for that? Who cares? I just look at the calendar on my phone.
Yeah.
Look at the moon. So 4 days had passed since the murders had discovered the bodies, and we'll get into why they know it's 4 days. On April 1st, coffee sellers Hans Shavosky and Edward Shavosky arrived in Hinterkaifeck to take an order. So they had a regular order of coffee. They walked around the yard. There was no response after knocking on the windows and the door. Okay. They observed an open gate to the machine house and decided to leave. So they know there was an open gate to the machine house. No one was not coming up, knocking on the door. This is like a common thing. Okay, see.
They're like working or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so they take off.
They're busy.
On April 4th, a local mechanic, Albert Hoffner, visited Hinterkaifeck to repair an engine. He noticed the absence of all the family, hearing only farm animal sounds and the dog in the barn. And all these kind of things are going to come back up. After waiting for an hour, Hoffner started to repair, taking approximately 4.5 hours, and then left. He was there on April 4th. Later in the day on April 4th, around 3:30, Lorenz Schlitterbauer sent his son Johann,
Sure.
sent his son Johann, and stepson Joseph, who were 9 and 16, to Hinterkaifeck to check the family. Hey, go check out the family. Go check on the family for us.
Check the fam.
Check the fam, Joseph Baum.
Joseph Baum.
Reporting they had not seen anybody, Schlitterbauer, along with Michael Pohl.
Schlitterbauer. What a name. That sounds like a beer.
Some great
Hand me a
German-
Schlitterbauer.
And Jacob Sigel headed for the farm. So boys went there. The 9-year-old, 16-year-old came back and said, we don't see anybody. So then a couple of the neighbors, adults, took off and went to the farm.
Okay.
Led by Lorenz Schlitterbauer.
They're the guilty people already.
Yeah, hold on. Wait.
The Schlitterbauers.
Of the beer empire of the Schlitterbauer.
So after investigating the house, they went to the barn, and under a board, which was then covered with hay, the men found 4 victims. Andreas Gruber, his wife Cecilia Gruber, their daughter Victoria Gabriel, and her daughter Cecilia. All of them showed signs of massive head trauma to the skulls, and faces lay crushed.
Jeez.
So
Like a blunt
it was
force.
Yeah, a blunt.
Okay. Yeah. Blunt force trauma to the head. Something smashed their head. Right?
Probably quick at least.
Well.
With blunt force, it'd be like a
Okay. So
it'd be an object.
here's a terrible thing.
Oh boy, let's hear it.
In the hay, there was signs that for hours afterwards, she laid there and pulled out her hair from trauma. Because her hair was all pulled out and there's blood everywhere. She survived the initial attack being left in the barn.
So,
Wow, that's brutal.
Why would they know that she pulled her own hair out though? Was
It
it
was all
probably
wrapped on her hands and
fingernails and
stuff,
stuff?
yeah.
Like that? Oh, jeez.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
This isn't fun anymore.
No.
Damn it, Chris.
Oh, you okay, first off, everybody out there.
I didn't say
I said
child
Jeff.
murder. All right. I just
What other murder is there?
What are you
What other murder is there?
I asked Jeff if he wanted a treasure episode mystery or a murder mystery. He said murder. That's why we're
he
doing
didn't
this
say
one.
a whole
There's a-
family
there's a-
got
I
murdered.
There's a pretty
and
funny
kids
gif
got-
I was sent
yeah.
to, and that
I
was good.
usually don't do the murder stuff. That's Jordan.
He's like, I'm gonna pick the one where the little girl's traumatized.
Last week, Jordan
pulls her
got the
own
meat
eyes.
episode.
Yeah, pulls her own hair out.
Right.
Yeah, cool.
Well, that's not even the worst one. Wait.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
The worst one's the maid.
Yeah,
think?
who just got a job.
Yeah.
You
The
would-
Grubauers are guilty of something.
Grubers, Hans Grubers.
Grubers, whatever.
Hans and Franz Gruber.
Okay, so
Hounds and frowns.
so after they found the bodies in the barn, a hallway that connected the barn to the house. Okay, so Schlittenbauer headed to the Gruber's living room through that hallway with the other guys behind him. He pulled out a key and unlocked the door. And
Wait, he had a key.
It's the
Didn't
Schlittenbauers.
the
I already
keys go
said
missing?
Hold
I
on.
don't know, go ahead.
the Schlitten.
I said there was a key, but listen.
Yeah.
So he unlocked the door from the inside of that hallway and let the other 2 men into to the living area. Shortly afterwards, they found the chambermaid, Maria Baumgartner, and unfortunately, the youngest of the family, Josef, who was 2,
Oof.
murdered in the homestead.
All right.
All the victims were found struck in the head with a mattock,
R.I.P. Joseph.
A mad talk.
which is known as a grub axe. It's like a
Oh, like a
small axe.
blunt axe.
Was blunt or like
Some people have said that it's like a pickaxe. Some people said it's like a pickaxe that has like a regular axe on the
Let's
other
look it
side.
up.
It's a small kind of axe.
But
It's
How
like
do
a
you
grub axe.
spell it?
M-A-T-T-O-C-K.
It's a sharp object, though.
M-A-T-T.
Yes, it could be.
It's not a blunt instrument.
It could be both. It depends if you keep it sharp.
Okay. It's like ice pick almost like.
If you hit someone with that, that's going to be like a
That's not blunt.
piercing, stabbing kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so
All right.
so all the people are dead. April 4th, all they're dead. Found by some people, some neighbors.
the Schlittenbauers or whatever they're called.
Well, no, just Lawrence Schlittenbauer.
We had
And
a key.
He had a son and a stepson. There's no wife.
Lauren is his name.
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Lorenz.
Oh, okay.
Lawrence.
So who are the Baumgartners?
Baumgarten was Maria
maid.
Baumgarten was the maid who
Sorry,
just
okay.
showed up that day.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so here's the investigation started by Inspector George Raingruber.
Rain Grubber. I like that one better.
Raingruber.
It's like trying to grab rain.
Ring robber.
And it's George Raingruber, and his department conducted the investigation into the Hinterkaifeck killings. Initial investigations faced challenges due to the interference of numerous people at the crime scene who moved the bodies and items, even cooked and ate meals in the kitchen.
Wow.
So
It's
people
the
were,
Schlittenbauers.
but like all the town showed up
And they
to
ate
check out what was
food.
going on and like prepared food and stuff to be in the house because it was the early 1900s. They didn't really understand like investigations.
They're saying people in the town did this, or like the
all the people
murderer
in
could
the,
have been.
no, all the people in the town showed up
Right.
and started cooking stuff.
This makes me think that the whole town hated.
Yeah, they're like celebrating it.
Wait,
Let's cook all
Oh,
the
Just
food.
wait, this gets
catch-
deeper.
See?
this gets deeper.
Eh?
All right,
Eh?
we're still at the tip of this.
Jeff solved another one. He just solved it.
Go!
It was the birds puking. That's how it got
Birds
the
puking.
meat,
The
landed on
buzzards.
'em. That's from last week.
Dude, I
The
can't
meat landed
believe we
on 'em.
didn't say it was a party missile last week that did it and blew up birds
Oh
in the air.
yeah, but that just blows off their clothes.
Oh, the birds' clothes, yeah.
Yeah,
Which would explain why the
the
meat,
clothes were beat.
was
Yeah, and the
just
birds.
meat.
Yeah.
it blew
Yeah.
their feathers off.
Yeah. All right,
'Cause that's
so
their clothes. Anyway,
back to the murder.
Back to death.
back to the gruesome child murder that
Yeah.
Chris picked for this one.
You picked murder.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. However, after all these people, the investigator got there. Going back, Rain Gruber got there. All these people were there from the town. They had moved people. They ate food, and it wasn't saying like it didn't say like he took like an hour to get there. Like it was probably a couple of days, a couple hours, maybe a day or two. However, it's easy for the investigators to determine the date of the Hinterkaifeck murders. So Maria the maid had just started work at on the day of the killings, which was Friday, March 31st. Her sister had visited the farm that afternoon. The mailman delivered mail the next day on Saturday, but the family was already dead because all of the mailbox laid untouched.
So wait, Maria's sister visited.
She dropped off Maria. She was there
Okay.
that day, the 31st. The next day, the mail was never picked up. So the mail was
Gotcha.
picked up on the 31st.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now it could have been, I guess it could have been later, but they just didn't get the mail the next day. But it seems like back then, mail was pretty important.
Yeah.
They got the mail. So therefore, the investigators thought it had to happen on the 31st, the night of the 31st into the 1st. So physicians and investigators determined that the family was killed by a mattock, but it was not found at the scene. Again, that'll come up later. They did not find the murder weapon, but they determined that was the murder weapon because nothing else fit the murders.
And Schnauzbauer had the key or whatever their name was.
Schlittenbauer.
Well, he had a key, but he was a neighbor,
Okay.
closest neighbor. But we'll get into that
But
because that's
the
going to come up again.
Yeah, he's the one that discovered the bodies, right?
No. Well, yes, he discovered the bodies.
He's like, hey, look at this. I can't believe they're here.
Look at my work.
But his kids, his son and his stepson came up and looked for them,
Oh,
checked the
right,
house and
right.
couldn't find anybody.
Oh, you know what happened?
And then they
he was
came
like,
back.
hey, kids, go check to
Yeah.
see if they're there. Here's my alibi.
We're going to get back to it. So what the physicians determined and the investigators that younger Cecilia was found to have been alive for several hours after the assault because of the torn out hair.
We already talked about this.
We
Stop
did.
bringing it up.
Well, because it's in my notes.
Stop.
I jumped
bringing it
ahead
up.
before.
Holy moly.
So initially, they suspected a robbery. The police thought that maybe this was like they were being robbed because it was noted there was the Gruber family could have been wealthy. But we'll get back to that too. However, they investigated, they talked to traveling craftsmen, vagrants, and residents from nearby villages. They then determined, after searching the area, that there was large sums of money found in the house that were never taken. In fact, the house never appeared ransacked. Money and jewelry all left untouched in the house.
So it was a crime of passion.
However,
Life sack.
the only items that had been stolen or kind of ransacked was the contents of Victoria's wallet, which was found laying open
my wallet
on her bed. Victoria's the daughter of the
Yes,
Grubers,
yes,
35.
What would have been what was the year again?
1922.
So what would be in a 1922?
Oh, yeah,
Well, look, I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. What would be? Why would anybody just go? There's
What's
money
in your
jewelry.
wallet? A note,
22,
A doubloon.
1922.
a key.
Or was Hitler card yet? Was that the Nazis?
No. No, not
This is
yet.
after World War One.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah.
Wallet ID, but they didn't have photo
Maybe.
IDs. It'd just be like a signature.
I'm like her credit card.
Yeah,
Ching, ching. Here we
Yeah.
go.
her Macy's credit card.
Yeah.
Macy's.
Yeah, would it be? I don't want to be in the wallet.
Just wait. We're gonna get that. We're gonna question that.
I mean, it'd be like currency, but
Right.
But they didn't take any money.
They take any,
There's
yeah,
tons of money in the house.
yeah, he
and
said there's like
jewelry.
might have been jewels and like family jewels and
Yeah, he found large sums of money in the house, hidden in the house.
I can't wait to hear more about this wallet.
Yeah. Never really interested in wallets until now.
I've never been more interested in a wallet.
I've never wanted to hear about a
The
wallet.
contents of a wallet.
More evidence. There was evidence indicated that perpetrators remained in the farm for several days because the cattle and the animals on the farm, including cattle and chickens, were all
Fed.
They were all
They were all
Fred.
named Fred.
They're all Fred. All the Freds on the
Right
town
said Fred.
in the farm.
There was a
They
bunch
were all
of human
fed.
poop.
They also consumed entire supply of bread from the kitchen. Meat had recently been carved from livestock carcasses in the cellar, indicating that during the period between the murders and discovery of the body, someone had felt secure enough to linger about the scene, eating meals, caring for the farm animals.
So that's what I thought you said it had happened when like people who just after they discovered the bodies, they were all hanging out like eating dinner and like
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. But-
This is
so then-
Lantern guy, though.
But they did also say that they determined that it was
the timing of it.
The timing was it was happened before the discovery.
This person just like, I murdered all these people. I'm gonna hang out here, eat their food,
Victoria
but ta-
did something, though.
but also take care of the animals.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they took care of animals. They
So
knew
that-
how to take care of animals.
So that also shows like some sort of like either compassion or like
We're covering their tracks.
covering the tracks or
Trying to hide out.
or
I heard.
some kind of connection to
Family.
the family.
The farm.
I watched a movie recently where someone hid out houses and they called it
heard
frogging.
about
Parasite.
They called
Yeah.
it frogging.
Was it
No,
Parasite?
not Parasite.
Okay.
I heard about that.
They call it frogging, I guess, according to this movie. And then also Housebound. You ever seen that one?
Mm.
There's a similar thing. That's a good one.
Housebound and frogging.
They were frogging.
Housebound is no, the frogging one I forget. It was some weird Netflix movie that my girlfriend and I decided to watch. It was just like people like doing it to like because they were like taking a chance, right?
Okay.
They're like, oh, we're gonna stay in these rich people's houses and just like try to not get caught and film it.
That's pretty funny.
Were the people staying there?
Yeah,
Oh well.
but they were like so rich that they like didn't go into certain rooms and stuff. You know,
I mean,
Yeah,
that
rich
probably
people
happens all the
problems.
time.
maybe.
All right. Well, just going back, like, there's more inconsistencies or like strange things. Food scraps and human waste were found in the attic,
See, I knew it. I said poopies.
So they-
suggesting
that's why
that
they
the
put hay
intruder
down.
had been lurking around for some time
Lurking and
in the attic.
They probably put the hay down because to like make boom boom up there.
big boom
Right.
boom and make.
So that means
Bing, boom.
when he heard sounds,
People were pooping.
which is one of the reasons why the old maid quit.
it was a slow thud.
They're just like,
It was a
oh
turd on the
god,
ground.
oh gosh, too much schnitzels.
Too much schnitzels.
What's that?
Schnitzel?
Mm,
It's like a dessert, isn't
I
it?
thought it was like a sausage or something.
Like oh, it might be.
I don't know. I'm
Let's
asking.
look it up.
Okay, you look that up. I'm going to talk about inconsistencies of the murder. So, inconsistencies. The victim's movement to the barn. So,
Hold on. A schnitzel is a thin slice of meat. The meat is usually thinned by pounding with a meat tenderizer. Most commonly, the meat is breaded before frying, so it's fried meat.
okay. I mean, fried meat's
Like
delicious.
it's usually a sausage, isn't it?
It says it's veal.
Oh, veal.
Going back to veal again.
Right, maybe
What's a veal?
A wiener schnitzel.
Baby cow.
Oh, there's different kinds of schnitzels.
Okay, so here's some inconsistencies that the investigators found. It seems that each member of the was not moved to the barn after the murders. They were somehow drawn to the barn and then murdered, maybe one by one.
Okay.
Oh, were the bodies laid
They were all piled on top of each other.
on top of each other?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like stacked.
But not the kid.
She was like laying like next to the stack
so
of humans.
they may have stacked her. She woke up and
Yeah.
Or there's out of respect for the kid.
However,
I mean
they so investigators were trying to see if you scream in the barn, could you be heard in the living area, and it was not able to be heard.
pretty thorough, like stuff they're doing right.
Yeah.
In the 20s, like that's
I mean, yeah. But this investigation, the last investigation of this into this, the original investigator retired in 1986, closing the book, and then it was only reopened in like 2017 or either 2007 or 2017
that's pretty
by a bunch of
current.
students that were trying to look into it, and they were like, we cannot figure this out, and they just kind of closed it again.
they're like, can you hear screams from inside this barn?
Yeah.
Into the house, like that's
So they could have
like,
murdered each one at a time.
Yeah, that's impressive.
So another post-crime observations, we had the artisan that walked by.
Mm.
So he kind of gave his recount. He must have lived in the town. He gave him his story. There was also some things going on in the town, like on April 1st at 3 a.m., a farmer and a butcher called Simon Rieblonder. It has a weird B. I'm sorry. Near Brunnen saw two mysterious figures at the edge of the forest. The strangers turned away, seeing this butcher and his son, the butcher and the farmer, hiding their faces, and later considered possibility of their involvement. They were never found, however. So this is something that happened in town.
Yeah. So the guy that was blinded by the light, I'm guessing he didn't see the person. I'm guessing you couldn't make out the person because they're shoving a lantern in front of your face.
Like, are they like wearing a hat? Are
Yeah,
they
yeah,
in a
yeah,
coat?
yeah.
Are they in like overalls? Right. They have a pitchfork.
There was also another encounter a few years later where a stranger stopped a resident in the town and asked him about the murder, and he said, "I'm the murderer," and ran off into the woods.
It's me.
Right.
Got him.
So that's like kind of a weird like offshoot encounter, but any case, what had come up after kind of came into the investigation later, and this is what really gets into like, whoa, there's some stuff.
Yeah, so far we don't really have any details about the family other than it might have been wealthy. Victoria may have done something weird.
Yeah, money was left there.
One child
she has two
had
kids.
a horrible death.
Right. Well,
and
she
the
has
maid
two
had
kids,
a horrible death.
but no husband. The Gruber scandal. During the investigation, police heard all this scandalous, dirty laundry about the Grubers from the town. One major indiscretion kept surfacing. Some unknown person filed a complaint either in 1914 or 1915, according to the court records in the town, against Andreas Gruber and his daughter Victoria for incestuous relationships.
Oh, no.
There it is. There it is.
There we go. This is deeper.
There it is.
Well, hold on.
That's
At
why
the
she was
time,
unwed.
Maybe it was a mercy thing.
Hold on.
They're all messed up.
at the time, Victoria had been pregnant or would have recently given birth to Cecilia.
Do they have a blue hue to them?
She's 7 this time. So the numbers check out.
Mm.
So Victoria had recently given birth to Cecilia at the time of all this, of those kind of things coming out in 1914.
So far, the picture I'm painting in my head is Texas Chainsaw Massacre family, but like with overalls on, like lederhosen. Yeah.
But lederhosen.
Yeah.
But lederhosen. There might have been a beer.
Yeah. Some
Pilsner
beer
family.
steins.
Oh.
Some schnitzels.
Victoria had indicated that her daughter's father was Carl Gabriel. That's what's her last name.
Peter Gabriel, heard.
Who had died in a battle in 1914.
A battle?
This is World War I.
Oh, okay.
So
that's different.
1914, 1915 was these reports of incestuous relationship between her and her father. Her husband died, Gabriel, last name Gabriel, died in 1914, December of 1914.
In World War I.
Yeah, that's
World War
convenient.
Okay.
In France.
Really convenient.
Well,
convenient death.
However, not long after Carl and Victoria married in April of 1914, Carl left and returned to his parents' homestead before heading off to war. In later interrogations, one witness speculated that Carl had left as a result of the indiscretions by Victoria.
Okay.
And he was, there was questions about him even fathering Cecilia. The court found that Andreas and Victoria guilty of incest.
Oh, wow.
Wait, of Andre?
Andreas Gruber, the father, and the daughter,
This is why they're living
Victoria.
on a farm.
Okay.
They found them guilty of incest, and they were both served 1 year in prison. Although stories about Victoria, because she was pregnant, she got out in a month. But Andreas served a whole year in prison for the incest.
And then they just put them back together.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you gonna do at that point?
Get on back there. Go back.
She was 35. At
Yeah,
this point, it's not like she can. They can do whatever they want.
But they?
Is that? I feel like it's
How do they even find
by
that
those
out?
standards too.
Because it was reported, and then they did an investigation, and it was in a court of law. It was like, oh no, you did this. Like they figured it out. It was like a court thing. It wasn't like someone just like you're incest.
But still,
people.
like, how did you figure that out in what 1920?
Well, we're gonna get into that why that was reported.
testimonies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But like back then in the 20s, she was 35.
When she died, she was 35.
And how old were her kids?
7 and 2.
And 2. And that's going to come up again, the 2-year-old and the 7-year-old. Because in 1914, 1915,
7-year-old.
does the math equal out that she had a 7-year-old
Right.
after marrying in April of 1914?
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
all right.
we're going to get there.
I'm going to say no.
Okay,
on-
Go on record.
Yeah.
One
No.
year, so we jump
No.
1 year after the murders. The Gabriels would have been her Victoria's like in-laws. Had Hinterkaifeck demolished. While this is being done, a murder weapon, a homemade mattock belonging to Andres Gruber himself, was discovered hidden in a false floor by the fireplace.
A homemade one?
So that's why it was blunt, because he sucked at making them.
Yep. Although some reports claim it was found in the barn, but in any case, a homemade
inbred
mattock was
It's
problem.
found.
hidden.
Who hid it? And it apparently had blood on it. It was proven to be the murder weapon. Also, a penknife was found in the hay of the barn.
A
Oh,
knife.
We're gonna go back. Okay, so that's the story.
It was the dead husband's like brother or something. Or
I
someone.
don't think he had a brother, but
someone
the
related.
penknife's gonna come up again.
Penknife.
They found it in the hay when they demolished the building.
What do you do with a penknife?
What even is a penknife?
It's a small knife.
Oh. Okay.
Isn't that like a surgical kind of thing?
That's a scalpel.
No.
A
Yeah, we're not
scalpel?
scientists. We're just a couple
Or
of guys
engineers.
hanging out in the basement
Talking
talking.
about.
Oh God.
Okay, so now we're moving to theories, common theories, and this is
Wait.
all.
Can we give our?
You want to jump in there?
Mm,
You kind of were
I
doing
don't
that
know.
as we go, but go ahead.
I don't know if there's enough evidence.
Yeah,
yet.
I'll say this would be a good time to
Pulling you,
jump
I'm
in.
kind of pulling your
But-
chains in all directions.
I had questions you didn't answer any of them. You're like, they'll come later. So I need those answered first, I think.
buckle up.
So I want to know what was in her purse, Victoria's purse.
Yeah,
right?
I think it was
yeah.
definitely
A
Victoria's
birth
fault.
certificate
Oh, yeah. Oh.
of who the father
know.
might be of one of the children.
Do they even have
Her
birth
own
certificates back then?
father.
I don't know.
Do you carry them in your purse?
Carry in your wallet.
No, maybe not.
I barely carry any of that crap I'm supposed
A
to
lot
carry
of
in my
birth
wallet.
certificates back then were like kept in churches.
Right.
Not actually like-
Records where you,
Was it like
yeah.
a letter? I'm leaving you.
Maybe it was the directions to the amber
No
room.
more, father. I can't
Poppy,
do this,
no.
father.
It's the directions to the amber room.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Solve that one.
It was in the homestead. No. What else you got? Anything? Any other?
I mean, I
theories
need
here?
more stuff.
Yeah.
We're gonna paint this picture.
I had
keep- let's
questions.
keep going.
None of them got
Saddle up.
answered.
Keep going.
That all, partner. All right.
Giddy up.
So here's some theories, and this is kind of runs the gamut. We're gonna go over specific. The theories are gonna be about specific people that could have committed these murders.
Mhm.
So the first one on the list is Carl Gabriel.
Peter Gabriel.
Was he in the police?
No, Genesis.
Was
No.
Genesis? Sega Genesis?
Peter Gabriel and Genesis.
I think he was in the police.
Is he like Peter Frampton and spoke with that box?
The auto tune, early auto tune.
Okay.
Or sorry, Gabriel.
Carl Gabriel, who was married
Genesis.
Genesis. So he was the husband of Victoria Gabriel, reportedly killed in 1914 during World War I by a shell attack in France. However, his body was never recovered.
Oh, so it's the okay. It was him. He didn't die.
Rumors circulated about his death, and some speculated he might have been the Hinterkaifeck murder. Victoria had conceived and given birth to her son Joseph in her husband's absence, even though he should have been dead, technically. The boy is rumored to have been a product of incestuous relationships between Victoria and her father Andreas, which was documented, as we know, in court filings.
The boy was the oldest of the two?
No, the boy was a 2-year-old.
So the boy was the only incest one, not Cecilia?
We don't know.
What was that in the court? What did they figure out?
They didn't. There wasn't DNA testing back then.
Well, how do they know?
They don't.
How do they know there was any?
They locked him up for a year, right? The data for
they proved that, like, I guess there was, like, somehow they figured out in court documents that they did incest stuff.
But, like...
But also, if you figure out, like, 9 months from April...
I mean, but back then it was a lot of he said, she said kind of stuff, so...
You look like your daughter. You're in prison 1 year.
But who made those? But again, it was an unnamed person in the court documents of who actually.
So who reported it? You don't know.
Exactly, we don't know. That's unknown. It's part of the investigation.
Carl Schlongberger, or whatever his name was.
Carl Gabriel
Berger.
So Burgers. Carl, there were stories from like a bunch of soldiers from Germany that were kind of let go early from a Russian prison, saying that a Russian person who spoke German, who claimed to be German, let them go, and some are saying that that's Carl. Blah blah blah. But anyway,
but I also think that this is probably an easy thing to be like,
yes,
we're not in good terms with the Russians, so let's throw a Russian name out there.
Correct. So, all right, that's Carl. They say that Carl could have been the murderer. We don't know. Because
Carl has the motive if he's alive, right?
If he's alive,
yeah.
And they never found his body supposedly.
Right.
But again, did they keep good records back then? All right, next person is the Gump brothers.
Who are
Forrest
the
Gump
brothers?
Adolf Gump and Anton Gump. They were investigated in 1951 based on their sister's claim.
This is 1951 they're investigated?
1951 they're investigated based on their sister saying that
almost
my
30 years
brothers basically did this murder because they were connected to the Fairkorps Oberland, which I guess was an early thing that became
Nazi
party.
Oh.
And maybe there's some issues with like
incest. Yeah, I think everyone
maybe
should have
some issues with Andreas not supporting that movement. Maybe that's kind of hearsay, but it said
so. These twin brothers' sister,
they're brothers. They're almost saying twins. Sister said that they did it because they admitted to it to her.
In a tornado.
In 1951, there was investigated, but it wasn't found to be like they don't know. Again, couldn't figure it out. Another one was Carl S. and Andrea S. That's all they have on here. 1971, a woman named Teresa T. wrote a letter citing at the end of, event of her youth. So at 12 years old, she witnessed her mother receiving a visit from the mother of Carl and Andreas S. The woman claimed that her sons from Saltenberg were two murders of the Hinterkaifeck. The mother said Andreas regretted that he lost his penknife in the course of the event.
On that penknife.
The family, since the family farm was demolished in 1923, a penknife was found, and but it could not be clearly assigned to anyone.
Was there like any blood on this penknife or anything?
No.
Also, there weren't stabs, right? They were just blunt.
They're just hitting over the head.
Oh yeah.
It seems like the penknife was just
coincidence.
Yeah.
Another group or another theory is the Bichler brothers and George Sigel. The former maid worked from November 1920 to about September 1921 at Hinterkaifeck. She suspected the brothers Anton and Carl Bichler to have committed the murders. Anton helped with potato harvest in Hinterkaifeck and therefore knew the premises, so he was kind of a farmhand.
Okay.
Anton reportedly suggested the family should be dead. The maid also emphasized that in her interrogation that the farm dog who barked at everyone never barked at Anton. There was a dog involved in this.
So this one so far sounds like the best one.
In addition, she repeated speaking to the stranger through her window at night. The maid believed that Carl Bichler and her and the brother of Anton was that person that would come visit her at night. Kind of like being like, "Hey, come outside with me," you know, kind of like hitting on her, I guess.
I mean, we've talked about
why do the Bichlers want them dead though?
We're gonna go into that.
The what?
That's what they're named, the Bichlers.
Bichler.
George or whatever the hell.
Anton and Carl. And George Sigel.
See? I knew George was in there.
So she thought that Anton and Carl committed the murder with George Sigel, who had worked. George Sigel also worked at Hinterkaifeck and knew the family had a fortune, knew they had money, but
they didn't steal anything.
Right. There was records of Sigel being he broke into the home in November 1920 and stolen a number of items. Though he denied it, but it was part of the investigation. That they investigating him. So he was a person that was investigated. Yeah.
But yeah, like did they had access to the house though, so they could have stayed in the attic.
Correct. Another theory was the Thaler brothers. An intriguing story was related to Hinterkaifeck's former maid, Rieger again. Crescenze's Rieger, who was the maid. I'm terrible at names. She told the police that during her time at the farm, a neighbor named Joseph Thaler had repeatedly tried to seduce her. She stated that he showed a great familiarity with the family and with the layout of the house. Thaler also told her that Andreas Gruber hid a lot of money on the farm and he knew exactly where it was. Thaler and his brother Andreas were known burglars. Some months before the murders, Andreas Gruber had caught them attempting to steal from the farm and chased them off with the rifle. So a year or two after the Grubers were killed, a relative of the Thaler brothers warned Rieger that if she continued to accuse them that the murders, that they would kill her also. However, the place wasn't robbed. Again.
So they have some enemies though.
Correct.
This
family has some enemies there. Yeah.
Also, they're banging each other.
Yes.
According to the court of law back then.
Another possible, but this is kind of a stretch. Again, we're getting another stretch. Was a murderer by the name of an alleged suspected murderer, Paul Mueller. He was linked to the murders, 1898 Massachusetts family murder, which was happened in the same kind of like MO.
Okay.
So we talked about MOs.
No.
So
modus operandi.
Correct. But this was in Massachusetts, U.S., and he was accused, but they figure maybe he could have taken off and
fled
the U.S. because they never caught him. Yes, they knew who it was, but he kind of took off. So, but this was also 20 years after that. Over 20 years after that.
Yeah.
But 20 years is a long time back then. You know,
he's probably dead.
Another consideration is just a mysterious stranger who was passing through. He had motive to harm the family. Maybe in some way, or maybe he was just passing through. He lived off the farm secretly for a little while, then took off.
I don't like this one.
Yeah.
A mysterious stranger would take the money too.
Correct. Or he was just passing through.
Why would you not pass through and take the money?
Or just did it for the thrill of doing it because this person stayed in the house and like kept.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's always the it could always just be a crazy person.
Yeah.
But it also seems like this family, one, had a bunch of enemies. A couple people that were close to them thought they should be dead. So those ones
people worked for them.
Yeah.
Knew they had money, thought they should be dead.
Yeah. Especially, and the maid was like, I heard him say they should be dead.
And I heard people in the...
And the dog never barked, and they knew the lay of the land. Oh, that's the one I'm going with so far.
All right, here's the last theory. Lawrence Schlittenbauer. So shortly after the death of his first wife in 1918, Lawrence Schlittenbauer was believed to have a relationship with Victoria Gabriel and fathered Joseph.
Well then,
there it is.
Schlittenbauer came under suspicion by locals early in the investigation because of several actions that he immediately took after the discovery of the bodies. When Schlittenbauer and his friends arrived to investigate, they had to They broke into a gate to enter the barn because all the doors were locked.
See, I said it was Schlittenbauer right off the bat.
However, immediately after finding the 4 bodies in the barn, Schlittenbauer apparently unlocked doors with a key that he had.
Right.
I remember missing key that Gruber was talking about.
Yeah. This is what I said when you said it earlier. And you were like, hold on a second, I'll come back. And you're just saying the same thing now.
Hold on. Well,
I got you. You got an itinerary. You're trying
I'm trying to walk us through.
Yeah. Or paint a picture.
It is so prior to the murders, obviously a key had gone missing.
Yeah, but I wonder if during this time though, like, was it a common practice to give your neighbors your keys?
Also, that's my next line.
Did we ever have anything? Did we ever figure out the wallets thing?
My
wallet.
Well, we're gonna get there.
Man, not answering anything.
That's the whole purpose. I'm just gonna give you the answers while we're even doing this.
It's a build-up.
Yeah. You gotta get there slowly.
Provocative.
Intentionally, Victoria stole the key from her father and gave it to her potential lover,
Schloosbauer.
so he could stop
The
over.
Schloosbauer beer empire.
When asked why he had gone into the house when it was unclear if the murderer had still been there, so the murderer, Schloosbauer allegedly stated that he went to look for his son Joseph.
Joseph.
But he also had another son named Joseph who, supposedly his stepson named Joseph, who came home, but he's saying he's looking for his son Joseph.
Oh, he had two Josephs, double Joseph.
Double dipping the Josephs.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going
It
to
is
name
known-
this kid Joseph so I can murder them.
It is known that Schloosbauer had disturbed the bodies at the scene, thus potentially compromised the investigation. They moved some stuff around. Another speculation was that Schlittenbauer murdered the family after Victoria demanded financial support for the young Joseph. While many people believe Victoria's 2-year-old son Joseph was the child of Lawrence Schlittenbauer, the man who had started the search of the farm on April 4th, some of the Gruber's neighbors believe the child was actually a product of Andreas' incestuous relationship with his brother, or with his daughter.
Wait
with
a
his
minute.
daughter.
I'm like, how did that work?
What?
Hold on.
This led to the idea that Lawrence knew Joseph was not his, but actually Andreas, and he did not want to financially support something that wasn't his.
Okay.
It was actually Andreas. With no way to prove who Joseph's father was, the authorities could not pin the murder on Lawrence.
There's also on record that they had an incestuous relationship too. So like, that really that.
So what do you think? You noticed I didn't get to that wallet that we went through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's hear about the wallet.
I didn't get to it. That's it.
They never found out
What?
about the wallet.
No one knows. Well, if they can't find a murder, why would they have gone through the wallet?
There was something in the wallet. So what was normally in a wallet in what,
That's what I'm trying to
1922 or
think of,
whatever?
like,
Was there some way to prove who the
Currency.
father of Joseph was?
So what year is this again?
1922.
1922.
So what was in the wallet that could have proven who Joseph's father was?
Portrait,
Maybe.
maybe.
Or
Yeah,
a
but they
birth
would-
certificate. Maybe it was. I don't know. So that's our thing. So that goes unanswered. That's specifically unanswered why the wallet was the only thing ransacked in the house.
Yeah.
Unless it was someone that arrived at reform was trying to steal money. You know, like, oh,
Yeah,
wallet,
like
you
a
know.
quick, like they had to be quick
Or
about
was
it.
they-
That's why they didn't find all the
Or was
money
like
in the
Lawrence
house.
in there was like, oh crap, is the birth certificate paperwork in here
Yeah.
saying that Joseph was mine?
All right, I'm looking up a history of wallets right now.
Perfect. But remember, women's wallets.
All right. Ancient wallets. They've been around since the 1300s, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Coin purse.
So that's all I got. That's the list of people. What
Well,
do you guys think?
Oh yeah, I definitely don't think it was just some weird passerby. They never found like the lantern or anything like that.
The lantern person.
None of them. So who was, I mean, we have multiple people saying that there was a guy shining a lantern in their face. You know, the artisan walking by at the beginning of the story.
What would have been like
So someone was there when after they died.
what
If it was Gruber or Andreas being the one who was like, hey, he would have probably, they would have known it was him because he was well known as.
that's what I'm trying to say. It's like lantern back then, like it's not like you're taking like a flashlight shining someone's eye. Like you could still probably see who's shining it at you, unless
So
it's
this-
like
This artisan, Plockel,
yeah.
he didn't say if it was, he said he didn't know who the person was.
They didn't know who the person was. That doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't a member of the family.
Andreas.
Yeah.
But this is also 3 days after they were supposedly murdered.
Oh, right.
So
So-
someone was there
Yeah, someone was there.
working, like making the farm nice,
Yeah,
cooking.
right. That's right. Someone's taking care of the animals, the livestock. They're cooking.
They were burning
It wa-
something that was smelled like fabric burning. What could they have
Right.
been burning? Was
Clothes.
it
Something
something?
from the
bodies.
wallet.
Something in the wallet.
Well, that's the thing. A passerby's not going to take the wallet stuff and not the money. Like, so it's someone who knew them.
Mhm.
And clearly they were up to weird stuff. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Victoria and the dad kind of deserve to die. The kids, not so much.
I think it's one of the, like, you have to take one with the other.
What?
I mean, you have to take one with the other. Like,
Who's gonna like?
Well, the kids were innocent. And the
that's what I
maid.
mean. Like, that's what I
Yeah.
mean. Like,
Well, they died.
They can't just
They
kill
probably
those
were
two.
well, right.
The kids died because of possibly what was happening.
But also, if they're luring them and secretly killing them, they could have just killed those two.
There was no evidence of the kids, of anybody being murdered in the house except for the Yosef and the maid, which was in her bedroom.
It was the blunt, that like, or not the blunt,
Right?
but
Like
the
Yosef
axe
died
thing.
in his crib. The maid died in her room. No one was killed in the living area.
Everyone had blunt force trauma, though.
Correct.
On the murder.
Yes. Hid it under, and they knew enough to hide it
Right.
secretly somewhere.
The thing's not like a blunt force thing, but it was
It was
homemade.
handmade,
It was
yeah.
homemade.
And they
So-
could have hit him with the side of it.
That's true. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. The bodies that were found in the barn were stacked.
They were all in hay, stacked on top of each other, except for the youngest Cecilia, who was laid next to them. Or she could have been laid on the top.
Yeah. I would have to investigate more in my brief search of what is in 1920s women's wallets. I couldn't really find much, but it would be curious to look that up, right? And be like, what did women carry around in the 1920s in their wallet that someone might care about to steal?
Was photographs like a big thing where everybody...
There
were
were photographs. It looked like there were.
Yeah.
But they could...
Not
But
saying
they
your
could...
wallet though, wallet size. Stuff.
Yeah. Like,
I
was
don't
it
know.
just
But
like...
also, the women's wallet looked much bigger than they were carrying around.
The one
Again, from my
daughter,
2 seconds.
At the beginning of this was like one daughter was found with she pulled her
pulled her out.
hair out.
Also, yeah.
She was alive for hours after
Well, that's
being
just
murdered.
an unfortunate.
But why would she pull her hair out?
Wow, she probably was
From
like,
pain,
yeah.
anguish. Like, she's...
dude, her head's smashed in. She's not
Right.
thinking right.
Also, why wouldn't that person finish her off?
Maybe they thought they did. I don't think they would. I mean,
They
you'd have to
stacked
be-
up the bodies afterwards.
You'd have to be a monster to. Well,
Yeah, why-
first off, you'd have to be a monster anyway, but you'd have to be a real garbage,
Not finish it.
not kill. Yeah, like not finish the job.
Yeah, right. And why stack the bodies though?
Like, hide them. There was a board over them with hay over that.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh, and there
hidden.
wasn't like
There-
evidence that she fell off or anything.
She was just laying next to the stack of the other body, the
So
adults.
they're trying to hide the bodies.
Yes, except for
Oh,
the
okay.
girl.
Okay. All right.
Wow, that's so weird though.
I mean, this whole thing is kind of weird.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
especially when you kill a 2-year-old.
Well, yeah. Like
So-
the 2-year-old doesn't
so-
even know it's happening.
If it was Carl, which is very unlikely, why?
Why would
Would he
Carl
kill a
his
child?
Yeah.
Especially because Zelia probably was his. Maybe
But at the same time, like anyone,
he
he's
wouldn't
like,
have
"I'm gonna
allowed
murder
his.
them."
He wouldn't allow his potential daughter to suffer. He probably would have taken them. But Yosef was a 2-year-old. Who would have been crazy enough to kill a 2-year-old?
maybe they just thought
That's why
maybe they thought the 2-year-old would have suffered and died, so they were. Just,
I mean, maybe it was Carl, and like he was killing the rest of the family because they were in on everything. But then she started screaming.
But also, like,
I was like, I gotta shut you up.
I wonder why, if Lawrence was supposedly a friend of the family, how could he actually murder a 2-year-old?
well, people are
He was,
horrible.
he was a Nazi.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, no.
To be clear, I don't think all of Germany was
No,
Nazis.
no, no. There
Well-
was Nazi. There was a
Yeah,
thing.
you
Yeah.
brought that up.
Yeah, it was one of the theories, but that was I think that was
Still,
far-fetched.
you know.
The Gump brothers.
So what did you said people in 2017 or whatever looked at this again or whatever?
There was a bunch of students from a local university in Germany that re-looked into the story and like to look at all the evidence again and everything, go back through everything, and it was like I guess it was a kind of like a huge deal. I think it was 2017 or it might have been 2007 or
Well,
2017.
recent enough. Yeah.
Right. And they were like, it's unsolvable. Like, we cannot figure out anything out what's already been.
There's just not enough info. Yeah.
Because the guy that did the original investigation did his entire career. He retired in 1986 when he closed
I'd
the
be
case.
curious to see what the people in 2017 or whatever.
So there was a story that they found they had a potential, but they refused to give out the name because it was like
not enough, right?
and also they didn't want to like
blow a lead.
A lead, but like also
Is
like
it
it's
even
probably in
blowing
a
it at this
family.
point,
It would have been
though?
a family. They didn't want to like
Right. It's just
the kids
what
of this
purpose
person.
does it serve at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like you would just ruin.
Right.
I got
Unless it's something definitive.
Yeah, I guess the kind of backstory was like they were just like, we have no idea. We think it could be this person. That's it, and they didn't say the person was.
And that's interesting in itself. That's another mystery,
Who that person was?
right?
I guess it could have been any like.
I mean, I definitely think it was someone that knew them, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And I
It
definitely
seems- it
think it
seems
had
like
a
that
lot
that
to
way.
do with Victoria and the kids.
And there's actually stories. I mean, there's actual pictures from the body, like
Oh,
the crime scene. You can go see there's on websites a lot of our resources we use in this episode were in German, strangely enough. So a lot of stuff I had like was kind of translated or like kind of secondhand. A lot of stuff that I got directly from the Wikipedia because it took me to the websites, like the German Wikipedia articles that
makes
one
sense. It was
led
in
to the
Germany.
other articles,
Yeah.
But there was a lot of pictures, and they did tear down the farm, and there's still a plaque. There's like a thing you can visit now in the area.
Yeah, there were photos.
in
That missing key in the fact
2007.
The fact that the guy had the key too was just like, hey, check it out. That's
So-
a little
So in 2007, 15,
Schnosberger or whatever his name was.
heir to the Heir Empire.
Schnosberry.
Slittenbauer. 2007, 15
Schnozberry.
students of the police academy in the recent and close proximity of the town examined the case using modern methods.
I mean, a little late.
Yep.
Probably. But still worth, there might be something they could have tested. Like, did they still have the murder weapon?
I guess they still have
Yeah.
all the
They
evidence.
still have it.
They still have all the evidence. The investigators
Or,
still have all the
why
evidence.
would you get rid of it?
Yep.
But
All right.
that's unfortunate for the kids and the maid for sure. I definitely kind of think.
First day on the job.
I mean, based off of what you've said, it kind of sounds like Victoria and the dad might have had it coming, but maybe they didn't.
It seems like it was like a love triangle type of thing.
That's
maybe,
weird
or
with your
like,
dad.
But
though,
does it
or
necessarily
like-
mean the daughter was like willing to have that happen to her from the dad?
Yeah.
It
But
was
also-
reported that
right.
it was rape. It could
Oh,
in the
well, then that's horrible.
Yeah.
well, it was both. It was a incestuous relationship, but then also like, why would she have gotten locked up? If it was proven to be rape.
Oh,
Although
well-
then it's 1920s, a woman in 1920s.
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
They don't really have much.
well, then definitely the dad kind of sounds
It sounds like
a
maybe
horrible
both.
person.
Yeah, it's not necessarily
Also, like
consensual
maybe he
thing.
what's the you're locked up for so long. What's that word? Stockholm
Incarcerated.
syndrome almost or whatever.
Oh,
like where you're like dependent on this person so much that
Yeah.
you're like brain warps and
I mean, this was a
Yeah.
woman who had two kids,
Stockholm
a
syndrome,
widow, in 1900s. I mean,
also where's like the father's mother? Did we ever talk about her? She just passed away.
father's mother,
Like
Carl
like
Gabriel,
Victoria's mom.
Cecilia.
Oh,
She was the Andreas and Cecilia were they died.
they died in this too.
Cecilia was 672.
Okay.
She was the
Oh,
grand.
right. But we didn't talk about her much at all.
I mean, she just died. She was just murdered.
But she just like didn't care that her husband was like
I don't know
raping
if-
her daughter.
I don't think like they really kept records of what was going on inside the house, other than
no diaries.
I mean they were still
Cecilia-
together.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe the purse
Like,
had a diary.
She
in it.
wasn't brought up so much that I forgot she was even mentioned. So
So because of the daughter was also Cecilia.
Yeah, right.
Cecilia. So, but yeah, the mother 72. She died with the original murders. So and the Gabriels inherited the farm, I guess, because there was no one other heirs left or something.
Oh.
How convenient.
Did they inherit all the bags of money too?
I guess I don't know.
Well, hold on. Now we got a whole other thing to think about. By the way, this family inherited everything, and
Well,
maybe that's why no one stole
I
it
think they
because
were-
they knew they were going to get
They're
it.
gonna get it anyways.
Like what?
Well, but I think they were given it because like they were like there was no one else to take over the
next of
land.
kin.
Yeah. Hey,
Did they know that they were the next of kin?
no clue.
These are the questions that we need answered.
There was a
Wallet. We definitely need to know what was in the wallet.
That wallet.
Yep.
I'm gonna
So
go
it had to been
home
something.
later and I'm gonna look it up.
The really funny thing is there's not a lot of like media, but there's not like there's like pretty much one general like German documentary about this, and there's like a lot of YouTube stuff about it, like YouTube people saying doing
Yeah.
garbage we're doing. But like there's really no like very in-depth investigations by like History Channel and stuff. Like it's just really all surface level stuff that we just talked
Yeah.
about.
Wow, I mean, it's also like kind of a horrible story.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ever watched Investigation Discovery,
Yeah.
Is this really just one of those tales by the German brothers that did all the
Brothers Grimm.
Brothers
This is
Grimm?
the worst
really just
Brothers Grimm
story. Don't be
there's-
incestuous, so everyone in your family will die. Brothers Grimm.
Ring Around the Rosie, but it's
Brothers
like
Grimm.
Brothers Grimm.
Ring Around the Rosie, but it's like about incest.
But
What
We're gonna have to put another.
label on this one?
Yeah,
well, you picked this one.
you picked murder.
Whoa, first off, murder could have been literally any murder. in the history of the world.
You're right.
Murder
And you picked the
ever.
family murder with
Which started with a girl
incest and
found with her
baby
hair
child
pulled
murder.
out by her own hands.
And
Listen,
also first day on
anything-
the job murder, which sounds horrible.
I'm sure anything before 1800s
Welcome
involved
to our
some
family,
type of incest.
Dad.
incest.
Imagine like you're like scrubbing a floor. Am I doing
Pull an
God?
object.
Yeah.
Bam.
When they got called to the barn, possibly.
Imagine scrubbing the barn floor. What? You need these turds picked up? Ah!
Why is there
What
so
did
much
I
blood?
do?
Bam.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we're gonna have to solve this anytime soon.
I do think it was,
It's someone that knew them.
so yeah, that's it. Someone that knew the family.
Or had something to gain.
Right.
Or hated that they were
Why did
incest
Schlittenbauer
family.
never take any of the money or anything?
Maybe they just were like Schlittenbauer had the key, right?
Yeah.
He had a key. Not
He had
sure which
a
key he
key.
had. It could have been given to him by Andreas 20 years prior.
It also
Yeah,
could
that
have been
seems
like,
like too big of a
Because he's the closest person.
Oversight.
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, they're missing a key, but also this guy has a key. But like,
But the
has
key
he
could
had
have
a key
been-
for 20
Let me,
years.
let me
But he
show you around the
But
house.
there's all those other people that like robbed the house or potentially robbed the house. Maybe they grabbed the key. There's people
He
living
also
in the
could-
attic.
He also could have been the guy like
yeah, it
living
also
there.
could have been the people. Yeah,
Was Schlittenbauer living in the attic? Like who was in the attic?
Mm.
They found stuff up there.
true.
Why was
There's
Schlittenbauer
a
hanging
pen-
out in the attic?
There's a
Well, I
penknife.
think we can say for sure it was whoever was in the.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Then, yeah.
unless like the dad just went up there to be weird or something.
And they found human waste up there.
No, that's right. They did find him in waste.
Yep.
You could probably, yeah.
Food scraps and
Whoever the attic was. So everyone,
stuff.
you're listening
That's
to
what I
this.
He's an
said.
attic boy.
If you hear those creaks up there.
yeah, everyone go check your attics.
Look for
Yeah, like-
human feces.
Look for
In
feces.
straw, yeah.
Hey.
And food scraps.
Send it to an art guy. He'll
Make jelly
extract-
beans out of it.
Yeah. That's last week. But
It's fine.
yeah. Yeah.
What's this jelly bean taste like? Shit. Tastes like human crap.
Tastes like a murdered family.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, both of you, for being here. Jordan, thank you as always.
Yeah, thank you.
You're a great person. Great, potential murder
You're
victim.
great. Yeah.
Jeff.
Whoa. Wow.
Jeff, as always,
Wowie wee wow.
thank you for being here. Our second guest,
Well, on the
First.
first, guest, second
time
appearance.
appearance. Yes.
First time, second time.
First time.
Yeah,
Is that right? No.
It don't matter.
it doesn't. Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having.
We always enjoy your intense engagement with the content matter.
I just, I have questions. You're not answering them.
That's the entire point of the show. Is we have no answers. We make, as we said in a recent episode, we make it worse.
Yeah.
Everything
We
worse.
want the viewer to go out and figure it out, not us.
Yeah,
and then
all
they,
right.
they do all the work.
And then tell us so we can.
You're giving everyone prompts,
Yeah.
basically.
Do
Yeah.
homework.
There's a reason why they call these mysteries. I can't solve.
Dude, have you guys, side note, before we end, have you seen The Jinx on HBO?
No.
It was a documentary about all these murders and
When the
stuff.
guy went in the bathroom.
What?
No, that's I know what you're talking about.
This was like a very rich guy, Robert Durden or
Oh, that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. He went in the
Durst.
bathroom and
Robert
kinda
Durst.
gave-
Robert
Durst.
Durst. Yeah.
He
But-
gave himself up in the bathroom
Yeah. He's like,
because
oh,
the mic was on.
Yeah, well, no, and the handwriting and stuff. So, like, by making that, they solved it.
Yeah. Because
that's
he had a
awesome.
microphone on in the
So
bathroom.
maybe
Yeah.
someday you'll get your Jinx. What I'm trying to say.
You have a microphone on? You need to go to the
But
bathroom?
no, I
You need to go to the bathroom right
maybe
now?
you'll
I can't
sell
believe I
some-
did this.
I do have
They
to go.
found me out.
I do have to go to the bathroom. But,
I was the meat bandit.
well,
Mile,
It was-
mile,
I
of
was
meat,
it.
mile of meat
You were the
bandit.
one that dropped the meat on that farm
it
last
was
week.
me.
140 something years ago.
Yeah, 100.
It is I.
Don't worry about it.
Well, thank you again both for being here. And thank you everybody for tuning in. If you like this episode, go ahead and please give us a subscribe.
If you didn't like it, you're
Don't
an idiot.
subscribe. Yeah.
You're dumb.
If you liked it and you're listening to it, please give it a follow on your popular podcast platform of choice.
What?
The thing you're listening to.
The triple P.
If you can't see us, hit subscribe
Popular podcast.
or hit follow. And if you can
Per
see us, hit
choice.
subscribe. And then go to any type of social media that we may be on. It's all in the
You know
notes.
this stuff already. Just do it.
Yeah, you're a person in
Yeah.
the modern age.
Right? And
Instagram,
if you don't know how to
Facebook.
do this, you stink.
We got a lot of people from around the world.
You
listening
probably
to us.
taste like that jelly bean.
Instagram,
Metallic
Facebook,
and
at Mysterious
sugary.
Pals, MysteriousPals.com, X or Twitter, whatever the hell they're calling that thing, at mysterious_pals and at mysteriousPals@gmail.com is our email address. If you want to send us in information or feedback or anything, we look for information. Apparently, Jeff has a bunch of Japanese mysteries we can look into. Apparently,
I sent them to you.
Through what?
What? Through the phone. Through a text message.
There's a Japanese serial killer. That's the only one I looked at.
There's a whole list. It was like the top 10.
Jeff lies.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
See?
I don't know what
I'm
he's
just trying to
talking
help. Trying to help you guys.
You can find this guy.
Oh, yes. Jeff, please tell where can we find you?
Dethlehem. This is my band.
It's in the link in the description.
We made the song that starts and ends this.
Escape from Wolf Mountain. There's also a cool video you guys made for that.
There is. Yeah, it was over the course of 2 years. It's stop motion animation. It is definitely an 18+ video. So, you're warned.
Hey, kids that are listening to mysteries that your parents let you listen to.
Cream Team, Twitch, Brian and I. Brian will be on the show at some point. But we stream on there. And by this point, we would have had a cool charity stream. What else? That's about it, really.
Well, Jeff, thank you for being here again.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Thank you for having me.
We love you very much. Jordan, thank you for being here again.
Thanks, Chris.
You're all right. Okay. Until next time, stay mysterious.
We'll see you in hell.
Oh.
See. You cut me off. It's fine.
Jeff said stay in hell. Stay in hell?
Stay in hell.
Stay in hell.
Stay there.
In hell. All right. Thank you, everybody. Please join us again next time and whatever.
Bye.
Thank you.
So possibly he wouldn't want his power challenged if his older brother would have been heir to the throne. The Voltaire's saying that this man in the Iron Mask was locked up possibly by his brother. And this is actually Louis XIV's older brother.
What kind of big baby would you have to be to get beat up by your younger brother? And put isn't that the other way around?
Yeah.
I mean,
But
maybe.
But why? I mean,
What made his bigger brother such a little?
Go ahead, punk.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
don't know.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Mysterious Pals Show. My name is Chris, and I'm here to say that my buddy Jordan is here to stay with me for the next hour or two, however long this episode will be.
You could have said,
We're gonna hang out.
Stay mysterious.
We're going to hang out in a tree. So let's go ahead and see what we got on the plate today.
All right.
Well, first off, Jordan, it's January. This episode's going up in the middle of January. Last episode was when we talked about the Hinterkaifeck murders.
Yeah.
That sucked.
Yeah.
But today I'm thinking...
No, the episode was good, I think.
I mean, it sucked. The situational thing.
Terrible
sucked.
situation.
Yeah. I one of our most recent episodes, one of the recent episodes that I was watching, we talked about cereal.
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of cereal you eat this week?
Nothing crazy, man. Just some cornflakes. Cornflakes. Yeah.
Just cornflakes?
Just cornflakes.
With the rooster on the box?
Yeah.
Man, that's gross.
They're good.
Cardboard in a box.
Nah, they're not. It's not that bad.
Would you put any sugar on there?
No.
Hey.
I don't know.
I always put some. I put some sugar on. I like regular Cheerios
Yeah.
with some sugar. Just like a big boy.
Wait, is there regular Cheerios and Honey Nut Cheerios?
Yeah.
Yeah?
And then they have sugar Cheerios. They have there's a bunch of
sugar
them.
Cheerios?
They have banana something Cheerios now. They have a lot of weird stuff out there.
I like Honey Nut Cheerios. Those are good.
They're good. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
They are good, but I get a weird aftertaste.
I had a hard time eating Cheerios for the longest time because of...
Get stuck on your windpipe.
Because you almost died. No. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. There's that scene where Rick Moranis is eating the bowl of cereal and the kids are in there in the bowl and they're like in like one of the little like Cheerios.
Yeah.
He used to creep me out.
So would you look every time you took a bite and inspect it?
Is there,
so your mom's
a small child in here?
Your mom's just like, dude, hurry up. We have to go to school.
Yeah.
Let's go. Stop. That's why we're not eating Cheerios anymore.
Yeah.
I had
out.
some. What I have this week? We had some Frosted Flakes.
I like Frosted Flakes
They're
a lot,
good.
man.
Yeah.
They're good.
They're good. They're better than Corn Flakes.
Of course, yeah. Of course they're better than corn
And why are you eating Corn Flakes?
Because I'm trying. Why not like somewhat healthy start to the day? There's a thing though when we talked about cereal last time. Count Chocolate was out. Like I could eat like bowls and bowls of that.
Well, we talked about only ball and box.
Yeah. But I try to just like keep that to like that one time a year where I eat like terrible cereal.
And the rest of the year you eat Corn Flakes?
and some yogurt. Yeah.
Barfs.
I can't do regular
Barfs
flavored
with
yogurt.
milk.
Just like plain yogurt, I can't do. It has to be like some kind of flavored.
I have to eat dairy-free yogurt,
Well, yeah,
and it's gross.
I bet.
There's no good dairy-free yogurt.
Yeah, there's no good dairy for anything.
Oh, that's not true. There's lots of good dairy-free stuff.
One of the saddest things ever when we were in college and you got pizza without cheese. It's the saddest looking thing. Because I'm just eating like a hoagie and like my own pizza, and you're just like eating your sauce bread.
It's good because you don't get filled up on the cheese. You can eat
That's
like an
true, yeah,
entire
yeah.
one. It's just
Yeah.
bread. It's just bread and sauce and some veggies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is not by choice.
I know.
You know, I'm not like.
Do what you can.
Yeah, but for those who don't know, I became unable to digest dairy.
Like I became a
Dairy-free person when I was like 19. So like I was able to enjoy all
by
that
choice.
stuff.
Yeah.
No, not by choice. By you better do this or oh boy. You know what you said about the Rick Moranis and I had a problem with. Did you ever see Arachnophobia, that movie?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some scenes in there that like to this day I still check certain areas where they were like crawling up.
That came out when we were pretty young, man. So remember that stuck with me.
I don't know why I saw so many terrible. I gotta talk to my parents about that. Because like,
why are we allowed to watch?
why was I
these
watching
things?
these things? I don't get it.
Was John Candy in that? Was he the exterminator?
I was too young to even know who the hell John Candy was.
I know Jeff Daniels was like the dad in it.
Is that the guy from Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah. Right? Yeah. I think
figured.
yeah. Jeff Daniels, I think he's in that. He's like the dad, but then like exterminator comes.
I
I
have
think
no
it's John
clue.
Candy.
Like were the spiders just killing people?
Yeah.
Like it was like birds but spiders?
Yeah, but I think they're
Like the Birds movie.
yeah, I don't think they were like radioactive or like, like
Yeah, they couldn't make a
alien
cool,
spiders or anything like that. I think they're just like
normal ass spiders.
there was that one big massive like
You ever
spider
see-
that was making all of them. Like
Really?
it was just like
I can't remember. I was so young that I
I
have
think
no
it's-
recollection. And it probably was like one of those passing things. Like I remember I used to like walk past the TV and be like, I shouldn't be watching this because I'm supposed to be in bed. And my dad's like, get to bed. And he's like watching Jaws or something like we talked about. And it just was on. Of course, like, I don't know. Was it on videotape? I don't know.
yeah. I mean,
Who knows? No way to find out ever because I'm
No.
never going to watch that movie again.
no.
That was
Yeah,
a terrible idea
I
for a
think I've
movie.
seen it,
Terrible
like,
movie.
once or twice, and that was it.
There's like a couple people I can beat up in the world because I don't want to hurt anybody, but I could take out that guy that made that movie, wrote that movie. I don't know. It just seems such a mean thing to do to people. Let's make a movie that's about spiders.
The people are already terrified of spiders to begin with.
Right. Let's make it worse.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure like if it wasn't for that movie, I'd probably been like friends with spiders.
What about that? I never saw it, but what about the movie Eight-Legged Freaks? Where like the spiders are actually like massive, like the size of houses. You ever see that? Or remember like?
No.
Just for
What
that.
the hell are you talking about? Are you sure it wasn't just like a internet YouTube show?
No, I think it was just supposed to be like a campy kind of. I don't think it's bad as like Sharknado or anything like that, but it's supposed to be along those lines. Like, it's
Was it like in a theater?
I think so. Yeah.
Wow. I bet it did very well. With a name like that, I'm sure it was great.
But those were spiders, but they were like big, so it wasn't like I found again. We watched Arachnophobia, we were kids, but I found Arachnophobia to be more terrifying than that. Even though I didn't see the
Of course,
freaks, but
because
like,
it was like real spiders.
Yeah.
Eight-legged freaks. I'm sure it was just like
just,
some dumb bull crap.
Yeah.
That's like that's not real.
poor CGI, and there's no spiders actually the size of a house.
If I saw a real spider, like if you saw a spider the size of a house,
I would
what would you do?
kill myself probably.
Like, I mean, we've seen videos of like spiders like from like Brazil and stuff like the
Yeah.
big ones that are found in the
Like
jungle.
in Australia.
If
and
I
stuff.
saw that, I would not. I would like not be able to move or talk and probably die from just like I would just be like, oh, I just died. like my body would just cease to exist.
I think I'd run like as fast as I could head first into something.
But
hard.
if that one's there, then there's probably other ones.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'd probably run away from it and like get one of those like spider webs, like run through one of the spiders wrapped around my face.
And then you're just stuck there really slowly.
I would rather they would. Oh, that'd be. Oh, I did find out recently when I was cleaning up my basement that there's all those like white little dots everywhere, like underneath in the corners. And I was like, what the hell is that? Yeah, like these little dots. And like in the corners of my basement and like a finished basement, like in like up in the windowsill where there's dead bug bodies and then like these white little dots. And I'm like, these suck. And I always, like for years, I've been like, oh, what the hell is this?
Spider sacks? Or like
no, I found out what it was. I looked it up. It's spider poop. Yeah. And like
how
they're
big
like
are we
dried.
Talking? How big are we talking?
Like little specks, like little dots. But they're pretty big.
Like right there?
No. That's from the ceiling.
Oh, okay.
No, like they're dry. Like you touch them and it's like paint almost. And then I looked it up and like did some research and was like, what the hell are these things? And like read it. And then I eventually found like a scientist who was like, it's spider poop. Because it's right where the spiders live. They eat other bugs. So I'm like, great, eat other bugs. Perfect.
Yeah, right. But then
you're pooping. Now, first off, I hate you. And now you're pooping on my floor. And like on my stuff.
You, but now you're crapping on my
and my windowsills,
Jeez.
Yeah, just check it. I'm sure you'll find some like some.
Yeah, now I'm afraid to. Yeah.
In corners and stuff like.
Oh.
Hard floors,
man.
like where the spiders might congregate. I'm sorry to ruin your day. Anyway, we're here to ruin everybody else's day by having a nice little story that Jordan's going to present to us. This episode is going to be a two-parter, it seems, because it's pretty long. We actually recorded this episode once.
We already tried this one before.
Something happened. We lost the recording. Something got messed up with the camera, and it just was unusable footage, so we had to cut it. And now I'm talking my hands, hitting stuff again. So now we're back to do it again, redo it. And the best part is we did this like months ago.
Yeah.
Don't remember a single thing about the story.
I don't either.
Yeah.
So
Great. We're on this ride together.
This mystery together.
So let's giddy up. Jordan, take us on a ride, on a journey.
So this, I recall correctly, the reason why I first did this in the first place was after or during you were doing that King Alaric episode.
King Alaric, yes.
You'd brought up a famous author who supposedly went to the site of where he might have been buried, King Alaric. Alexander Dumas.
Nope.
Alexander Dumas.
Nope.
You ever seen, please tell me you've seen this movie, man. Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
Okay.
Andy Dufresne.
Yeah.
Is that him? Is that guy?
Yeah, it's him. Andy Dufresne, yep.
Played by Alexander Dumas?
Yeah. There's a scene in the movie where Andy's like trying to get the library together in the prison, and his like prison buddies are helping him out. I guess they're cataloging the books. One of the guys is like, Alexander Dumas, and he starts laughing to himself, and they're like, oh, it's Alexander Dumas, and they all make fun of him. Anyways, but I remember.
So wait, who's that guy?
Well,
is this the Three Musketeers guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still haven't read it. Still don't care.
Yeah. I remember like hearing about the three Musketeers and then seeing his name, and like I was young and like last name's dumb.
We're all like in the back of the library in third grade, like, look at this, dummies. Look at this. We're looking up bad words and we're circling. You're looking at National Geographic books and stuff. Yeah. Wait. What else did that guy write?
The Three Musketeers.
Did he just ride that coattails of death?
I knew he did 3 of those books.
3 of them. Sure.
Yeah, I'll do like the same characters. Oh shoot, I know he did other stuff, man. But he did. So he wrote Three Musketeers. One of those books was made into a movie starring Leonardo DiCaprio.
Who?
Leo.
Yeah, no. Who?
DiCaprio.
What was the book? Who wrote it? Alexander Dumas.
Alexander Dumas, but it was made into a movie. I'm sure it was made in a movie several different times, but because they did a Three Musketeers movie, but this one was specifically Leonardo DiCaprio. He played two people.
Like I'm already on board.
2 people in this movie.
Yeah, he can play anything.
He won a there's an award for worst. They give like, I think it's called like the Golden Razzies or Golden Raspberries.
The Razzies or something.
Something like the Razzies, yeah.
The Rotten Tomatoes, like, is that those people?
I don't know if it's them, but like they give out the awards for like worst performances of the year, and he got one of those
for this movie.
And
this movie,
and
and I mean Leonardo DiCaprio is
I think this came out the same year as
He's great.
Titanic.
He's great in everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah. Came out the same year as Titanic.
Okay. Well, what a young boy.
This week we asked the question: who was the man in the Iron Mask? And that was the movie Man in the Iron Mask.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, so all right.
Remember, like, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but the Musketeers are in it.
They are?
Yeah.
I've never seen the movie. Couldn't care less. Never read the book. Couldn't care less. I looked at pictures of Leo in that movie. That's all I cared about. But they're in this movie?
Yeah.
They're in the story.
There's a story, yeah.
Why wouldn't you tell me that the first time? I think I remembered that. Did you tell me that the first time?
Probably not.
Yeah. You just told me about Leo. Maybe I just
No,
shut
I
down.
did. I did. I think it was later on, the first time we did this, that I mentioned this. But anyways.
Yeah.
So you wrote
It's
a
not like
book
I'm going to go out and read the
called
book.
Man in the Iron Mask.
Man in the Iron Mask. Now
Yes.
Was this based on a true story?
Yes, there was a man
And that's where we're
who
going.
wore a mask, but nothing is known about this man, like what he looked like, where he was born, how he died, or even his name.
Okay.
Why he was even in prison in the first place.
Okay. I'm sure there's lots of people that don't know why they're in prison.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Even today. I'm
Yes,
just saying,
even,
like, in general.
even today, but like no one knows why this particular person was in prison.
And still to this
Who he even
historical
was.
record, there was no way to, like, there was no record saying why or when or how or, like, not when, obviously,
Yeah.
but why.
We know the when, we don't know the why.
There was no
or
records
who,
of,
really,
like, who was in jail. It's just like a blank slate.
pretty much.
Okay.
We know he's traveled to multiple prisons, which we'll go over in like a couple seconds here, but we don't know exactly who this person was. We just know that he died at some point. There's a date for it. I'm gonna go over. This is what we do know about the Man in the Iron Mask. He as a prisoner was incarcerated in 4 different prisons over 30 years. He was first in prison in Pignerol, fortress in northern Italy. At the time was under French rule, sometime before 1681, possibly 1669.
Is this
There's
still,
different accounts. So I'm gonna go with 1681. He became a prisoner here.
and this is still under French control? Or is it Italian now?
That's Italian now, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. During this time, France, under King Louis XIV, they expanded their borders, took over parts of other different countries. They were like a world power at this time.
Is that what they call like an empire?
I don't think it would have been an empire. Napoleon made an empire later, but I don't think it would have been an empire.
What's the reason for calling something an empire? Because they just want to, their entire purpose is like expansion?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
I would imagine there has to be some sort of like breadth to it. Well, that's the right word. Like how much they actually did take to make their own. I have no idea if there's
Could
like
you
a
be an
definition
empire
for it.
and not be very successful? Like, we're an empire, declare yourself an empire, which, did they do that? Is that one of those things where they declare later, like, oh, this is actually an empire? Or is it like, we're an empire now, and we're going to expand, but what if they just don't expand? Are they still considered an empire? And the next guy comes and he's like, we're not an empire anymore.
Napoleon called himself an emperor, and a lot of the Roman emperors were called emperors.
But were they?
Some of them didn't really do anything. Some they actually made it worse, lost, like the borders became smaller because they weren't conquering enough, maybe.
Could I call myself an emperor?
No. I mean, you could.
That's probably good enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Emperor,
I'm already a doctor. Why don't I throw on another thing?
Doctor and Emperor.
Yes. Yeah.
The second place he was in prison was Exiles Fort. This is another fortress in northern Italy that France had control of. It was from 1681, 1687 he was there. Then he was in prison on St. Margaret's Island, 1687, 1698. St. Margaret's Island is off the coast of Cannes, like where Cannes Film Festival is.
Canes?
Cannes.
Is it?
Cannes. But
That's Canes.
the French don't pronounce like the last letters in a lot of things, so I think it's like Con or Can.
It took French for 2 years.
Mm.
Can't remember a single thing.
Take anything else other than French?
I took Spanish for 4 years in high
Okay.
school. I only passed one of them.
Did you have to do like beginner Spanish?
I did it
4 years?
twice,
Okay.
and then I passed it my second time taking it, and I failed Spanish 2 twice.
Did you have to take something else instead of that then?
No.
You got the.
No, they were like, just get the hell out of here. We're not going to let you keep on doing this.
What was your Spanish name that they gave you? Because they do that. When I went to Spanish, they're like, "You're Jorge."
Oh, they like do like a real one?
Yeah.
I think it's like Cristobal. It's like, but I think that's maybe more Spain. I don't.
Spanish.
Again, I have no idea what they're talking about. I'm just like sitting there like, okay. And, like the gusto, like the conjugate. It just, I know.
the gusto.
Like, I know, like, I know it's probably way easier to understand. I just can't understand languages. I'm bad at languages. I'm bad at a lot of things. Really,
Well, yeah,
we understand that.
yeah.
But like, no offense to anybody who's a Spanish speaker, I can't do it. I don't know how you people do it. Languages go like right over my head. I'm surprised I can speak English partly. And we know I can't say lots of words.
Yeah.
So, like, words. I can't say
good
things.
with word.
Yeah. All right.
The last place he was in prison is at the infamous Bastille in Paris.
Okay.
Which
Bastille was like, that's the big one.
Yeah.
And is that where King Louis was put? Wasn't like what was the big deal with the Bastille?
The Bastille, it was stormed during the French Revolution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. That was a little bit sometime after this because this is during the time of Louis XIV. That's Louis XVI.
Okay.
Not too far after this, but yeah. So he's the last place he was at. This is the last place he was at the Bastille, where he eventually died on November 19th, 1703. So you have a date of his death.
Do we know
He
that
was buried there the next day on the 20th.
Do we know this is the same person?
Yeah.
Do they have record that they don't know? They don't have any record of why he was in jail.
No. Then this was. We'll go over this a little bit. There's a guy who's with him the whole time.
Okay.
There's a guy who was in charge of a lot of these prisons, was a jailer, then became a governor at one of these prisons. The man in the Iron Mask is with him the whole time.
With
the guy that goes from the man in the Iron Mask goes from prison to prison to prison. He goes to 4 different prisons.
this guy goes with him.
Yeah.
And he's just like personal jailer.
Pretty much, yeah. And he becomes like a governor at one of these places and takes him with him to the Bastille.
Okay.
Actually. So he dies November 20th, 1703. So he's buried the next day, November 20th, 1703. They bury him with the name Marchioli or Marchiali.
Marchioli.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
all it says on his gravestone.
Marchioli buried 17.
03.
So when was he imprisoned?
He was in prison in Bastille September 18th, 1698. So he was in prison, 4 different prisons for over 30 years.
I mean, what was his first imprisonment date?
First imprisonment date, either sometime before 1681 or possibly 1669.
So he's okay. So possibly,
Yeah, possibly started in 1669, but there's a little like confusion over when exactly. But most likely people are saying at least by 1681, at the latest, he's in this first prison.
Okay.
Yep.
So 1681 to something like 1681 to 1703.
So like 30 some odd years he's in prison. No one knows who this is.
Wait, that's like 20 something. If you're doing 81.
Well, 69.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're saying 69 to 03.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. So again, he's wearing a mask, an iron mask, apparently. This isn't like a common thing.
No other people wearing iron masks?
No. Why would they need to conceal his identity?
So an iron mask probably sucks. I mean, regular masks
Yeah.
kind of suck to
Yeah.
wear.
Yeah, if you feel like you get like, he's wearing this thing for 30 years, possibly. Like, when
Is it pushing his nose, like, or is it like, was it?
Apparently, he had like, according to some reports, he had like a thing that could be opened up so he can eat food, but he had to keep it on at all times because no one else in these prisons could know who he was.
So never took it off.
Never took it off.
So was it like locked on?
Yeah. So what you think in time, if it's like a metal mask over your whole head, there'd be some kind of like
Sore?
like you get diseases from that. Like,
Well, it's metal. It's probably cold. Yeah, I don't know. And just give him a little wet wipe to like clean it off in there. Like, I don't know.
back then.
I don't know. I mean,
Open up your mouth hole. We'll just fling some water up in your mask somehow or around your eyes,
do you think they never let him take it off? Like,
Apparently, he was not allowed to take it off.
is this a time whenever they like didn't let people shower? Like, did the prisoners get showers or anything? Just dump a bucket of water on them, or like? Apparently,
I feel like most weren't allowed to.
yeah, it just wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe, and we'll go into this. Some of these people some of these prisons he was in were for nobility, people that kind of that did something wrong to the crown or the country. So maybe these noblemen were allowed to do stuff like that.
Take off the mask or?
No. They weren't wearing masks. He's the only one that
Okay.
wore a mask, barely. But maybe they were allowed to like bathe at some point.
Gotcha. It's kind of like cushy prison.
But why would he have a mask on? This is not a common practice.
Yeah, I guess if we drill down to what they actually were talking about,
Yeah.
what's the point of having a mask on?
Right. Why are they concealing his identity? During this time, Louis XIV is the king. He calls himself the Sun King. The name he gave himself,
Sun King?
the Sun King, not like, son of a man but like the sun, like
S-O-N
the sky.
King?
Yeah.
It's S-U-N.
S-U-N, yeah. He
The
gave-
Sun King.
Yeah.
So why would you call yourself the God or the Sun King, not the God King, but the Sun King?
Well, I mean, there were people I think that probably did call
That's what I
himself
mean.
the God King,
I think God King was in 300.
Yeah.
But why would you call
I don't
yourself the Sun King?
So he thought that
You just like really get really tan. I feel like someone like on TikTok is called the Sun King. He's just tanning all the time.
Yeah, so he thought that he was kind of the center of
From the center type of
Yes,
thing.
yeah.
Wait, did they believe in that yet?
by this time, because the Enlightenment happened.
Yeah, this would have been after that.
Yeah, so this
Probably,
Yeah. Yes, he saw himself as the center of France, and he had this magnificent control over Europe.
Over Europe?
Influence over Europe as a whole.
Was it like one of those guys? Was he in this time? Was it more of the, you see Palace of Versailles? When was that built?
Versailles would have been before this. No.
Were they wearing like the white?
Yeah, they
paint
were doing the powdered wigs. I don't know.
Okay.
They started doing. I don't know if right now they're in white paint, but eventually started doing that. Yeah.
That just seems like a cool time. I'd love to be walking around like those weirdos.
So he's also an absolute monarchy. So there's no checks or balances for this guy. No other government bodies keeping him in check. So you gotta imagine he's kind of have some kind of ego on him. Perhaps. you know?
Yeah, of course.
The reason I'm bringing this up is because you could possibly go into one of the theories of who this man would have been that's in the Iron Mask in prison.
Do you think the world kind of revolves around him right now?
Yes.
Louis XIV.
Louis XIV, yeah.
Okay.
One of the theories that gets thrown out there.
So we jumping into the theories, or this is the story is this guy had a mask on for this amount of time.
Yeah. We'll go into I'm bringing up a few theories now because these are kind of considered. These were actually brought about at the time or shortly thereafter. They're kind of more a little crazy, but this is kind of where that Man in the Iron Mask legend starts.
Okay.
Because it's known at the time that there was a man who was in prison who had an iron mask on.
But they're not sure why.
Not sure why.
There's records of it, but
Yes.
could have been multiple people with iron masks.
Could have been,
on.
but apparently that wasn't a common practice.
But because this one jailer was trailing him, he was like kind of like the story kind of follows
Yes.
that.
Yeah. So we know there was a man in the iron mask for sure. But there's a philosopher and historian that became very popular during the Age of Enlightenment in France, Voltaire. And he was the first person to mention, someone of note, mention that there was a man in the iron mask.
I feel like Voltaire is one of those names that come up like, well, I read Voltaire, or like kind of like that, like the
Yeah. He's French.
like it's
Like
like
French man of thought.
I think it comes from I think like an episode of like Friends or something when there's like this really high learned guy and is like
Ross.
No, it's like a psychologist. Whenever I don't know, remember in the 90s, like the psychologist was like the coolest job to have, and then everybody wanted to be
Was it?
psychologist. Yeah, because it was like an episode, like it was always like you understand
Frasier,
the mind.
maybe? Is that
Yeah,
why?
like that type of thing.
Yeah.
Where but then you realize like, oh, those people don't make any damn money, so all these people became psychologists and stuff. And they're like, oh wait, we don't make any money in mental health.
Yeah.
And then, maybe a psychiatrist, you have to go to med school.
Right. Yeah.
So a lot of people are like, I'm just going to be a psychologist and not making any money, but be be useful. Like,
Sure, yeah.
important.
Yeah,
Mental health is important, but
Yeah.
they're not really valued.
But is that, maybe that's along when there's a rise and people
Too many?
starting to accept.
I think there is
Going to
now. Yeah,
psychiatrist?
absolutely. Yeah.
So maybe people are like, oh, maybe we should try this out.
Yeah. But it still goes back to Voltaire. Like, what did this jackass do? Like, I don't. So when I hear the name Voltaire, it's always in this. It's
Pretentious.
always pretentious.
Kind of
like thing college. I remember like in college, someone was like talked about Voltaire, and I was like, oh man, you suck. Like just not even knowing who that.
Immediately just like, this guy sucks.
This girl sucks. And it was definitely a guy just saying Voltaire said Voltaire, and I'm like, come on, dude.
Start speaking French.
Come on, boy. I'd be friends with you, but come on.
So Voltaire, who's a man of the Enlightenment, man of science, philosophy, he's a historian as well. He writes one of his works called The Age of Louis XIV. So he's chronicling Louis XIV's reign. This is 1751.
You were going to say 19.
I do, because it's every other time.
I do it all the time.
All right, so he mentions the Man in the Iron Mask a little bit in this big long history of Louis XIV. So this is after the Man in the Iron Mask has already passed, but he's considered contemporary for the most part.
Okay, contemporary in at this point in time.
Not for us, but like in that time
when
frame.
Voltaire was talking about it.
Yes. So he states in this book about Louis XIV, on the journey to the prison at St. Margaret's Island, which is where the Man in the Iron Mask was.
Third prison.
Yep. The man was of noble form, who wore a mask with a chin piece, of which had steel springs to enable him to eat while still wearing it. His guards had orders to kill him if he uncovered his face. This is the first time the Man in the Iron Mask is mentioned.
Do you think it was more of what's that called whenever it's like you write something, but it's really means something else? What the hell's that called?
Metaphor? Or analogy?
Metaphor. You got
analogy, one of those?
Yeah, it's a metaphor I was looking for.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's right.
I don't know if that's... Yeah.
I don't know if it's a correct usage.
I don't know if you guys can tell,
one
but
of those,
we didn't go to school for English.
I don't know if it's one of those usages for the Voltaire types, but like metaphor sounds like it could be
Sure.
it. Listen,
I mean, I guess it's
listen,
possible.
tell Voltaire to call me when he wants to build a house. That's what we need. But we don't need you writing some crap.
Yeah.
All right? Jackass. Go ahead.
Jackass. Voltaire later claims in a different book he wrote in 1771 called Questions About the Encyclopedia. This was in French, I believe, so it was hard to try and decipher some of the stuff. That the Man in the Iron Mask was actually Louis XIV's older brother. That's why I bring up Louis XIV to begin with, because he had an ego, or probably had an ego if he calls himself Sun King. So possibly he wouldn't want his power challenged if his older brother would have been heir to the throne. So Voltaire is saying that this Man in the Iron Mask was locked up possibly by his brother. This is actually Louis XIV's older brother.
What kind of big baby would you have to be to get beat up by your younger brother and put isn't it the other way around?
Yeah.
I mean,
but
maybe.
But why? I mean,
what made his bigger brother such a little?
Go ahead, punk.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know.
I mean, it's like, and also going back to let's take a little reversal.
Okay.
Metaphor. Was this a metaphor common? Like this guy, I was Voltaire in a Voltaire voice. This plebeian was wearing the Iron Mask.
Yeah,
because he was such a piece of garbage.
Maybe.
Was it one of those?
It could be
like a way of talking down on the unclean.
Yeah, maybe.
Quoting. I'm not saying
the undesirable.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, maybe. Maybe like
but there's only one.
Maybe it's supposed to reflect a bad character, like a bad someone with a bad character, or like a poor.
So we go back in time.
Imbecile.
Yeah, we get like a mysterious PALS starship time machine. We go back in time, and people are like, "Look at this Iron Mask." Like you're just like, "Oh, it's just a normal thing."
Yeah.
You ever think it's like there's so many mysteries that we'll probably talk about, or will talk about, that are just like people just use it as like slang, and we're just like, oh, I wonder what this meant.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that's in this case, but I'm sure there's been plenty of slang. There's people like, wait, what?
It's silly that there's only one instance of that. I'm sure it's not. I'm sure that's not what this is, but just
right.
The Iron Mask, and he's referencing his eating with it, right?
Yeah, he can only like uncover like this piece.
Okay,
he's allowed to eat.
But then go into the next thing, it could be King Louis's
older brother, who should be king,
who got punked by the little boy.
Yeah,
King Louis, little boy.
No, I mean,
Did he do anything of like militarily?
Yeah. That's why. I mean, he kind of gave himself the Sun King title because he was constantly expanding the borders during this time and like increasing.
As like he was actually going out and fighting?
No, of course not.
Exactly.
No,
he probably was a punk.
Yeah, but he was also big in the arts. He like he's a patron of the arts and
well, yeah, Voltaire and all.
Here's the thing, though.
Voltaire locking up your brother, you know.
Voltaire himself actually spent time in the Bastille as a prisoner twice. Because
of course he did. He was like, "Well, I've been in the Bastille twice."
He was very vocal about the monarchy and the family of King Louis XIV.
So you may have had a bone to pick up getting this like decided or deciphered.
That's what a lot of people are saying. Like, oh, maybe he just kind of had out for Louis XIV, and they spent time in the Bastille twice. He claimed to have met workers at these prisons who had first-hand accounts of the man in the Iron Mask. Voltaire got some of the man's history correct, but there are a few inaccuracies. One was when he was there, when Voltaire was there during his time, there's no way those workers would have still been alive because...
when was Voltaire there?
Voltaire would have been there...
Do you think when he walked in the room, she's like, "Voltaire's here," and like ripped stuff in half? The patriarchy.
Patriarchy's here. So, Man in the Iron Mask died 1703. Okay. Voltaire is there several decades later.
Oh, come on.
So the problem is with he says he has these first-hand accounts by people that worked at the prison and saw the Man in the Iron Mask, but those guys would have been long gone at this point.
Yeah, because I mean, it's 1700. You're probably living like 36.
Yeah. The people he claimed to have talked to wouldn't have been around during the Man in the Iron Mask imprisonment. There's like the timing's off.
Okay.
Right.
So the records are not in his favor.
All right. It's like, all right, dude. You're like people said, maybe you have a bone pick with
being real Voltaire about it.
Second thing that's kind of inaccuracies with some of his claims here, Voltaire. Voltaire had been vocal in the past, publicly criticizing Louis' nephew. We mentioned a little bit there earlier, which is why he was put in prison. So again, maybe
he just making fun of someone. He got put in prison.
Yeah, pretty much.
He was like making TikTok videos about the king's nephew, and he's like, boom.
Yeah, but also Voltaire is a man of the Enlightenment, a man of like science. Even though like Louis himself pushed for the arts, he was a very staunch religious man.
Louis was.
Yeah, so he wasn't very religiously tolerant, which Voltaire didn't like.
Okay.
Because again, as man of the Enlightenment, he's like, we need to move past, the church. Not necessarily anything bad against Christianity, but like we need to start thinking more of like science and philosophical thought and stuff like that. So again, like you're saying, might have a bone pick with him.
He's Voltaireing it up out there.
Voltaireing it up. So then we're going to go on to Alexander Dumas, who kind of takes what Voltaire said a step further. Like I said, he wrote a couple books, one of which, within the Three Musketeers, he writes that the man is actually the twin brother of King Louis XIV, named Philippe.
Philippe?
Which I think was his name in...
Philippe the 14th.
Which is his name in Man in the Iron Mask movie.
Oh, wait, so...
Played by Leo. But Leo played both of them, so...
He played King Leo and Philippe?
Yeah. The twin brother.
Was it Louis the 14th was like his last name, 14th? Wait, is it one of those things where they pick their name so his name really wasn't Louis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pick the name.
You pick Louis. What a stupid thing to pick.
I mean, there's been 13 before, so it might be something there.
Oh, okay. So all those Louis out there, I'm sorry.
He claims that even though the Three Musketeers... The Musketeers are a real thing, but I don't think the Three Musketeers themselves, like whatever their names were, like
Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Yeah, that's it.
I think we've done that joke before, but it might have been in the recording.
It was, yeah.
This
is where you're like, is that the candy bar?
Oh, Three Musketeers, yeah. Can't eat that. There's dairy in that.
Like D'Artagnan and all those guys.
That
There's
sounds
three,
like a
but there ended up
sci-fi
actually
thing.
being like 4.
That sounds like Three Musketeers 2049 or something.
So I don't think those guys are actually real, but the Musketeers were real.
Do you think they'll do like a, like, you know, there's in the year of our Lord 2024,
Mm-hmm.
which this is posting on. Do you think
Wait a second. Oh yeah.
we're like in? Yeah, I thought there's supposed to be flying cars and crap right now. This is I hate.
Oh yeah.
This is stupid science.
Back to the Future. Like,
Yeah. Marty Fly can suck it.
What?
Anyway,
Marty fucking suck it.
do you think like there's ever going to be a, you know, prestige TV thing with the Three Musketeers? Like,
What do you mean, like prestige?
like Lord of the Rings or King of Thrones?
Game of Thrones?
King of Thrones?
Game
Game
of
of Thrones? Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
King of Thieves. King of Thrones. Game of Thrones, like level Three Musketeers, like
No.
prestige thing on HBO. Like, we're going to go and really bring
No,
out
I think they try to do like Three Musketeer movies like on and off for a while now. There was one in the 90s that was really good. Tim Curry was in it.
Who?
Tim Curry? Like,
hell
gotta
is
play
that?
It?
What's it?
Oh, man.
Wait, what? Wait.
You ever see like the miniseries It? Like the old,
No.
like, Tim Curry. He was
You
in,
keep saying the name. It's not going to mean anything. Let's like say Alexander Dumas. You know, it don't mean anything. Voltaire.
All right. Anyways, they
Wait,
try to
Tim Curry, was he in Clue?
Yes.
Yeah, I
He
know
was-
that
he
guy.
was a
That guy's
butler.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's great.
Yeah. So he was in Three
He-
Musketeers?
Yeah, like one in the 90s.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
Kiefer
never
Sutherland.
gonna
Charlie
know.
Sheen was in it.
Wow. Hot Shots.
And then
Hot Shots, amazing movies. Part 2.
Part 2.
Wait.
There's French for you.
It's the only French I know.
Yeah.
Deux. Does that mean 2?
Is that the- 2?
Not 3, 2.
Yeah, 2.
Okay. Yeah, 2. Okay. That's where they probably got it.
Yeah.
So wait.
Alexander Dumas is further.
So they're not going to make a new series of the Three Musketeers on HBO.
I mean, they could, man. I don't know, man. It could, but I don't think it'd be.
like MCU level, like,
Voltaire shows up.
yeah, but like
Written
from the
books.
future. You could probably do some cool stuff. They should hire us to write it. Be terrible.
So the third book that Alexander Dumas did main focus was about the Man in the Iron Mask.
Okay.
And he says that the reason why the Man in the Iron Mask was in prison in the first place was because he was a twin brother of Louis XIII.
Is there any possible evidence of this?
No. But these are very famous authors writing this stuff. So
Okay.
people kind of knew. I imagine some people didn't know about the Man in the Iron Mask, but like these are famous people who are kind of pushing this story, furthering this legend or myth of the Man in the Iron Mask. You know, kind of riling up the public.
But still, this is all stuff from Voltaire to Dumas.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it's not like we
These
have
are-
any concrete.
No, these are all kind of like far-fetched things, but I think it's interesting though because these are famous people claiming at the time that the Man in the Iron Mask was in fact a relative of Louis XIV.
possibly the rightful heir to the throne.
Yes, yeah. Again, Alexander Dumas is probably just trying to push a book.
Right.
Like what better twist than it's almost like a M. Night Shyamalan twist.
You know, I
By the way, it's really his twin brother.
kind of like some of his movies.
Yeah. There's good ones. There's
I'm
some
like
bad
the
ones.
weird one that likes like The Happening. I thought it was all right.
Is that the one where like
The trees are killing
plants
people.
are killing people?
Yeah, because I like those guys like fall down and like,
the whole movie's great up until like that. And it's like, what?
oh yeah, like the thing like, oh, it's the trees.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a tree.
I would just cut you down.
There's some good ones, man.
But it was like the people like lay down in front of the lawnmowers.
Yeah. It's nuts.
Uh,
Lady in the Water was kind of weird.
I never saw that one. Seemed kind of up its own butt,
Yeah.
of its own toots. But I want to say, like, did Louis XIV have such an effect on Europe's thing that, like, even Dumas, so many years later, was writing about him being the enemy?
Yeah. Because
When was the revolution?
well, at this point, the French Revolution would already happened. When by the time Alexander Dumas,
That's what I
wrote
mean.
this,
Like,
yeah.
but like,
So at this point, like I think the people,
was this
the people's
14th?
view of Louis XIV and like a monarchy changed.
Was he like the one that would like cause a lot of the problems, and the two after him sucked?
Yeah,
You
like
said 16th was the one who got.
Yeah, so he's kind of like the apex of like what the French crown represented. like what like its power got and like the control it had.
Was he let them eat cake guy?
No, that was Louis XVI.
Okay.
That was Marie Antoinette,
Who's that?
Louis XVI's wife.
Was she the one that like 50 whacks a wet noodle? Like murdered a bunch of people?
Like a pool noodle?
Like murdered a bunch of people.
Marie Antoinette?
With the hatchet.
No, that's I know what you're talking about.
Was that her?
No.
So what happened to her?
Marie Antoinette?
Yeah.
She got beheaded.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
That would be
she
a
deserved it.
Oh.
Well, I don't. Okay, I'm not gonna say she deserved it, but so by the time Louis XIV was around, people were kind of like, "All right, this is like, they have this lavish lifestyle. What are they actually doing? The power is unchecked." By the time Louis XVI came around, people were like, we've had enough. We're constantly at war. We're country's going bankrupt. Providing the crown for all these like frivolities, a frivolous lifestyle."
Frivolities?
Frivolities?
Oh, no. You really got to say.
Diet loaf?
Diet loaf, yeah.
Diet loaf.
Yeah, diet loaf pass.
So this, as Alexander Dumas is writing this is like, once the French Revolution already happened, like the view of the monarchy is very, very different.
Okay.
Again, this could be why you make Louis XIV the villain.
He was just a general villain at this time in history. Like right now,
I think so, yeah.
We always choose Hitler as the common
yeah, not
villain.
Not that bad, but like,
I mean, we don't know. Yeah. You know, Hitler was a monster.
Yeah.
But like, Hitler's an easy, like the Nazis and Hitler are like an easy enemy. Yeah. Because either zombies, Nazis, or like.
But a lot of art did flourish under Louis XIV because, like you said, he was a patron of the arts. Like he
allowed it to happen.
Well, not necessarily allowed it, but like pushed it, like music and
funded it, supported it.
Sure, yeah. But as religious tolerance or intolerance was an issue, and the fact that he just like an absolute monarchy was an issue. Hindsight is kind of a divisive kind of person, I guess.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like trying to set up like this guy was a monster.
Yeah,
and he's possible that he could have done something like this.
Well, so here's the thing. Alexander Dumas said that like their dad Louis XIII put them in Philip, who's supposedly the man in the Iron Mask, in prison. Philippe, sorry, because he didn't want to cause a war for succession. So he's like, I'm going to take one of them, put him in prison. How he decided that, which one, I have no idea. Because wars for succession were obviously a thing all throughout history.
Louis XIII was technically the one who probably set this whole thing up. If Alexander Dumas says is the case, yes. Yeah. Their father was like, one of them has to go in prison, put this one in prison. Yeah. The other one gets the rule. Or the one most annoying at the time.
Prince and the Pauper? Wait, Prince and the Pauper? You ever watch that was like a Mickey Mouse thing?
No,
I don't know why I ask you these questions, man. I'm still surprised. I'm still surprised you've seen Shawshank Redemption.
I mean, that was like
it's always on, so I guess you can't. It's hard to miss.
But I think it's during a time whenever like, I think I know what happened. It was during a time when I had summer, like it was a summer, like it was probably like the summer it came out, or summer it was like on TV, like on TBS or something.
Talking about Shawshank?
Yeah, no, you know what? We had it on video cassette for some reason. I remember seeing it, and I think it was just one of those things where like my dad might have been watching. I just had nothing else to do because I was like in 8th grade. Yeah, like watch.
That's one of those movies I can watch. When it's even if it's already like halfway through, I'll just start watching it.
Is that the one with Tom Hanks and the Magic Guy?
Is that the one with Tom Hanks?
What one was that?
The Magic Guy?
Yeah, like one of the guys was magic. Tom Hanks was like a prison guard.
Shawshank Redemption? Oh no, Green Mile.
What's the difference?
Shawshank is about a.
No, I don't know Shawshank, but like, what the hell was the Green Mile about? I never saw that one.
Green Mile is with.
Why am I?
Yeah, Tom Hanks.
Why am I doing it?
He's a prison guard. And then Michael Clark Duncan.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, he was awesome. Put in prison. Yeah.
Every role he's ever been in has been amazing.
Yeah. He like I think he's dead in real life.
Oh man.
And he died in the movie, which is really sad. But yeah, he had like the power to heal people.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. He was able to like. I remember Tom Hanks had like a kidney stone.
Never mind.
And he was able to like suck the
kidney stone.
But they're both.
I had a kidney stone.
Yeah, they're both based on books by Stephen King.
Oh God.
Which is weird because they're like kind of like not.
Wait. Shawshank also?
Yeah, they're not like
Oh my God.
happy movies, but they're not like horror movies like a lot of his other stuff. Isn't that weird?
Do you think that guy ever showed up on the beach with Andy Dufresne.
The Michael Clark Duncan character?
No.
Morgan Freeman?
Yeah, but like I'm
Right.
saying, like I know I'm jumping between movies here, but like that's what it ends, right?
Yeah.
Morgan Freeman probably never showed up, or no, he
Yeah,
did.
he did,
He found the money under the.
Yeah.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, another tree. Yeah, it's
We
great.
should watch it.
Let's watch it right now. We just got that podcast off.
Wait, what were we talking?
What were we talking
That
about?
poster was a good idea.
Yeah.
Those little stones. That was a Stephen King book?
Yeah.
Man, he's written a lot of books.
He pumps them out, man. Like Maximum Overdrive. Did you ever seen that movie?
Is that the trucks one?
Yeah.
What the hell is going on in his mind?
I don't know, dude.
Remember one of the episodes we talk about Yetis writing books?
Yeah,
It's probably what it is.
sure.
He probably has some Yetis wrapped up.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Back to Louis.
So again, I brought this up because this doesn't seem possible that he was a relative. I mean, maybe, I don't know. No one knows who he is. But I just wanted to I bring this up because it was part of the culture at the time. Like people were writing about this, famous people were writing about it. It wasn't, but I want to make a point of this. It wasn't an actual man.
Okay.
Like there was an actual man in prison.
There's all the records point to this actually
Yes.
was a thing.
Yes.
That's what we're trying to establish.
Yes. Thank you. But most agreed and actually wear an iron mask.
Most of what?
Agree, like most historians and like later writers
Okay.
are like, there's no way he actually wore an iron mask. Like,
Okay.
That wasn't like I said earlier, that's not a common, that was never a thing done.
It could have been a metaphor
Yeah, maybe.
or an allegory.
Perhaps, yeah. But they most think that it might have been like some kind of velvet mask
Okay.
or some other kind of mask, some other like material, but not like iron because
That would suck.
I think the health
Well, they really didn't know back
implications. But like,
then. Velvet would be
but for
grosser.
30 years though, he supposedly wore this iron mask. Wouldn't he like die, get infections from that and
Yeah,
stuff,
but like,
you know?
but steel, if it's actually iron, it probably wouldn't hold as much bacteria as like velvet would.
Yeah, but what if it like wouldn't it stick to his face in like really cold weather?
Oh yeah, his
And,
face
like-
would fuse to it. Yeah, it'd be hell. But so would the velvet, and it'd be hold bacteria and stuff a lot
Yeah.
more.
But there's no real instances of people wearing an iron mask.
Right.
So, but there was a man who no one knows who he was. He wore some sort of mask.
It was like a long lost like peoples. I don't know. They had but it was a stone people.
Rah, stone people.
Rah.
Like from King of Thrones.
Was that from there?
Game of Thrones. There was like some
Oh
stone.
yeah. It was
yeah.
that one guy got it. The
Yes.
weird guy that was like obsessed with the girl.
Yes. Yeah.
That guy sucked. I hate that person. He was just totally he was like the biggest. He's just that punk. I'm gonna follow her around. Some old dude following this young girl around.
He was yeah.
Creepy.
Yeah.
Creepo.
It was-
Creepy
there's a word
stone
for that.
face.
Yeah.
And unlike Game of Thrones, we're gonna end on a high note. We're gonna end this episode right here, and we're gonna say
That was nice.
we're gonna come back next time with the rest of the story because it is a long story.
Yeah.
I think the first recording of it was like over 2 hours or 2 hours. So we're gonna end it right now on a high note where we're at in the story of the Man in Iron Mask. And I want to say thank you to Jordan for being here.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you to everybody who's listening or watching, however
Yeah.
you're getting this.
Thank you for your patience if you stuck around the whole time because we jumped around a lot.
Yeah, the story is kind of crazy.
We also like went on tangents here and there. So
That's a problem in everything we do.
yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
But I want to say thank you. And go ahead, if you want to help us out, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on YouTube or follow us on your podcast platform of choice. You can go to any of our social media things we got going on, YouTube and Instagram and Facebook at Mysterious Pals and
Twitter X.
Twitter at Mysterious_Pals.
No.
And if you have any ideas for shows, go ahead and send us an email or leave us a comment on the video or anything like that. Email is at mysteriousPals@gmail.com and mysteriousPals.com is the website. It takes the links to everything. So just go there. It'll link you to everything, email, all that stuff. And just like any Jordan's resources are all in the show notes. We want to thank Dethlehem for their intro and outro music. Our theme music we have. And you can find a link for them in the show notes and on our website, on our social media stuff. It's all linked all connected. The weird how the internet does that to everybody. But Jordan, thank you for being here again.
Thank you, Chris.
And I'm ready for next week, the next exciting edge of your seat episode of The Man in the Iron Mask, Part 2.
Part 2.
Part 2 with Charlie Sheen. He's a special guest this week. Next week.
You imagine that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that'd be kind of creepy.
He's all drugged out.
Whatever. Cool. I mean,
Good reviews.
what's he doing? Is he alive still? I have no idea.
Oh.
I figured he is.
Is he alive?
That show almost sucked. I don't know why people were so worried about that show.
Which? Oh, 2.5 Men.
Yeah, that was a terrible show.
It was bad.
Nothing good ever about that show. I don't know why people watched it.
No, it was multiple seasons.
Yeah. It was a lot of seasons. And then they were all upset when he left. Or didn't leave. He got in trouble.
Though the one female actress in that.
There was like 40.
Well, no, the one
every
that was
episode.
the one that was like obsessed with him for a long time. She's doing some great stuff.
I have no clue.
Right.
What's she doing?
She was in.
You want to plug something for her right now? You gonna plug some stuff she can. We got a video. Did you bring up tape?
I can't remember her name, but she was in Last of Us.
Didn't see it yet.
Okay, and I think she's in.
I want to see it.
I
want to see it.
No, she's a really good actress. I was kind of surprised.
Okay. I want to see The Last of Us on HBO.
You haven't watched that yet?
No, because I hate the second game.
Oh, that's right. You do, yeah.
I want to see it. I was going to wait. I always wait for a couple seasons first.
Yeah.
Then I watch stuff together. But that's just me. Just living a dream. But just like all of you, you can live a dream by helping us out with our dream and subscribing or following us. And thank you for being here. Thank you for seeing us, hearing us, whatever you're doing. Until next time, stay mysterious, pals. Yeah, like that. All right. Good night, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Mysterious Pal Show. My name is Chris, and oh, Jordan, my Jordan, he's here to Voltaire my house down. Welcome back. Jordan, thank you again, as always. Thank you for being here.
Part 2.
Part 2 of Who Was the Man in the Iron Mask? You saw last week's episode or heard last week's episode. Then you know what we're doing, picking up where we left off. But if you haven't, maybe you should go back and listen to the first one. What are you doing? Why start part 2?
Why would you start part 2? That's ridiculous.
But maybe that's something cool that kids do now. I don't know if kids are actually listening to this. No one's probably listening to this as a kid, right? Anyway.
There are people like read backwards, like start at the end.
I do that with tests. I've always done it with tests. I start with the last. For some reason, I'm a weirdo. I mean, I know I'm weird, but I always feel more comfortable that way. I don't know why.
I don't really ever tried that.
I also didn't do very good in school, so it probably didn't work. But I always.
But you're a doctor.
Yeah. So.
Clearly did well enough.
Yeah. So maybe that's it, kids. Kind of do good in school and then,
read
your
test backwards.
I remember when I was growing up, this is such a weird thing. There was like this thing going around. It wasn't on the internet because obviously the internet was really a thing when I heard this. I mean, it was, but it wasn't like as readily available as we know it.
Yeah.
I don't even know where I heard this. It might have been from like another book. I don't think it was Kids on the Playground. It was like on TV maybe.
Okay.
If you slept on a book.
What?
Yeah, it would like go into your brain. And like, I was so desperate because I didn't
actually read the book.
I was so bad at studying because I didn't know how to study because no one ever taught you how to study.
Mm-hmm.
Never thought that was a good idea. Like, hey, let's teach people how to study. Nah, that's good.
Yeah,
whatever.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. And no one knows how to study properly because it's all about memorization and that's not really learning.
Yeah.
That's how people study and that's not good.
Memory, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's how I work. It never was like that. Do you remember those infomercials where people like going like this to teach you, like, pay us $29.95 and we'll teach you how to read like this, like super fast. And they're going,
Yep.
Did that ever work?
I have no idea.
I remember I would do that and be like, this isn't working at all.
So, I know, like, I know this actually works, but I know, like, I've heard, take that back. remember seeing an episode of Friends where Chandler was trying to quit smoking, and he fell asleep listening to like a audio thing.
Yes.
But he actually fell asleep listening to like a different language.
No, it was about being a powerful woman.
That's what it was.
Because then he puts on the lip
Yes,
stuff,
that's
lip
what it
gloss
was,
and
yeah.
stuff, and he's like, "What?"
But I heard of people like falling asleep listening to a different language. It helps them like
Yeah,
fall asleep. But
I
like
heard that too.
actually laying on a book though.
I just hurt my
studying.
neck.
Yeah.
I think I had a waterbed.
You don't learn
too.
it. You don't work.
I had a waterbed growing up for some reason. What the hell was that thing? That was the worst thing. When looking back on it, you're like, wow, that thing was very uncomfortable. Especially
My
because
uncle
like,
had a waterbed. One
Yeah.
of like cops.
so cops and waterbed kind of go to hand in hand. If you didn't know, this episode's going up in January.
Yeah.
Jordan, we don't know yet, but Jordan's memory of Christmas was watching Cops.
Yeah.
With his family.
Yeah.
All piling around together, cheersing every time someone got beat with a baton. Opa! Boom! Like,
such a weird like. I was thinking about that after we talked about it. I was like,
you guys all sit in
It was-
waterbeds too, because it's the '90s.
yeah.
Who thought a waterbed was a
Everyone
good
pile
idea?
in the waterbed. I don't know. Like,
It's
I understand.
so bad.
Like, it seems like a great idea.
Yeah.
Like, just like, I'm just
But
in
you
the
know-
ocean. You know.
Another thing about waterbeds is you have to have a heater on them because
Do
you
you?
can die.
What?
So like you have to have a heater on it to like, so the bed's always hot. So you're always sweating your butt off because it has to stay at a certain temperature, because if you didn't, I don't know if you die, but like that's what my parents always said. Like you could die. Scaring it. Like, first off, why you give me a bed as a little kid saying I could die? Anyway.
Yeah.
But,
At Christmas,
like-
they're gonna die.
But like the water would pull your heat out of your body if it was cold. So because to regulate
What?
itself, like water will spread out the heat.
Yeah.
So if you're laying on a water mattress, the water is cold. It's gonna try to regulate its heat, like what's it called? Stabilize itself, the heat. So it pulls the heat out of your body. That's how air conditioners work, and so like, and that it could hurt. I guess it could kill you. Maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, you could swim in cold water, but like
Yeah.
you could hypothermia.
Sure. Yeah.
But
You think it can't just be at like room temperature?
I'm a mass of water, what's room temperature?
Whatever's the temperature in your room.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is below body temperature.
That sounds hokey to me, man. I don't know. Made up.
You think so?
Yeah.
We're going to pause this. We're pausing this 1 second, and we're going to come back because I'm looking this up. Unpause. We're back. Without
what's
a heater,
the verdict?
water beds are quite cold. It's not recommended to use a cold water bed because the cold water dissipates heat from your body faster than the cold air, putting you at risk of pain, soreness, and hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
Yeah.
Well, how long are these people sleeping if they're going to get hypothermia?
You can get
Like 24 hours? They're just asleep? Are they coma?
I mean,
Uh,
it's the 90s. What else you doing, bro?
well, I guess
If you got a waterbed, why are you getting out?
Yeah. What if the room is just like, not the waterbed itself, but what if the room itself is the appropriate temperature?
But your body temperature is still 98.6.
Yeah.
So anything below that,
But wouldn't the room being warm itself do enough for that? Rather than heating the water?
if the room is of
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
Okay.
But I think anything below your body temperature could potentially. What if you're put your thing on 68 degrees at night or 65 degrees at night?
Yeah.
I mean, and also remember, like in the summer when it's like hot outside, I'm sleeping on a waterbed as a kid.
Yeah.
It's hot.
Yeah.
And like waterbeds are not very comfortable. They're cool.
No, yeah.
I mean, it was rad.
They,
Except whenever you rolled to the edge and you got stuck on like between the
Oh, yeah,
board
yeah,
and the
yeah,
water
yeah,
thing,
yeah,
and you're like,
yep.
ah! And you woke up and you're like, Mom, my arm's pinned beneath this water.
yeah. My head's stuck between the book and the board of the bed.
I always wanted to take it to like, the top, like take the mattress out, fill it with water, and put it on top of a hill and like see what happens.
Mm.
It rolls down the hill. Be cool. See if I can find it. It's probably dry rotted now.
Yeah. Are those even a thing anymore, waterbeds?
Waterbeds?
I'm sure you get them somewhere, but like, those were like a big deal for a while, weren't they?
Oh yeah. Apparently they're not good for your body.
They can be.
That's
You're
probably why,
no
like,
support.
Yeah, none whatsoever. Your
Yeah.
back is messed up.
Yeah.
We should get one again. We should bring it back.
Huh.
I remember then after that, they started putting making beds that had regular mattresses, but then they had like water tubes underneath them to kind of give you more support. But still, I mean, what the hell's the point? I'd rather just sleep on a big blob of water.
Yeah.
Not really good for your body, apparently.
You had a water bed? How old were you when you had a water bed?
I think I got it when I was like 5 until I went to college.
Jeez.
Yeah, I had it for a long time. It was my bed throughout most of my life. I think I was like 5 or 6 when I got it.
Is that why
Explains a lot.
Is that why
Yeah.
you get like surgery?
Yeah, that's why I a lot of back problems and stuff, and
there you go. Don't have a water bed.
Didn't do really good in school. Thanks, Mom. But back in the 90s, everybody had them.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They were the coolest things.
Yeah.
Probably because they were probably cheaper than mattresses.
Were they?
I don't know. I'm just wondering why everybody had them. Because you had to build them out of wood.
Yeah.
Because they had to contain this massive and what if you sprung a leak? You ruin your entire house.
Yeah.
Man, we were just living on a prayer back then. Bon Jovi was living it up and dancing on those things. There has to be how everything weird comes back. There has to be
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if they
Gen
did.
Z people are
Yeah.
hey, we got water
bed.
I bet there's I wonder if there's a thing on TikTok that's about water beds.
Bowl cuts and water beds.
The name of our biography. Serious Pals, bowl
Bowl
cuts.
cuts and water beds.
Yeah. All right, so I had actually asked a question about I'll save it for next time. I had a question lined up in my brain,
Okay.
but we got on this tangent about water beds,
Yeah.
bringing us right back to our boy.
The man in the iron mask.
Yes. So can you kind of do a little review?
recap here?
Recap.
So it is known that this man in the iron mask was a real person. Okay. Real man. Was in prison for 30 years. Went to 4 different prisons. Then throughout that time, and a little bit after, some famous people wrote or speculated that the man in the iron mask was actually a brother, whether it's an older brother or twin brother of Louis XIV. That's why he was in prison, because either the brother himself, Louis XIV, did not want to lose his title as king because his brother would have been a better heir. If he was actually older, he would have been the actual appropriate heir. So there's these writers speculate that the reason why this man is in a mask and is in prison is his identity needed to be kept secret because he was the brother of Louis XIV, the King of France.
And it could have been, I think you remember you saying that it could have been Louis the 13th.
Their father that
didn't want a war of succession, right?
They didn't want a war the country of France to go through war because these two brothers were trying to vie for the throne.
And remind me, what year were we talking about here? What are the years?
We're going from 1669 to 1703, roughly.
Okay.
It is known that he died in 1703. He's buried at Bastille, the 4th prison he was at.
Still around? They tear it down.
I think there's still a
Landmark or something?
yeah.
Okay.
I think there's a fraction of it left there. But during the storming of Bastille during the French Revolution, there's cannon fire and
Oh,
yeah.
They kind of tore it down.
Yeah. Not all of it. I don't think at the time I don't think all of it was gone, but it was pretty messed up.
And I think last episode we talked about Marie Antoinette, and I
Mhm.
confused her with Molly Hatchet.
Molly Hatchet.
Was that her?
No, wait, Molly Hatchet. That's a band.
Who was the girl with
Oh,
the
no.
hatchet?
Marie Curie? No.
No, that's the lady who discovered uranium or something, or radioactivity.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Who's the one that has the sculptures of all the famous people?
What?
The wax?
Ripley's?
No, there's
Please believe it or not.
there's a
Your dad? What?
yeah.
Wait, wax sculptures?
Yeah, all the famous people. There's a big thing just happened because of Dwayne Johnson. Isn't
it Ripley's?
No, I don't think it's Ripley's. It's Madame Tussauds.
Who? Is that a French thing?
Sure.
Is it in France? I mean, is it in France or is it like in America?
It's in the States, yeah.
Oh, of course, we took something. I have to find out who this girl is with the hatchet. That's Marie Antoinette's sister or something.
While you're thinking that, man, after this last episode, dealing with someone being in prison, we don't know why this guy's in prison, by the way. We don't know nothing of this person, who he actually was, why he was there, what he even looked like. But you imagine, like, what would you do if you go to prison? Like there's that whole thing where, like, you beat up the biggest guy you see, you go to prison. I wouldn't be able to do that. What would you do to, like, make your time there easier? Like, how are you supposed to, like,
cry like a little baby because I don't want to go to prison?
That, like,
I'm not tough enough for prison.
Whenever
I'm too adorable.
Yeah, you might have it good though.
Yeah, I mean,
not at first, but
no,
you might be someone's friend.
Sure, the Hollywood version, but I'm sure it's not.
It just terrifies me, man. Like,
prison is scary.
Yeah.
In any form.
Yeah. Like, just seeing all these, like, shows and movies, or, like, even thinking about this, like,
I'm sure it's worse than that in some cases.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, like,
especially you see, like, prisons from, like, other places in the world.
Yeah.
You're like, oh boy.
But some are even better than ours.
The one good thing I like about prison. So I think the cool thing about prison is it seems like people who, like, do the worst stuff, like molest children.
Oh, they get
are the ones that, like, get what they really deserve.
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah.
that. What I think society should do to them from the beginning.
Yeah. Eye for an eye.
Yeah, you should be the one who.
I do think that's interesting. Like, they do have, like, rules. Like,
yeah, like,
you
that's
do that
something
to a
you
kid?
don't do.
Yeah,
like,
you do that to a kid.
That's when you're like, yeah,
we're gonna get
okay,
you. We're gonna get you.
That's when you're like, that's when you root for those people. Like,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
You're selling drugs, whatever. As long as you're not hurting kids, whatever.
You're selling drugs.
No, I mean, like, in general, like,
I know, but it is kind of weird that, like, they're selling drugs and, like, they're murdering people. Who knows what else? But, like,
but they're not murdering kids. But the people that, like, are doing the terrible things,
they find you.
Yeah, and that's cool.
Yeah,
that's why I'm rooting for those guys who may have done other terrible things.
Yeah,
whatever. But, like,
I don't like day-to-day stuff too. Like, what like, I'd be afraid every day. I'd be like, what am I gonna die today?
Like, going back to the
get jumped today.
Andy Dufresne.
Yeah,
Shawshank Redemption.
There you go. Yeah, nice callback.
Yeah, so I mean, that didn't seem like it was too bad there.
No, but, like, do you join a prison gang? Get some weird, like,
I'm not
tattoos?
tough enough. No, like, I'm not tough enough. That'd be like, look at this little.
I'd be exercising every single day, man. I'd be in the yard. As
I don't
call
know
it.
Are you allowed to do that? Is that real? Is that just a movie?
I don't know, man. I'm just based totally off of movies and shows.
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
I'm not sure what's going on out there.
I mean, you have to get some kind of exercise, isn't it? Like, you have to. Like,
I have no
depends.
clue.
Depends on what you go to prison for.
I've heard, like, there are people that did, like, some, like, the really bad stuff. They're, like, in solitary confinement. They're like, you get 1 hour a day outside, and they have just a little, like, cage they walk around
in circles. Yeah,
that'd be terrible. That's probably worse. Like, prison sucks. I'm sure it's horrible, and
the solitary confinement, man.
That's
like,
the worst thing you could possibly do to someone. Unless
you go crazy.
Unless they really deserve it. Like,
sure, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out who that girl was. Lizzie Borden.
Word. Yep. Hatchet. Yeah.
So that's not Marie Antoinette.
No.
Okay, we established something good. We learned something today.
Look at that. Solve a mystery.
All right, back to Andy Dufresne.
Dufresne. All right, so most people believe, historians believe, that there's no way this person can wear an iron mask, which we've kind of touched on last time. That he wore some other kind of mask, possibly velvet. I don't know why velvet. Soft.
What they had.
Yeah.
If you're...
He had to wear a full velour jumpsuit.
Yeah, that's just cool.
Including his face.
Him and Sinbad just hanging out.
Sinbad.
He's great.
But yeah, there's no real instance in history of people actually having iron masks, or there was never really a thing. Kind of like the Iron Maiden.
Yeah. Like,
there's displays of them, Iron Maidens, but I think those more or less done.
Yeah, do we have, like, historical, like, relics of, like, here's the iron masks they had back, or is it just like, this is the only instance in history?
Only instance in history. Now, off the coast of the third prison he stayed at, St. Margaret's. This is, again, modern day, our time. A artist did a underwater museum with Part of it has 4 masks, iron mask in it, because that's where Man in the Iron Mask goes in. But like, there's no
fake.
it's fake. Yeah. Same with all Iron Maidens. Like, that was apparently never ever used. They're at places,
Rad
on
band.
displays, but like
They're a good band.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but apparently those were never used either. So it's like kind of one of those instances where like it said they were used, but like they weren't. Maybe it's like people from the next generation or a few generations later on are like, look how terrible these people were. We're gonna say they use Iron Maidens or say they like people in masks and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
who knows? So we kind of went over last episode about how some of these too far-fetched things, as far as them being the Man in the Iron Mask being a brother of Louis XIV, but not much is actually known about the Man in the Iron Mask. Like I said before, we don't know what he looks like, don't know who he is, don't know why he was in prison, just know that he died in 1703. Most of what we do know during the man's time in the prison is because of a man named Benin d'Elvrain de Saint Mars. That's one full name.
Bless you.
Good night. Thank you. I'm going to try and say that again. Benin or Benign d'Elvrain de Saint Mars. This guy died in 1708, so 5 years after Man in the Iron Mask did.
And was this the jailer?
Yep.
Okay, so this is the jailer that followed him around.
Yeah. So, I said previous episode, at all 4 prisons, all 30 years that Man in the Iron Mask was in prison, this jailer, who ended up becoming governor later, was with the Man in the Iron Mask the whole time.
It's like a personal jailer for him.
Yeah.
Which gives credence to the idea that he may have been someone of royalty or someone
Right.
of
Because
importance.
why is the Man in the Iron Mask coming with Saint Mar this whole time? Like, there got to be some kind of significant reason why that is. According to Saint Mar, each time the Man in the Iron Mask was moved, the mask was placed on him, special instructions were given, he could not speak unless spoken to.
But wait, it was placed on him? So it wasn't on him prior to him moving?
Apparently.
Man, this is a jumble of wires here.
And he had to have his own cell the whole time.
So he had a personal cell.
Yep. Couldn't interact with anybody, couldn't talk to anybody unless he was spoken to. The cell could only have one entrance. That one entrance had to have multiple doors to get through.
Kind of like a dog, dog park.
He had to be leashed the whole time. So I think the idea with the multiple doors, like heavy metal doors, is because to prevent people from listening.
Okay.
In case he did speak.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think this is all according to Saint Mars, the jailer who was with this guy the whole time.
It was the jailer the only one allowed to interact with him?
Pretty sure, yeah.
So there wasn't other people going in and out?
Yeah, so like again, most of what is even known about this man, who is a real person, Man in the Iron Mask was a real person because of this guy. Each time Saint Mar was promoted to a new post, a man was brought with him. But why would that be?
Yeah, so who was following who around? Was Saint Mar the...
Saint Mar was taking this guy with him everywhere he went.
Okay. So it was like a pet. Like he was like...
It's kind of, yeah.
Okay. I mean, maybe back then they just had people as pets. I don't know.
Yeah. While Saint Mar was stationed in Pignerol, this is the first prison that man did time in, he received a letter, supposedly in 1669, from Louis XIV's war minister, the Marquis of Louvois, saying to prepare a cell for a Eustache Dauger. Man was being imprisoned for unknown reasons and only known to be a valet.
I would love to be called a marquis. I know I said emperor last episode, but like when I hear, people say like the Marquis de whatever, I'm like, yes.
Yeah, it's like
that person is cool.
A noble title.
Yeah, that's a great noble title. I like the French language because it has some cool stuff like that. But I don't like the old time.
I feel if you're like an emperor, that's a lot more responsibility. Marquis, you're just kind of like, I'm just a nobleman, got some land.
This is a governor type of thing.
Kind of like almost like a duke.
The difference.
Well, I guess the kind of governor's kind of the same thing, depending on the country you're in. I don't know. Marquis is like a duke, basically.
It's just because the duke got mad that the marquis was called the marquis. He's like, I want to be called the duke, and then it's just a whatever. Human nature. Want to have something better than your neighbor. He has a Tesla. I want a Tesla truck. Whatever.
So, thing of note here is the Marquis, who was the war minister for Louis XIV, told Saint Mar in this letter The man was a valet. The valets are manservants to nobility.
The man in Iron Mask was.
Yeah.
He was a
This
valet.
is what the letter was saying. This guy was a valet. He gave the name Eustace Dogier or Dagier.
Eustace Dagier?
Yeah. Probably
Sounds
pronouncing
delicious.
all these wrong.
Sounds like some great mustard.
You
Excuse me,
pass-
sir. Can you pass the Dogier?
Excuse me, Mr. Voltaire.
Can you Voltaire me a piece of bread so I can put some Eustace Dogier on here?
So this prison was mostly used.
We're gonna get beat up by some French guys. It's gonna suck.
They're fine.
They'll be like, Voltaire this. Smacking me in the face.
Smack.
Yeah.
They take the glove off and challenge you to
Yeah,
duel.
yeah. It's still how they do it.
This prison is mostly used those who disgraced or embarrassed the country.
I thought of Bugs Bunny whenever he said that.
I challenge you to a duel.
But he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's Bugs Bunny.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't thinking about French guys.
That's what they did.
Sure.
Yes. No. I'm not.
I have no idea. Like, no idea what's
Duels
going on.
happen, but I don't know if they actually like did
Smacked
the-
each other Yeah.
smack.
Like Ricky Bobby. Was that from that? Was that in that movie? Anyway. Okay. Dozier. Put some mustard on it, some salami. Go.
This prison's only for people who disgrace or embarrass the country. The first prison he's at.
Okay. And they're saying this is getting moved from there?
This is
Or
the first
just-
prison
okay.
he's supposed to arrive at. And the
At first.
Marquis like, prepare yourself for this man. One man of nobility was already there, and he was there for embezzlement. Another was there for trying to wed the cousin of Louis without his permission.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
That's, yeah. I mean, if
I
you're
mean-
going to ask anybody, right? Ask the king.
Yeah.
That's
I
crazy.
guess, yeah, it's not like you're asking the father, you're just asking for cousin.
King. Yeah.
But it is the king. It's the son king.
You be put in jail for that?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
When your cousin's just
he's,
mad at you
well, it's
then?
an absolute monarchy, so he's just like, he's pissed. He does whatever,
Does
does it on a
everybody
whim.
have? Okay.
you know. And kings at certain, heights and power were allowed to do that, or just could do it because they didn't really have checks or balances.
This reminds me of, go watch a show on Netflix, History of Swear Words. Watch that? With,
Rob Lowe.
no.
Yeah.
It's Nicolas Cage. He
Oh,
he
yeah.
hosts it.
Okay. All right.
But they talk about where words come from, like
Yeah.
swear words, and one of them's like, one of the words is basically being like, and they get like scientists and historians and stuff on it, but like he's like, this word technically came from the idea that it's the king gave you permission to
Oh, okay.
do some stuff.
All right.
Just kind of like that.
Yeah.
That's where it comes from.
Maybe, yeah.
Put you in jail.
So, I don't know if you remember on the last episode when the man in the Iron Mask was buried, all that they put on his tombstone, apostille.
Yes. Mark Anthony?
Yeah, it's Mark Anthony.
Mercutio. Was it something with Mark?
Rufio. No, yeah. Marchiali or Marchiali. Yeah. So at this prison that Eustace Dozier is supposed to be arriving at, the one that has also has the guy who was in there for embezzlement and the guy that's in there for not asking the king for his
Permission.
Yeah. There's a man by the name of, just butcher this, Ercole Antonio Mattioli.
I think you did good. I mean, otherwise, maybe it's not right, but it sounds like you know what you're talking about.
Yeah. That last name kind of sounds like the name that was put on Man in Their Mask. Yeah. Mattioli, Marchioli, maybe.
Can't spell back then. They probably don't even know.
These
The
are
guy was like, oh, crap, he can't scratch it out whenever he's,
hammering it in with a
Yeah.
chisel. So Mattioli at one time was an Italian count. In 1678, Mattioli was supposed to oversee a secret negotiation the French would receive a certain stronghold in Italy near the French border in exchange for $100,000 at the time. As soon as the treaty was signed, he nullified it and pocketed the money. But then he was caught and imprisoned in Pignerol, the first prison that Man in the Iron Mask was supposed to be at.
Okay, they were buying land from Italy.
Yeah.
Okay, and he just kind of screwed them over.
Took the money and just pocketed it. Eventually got caught.
Things
Put in
never
this prison.
change, huh?
No.
It's human nature.
Greedy is greedy people. So for a long time, people believe that Matt Taylor was the prime suspect because he's in this prison.
Should have gotten Bitcoin. You wouldn't have had this problem. They wouldn't have known.
And because of the name being Marchioli or Marchioli on the tombstone.
Why would this count be important enough to have a jailer with him? Was that common with political prisoners?
Why count have a jailer with him?
Yeah, why would they care if he said anything to anybody or anything? What's the difference? If he just stole some money. And they would assign a jailer to him.
And this is going to be like the reoccurring thing. Like
Okay.
why would that be the case?
Yeah, why would this a person who stole some money be that important?
Right.
Okay.
But maybe it's because he screwed over the French crown by doing that.
I'm sure lots of people did.
Of course, yeah. But for a long time, many people believe that Matilda was a prime suspect because of the name that's on the tombstone. Both King Louis XV and XVI thought that this was the man in the Iron Mask.
Was the guy that Martioli.
Yep. They believe the man in the Iron Mask was actually Italian, which Matilda was.
That's why he never spoke, because he didn't know French.
Yeah, maybe.
Just like me.
But according to letters written by St. Mar, this is the jailer, that had previously been overlooked. Matilda never made it to the Bastille, which is where the final resting place that the man in Iron Mask was. Furthermore, it's reported that he died in 1694, which doesn't line up with the man's death in 1703.
There are records of Martioli,
Matilda, he was in the first
the Italian
prison.
guy.
Yep.
Of being moved or just in the
Just
first
in that
prison?
first prison.
Okay.
Yeah. But
And
that
he
doesn't make sense.
died before supposedly the Iron Man,
Yeah.
Iron Mask guy died.
Yeah.
Iron Man. Before Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, before RDJ died, 1703. So the timing's off.
Right. Makes sense.
There's something called a Great Cipher. Great Cipher was created by a family named the Rossignols.
Yeah, the
Rossignols.
no, I think you're saying that wrong. The
Rose-
Rosicrucians?
Rossignols.
I don't know. I'm sure you're saying it wrong. I'm sure I don't know what the hell you're talking
I'm
about.
definitely saying it wrong. They were cryptographers for generations who served the French crown.
Okay, so this family.
Was in cryptography and has served
Okay.
for generations the French crown because they encrypted sensitive letters of war.
Okay.
Using numbers for syllables. In the late 1800s, they were mostly decoded, most of these letters. And in one of the letters, though, it suggests who the man in Iron Mask was.
Why would that be important?
Maybe a matter of war.
Okay. That's why I wasn't allowed to say anything.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense.
A General Vivian de Boulogne, supposed to attack the Italian town of Cuneo, 1691, but fled upon the Austrians' approach, jeopardizing the success of the entire French campaign in this border town. On hearing this, the king demanded he locked up in Pignerol. Again, this is the same prison people were sent to for embarrassing the crown.
Was there a lot of people there? Was just like
It was most of men who were noble, so
Okay.
probably not too many people.
a minimum security type of
Yeah.
thing?
And this is the same year that apparently the man in the Iron Mask arrived at that prison.
Is there just people coming in and out of this place though? So does it really matter?
I think most of these people eventually did. They weren't sentenced to life. They
So they
eventually
just served
were
their time and
their
got
time
out.
and got out. Yeah. Now, what happened to them afterwards? Whether or not they were allowed to reclaim their titles, probably not. But I'd imagine they might have had some money saved up just because they were wealthy people.
So they had something to go back to.
I mean, I don't. Some of them.
None of them had masks on when they came out, so they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, okay."
This is who I am. But yeah, maybe their land was taken from them, their castles, whatever. But I'd imagine they fared okay. But for this guy to be going from prison to prison to prison to prison and then dying in prison, these prisons that were supposed to be for people of nobility, usually is kind of weird.
So just the fact that the Pignerol was for people of nobility
Yeah.
probably points to the fact that this guy was some type of noble.
Yeah.
Whether he was on what side of the
Right.
what country he was from, what
Yeah.
side of the aisle, whatever.
So maybe this is why Voltaire or Alexander Dumas was saying he might be. This might be why people like Voltaire Alexander Dumas were creating these stories, alluding to the fact that maybe the Man in Iron Mask was of some sort of nobility or
Importance above
familial
nobility, maybe?
member of the
Okay.
royal crown,
Because he was in this
type of prison,
known
which is
to
known
be
for noble people and people who are like didn't necessarily do bad things, but upset the crown in some form or another. In this particular prison itself, Bastille, which the Man in Iron Mask ends up going to, that's more for like all kinds of people. But this particular prison, mostly for kind of like noble people, just makes it kind of interesting. But unfortunately, with this general Bouland, his death was several years later after the Man in the Iron Mask. Plus, one of the numbers on a cipher that was decoded by the family, 330, number 330, assumed to mean mask. But since that number is only used once, it's just a guess. So this family was using these numbers for coding. And this whoever decoded this in turn, like years later, like, oh, this might mean mass, but
that's so convenient though. It's so convenient that's like, okay, and it could mean mask, which could like all of a sudden all these pieces start kind of being jammed in there to this puzzle.
Yeah.
When it's really like the guy's just slamming them into the
Sure. But it's interesting that like these are usually war ciphers that they're doing, that this guy would.
Why would they even mention it? So it probably had nothing to do with the mask.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. Again,
but it's also this. I feel like this a general in the French military. Wouldn't this have been documented that he ran away in the middle of a battle and would have been arrested?
Yeah.
You think that would have been like well known? Someone that high of a figure would have been known that they fled, were arrested and put in prison.
Be like well documented. One, it would probably be documented to kind of like besmirch the name of
the
family. Yeah. To say like
I'm just saying like documented as in like this guy was put in prison, but like as far as like it got out in like newspapers and.
I mean, they probably want to like again. They probably want to make sure that everybody knew this guy was a coward.
Yeah, and they don't do this.
Kill his career, future plans, his family.
Right. All right. So this next person is generally perceived as the most likely suspect.
Okay, so this is the most likely
the one that most modern day, our time scholars and historians point to. The man who was with St. Mars during the travels, Eustace Dozier, which is that first letter that the Marquis sent is like, bear yourself with this guy with this name.
Who did he send that letter to again?
St. Mars. St. Mars.
Okay.
The guy was a jailer that Man in the Iron Mask traveled with for 30 years. All right, so as I said earlier, mentioned that first prison, Pigeon used for people who embarrass the crown. Two of the noblemen were there. One was there for embezzlement, one was for not asking the king for cousin's hand in marriage. The embezzler's name was Nicholas Fouquet. The man who snubbed Louis XIV was the Marquis de Lauzun.
That's the one who didn't
ask for King 14th.
Could you imagine being like, will you marry me? Yes, I will. Get in the jail. What?
Yeah. But I'm in love, sir. And the guy is a Marquis, too.
Yeah.
Again, these are noblemen.
Man, he should know the rules. Yeah. Come on, Marquis.
The Fouquet and Lauzun both had valets who were also prisoners. But finding a valet replacements wouldn't be easy. Their two cells, those two guys, their cells were side by side. When Fouquet's valet fell ill, St. Mars wrote to Louvois, the guy. Louvois was the one that originally sent the letter to St. Mars, asking permission to allow Dozier to become Fouquet's valet. Louvois agreed, but only if the original valet wasn't able to, and only if Dozier didn't interact with anyone else, including Lauzun. Fouquet and Lauzun cells right by each other. Fouquet's valet fell ill. Didn't die, but St. Mars was like, he needs a valet. Because even in prison, these guys have valets, people taking care of them. And since valets are hard to come by, because who's going to be like, oh, I'll go to prison to take care of these guys?
Right.
They kind of need someone else to like.
He's already a prisoner.
Yeah. St. Mars like writes to Louvois asking if it's okay. And he says Dodger can do it as long as he doesn't interact with anyone else, including the Lauzun, who's right next to Fouquet's cell. Fouquet was expected to serve out his life in prison, but Lauzun would eventually be set free. So maybe people have to serve the whole time in prison.
Okay. But why did the other ones get set free? We don't really know, but I'm sure we could figure it out. But
Yeah. So, Fouquet was the embezzler. Lauzun was the one that snubbed
yeah,
the king.
the king.
So Louvois, the guy that said that they'd be all these stipulations for Dodger to take part as a new valet. There had to be some kind of worrying or reasoning behind this demand. Like, why couldn't he talk to Lauzun, Lauzun, who's right next to Fouquet?
Is it like a thing where it's more of a punishment on the prisoner? The Iron Mask guy?
Yeah.
Like, you
But why,
can't talk.
But why such a
Don't
harsh,
let him talk.
right? But why such a harsh punishment then? Because no one else has to go through this,
Yeah.
That's
You
what I
get
keep
to figure
thinking
out
about.
what his actual punishment
Yeah.
was or what his crime was.
Right. I'm guessing Louvois thinks that in his own mind, Louvois, he's thinking for him, Fouquet were to learn the identity or background of Dodger didn't matter because he's going to be in prison the rest of his life anyways.
Okay, that makes sense.
But of Lauzun, a man who'd eventually be free, learn about Dodger's past, it could get out into the world about who this man actually was.
Yeah, but couldn't the other guy just tell the next prisoner that moves in? Or like, couldn't
Yes.
he just tell anybody?
Yeah.
Oh, man, this is...
So Fouquet died in 1680. Lauzun was freed in 1681.
Lauzun was the embezzler?
Fouquet was the embezzler.
Okay.
Lauzun was freed in 1681.
Okay.
Lauzun was the one that was supposed to
Yeah.
marry.
Cousin.
Yeah. So after Fouquet's death, St. Mars, again, this is the jailer, finds a hole that had been dug out between Fouquet and Lauzun's cells.
Oh, here we go.
Inmates weren't typically allowed to communicate with one another, but that shows that clearly they were communicating. Now, whether that's just because they're passing the time.
They crawled through a tube of poop and came out clean on the other end.
Yeah. In the rain.
Yeah.
Slow motion.
They're just in the next room over.
So, this gives me, like I said, they're bored. They need to communicate. They're, locked up, passing the time.
Forgot about how boring it'd probably be being in jail.
Yeah.
I get bored with just thinking about
And
Moby Dick.
Yeah, I don't know
the book, reading a book. I'm like, oh, this is hell.
I don't know if these guys have time. Like, these guys back then were allowed to go outside, allowed to do activities or anything like that.
I doubt it,
Not
right?
to pump an iron or anything like that.
They don't have any reason to they don't have the science background being like,
No.
we should care about them and
Yeah,
let
but
them
human
out
rights.
a little bit.
Yeah, I think
they're
human
not
rights
just
was really a thing at this time.
No. They're lucky if they didn't have rats run around,
Yeah.
right? Like sliding the porridges to the door. That's, I don't know.
Here, my porridge doesn't have spider crap in it.
Yeah.
Those white specks.
I'm telling you, those things are crazy.
Yeah.
Look them up.
So either they're commiserating between the two, or that could possibly be Fouquet, who knew who Dodger was. That that Dodger was a man in the Iron Mask, or even knew who this Dodger person is in reality. Like, what's his past? Why is he in prison? If he actually knew.
Right.
So in 1681, St. Mars gets transferred to the second prison that they're both at in Exiles. Takes Dodger and Fouquet's other valet. The other valet dies in 1687. That same year, St. Mars got transferred to St. Margaret's and then the Bastille in 1698. All this time, Dodger, this man, is traveling with him.
Dodger is traveling with him every move he makes.
Yep. So again, based on this, the dates, the records, how Dodger was still with St. Mars and all these places.
Was Dodger a valet to Saint Mar?
No.
He was just like buddies.
He was just told to bring him with him.
And he wasn't like a servant at all or anything.
He was a valet to Fouquet for a little bit. That's if his previous valet was actually healthy enough to take care of him.
Why wasn't he? So did Samar have another servant person valet? Did he not get one?
Well, Samar was just a jailer.
Okay,
like,
so
he wasn't actually a
Hamlin.
prisoner or anything like that. But like I'm sure he had an assistant, especially when he became a governor.
Right. So it just makes.
But he's been with this guy the whole time, so how does he not know who this person is? What his backstory?
I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
But he's afraid to get jailed himself, right?
But the fact that this Eustace Dagier was with him the whole time, all those.
What they're saying, Dozier, we don't really know.
Yeah, right. People believe that this is the man in the Iron Mask, or rather, the Velvet Mask.
What did he do again? Dozier?
Didn't say.
Okay.
That's he got that. Saint Mar got the letter from the Marquis Louvois, and was like, "Hey, make a cell like this exact way. Don't anyone talk to him."
Is it
This is his
possible
last
this is some
name.
type of like ex-lover to the king type of thing?
I mean, maybe.
And like he's like, maybe Dozier, the Iron Mask guy, was like, I don't, I want to do something. I don't want to be with you anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. Whatever. Kind of
Can't anyone know about us?
repelled the advances. So the king's like, oh crap, I gotta put him away and make sure he never tells anybody anything about us, because it would probably, because Louis was Christian, Catholic.
Catholic, yeah.
So he probably
Catholic, yeah.
didn't want people to know that
It's Christian.
he may have had a boyfriend on the side or something. Or
But yeah, that's the thing, man. Like I remember, I don't know if it was during this or this time, but like it was kind of a common thing for them to dabble.
it was okay. It was kind of okay.
In same sex, yeah. Like
So, but still, he had to have some kind of dirt on someone.
Sure, yeah.
So bad that,
Right.
and it could have been the king.
he'd be completely covered.
But also, why did someone who trusted Sanmar so much to be like,
Right.
hey, you're going to be in charge of this dude. You can't talk to anyone ever. You're going to take him all these places. And whatever he tells you, you can never repeat.
Right.
Because if anybody knows, it's Sanmar.
Yeah.
But no one, still to this day, no one knows. Did Sanmar have diaries or anything? Logs they wrote
I
down?
don't know.
Seems silly. Sus, as the young children
Sus.
might say these days.
Some historians thought that Dozier's name was a pseudonym or mishmash of names to find his identity. So if that was his actual name, Eustace Dozier, like that doesn't really mean anything. So have to figure out who this guy actually was in
Right.
like his life before.
A name doesn't
Prison.
really do anything,
Right.
especially at this time.
Right.
It's not like he has any type of like footprint anywhere.
Yeah. So some historians thought that Dozier's name was a pseudonym or a mishmash of names to find his identity.
They were trying to erase this guy, but why wouldn't they just kill him? That's the thing.
So yeah, so if he did something that bad, why not kill him? But it would have been really bad just to humiliate him like that.
But no one knows why they were humiliating him.
But I feel like if you're
No one really knows why they were. But no one really knows why they were humiliating him.
yeah, but no one knows. But that would be quite the humiliation to make this person wear a mask, put him in prison, not allowed to talk to anybody, and make him be a valet.
Yeah, but they would. That's only hurting him, like
Right.
because no one knows.
Isn't the
What's the purpose
Yeah.
of doing it if no one knows?
That's true.
If you really want to embarrass someone, you should be parading them through the streets.
Not letting them talk, they die though.
Right, but no one knows. What's the point?
It wouldn't. I know some people might. Whoever did this to him might think like that's the perfect thing, right?
So it's only like personal gratification if no one knows about it. Like a
Yeah.
king would want everybody to know this. Be like, look, I have
Not
this much
necessarily.
power because they did something bad,
Yeah.
or something like someone,
That
a marquis,
bad. Yeah.
like why wouldn't they just murder him then? Like they wanted them to suffer, obviously.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they just dump him in a hole and just lock him up the rest of his life? So that points to the question, or back to the theory that this could be someone of nobility,
Right.
that the king or someone, like I imagine it to be the king because he was an absolute monarchy.
Yeah.
He had to be the one saying, do not murder this person
Yeah.
because of these reasons.
Yeah.
It had to be some type of thing that points to you can't murder him because this.
Yeah. Or maybe like the king wanted to hurt this person, but couldn't bring himself to get this person killed.
So it had to be someone, again,
Like somebody he knew personally, or
family member,
Yeah.
brother.
maybe that's where all that came from with, Voltaire and Alexander Dumas.
Could it have been? Are you done with your theories
Nope.
here? Oh, sorry. I'm going to save that one in the brain.
Put it in there. Because that some historians thought Dodger's name was a pseudonym or mishmash of names to figure out his identity. Others found records of an actual Eustace Dodger. Some have suggested Eustace Dagier de Cavoy. It's Eustace, but the Dodger is more of like a Dagier. No U, there's a Y instead. Same name, came from a high status. He was the son of a captain of the Cardinal's Guard. He was in prison around the same time for embarrassing the crown. He was either involved in a poisoning at a party or killing someone in a drunken fight. It's this other Eustace. It might be the Eustace we're looking at. However, this man was not imprisoned in Ingenuity. Lavoie said he was a valet, though, in that original letter. Not necessarily meant to be a valet in prison, but a valet maybe as his like occupation before getting arrested.
Okay.
The valet was a manservant to some of nobility.
Why? Okay. What? That still doesn't make. Okay. Whatever.
Yeah. So in the letter said this man's a valet. Not necessarily he should be one, but he was one, maybe.
Okay. There was like a nobility that was then he became a servant. That might have been embarrassment enough.
Oh, maybe. But so who would he have been a valet before, though? Not necessarily because he might not have been necessarily of nobility, but he might have been a valet for someone who was of nobility or of like a big.
Why wouldn't they just kill him?
I don't know.
Just if you did something so bad that you don't want him to talk to anybody ever again, just murder him.
Right.
You're
But-
the king, or you're
Yeah,
a noble.
What
You can
kind
do
of
whatever the hell you
crime
want.
what kind of crime would like cause like that secrecy though?
That's what I mean.
Yeah. So in 2016, as historian Paul Sonino, in his book *The Search for the Man in the Iron Mask*, historical detective story, he believes that Dodger was a valet for a treasurer, Antoine Hercule Picon, the Italian Cardinal Mazarin. Mazarin was a chief minister, kind of like a prime minister to Louis XIV. When Louis XIV became king, but was too young to rule, Mazarin actually ran France for some time. He was also a teacher to Louis. Mazarin, the cardinal, was almost like a father figure, teacher figure to Louis XIV. Nino, this historian, believes that Dodger was a valet for a treasurer. Treasurer was Picon. Treasurer was treasurer for the Italian Cardinal Mazarin.
Okay.
Mazarin, at this position, was able to accrue a significant amount of wealth. So this is something that Nino writes. Mazarin has ripped off some of his huge fortune from the previous king and queen of England. That Eustace was arrested years later, just as Louis XIV was trying to con their son, the present king of England, into joining him in a war. Dodger must have blabbed at the wrong time. He was informed when arrested that if he revealed his identity to anyone, he would immediately be killed.
Okay.
So it seemed like the cardinal was trying to rip off the monarchy. Eustace was the valet, knew of this, was imprisoned because of this, and was told if he spoke of this at all, he'd be murdered.
So the cardinal was trying to cover up.
I think so, yeah.
Why didn't they just murder him?
I don't know.
Just kill him.
Yeah.
There's no chance of
Yeah.
it getting out then.
Yeah.
This is like one
The
of the.
real- yeah.
This is like a movie where they're like, the bad guy tells him this, as he's about to murder him, he's like, I'm going to tell you my entire plan. And then, oh no, I dropped my knife. Like,
Yeah.
just kill him.
Yeah.
If you're that worried about it, that you want to go to this trouble. But I will say that it seems like, and this is just me being me.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what that thing I was going to say. I was supposed to lock away. It left. But maybe maybe this is what I can't remember. Anyway, maybe when you brought this up that it was possibly maybe an Italian person of nobility that was then something happened in Italy. They gave this guy of nobility to France and said, look, we don't want him dead, but we want you to hang on to him for us. Just hang on to him for us. We don't want him dead. And so they had a plan maybe to overthrow something over here in Italy.
Yeah.
And so they, again, just kill him, right? It goes back to that Hollywood thing.
So I'm trying to understand for this. First time we did this was like months ago?
I think it was like beginning of November, maybe?
Yeah. I don't remember this part, so I'm going to read this again.
Maybe October?
I think it was October. So Sonnino, this historian, believed that Mazarin, the cardinal, had ripped off some of his huge fortune from the previous king and queen of England. That Eustace was arrested years later, just as Louis XIV was trying to con their son as in the king and queen of England, and joining him into a war. Not only did Mazarin the cardinal rip off money from the king and queen of England, Louis XIV was trying to con their son and joining him into a war. So not only did he
go against the king and queen of England?
No, into a different war, I believe.
Okay.
So maybe, so the valet would have possibly known about...
The valet as in the Iron Mask.
Yeah.
The Iron Mask.
Dagger, would have known that the cardinal had ripped them off, and also that Louis XIV was conning England into joining them into a war.
Okay. Why wouldn't they just kill him?
No.
What power does this guy have? They have to keep him around.
I don't know.
Unless he's related to the king.
But yeah.
Or related to someone so important that they can't kill him. But it's not like he's going to come back and ride in as like the one true king. Is that what they're thinking?
Yeah.
Why would they keep him alive? Kill him.
Oh, so there's a war against the Dutch. Louis XIV was trying to...
It's always the Dutch.
Just
always the Dutch.
To get... Okay, yeah. It was against the Dutch. I know that doesn't really change anything, but...
None of this changes anything.
No.
Dude, Jack is sitting in the basement talking about this. Being confused as hell as what is going on with this man who has an iron mask on. Who may or may not have an iron mask on, but has some type of mask on.
Yes, had a mask on. The identity was concealed. So it was an actual person.
Right.
He served 30 years in prison.
And he did something so bad that they won't let him talk to anybody.
Right.
But they won't just kill him.
Yeah.
And he had a jailer signed to him.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And like the fact that the jailer, you think the jailer and this later governor of one of these prisons would have been like, had to have found out in 30 years, had to have known some morsel of who this person actually was. Something about the background.
They had to know. And the fact that he was
a guy's actual name.
Maybe that's why he was getting moved around, because they're like, he knows, just give him what he wants. Like they keep moving him up because he knows, and they don't want him to, but then why wouldn't they just put him in jail or kill him? Why wouldn't they kill him?
Know.
Why are they feeding, like, what is keeping them from killing these people? Just kill them. If it's so important that you don't want him to talk to anybody, kill him. He has to wear an iron mask. You're just wasting money at that point.
Yeah. I feel like you'd have to get that made specifically for that person's head.
Right.
Right?
Like someone, like who was the guy that forged it?
He's probably dead.
He forged it and they killed him? Goes back to like King Alaric. They had him when they dug out the river to bury him under the river.
Oh, yeah.
They killed all the servants, the people who like dug the river.
Yeah.
Because so no one will ever know.
Yeah.
They're still all the soldiers.
Isn't that kind of the thing with Genghis Khan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they supposedly. I mean, no one really knows.
That's it, man.
We have no like direction to even think about it. Like it makes sense. Okay, the most likely scenario. It was. No, I'm saying like, what is the most? I'm asking you.
Oh, yes, me.
What is the most likely? What do you think? Okay, not even most likely. What do you think?
Let's start with why we think this guy's in prison in the first place. Start there.
Okay, why do you think he's in prison?
Based on the fact that he was in that first prison he was in, I think the first and second, possibly the third, were for people who were usually of nobility.
Like minimum security type of thing. Like
Yeah. And that they
petty, not like petty criminal type
they
of thing.
did like something,
not murdering people, maybe.
Right. Yeah, right.
Embezzlement.
They
What's that called? Like the soft crimes, or like the ones that are like money.
white collar crimes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Soft crimes.
Yeah, I think the fact that
I like the soft crimes.
It's soft. Slight slap.
Gonna murder you softly.
Yeah, I think the fact that he was in that first prison. I think like I said, the second one was kind of the same deal. It was like you did something wrong, either the crown or the country itself.
But
Meant he was of some sort of importance. Because again, there was a marquis in there. There was a guy who was in there who was going to marry the king's freaking cousin. So he had, I would imagine, would have been of some sort of importance. But what would he have done, though, to embarrass the crown?
where he had to wear a mask.
Where he had to wear a mask, yeah.
And they didn't tell everybody. What else is the point if you're not going to tell everybody?
Yeah.
It's not like you're teaching him a lesson.
Right. But you're going to leave him in there for the rest of his life.
I'm saying you're going to teach him a lesson, him specifically, but you're not going to. Why wouldn't you put it on display so other people could see what he did? It's like those people when they, what's that thing, the stockades, when they throw like apples at him, like they put them up there so they'd be like, don't do this.
Or behead him.
Or we did it. Yeah. Or we did it in, we talked about in the first episode with the arch pirate when they hung him from those baskets over the ocean to be like, look, you come here and steal stuff or steal, this is what's going to happen to you. So why wouldn't they tell people about it? They should be parading him through the streets.
Right.
You do this and you got to wear this iron mask. So it had to be something. I don't think it was something what he did. I think it had to be who he was.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense, yeah.
Like he knew he was the son of the king. Or like maybe it was an illegitimate son.
Yeah.
And he wanted his real son to take over.
Yeah. Like usually they would give those unwanted kids, like ones that like they consider illegitimate or like not rightful heirs.
Illegitimate.
Yeah. I feel like they usually would just like give them some kind of title, not necessarily feel the need to like throw them in a prison.
Yeah, and can't say anything.
Yeah.
Like it had to be something like the queen's sister, or like, and they had a child together, like someone that like, oh, this is actually the next king.
You mean like the queen had an affair with a?
Wow. And so he didn't want to kill it because it was the queen's god. Like she didn't want it dead, or like it had to be something. It had to be something. Again, I'm thinking, personal opinion, based on the story he told. It has to be who he is, not what he did.
Yeah.
Look at all the facts. He can't say anything. They kept him alive. If it was anything else, they would just killed him. Right. Why bother? They put people to death for less these days.
Yeah.
We know of. You know, like that's not right to say. They put people to death back then, from what we heard in stories throughout history, for less.
I wonder, and it's not thought of this. I wonder if it was. What if it was like an ambassador or like maybe the heir to like another country's.
And they're just hanging on to him.
Just hanging on to him, maybe for ransom if they needed it. But if it's known that they killed this person, like that could start a war.
Or they're holding on to him for, it was another king's older brother.
Yeah.
And so they shipped him off over there to like, hey, can you hang on to this for me?
Yeah.
And don't kill him though, because we may need him.
Right, yeah.
But still, I think.
Something for leverage.
Why wouldn't that king just kill him? Because he wants to be.
Well, I'm not saying that, but maybe like necessarily like it was someone else of importance from a different country that they can't outright kill because if it got known that they killed him, they could start a war.
Yeah, but why would they keep him in another country, just in a prison? Because they would probably lock him up somewhere close to the king if it was that important.
Not necessarily.
Why would they just leave him in some piggerel prison that was in Italy? Because that invading army could just come there and get him.
Yeah.
And the army would know where he's at, or would just come there. Maybe they don't know where he's at, but like they're not going to let a political prisoner like that.
Yeah, I keep thinking it's someone of importance.
Yeah, it
But
has
who
to be,
I have no idea.
it has to be who they are. And so if you look at someone that they won't put to death, that means it has to be someone that someone important cares for.
Mhm.
A person that someone important cares for. Or, like you said, a prisoner from another country.
Yeah.
But I don't
What
think
if it was like
that's being held on to. Like it's an agreement between two countries. It's not so much that they took this person.
I was thinking they could take this person, like hold on to him. It was like but then for 30 years though, hold on to this person. It was like a ransom kind of thing, like kind of.
Maybe you get busy. You're like,
yeah.
Oh, we'll get to him next.
He's
We'll
the
come out
Sun
next
King.
weekend, buddy.
Yeah, he's
we'll
Sun
be out
King.
We'll be out there next weekend
He's
to
got
pick
so
you
much
up.
other stuff going on.
Yeah.
What if like I don't know what they did to people who they thought were like disfigured or
like mentally handicapped or some
yeah,
type
like
of
I don't know, like
learning disability.
But they might have committed a crime, but like make them wear a mask because we don't want people looking at this person. I don't know, like I know throughout history, like that's been done, but I don't know if that's.
But why? Again, if you committed a crime,
I feel like they would more likely than not just like kill the person, like,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It has to be someone. It has to be someone that is important.
Yeah.
Or some type of connection to someone important.
Yeah.
Like maybe it is just the king's cousins. And he knows some kind of secret, but he doesn't want to murder him. Or it has to be someone related to the queen. Because it wasn't back then like other kings would marry off their daughters.
Yeah. Or like alliances and stuff like that.
Right.
But then also caused like problems of succession too, though.
So who was Louis married to? King Louis.
Married twice. Once to a Spanish woman, second time to a French woman.
I guess they had to be of nobility.
Yeah. Oh, for
right?
sure. Yeah.
So
yeah.
could have been someone her family who maybe was vying for the throne.
I mean, maybe. Yeah.
Either one of them.
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
It could have been someone from his first marriage, the Spanish lady.
Yeah.
Who someone wanted to come in, but he was like, "Oh, we can't." I guess if she's dead, why does he care? Or did she die? Or it's probably her. It's probably her in the mask.
I mean, think about this though. Like, I know this happened like
She
100 or
didn't
so
die,
years before, but like Henry VIII. You know how times he was married,
no clue.
had kids, and like beheading his wife. Like
He beheaded his wife.
yeah, but he got his first marriage annulled.
People say it's so terrible now.
Because she couldn't produce a male heir. That almost caused a war. But like that's the thing, like it's possible, like that caused like
he didn't want to cause a war, so he kept this person. Like,
yeah.
I'm gonna hold on to this person.
Yeah.
If you come attack us, I'm gonna put this Iron Mask guy to death.
Yeah.
But I think he still would tell everybody about it. They'd have records of that.
Would he tell everybody about that though? Like
yeah, like
hey, that cause a war.
I held off. No, I mean in his own country, he'd be like, I held off the Germans because I have their. But I guess if he's just hanging out like in Pignerol,
yeah,
he's just like in Italy, like they would just go get him. So again, it has to be someone related to him. I think it could be his brother, twin brother, older brother.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't. I mean, who knows? Yeah, I don't think I would say it's his brother, maybe, but it seems a little too far fetched.
Are you trying to say Voltaire is not?
Yeah, I mean, like same with
telling the truth.
Yeah, Alexander Dumas, like they might have been doing that to like the purpose of yeah,
build a story.
Yeah, but I think there could be something there as far as it being a family member
of the king.
Yeah,
or of another nobility.
Sure.
But so this guy, the jailer, goes all the way to become governor.
Yeah, of a prison.
Right. So the person that got him there would have enough pull with the king unless it was the king. So it'd have to be someone who had enough.
Yeah. Well, that Marquis Lavoie, he's the one that told him to do this also in the first place. He's still writing to him, I think, about this prisoner, Eustache Noger. But he's answering to this guy still, the Marquis, it seems like.
Do we have records of that going forward or just this first time?
Going forward a little bit, because like at that one point he asked if he can Dozier could be the new valet for Fuquay at the second prison, I think.
Yeah, I remember that. So,
but yeah, as far as letters, I don't know if there's any letters or anything like that. But clearly, St. Mars answering to somebody still.
So Louis XIV.
I feel like has to know who this dude is.
Louis XIV's son takes over, right? One of his sons.
Yeah.
So
Louis XV, yeah. And but remember, Louis XV and Louis XVI thought it was an Italian guy, that Martoli.
Yeah, what do they know?
Oh,
Little rich boys.
I don't know anything.
Yeah. And mommy and daddy told you it was this because fell into daddy's business,
Right, yeah.
I mean, of course, they would be the ones to know of who it is. I mean, they're kings.
Yeah. But I don't really think they eventually, again, I don't know what I'm basing this off of, but I know at some point they became Louis XV and XVI, it became such a shit show over there as far as like them not really doing much as far as like managing the country.
They weren't good leaders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're living these frivolous lifestyles, and the country's going bankrupt, and people are like, they're at war, and the general population is getting a little restless. It seems like they weren't really like on top of stuff. There's more like this like partying. But again, I don't know.
Won't they be more likely to be like, kill him?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, maybe.
Tie up loose ends.
Well, they might not even know about this either, so.
This is like Louis XIV, secret son, like illegitimate son. Hey, Marquis, can you take care of this for me, dog?
Yeah.
Help me out. Help a bro out. I hooked up with the mom. I put her up in Versailles somewhere.
Yeah.
Has a cushy job, but the son, we need to get rid of him.
Yeah.
Because I don't want any problems, but he's my son, so I don't want,
Yeah.
Why would we just dump him off in some island and be like, just live here and shut your mouth?
Yeah. Shut your mouth.
Or I'll murder you. I'll come back and murder you. If it's like, maybe that's the problem, though. There's so many different avenues that this goes to.
Yeah. But didn't they like dump off Napoleon somewhere, exile him, he came back?
Did they?
Yeah.
The hell would I know? No, I do like Napoleon. He seems like a cool guy.
Well, he did some,
Did he?
He did like conquer a shit ton of stuff.
Yes, I mean.
Yeah, he was an emperor.
Yeah.
Himself. Or I don't think crown himself, but he became emperor.
You got a lot of cool statues with the horse always up.
Yeah. Of course. I was up.
Up.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's where we're at.
God, man.
Well,
Back to square one with this.
yeah, we just come full circle back to nothing. Start at nothing,
No
back to nothing.
answers.
The circle of life here on the show this week. Anyway, Jordan, thank you
Yeah.
for this story.
Yep,
we
yep,
have
yep,
no
yep.
answers.
No answers.
We have some theories, which probably aren't very useful,
No.
very helpful to most people, or to history in general. But maybe they're entertaining.
Yeah, no, we get throw some stuff out there.
There's a lot of stuff. I mean, there's a lot. I'm surprised there's not more theories. Like, what is?
Oh, there are, man. There were, and I was just like, this is
Okay,
just like,
so what is like? I want to talk to or hear, what does a historian from France? We have in America, we have a lot of historians about like World War II,
Yeah.
Civil War,
Yeah.
the experts that you talk to,
right.
and or listen to, and they have tons of details. Like, what are the people in France that are like?
But what do they think?
What does the French historians think? Are they all like, oh, it was just a allegory
Yeah.
for don't mess with the king,
Right.
or it was whatever. It was a story to say, we can make you disappear and not kill you. Like, there's something worse than death.
Yeah.
Here in France.
Yeah, maybe that guy was so vain that like that would be more of a punishment than actually killing him, making him wear a mask for the rest of his life.
Yeah, but
in prison, like,
why don't they just burn him, throw him back on the street, burn his face off?
Yeah.
Like, because then again, if he's so vain, they would want to embarrass him by making him be in front of those people again with a
That's
burned
true.
off face
Yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever, or the ugliness that they would say.
Yeah, they could, like scar him.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what he would be. And during this time,
Yeah.
I'm sure they did that, with other people.
Yeah.
I'd imagine. But this guy, the mystery, just like we're a mystery this week on knowing what the hell we're talking about. Jordan, thank you for bringing this to us again.
Sure, yep.
2 episodes in a row. What a roller coaster.
What a doozy.
Yeah. And I want to say thank you to everybody listening. If you want to help us out, we would greatly appreciate it. Do that by subscribing to us on YouTube, following us on a podcast platform. You can also connect with us on any social media at Mysterious Pals on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, on X at mysterious_pals, websites mysteriouspausonline.com, I believe. I have to go look. Look in the show notes. I can't remember off the top of my head. I thought it was online. It might be just. What
website?
Yeah, what's it called?
MysteriousPals.com.
Oh, we got that?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the website?
Oh, the Gmail is at mysteriouspausonline@gmail.com.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so someone stores stupid name on Gmail. But, Jordan, thank you again.
Thank you.
Everybody at home, thank you for being here with us. And we will be back next week with an exciting tale that is a mystery because I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, I don't really know if we talked about it yet.
No.
We'll get to that some point in the future. This episode's going up in January, so have a great January. Hope you had a good holiday, good New Year's.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
And again, we'll be back next time. So Jordan,
Chris, stay mysterious.
everybody out there, as always, stay mysterious. We love you. Good night.
Goodbye.
The 1880 Louisville, Kentucky sighting.
Oh.
You're probably there for this, right?
Yeah.
1880s. On July 29th, 2 witnesses reported seeing a flying object resembling a man surrounded by machinery in Louisville,
cool.
Kentucky.
That's cool.
It's probably you. That's how you got here. They dropped you off.
Like, we gave you him now.
Yeah.
He's yours, Kentucky.
He's yours, Kentucky. Good luck.
So he's a man
Suckers.
in the sky surrounded by
Machinery.
machinery.
Flying man.
That's pretty cool.
It was a flying object resembling a man.
Yeah.
The figure appeared to manipulate machinery with his hands and had wings extending from its back. So it was like Iron Man almost.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Again.
Moonshine.
Yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Mysterious Pal Show. My name is Chris, and I'm here with my best pal, Jordan. Jordan, thank you for getting here with me today, pulling into my driveway and walking into my house.
Takes it out of you. A lot of work.
Yeah. At our advanced age, it's tough to get out of the car. Really, it's tough to just even want to get up off the couch.
Yes.
But thank you for being here. And today, I know the last few weeks have been a little weird. We had a 2-part episode
Yeah.
recently posted, and we had a guest for 2 episodes. So we're back in the new year. Just rolling like the old days of a couple months ago when we started this thing.
Mano y mano.
So I know we're gonna jump right in here today. Today we're gonna be doing something a little different. Like usually we do, I'm gonna say believable, but like stuff that is not out of this world. I don't know the best way to say it.
No, we've done some for a few times with like theories about things that we've talked about of like what happened and like possible explanations for these things.
Yeah.
We've gotten a little far-fetched with it, but most of this stuff has been usually around reality.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
So I'm not saying today isn't about reality, but we haven't ever done a mysterious episode about aliens.
No, we haven't.
And that's
cool.
what I'm here to talk about today. I really wanted to do an aliens episode, especially when you start looking at like ancient alien stuff.
Yeah.
With that guy on the TV with the crazy
with
hair.
The hair.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And some of the stuff's pretty far fetched, but it's still interesting.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm not going to say it's wrong, but today we're going to talk about something that is aliens could be one answer.
Yeah, which is cool because recently there's been a lot of talk about aliens
In our government,
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
United States government, yeah. And I think, with all those things, they're like, this really crafts, like, probably drones, probably our drones or other drones, or not going to tell you what you're working on.
Yeah.
I always thought maybe, why couldn't they just be little aliens? I don't know if it's really out there, but there's probably some kind of thing out there where they're like, what if aliens are just like this big?
Wasn't that in one of the Men in Blacks? Like the found out like a little tiny alien's been controlling this like body they thought was human, but he's like face opens up and just like a little guy, and they're like joysticks controlling him.
What?
Is that Men in Black?
I've only seen the first one, I think.
Okay.
Was there other ones? There was a second one I know. Was there a third one?
Yeah, but they didn't have the same.
Will Smith wasn't in it?
No, it was Chris Hemsworth and
Why wasn't... You can't even call it Men in Black then. Stupid. It's garbage. They tried to do that RIPD or whatever.
Yeah.
That's dumb. I mean, other than what's his name was in it.
I do like
the
that.
Mint Mobile guy.
The Mint Mobile guy. No, that's how you recognize. Not Deadpool or like, I don't know, anything else he's done, but
Van Wilder.
Van Wilder. He's a Mint Mobile guy.
I mean, he's on every pre-roll. He probably was a pre-roll before this.
Right. But yeah, like,
I mean, he seems great.
With aliens, like, it doesn't have to be like a humanoid looking thing. It could be like, I don't like
it doesn't even have to be like, it could be dimensional.
Right.
I think there are aliens, which I believe there are aliens out there. I think there are aliens out there. Maybe they've come here. I can't really answer that question. I mean, maybe. They may be as dumb as us and just never got off their own planet.
Yeah, right.
There's all those theories about like, wow, there's probably other civilizations. They probably died out a long time ago.
Oh, right.
You know?
There's that ladder. Where
Yeah.
they talk about like different civilizations and stuff like that.
I mean, I'd imagine there are probably plenty of civilizations out there.
Gotta be something.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
It could just be like a blob or like,
Or this is like getting real weird and deep, but like, do you think our universe is just like a galaxy and there's other universes? Like when you kind of pull back, we're in a galaxy, we're in a solar system, which is in a galaxy,
yeah,
which is in
a universe,
which what if the universe is just a part of other universes
right.
in a bigger ultimate universe?
Going back to Men in Black.
But yeah, well,
they're playing with marbles and we're in that marble.
Yeah, but what if we're just an atom?
Yeah.
What if every atom is a universe?
Ooh. Where's my brain?
Yeah, wrinkles my tush. All right, so I want to know, do you think, and this is just before we started in the story, do you think the aliens built the Great Pyramids of Giza?
No.
We're not going to talk about that today, but do you think, there's a lot of people out there that think that.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah.
It always comes up.
Yeah.
Like,
and
there's no way humans could do this, but.
Right. It's a very hotly debated thing. Like, if humans did it, how could they have possibly done it wid the technology we have today?
Called having a ton of slaves. Apparently, if you have a lot of slaves.
Which they had, yeah, but I think I remember seeing that, like, they did have some kind of crane. Now, it's not our cranes look like today. It's not mechanical, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know how they did it, but I don't think aliens did it.
It's just using a pivot point.
Okay.
That's pretty easy to do.
Some big blocks.
Yeah, but also they're rolling them on stuff like a bunch of logs. I mean, plus they have a ton of slaves.
Yeah, right.
Apparently, that's all you need to get things done. I guess that's how the human history has been built on the path of slaves. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Society has been built on that.
Right.
I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying it sucks.
Of course it's not. Yeah, I don't think aliens did it though.
Do you think, how'd they get them so smooth though? Those blocks.
What, chiseling, I guess? I don't know.
I don't know. It's pretty cool.
But there are things throughout history where, like, civilizations they're like polytheistic. Maybe what they're like drawing or writing or seeing maybe weren't gods, like they're gods that they worship, but they're aliens. Like that's been a thing too, like throughout history. So I don't know.
We interpret gods as aliens.
Yeah.
Or we interpret aliens as gods.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense with everything else. But I still think little baby, like they're all like this big, like micro machines. Remember those stupid things? Yeah, but then you lose them or you step on them, hurt your foot, and this is stupid. And then I can find all my Matchbox cars I gave them to my kids, but like I can never find. I had a billion micro machines.
I did too. I don't know what to do with them. My parents get stepping on them, just threw them away.
Oh yeah, that's what I do. I take one toy and put it in a bag. And then after a couple months, I like have a whole bunch. Like every once in a while, I just take it. My kids don't notice if they don't ask for it. I'm like,
you take it out.
I just throw it in the garbage because there's so much stupid. Like, toys are insane.
Yes.
All right, back to reality, right? So what we're going to be talking to today is something called a mystery airship, or was also mentioned or has been called the Phantom Airships, and in 1896 and early 1897, this was something like a phenomenon. It was a wave, they called it. It was this wave of...
So for like 1 year.
It was
or a little more.
Around a year.
Yeah.
It was this phenomenon going on in the United States from coast to coast. People were seeing these flying mystery airships, they called them.
Okay.
And when you start explaining, like getting some of like and this is the late 1800s, and there's going to be some reasons why there are going to be things going on. We're going to get into all that. But these reports were coming in as unidentified lights at night, while more descriptions portrayed them as vessels, kind of resembling dirigibles.
Dirigibles?
Dirigibles.
Okay.
Kind of early blimps.
Okay.
A blimp is a dirigible.
Oh, all right. Dirigible.
And there's estimates that say... and from research has been done about this kind of like phenomenon that happened in the United States, there was 100,000 individual reported sightings from between 1896 and 1897 during this, what they call the wave, the mystery airship wave. These reports come in from cities, towns. They're reported in all these different major newspapers, small newspapers, and it's what is seen as a precursor to the modern UFO like craze or claims. Like a lot of what we report on today, like when people say like from especially the 60s and 70s, those reports and that kind of what they call that another wave.
Yeah.
This is kind of where it all kind of was like the first start of it in the United States.
Interesting. Okay.
And like these kind of things that people were saying kind of are used as a way to explain what was happening in later years. So
it's interesting because like the UFO craze that started, at least in the U.S. with Roswell, that was like kind of right around the start of the whole atomic age.
Yeah.
So people start thinking about like science fiction starts becoming a thing, and like maybe that's in people's heads. So maybe what they're saying, they're like, oh, it might not actually be a UFO, but it might be something else. But like that idea of like science fiction and extraterrestrial stuff is in your head, but like
popular culture. And
right. But back then, like
it was still a thing.
Yeah.
It was still happening in a different way.
Yeah. But it's interesting because like science fiction wasn't really
Jules Verne, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Those books were coming out.
Okay.
So as we come into that, we're going to go back to that when we get into like the discussion of like what was going on and why this is a mystery. Because you could just say like, oh, well, it's just people seeing, or it's this, or it's like it.
It's like our government was like the Air Force wasn't even a thing then.
There was military stuff going on.
Okay. All right.
Well, claims. So this is again, a lot of this is reported on, but there's also another thing going on with the kind of newspapers at the time.
Yeah.
And we'll go into that too.
Interesting you said people are seeing this in cities, because a lot of times when you hear about UFOs, it's like it's out in the middle of nowhere. Like
major cities.
One or two person like in a rural area see it, and they're like, but cities are seeing it. People
and
in
not only
cities
that,
are seeing this.
Multiple people, like a group of people are seeing them together, shared experiences,
right.
Especially in California, San Francisco, those areas.
Okay.
So there's going back to like what we're kind of like building up to. Some would say these could be inventions from an undisclosed genius or inventor who opted to keep his invention confidential. Some would say that this could be the pinnacle of, or the kind of, not the pinnacle, but like the kind of a race to conquer the skies of controlled flight, kind of powered controlled flight for humans. Although the Wright brothers weren't until 19-something, 1903.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really, people would say like, well, but that was a different type of flight. dirigibles are still. We're going to go into what's going on with that technology.
Sorry, you might go this way. What are the sizes of these things?
They range in size.
Okay.
Mostly all big. And they're all of a certain time of day, like kind of all common theories. And someone actually later will go into it, mapped it out, all the sightings.
Oh, really?
And found out and like figured out a map that could have of how it could have gone based on times and reports. We'll go into that. While I just mentioned that the race to conquer the sky for powered flight was going on, kind of just starting maybe in some ways or kind of continuing, there were people, we're going to go into this, making things that could fly, that were powered.
Okay.
But
not like in like the way we
not
we
like the Wright
today.
brothers, not a plane,
yeah.
but like these flying dirigibles were kind of really big at this time, like kind of like across Europe and America and stuff. This also could be a case of yellow journalism, because this was the era when newspapers were prone to printing fabricated stories so that they can sell newspapers.
Yeah.
So those are three major, like, I don't know what you call like columns or like tenets.
Tent poles.
Thank you, of what this phenomenon could be about. And they could all be happen, or none of them could happen. Like they could all be true, or none of them could be true.
Okay.
So the question we're going to be discussing is the mystery airships of 1896: aliens, fake news, or human ingenuity. Are you ready?
Buckled into my airship.
Well, let's play the game.
Go.
What's that show?
Play the game? What game?
Who's that guy? Al Borland says it. Family Feud.
Oh, Family Feud.
Yeah. That's not the Steve Harvey show, is it?
He does Family Feud now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like his suits. Those are cool. I can't pull them off. I just wish I could dress nicely. I like ties.
You got a sweet mustache.
I can't pull that either. Like some guys are just blessed.
Yeah.
You know, they got talent, good looks. Steve Harvey's a great example of that. So in 1896, North America witnessed a phenomenon characterized by the sightings of strange lights resembling an airship. So there were lights too. We're not just talking about just some weird floating thing. The event spanned from San Francisco to Chicago and even into the East Coast. And it captivated thousands of people were involved in this. Like I said, 100,000 recorded sightings.
100,000?
Over 100,000 recorded sightings throughout the United States during this year.
Jeez, all right.
96, 97. So what I want to start with now is, so that's what the story is about, but I want to go into these kind of like prior sightings that are kind of mentioned throughout history, that this isn't just like, I'm bringing these up because I don't want this to be like, this is only about, like, this is just when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
When I said modern UFO sightings are kind of based around this idea of what happened in 1896, but I actually went into this whole research phase looking at like aliens in like ancient times. And so there's a lot of stuff out there, and we may do some future shows on that. But what I came up with, what I found was some really interesting ones from like not super ancient times, but like more recent.
Okay.
And these kind of things were happening in different ways where people were seeing things in the sky. But I think a lot of them could be attributed to like celestial events and stuff.
Yeah.
So the first one I'm going to mention is the 1561 celestial phenomenon over Nuremberg, Germany, which at this time was not Germany.
No, it was the Holy Roman Empire.
And the Holy Roman Empire was around until
Napoleon.
Because was it around whenever this event was taking place?
1561?
No, the 1896 events that we're talking about.
No, it would have been done at this point.
Okay.
Because Napoleon kind of decimated Europe, became emperor, and then the emperor of Holy Roman Empire dissolved it. His allegiance was to Napoleon during his whole reign.
Okay. So at this point, it's still it's still the Holy Roman Empire, the human Roman Empire.
Yeah.
So it's reported in a broadsheet, which at the time was just was it a pamphlet kind of thing?
Like
a newspaper almost. reported a broadsheet that event started at the dawn on April 14th, 1561. Witnesses reported elaborate scene resembling an aerial battle out of the sun. Large black triangular objects observed during the battle. Witnesses reported seeing hundreds of spheres, cylinders, and other peculiar, strange shapes and strange shaped objects. Objects exhibited erratic movements overhead, suggesting an unusual and dynamic event. So it wasn't just like something floating in front of the sun.
They thought a battle was happening?
Yes, because it was multiple dark
moving
objects.
erratically, not just like...
That's what they say. It's reported as erratic movements. You can still go read the broadsheet, and there was actually a woodcut illustrating the event that accompanied the broadsheet. So it was crosses with small spheres on the arms, with spheres on the arms, small spheres, 2 large crescents, and a black spear. These are all on the woodcut. I've seen it. It's really interesting. Maybe I'll put it in the video right now, or go look for it yourself, or look on I'll put in a link in the show notes. It's really interesting. It's like, it looks like something you'd see in the 1500s. It's like really interesting of like what they're trying to illustrate what's going on.
Okay.
It doesn't really help the story, but it's interesting to see what someone perceived it as. Cause it's like, oh, some scientists looked into this, were like, oh, was this event or was this event? But there were cylindrical objects from which small spheres emerged, darting around the dark sky. Or the sky at dawn, sorry. The broadsheet claims that the exhausted combatant spheres fell to the earth in clouds of smoke off in the distance. So maybe it was a meteor shower?
So there's spheres, triangular shaped things too?
Yes. Spheres.
Wow.
Triangular shaped things, and they all fell to the earth, and but they were darting around dynamically, which means like, okay, it's not just like I don't know.
Yeah, something that's not falling.
Right. Because it wouldn't be darting around dynamically. I don't know. Okay, another one is 1566, celestial phenomenon over Basel, Switzerland. And this was kind of, I guess it was recently debunked eventually as being known as a sundog. Basically, it was a celestial event.
Sundog.
It's like,
Cool
basically, I think, I looked it up recently. It's when sun reflects off of ice in the atmosphere, maybe?
That's a thing?
Yeah. Sundog. Okay, wait. Okay, I got that backwards. So the event from Nuremberg was
the sundog one?
Scientists said it was a sundog.
Okay.
Which I don't want to get this wrong, so I'm not gonna. I think it's a reflection of suns, like a sun reflection off of ice in the atmosphere, upper atmosphere. It is an atmospheric optical phenomenon that consists of a bright spot to one or both sides of the sun. The sun dogs flank the sun within a 22-degree halo.
What?
Yeah, like it's a weird
This
image.
is a real thing? Like,
it's caused by refraction of sunlight by ice crystals in the atmosphere. So the upper atmosphere. There's basically like ice crystals up there. Sun's reflecting off it. Weird. And it's causing like a reflection. So it must have been like as the icicles were maybe falling through the sky, it was reflecting off them weird. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Aliens sounds better than that.
Yeah, I'm just a little poor boy trying to make this world a better place. But so back to the Basel, which I hope I'm saying that right. Switzerland? Whatever. Sorry, Switzerland.
How's it spelled?
Basel.
Basel?
Yeah. Basel?
Basel?
Basel, Switzerland? Hey, sorry about that, Switzerland. So this event was reported by another large group gathering of people during the morning time, kind of in the morning. People were saying it was a miracle, sky spectacle is what they called it. They saw 3 celestial objects. One was described as an unusual sunrise. The second was a total eclipse of the moon and then a red sun rising. Ooh. And the third was a cloud of black spheres in front of the sun. So it happened a few times over the course of this few months.
Oh, so, okay.
That specific thing happened apparently It was recorded as happening on the 27th, 28th of July, and August 7th during that year.
I was going to say it could have been an eclipse, but if it's happening several days in a row.
Yeah. So
maybe someone looked at the eclipse and just went blind from it.
yeah,
So they
they're
keep seeing,
like the little floaties you get. Yeah. So 1868 in Chile, there was a sighting reported on by a local newspaper account in July 1868. So around the same time we're talking. Or no, wait. We're in 1896, 97. This is 1868. Okay, so 30 years later.
Precursor.
Prior, yeah. Witnesses describe a gigantic bird with brilliant scales. The creature emanated a metallic sound when flying over the town of Chile.
Giant metallic bird.
Yes, giant metallic bird, brilliant scales. The 1880 Louisville, Kentucky sighting.
Oh.
You're probably there for this, right?
Yeah.
1880s. On July 29th, 2 witnesses reported seeing a flying object resembling a man surrounded by machinery in Louisville,
cool.
Kentucky.
That's cool.
It was probably you. That's how you got here. They dropped you off.
Yeah, like, we gave you him now.
Yeah.
He's yours, Kentucky.
He's yours, Kentucky. Good luck.
So he's a man in the sky surrounded by
Machinery.
machinery.
Flying man.
That's pretty cool.
It was a flying object resembling a man.
Yeah.
The figure appeared to manipulate machinery with his hands and had wings extending from its back. So it was like Iron Man almost.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Again.
Moonshine.
Yeah. New Jersey sighting in August 1880. A month later, similar sighting occurred in New Jersey. Same robot man.
Okay.
Described in New York Times, and then he resembled a man with bat's wings and improved frog's legs flying around in the sky.
Improved frog's legs?
Yes. The creature waved its wings in response to a locomotive whistle. So in response to it, yeah.
He's probably excited because he's doing this. And
Yeah.
They did it. And
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, thanks.
Again, probably you. Okay.
This is so weird.
Another in 1880. So this is like another wave, the 1880 grouping. An airship sighting was reported by Jerome Clark in New Mexico in 1880 and along the German-Polish border in 1892. And Jerome Clark, he reported on this. He was a American writer. He specialized in unidentified flying objects and other paranormal subjects. He appeared on ABC News, Unsolved Mysteries, A&E Network, and he discussed basically like UFOs, that type of stuff. So he's kind of part of that whole grouping in the, I mean, this would have been 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s.
Okay.
All right, so that's like kind of like prior. There's a couple other little ones in there, and there's some people that kind of discuss them and kind of bring in their own theories. But
the multiple, like the ones that you just talked about, multiple people have, like,
these are all
this?
multiple recorded sightings by newspapers. So
Newspapers, okay.
those are all recorded, not just like some guy screaming some crap down. Like it was actually reported on during those times, those dates. And those are kind of around the time we're talking. I didn't really want to go too far back because there are some really cool ones we may talk about in the future of like armies conquering cities and like things coming down from the sky to like help them and stuff. So
all right.
yeah, there's some really awesome ones out there. So back to our original story with the initial sightings happening in November 17th, 1896. So we can pass all those other ones we just talked about. Now we're jumping back ahead to what we're talking about in this episode. So November 17th, 1896 is the first sightings that was described as part of this wave. So a rainy night in Sacramento, a bright light believed to be an airship appeared about 1,000 feet above the rooftops of the city. The Sacramento Bee and the San Francisco Call reported the first sightings, which had taken place on, again, November 17th, but the report was in the November 18th edition of their respective things. Witnesses reporting a light moving slowly over Sacramento in the evening of November 17th at an estimated 1,000-foot elevation. Now, the important thing to remember about this, you're like, oh, it's just a light in the sky. We have planes. We have planes.
Yeah. Right.
There was nothing flying at this point in time.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been some kind of projectile, like launched. It didn't really have like guided missiles or anything like that.
No.
We weren't, literally, there was no powered flight technically yet.
Right.
That the citizens would have known about.
Yeah.
I mean, that's important to remember that we're going to get into that later. So some witnesses said they could see a dark shape behind the light. So they were seeing a light in the sky, which is same kind of stuff we hear about now from the 60s on. Lights in the sky.
Yeah.
And now this is like happening 1896.
Things aren't flying yet.
Right.
Like we don't have
We're not,
flying.
people aren't flying around yet, except for you flying into Kentucky.
That'd be so freaking weird to see that, man.
So a former street railway employee, R.L. Lowry, gave the most detailed reports of the event. He said he heard a voice from above call, and this is a quote, "Throw her up higher, she'll hit the steeple." That's a direct quote that he gave in this report. When he looked up, he saw two men seated on a bicycle-like frame pedaling up in the sky. Above them was a cigar-shaped body of some length. Lowry said that the thing he also had wheels on the side, like on a old steamboat. So remember, we mentioned that dirigibles was a technology happening at this time. So before people really know about it, though. This isn't really common popular culture yet.
All right.
But this guy saw this. It was a direct quote from him in
He
the newspaper.
heard someone saying,
"Throw her up higher, she'll hit the steeple."
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe mean take it up a little higher so we don't hit the steeple, like in the boat, not actually throw a person up that high. Okay. November 19th, which is 2 days later, 1896, an edition of the Stockton, California Daily Mail featured one of the earliest accounts of an alleged alien craft sighting. So Colonel H.G. Saw claimed that when driving his buggy through the countryside of Lottie near Stockton. So this is 2 days later from the original events, and this is reported on. But it was the November 19th edition. So it was 2 days after the events, but it was still from this original event.
Okay.
Let's remember that. So he said he was driving his buggy to the countryside. He came across what appeared to be a landed spacecraft. Do people know what spacecrafts are at this point in time? Do we have that thing in our culture? I don't know. Well, we'll go back to Jules Verne and what's going on with him. Maybe that came up. Shaw described it as having a metallic surface which was completely featureless apart from a rudder and pointed ends. He estimated diameter to be 25 feet, and the vessel was around 150 feet total length. 3 slender, 7 foot tall, apparently crap, this word's going to kill me. Extraterrestrial. Yes.
Yeah.
Were said to have approached from the craft while emitting a strange warbling noise. Direct quote, emitting a strange warbling noise. The beings reportedly examined Shaw's buggy and then tried to physically force him to accompany them back to the ship.
So alien abductions were happening back then.
The aliens were said to give up after realizing they lacked the physical strength to force Shaw aboard. So these aliens flew down here from a different planet to grab one guy, but he's
like,
said, nope.
No, thank you.
Yeah. And maybe technology probably makes us all weak, right?
Yeah.
And then you're dealing with some tough guys from Earth. Will Smith comes at you. What are you going to do?
Welcome to Earth.
Yeah. Those little punks. Those guys were small little things inside those big things, right? In Independence Day?
They weren't that small, really?
I mean, they were like little boy size.
Really?
Yeah, because they're like the things with all the arms. That was like exoskeleton or something.
Oh.
Because then they saw them floating. They were like human size and they had big eyes. Or like a little smaller than humans.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah, he's like, welcome to Earth, and punched them and they opened like.
He opened
them up.
Right. Yep.
He dragged them.
Yeah.
You come down here, ruin my day. And he's like kicking them and stuff in the desert. And what's that smell? Man, he's awesome. Well, hey.
It was a time.
I'm on his side. Whatever. I'm on everybody's side. Chris Rock, whatever. The comedian.
This guy.
This is what this guy's saying.
They try to abduct him.
And he said no.
Said no. They're too weak to get him.
Then they ran back to the ship and sped away. He believed them to be Martians sent to kidnap an Earthling for unknowable but potentially nefarious purposes. So this was seen as one of the first recorded attempts of alien abduction.
Okay. Oh.
One of the first published, anyway. 5 days later, from the original sighting, so November 17th was the original airship sighting, these mystery airships, they came back. On 5 days later, November 21st.
Trying to abduct someone else.
21st, 22nd. Yep. The light this time appeared from the northwest and went straight over the town, running against the wind. This is over the town of San Francisco. Okay. There was a guy named Jacob Zemensky. He had a small telescope, reported the lamp was an electric arc light of intense power. So this was a guy, looked at it through his telescope in San Francisco. And again, this is all this stuff we're talking about here is recorded in newspapers because at the end we're going to talk about it's going to come back.
Okay.
He observed the light didn't move in a straight line, but seemed to bob with the wind up and down. Another witness with a field glass, which is a little telescope, reported to see a dark body behind the light. Again, same thing came up last time. So it was bright lights or lights with a body behind it. So common between all the.
So when they're saying
stories.
a body, they mean like, are they saying like it looks like a body of a creature or like a body of like a
flying body? Like a rounded body.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. It took 30 minutes for the thing to cross the city and disappear into the southwest. During this time, thousands of people observed it and observed this thing happening, all reported on. They were all reported their findings. It also included a city's deputy sheriff and a district attorney of the area in California. The same night, the airship also appeared above other parts of California and up to 90 miles away. So it was between different parts, including San Francisco and other parts of California. It was about 90 miles was the range of people being seen this thing.
Okay.
So we have a lot of people in between there. Over the next few days, airship sightings were made not just in California, but far away as Washington State and Canada. So Western seaboard going up. Okay. So at this time, there was newspapers reporting on this event phenomenon at this first kind of wave that was part of the beginning of the wave. The newspapers reported the incident with captivating headlines such as, "What was it?" The term airship gained widespread recognition. So the term airship was kind of used as a common theme through all of these stories. The newspaper went wild with some supporting idea of an airship, some ridiculing it. Stories began to suggest that the airship was a work of a mysterious inventor who was testing his device at night so that his ideas could not be stolen.
Iron Man.
Yeah. It didn't seem outrageous, though, because at this time, there were hot air balloons. Balloons capable, but they weren't powered in the way that we know as like forward propulsion.
Yeah.
There was no propulsion systems.
Yeah.
Especially because most things were steam powered at this time.
Right.
We didn't have any other, there wasn't an internal combustion engine.
You guys would say, when did that come around?
It was early 1900s.
Okay.
Late 18, like probably around this time it was getting invented, I think.
Sounds right.
Yeah, because it may actually, you know what?
Well, what about the locomotive? Like
that's a steam power.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah.
I didn't know this because I teach classes about it.
I'm like
1860.
Ooh, really? The internal combustion engine.
Yeah, but it was also extremely.
It had to be dangerous.
Heavy.
Oh, heavy. Okay, yeah.
1860, but then the first successful one called the Otto engine was 1876. So this idea of having a 2-stroke or 4-stroke piston engine. There were other type of engines this time, but they still needed like a way of powering it. So it really, at this time, it was so new that it probably wasn't being used to fly because it was probably super heavy.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I want to say these are just like the like a Zeppelin
Dirigible.
Yeah. But
wait, we're going to get to that because that's what a lot of people say. It's one of the 3 main tent poles to hold up this tent of love that we have here. Love and friendship. Remember we went camping that one time? And okay, we went camping a lot of times, but like there's those people pulled up next to us at the campsite, and like we were trying to help them put up their tent in the middle of the night. We kept on throwing their poles into the darkness. They're like, oh, I don't know, you have a pole. I don't know.
That's so terrible, like so funny at the time.
I think we eventually helped them out, but
we
like
did,
we
did, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know where it went.
Well, I just remember they're kind of obnoxious.
Yeah, we're trying to get them to not camp directly next to us.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, we're just like, oh, I don't know where it's went. Just whip.
Yeah, like you might. Oh, I guess you gotta go sleep in your car.
Oh man, see you guys later.
Yeah, college was awesome. All right, so the idea of balloons capable of carrying people wasn't really outrageous, but these people, like that one report was like two guys on a bike,
right,
pedaling, forward propulsion type of thing.
And then the other one has like these, what are they, very tall things come out and like try
7-foot people, humanoid things. So over the next couple of days, airship sightings expanded beyond California, reaching Washington State, Canada, and other regions. This story of these things, these mystery airships, was starting to spread from California outward, fueled by newspapers. That's how we recorded it, though. But again, that's how that's what news was at the time.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like there's someone making a YouTube video talking about this crap.
Yeah.
Like some weirdo sitting right here.
That's how information was disseminated. Is that the right word?
I mean, plus they had to sell newspapers to stay in business.
Yeah.
And so they
like, make it a little more colorful or like bib for some certain things or
embellish.
Yeah, thank you.
And William Randolph Hearst.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the other guy? Pulitzer.
Hearst,
Hearst was like the California guy.
Mm-hmm.
Pulitzer was New York. And what they were kind of battling on who have the best papers.
Yeah.
Most sales. Most in sales. And Hearst what he did was he made what we have today as the modern like shock culture, where he made words really big, bold words and really big titles to get people pulled in. And that's what he did to get people to buy his newspaper. And people were like, well, the news is the most important thing. But he's like, well, you're going to need people to buy it first. Yeah. So that makes sense. What's going on now? Yes. Like we talked about this before, Weekly World News.
Yeah.
Awesome. I don't think I've ever opened one up, but I always like those covers. All right. So.
Fat boy.
Yeah. Poor guy. So next we're going to have the second part of the wave. We're jumping to the second part of the wave. So January to April of 1897. The airships reappeared over Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, and other Midwestern states starting in January 1897. So I organized this list of all these accounts, kind of the most popular, biggest ones, most well-regarded ones, into by state. The dates might jump around a little bit because there's a lot of them. But I try to organize it as succinctly, concisely as I could. So first one I'm going to go with is Arkansas. And this is not alphabetical order or anything because it goes Arkansas, Texas. So, yeah. And then to Nebraska. So, I don't know how the alphabet works. But anyway, Arkansas. Walt Witness from Arkansas was supposedly told that an airship pilot during the tensions leading up to the Spanish-American War was bound for Cuba to use as a Hotchkiss gun, which is basically a small cannon, to kill Spaniards. So that was in Arkansas. So Witness saw a flying airship, mystery airship, and was told by others, and this was reported in the paper there, that it was this airship going to attack Cuba. Because Spanish-American War, what was going on with that? Was that around this time? I guess it had to be.
Shortly after this. Yes, not far after, like a year or two after this.
It officially started?
Yes.
So maybe this was like precursor?
Probably, yeah. I'm sure there like tensions at this point were rising between the Spanish and
Was Mexico part of America at this point?
No.
In Mexico, this might have been like, and this is Arkansas. A lot of these Midwestern sightings are like Arkansas, Texas, Nebraska. Like, again, maybe people from that area were going off to fight. Anyway, you bring that up. I'm gonna go like this. Texas. 3 men from Texas reported an encounter with an airship, and with 5 strangely dressed men.
Yeah, Mexico's already part. Sorry, it was its own thing at this.
It wasn't part of America. It was.
It wasn't.
Okay.
I mean, it was still
Mexico or Texas.
Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Mexico was its own country.
Yes.
Okay. So again, Texas. 3 men from Texas reported an encounter with an airship, and with 5 strangely dressed beings. And that P word was in there, but I changed it to trainly. I can't say that one.
Peculiar.
Nope, not even trying. They asserted that there was descendants of a lost tribe of Israel, these 5 beings, that had learned English